Is this child going to die soon? Not yet, Captain. Look at how fair his skin is. He'll fetch a good price with those noble buyers. Keep a close eye on him. He could be worth a fortune. Understood, Captain. Set sail quickly. We need to reach the Sabati archipelago as soon as possible. Heh, we've struck gold with this one. He's worth at least 100 million berries. Nothing can go wrong. A burly man left the cabin with 2 other pirates in tow. Tang Yi waited until he could no longer hear their footsteps fading away before he dared to slowly open his eyes. He found himself in a dimly lit cargo hold, surrounded by people locked in iron cages or shackled with heavy chains. In the shadows of one corner, he could even make out a strong, imposing fishman. Looking down at himself, Tang Yi saw that his own ankles were shackled with thick, heavy irons. Fishmen, Sabati archipelago, slavery, Captain Berries. Tang Yi's brow furrowed as he muttered under his breath. Could this be the world of One Piece? Kid, keep quiet. Do you want those pirates to come back? A stranger's voice snapped at him from the shadows, low and urgent. Although the words were spoken in a hissed whisper, the tension in the voice made it hard for Tang Yi to catch every word. Tang Yi felt a wave of confusion. How could he understand what they were saying? He didn't even know Japanese. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain shot through his head, and a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind. He realized that his current name was Alan Johnson. 3 days ago, he'd set out to sea with a merchant ship from his island, only to be ambushed by the Black Panther pirates. During his desperate attempt to flee, he was wounded and ultimately died in the ship's hold. Now, the memories of his previous life had awakened within him. What a cruel twist of fate, reborn into another world and still an orphan. Tang Yi gave a bitter laugh at his own misfortune. In his former life, he had been nothing more than a third-rate web novelist who died of exhaustion at his computer after another sleepless night of writing. He never imagined that he would be reincarnated in the world of One Piece, only to land straight into the clutches of slave traders. He couldn't help but complain, does everyone who transmigrates into One Piece have to go through something like this? But thinking about how so many other transmigrators before him had faced similar hardships, he gradually came to terms with his situation. From now on, he would have to live as Alan Johnson in this world. Tang Yi was me, and Alan Johnson is also me. He didn't intend to get lost in existential questions of identity. Before long, he'd fully accepted, even adapted to his new life. Just then, a gentle warmth began to flow through his entire body. Tang Yi, or rather, Alan, felt his soul growing stronger as his memories awakened. His personality and thoughts remained unchanged, yet the power of his soul had soared dramatically, as if he had completely merged with this new world. Alan sensed something unusual stirring within his body. He did not ignore this sensation. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused intently on the changes taking place inside him. Though he lacked the ability to directly observe his inner workings, the sudden surge in his soul's strength allowed Alan to intuitively search for the source of the anomaly. He did not dare take this lightly, directing all his attention toward the feeling that beckoned him. At last, he discovered a faint point of light deep within himself. What is this? Alan gazed at the tiny light, puzzled, and tried to reach out to it with his consciousness. Deep down, he suspected that this glowing point might be a special ability he had gained after crossing into this world. Since he was still trapped aboard a slave ship, escape might depend on the power of this mysterious light. As his awareness delved deeper, the point of light quivered softly, and then suddenly drew Alan's consciousness into itself. A vast, empty space unfolded before his eyes, stretching about 100 square meters, with a ceiling 5 meters high. It wasn't enormous, but for a personal domain, it felt remarkably spacious. The ground was covered with a layer of dry, sandy soil. The entire space exuded a lifeless, desolate air. Nothing stirred, no trace of vitality could be sensed. Standing in this unfamiliar realm, Alan was seized by a strange sense of familiarity. He pondered for a moment, and then, with a start, realization dawned. This was an inner realm, the very inner realm from the world of divine tombs. This discovery filled Alan with excitement. Though the inner realm was still small, it held tremendous potential for growth. More importantly, this space belonged entirely to him. It was not a borrowed power, nor did it rely on any external system. Perhaps it was the absorption of high-quality time-space energy during his transmigration that had enabled him to open his own inner realm and preserve the memories of his previous life. Within this inner realm, Alan possessed absolute authority. Here, he could accelerate his learning and deduction, use it as a storage space, or even hide his entire body within its confines to escape danger. Such an ability was exactly what he needed most right now. After all, even with the inner realm, He remained powerless to protect himself in the real world. With this in mind, Alan attempted to exit the inner realm. Almost at a thought, his consciousness returned to his body, with barely any effort expended. Now that he had this means of retreat, Alan's heart grew much calmer. There was no longer any rush to escape. After all, they were still at sea. Even if he hid inside the inner realm, coming out would mean returning to the same spot. Acting rashly would only leave him stranded in the endless ocean with nowhere to run. Therefore, Alan decided to remain in the cabin for the time being, waiting until he reached land before seeking a chance to escape. By the way, that legendary treasure of the seas, the bounty of 100 million berries, could it actually be the devil fruit? The thought suddenly struck Alan. The inner world within him required vast amounts of energy to grow, and the devil fruit was not only an exceptionally rare, high-energy source, but it was also said to contain the very laws that govern the world. With this realization, Alan's resolve to wait patiently only grew stronger. He calmed himself, doing his best to keep a low profile, quietly resting in the cabin as he waited for the right moment. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters, a black panther's claw pierced straight through a pirate's chest. The blood-soaked claw withdrew, turning back into a human hand. Black Panther Moore sneered, his voice cold. "Humph, trying to steal the devil fruit? Useless fools like you are far from worthy." Moores had once been just an ordinary member of the Black Panther Pirates. Everything changed after he secretly devoured the Black Panther fruit, gaining tremendous power. With that strength, he killed the former captain and seized control of the crew. Because of this, Moores would never tolerate anyone among his crew harboring the same ambitions he once had. This time, he had deliberately used the devil fruit as bait, hoping to lure out those with rebellious intentions, so he would not face betrayal again. "Lace, come in here and clean up this room. Hang the body on the deck as a warning. Let everyone know no one should even think about things they shouldn't." Moores ordered coldly from the doorway. It wasn't long before the rest of the pirates learned that one of their own had been executed by the captain for trying to steal the devil fruit. A tall, thin pirate couldn't hide the mockery in his eyes. Captain Moores rose to power using the very same methods, as if he'd ever let his guard down. At the same time, Alan remained completely unaware of the cruelty and treachery unfolding aboard the small pirate ship. All of this was but a reflection of the chaos and madness that ruled the world of pirates. At that moment, Alan faced a far more immediate concern: hunger. After 3 days of unconsciousness and with nothing to eat since waking, he was not yet in mortal danger, but the pain of hunger was nearly unbearable. Just then, a warm current of energy flowed into his body. Alan knew it was the power from his inner world, soothing his hunger. At the same time, he sensed his body slowly growing stronger. Though the progress was slight, he no longer felt so weak. This newfound strength gave him more confidence for the looming battle over the devil fruit. Alan focused his mind, connecting his consciousness to the world within. He felt his brain working at full speed and sensed the control he held over his own body, gradually gaining confidence for the battle ahead. Time slipped by quietly. On the azure sea, a pirate ship sailed steadily forward. At the far edge of the water, an island slowly came into view. This was the Sabidi Archipelago, also known as the Bubble Islands, situated midway along the Grand Line, just before the Red Line. The islands were made up of enormous trees, their roots forming the ground, with bubbles continuously rising and drifting across the surface. This was the ship of the Black Panther Pirates. After 10 days at sea, Alan had come to truly feel the harshness of this world. The pirates hadn't let their captives starve, but the food they brought each day was nothing but cold leftovers, barely edible. What made Alan even more wary was catching a few of the pirates casting sinister glances at the female slaves on board. If it weren't for the fact that these women would fetch a higher price at the black market, they probably would have already suffered far worse. Back in his previous life, watching One Piece, Alan felt that Luffy and his crew's adventures were filled with freedom and joy. They seemed more like a band of adventurers than real pirates. Yet in reality, most pirate crews were ruthless and violent. They slaughtered villages, robbed ordinary people, and produced nothing of value. The lives of ordinary folks in this world were far more difficult and painful than what the anime portrayed. With that thought, Alan gradually lost any desire to become a pirate himself. In his former life, he had lived in a peaceful and stable society, where security and comfort far surpassed anything this perilous world could offer. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Maybe he was still an idealist at heart? In his old world, kindness and compassion were often mocked as naive, even turned into insults. But Alan never saw his empathy as a weakness. On the contrary, he believed that in a world as cruel as this, holding on to one's kindness was a rare treasure. He didn't want to become cold and heartless. Perhaps he hadn't fully adapted to the rules of this place, and he wasn't ready to change his nature so easily. Still, Alan understood that blind kindness wasn't a virtue. After all, the word bleeding heart existed for a reason. Some people acted impulsively without thinking, and in the end, not only hurt themselves but dragged down those around them as well. He had no intention of becoming that kind of person. Just as Alan was pondering these thoughts, the ship suddenly lurched violently and then came to a halt. Finally, they had arrived. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. The 10 days at sea had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. He stretched his limbs a bit before resuming his act of weakness. Before long, the hatch swung open and a squad of pirates burst in. "Wake up, all of you! Get up now!" The lead pirate barked gruffly, kicking the burly man tied up in the corner for emphasis. "Take them all outside and send them to the auction house. These are goods that'll fetch quite a sum," he added, excitement in his voice. Alan quietly blended into the group, being herded along, doing his best to avoid drawing any attention. Before long, they were brought to the auction house. A squad of guards in black uniforms marched them, the slaves inside. Their timing was perfect. The auction was already underway. "Bring them all backstage, and don't forget to put collars on them," the auction manager instructed, a hint of regret in his tone. "It's a pity there are no celestial dragons here today. Otherwise, we might have fetched an even higher price." Hearing this, Alan breathed a silent sigh of relief. If the celestial dragons were present, any commotion later would almost certainly alert a marine admiral. With his current abilities, there was no way he could handle such a situation. But as soon as he heard about the collars, his expression changed. The manager was referring to those infamous explosive collars that would detonate if removed without a key. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? Alan berated himself, a wave of helplessness washing over him. In his previous life, no one would have dreamed of strapping a bomb around someone's neck. It was an unthinkable practice. Although he could use his unique internal power to absorb the collar, the thought of real danger still left him uneasy. His thoughts were interrupted as a group of slaves, himself included, were led into the auction house's storage room. The black-clad guards roughly fastened the explosive collars around each of their necks. The manager sneered as he warned them, "Don't even think about running. If you try, those collars will blow your heads off." Striding quickly out of the storage room, the manager turned to the head guard and ordered, "Lock them in here and go help keep order in the auction hall. Don't let anything get out of hand." Once the auction house staff had left, Alan looked around the room. In the dim light of the storage room, a dozen or so slaves sat bound together. Among them was a figure covered in dense fur, an anthropomorphic rabbit. Was that a member of the Mink tribe? Alan wondered privately, his curiosity piqued, before he continued to survey the space. On a table across from him, he spotted a long sword and an exquisitely crafted pistol, both clearly treasures meant for auction. Next to the weapons, a small, ornate box caught his attention. Could that be the devil fruit taken from the hands of the Black Panther? Morse? Alan's heart raced with excitement. He hadn't expected to come so close to the legendary fruit so soon. He carefully scanned the room to ensure it was safe, then, under the astonished gaze of the other slaves, rose to his feet and walked toward the table. The other slaves, seeing him approach the weapons, assumed he would rather take his own life than remain a slave. As for the devil fruit inside the box, most of them knew nothing about it. Even if they did, breaking open a specially reinforced container would be impossible for them. It was precisely because every slave wore an explosive collar that the auction manager felt secure leaving such treasures behind. After all, even with weapons in hand, escape was out of the question. Alan walked up to the table, picked up the small box, and silently used his mental power to connect with his inner world. He felt a lightness in his hand. The box had vanished into thin air, stored away within his personal dimension. As soon as the box entered, his inner world was rocked by a violent tremor. Alan could clearly sense its hunger for the devil fruit. Just as I thought, Alan rejoiced inwardly, but he knew this was no time for hesitation. Suppressing the turmoil within his inner world, he swept all the other items from the table into it as well, then quickly searched the storage room for anything of value and stashed those away too. Turning to the other slaves, who were still frozen in shock, he spoke in a low voice. "I have a way to get you out, but you must do exactly as I say. Once we're out, I'll help you remove those collars from your necks." With that, he reached up and grabbed the collar around his own neck. With a single thought, he stored the collar in his inner world. As well, when he sensed that the collar hadn't triggered an explosion inside his inner world, Alan finally felt a bit more at ease. The other slaves, seeing his collar disappear, turned to him in excitement and desperation, begging, "Please, save us. Brother, help me. Please." Alan hushed them quickly, his tone firm. Quiet, or you'll draw the auction house guards. Don't resist, soon. I'll take you all with me. He walked over to a slave, placed his hand gently on the person's shoulder, and once again reached out to his inner world. In an instant, the slave vanished without a sound, transferred directly into Alan's inner dimension, where they immediately fell into a deep sleep. While Alan sincerely wanted to save them, he didn't fully trust these people, so he kept them asleep inside his world to prevent any information leaks. Before long, Alan used the same method to send all the slaves into his inner world. This way, none of them would be caught up in his escape. Moreover, everyone's sudden disappearance would help him conceal his own identity. After all, who would suspect a boy who looked so weak and harmless? Gazing at the now empty storage room, Alan began to ponder how to make his escape. No matter how lax the auction house's security might be, there were surely still guards outside. As for hiding inside his inner world forever, that was hardly a long-term solution. I should study the devil fruit first. Alan entered his inner world and, with a wave of his hand, shifted the unconscious people to the edges of the space. He drew the small box containing the devil fruit to himself, then manipulated his inner world to dismantle the specially made case. Instantly, a peculiar fruit appeared before him, silver-white, with spiral patterns curling across its surface. A paramecia type? But which one? In the world of pirates, devil fruits are divided into 3 categories: Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan. Although Zoan-type fruits are named after fruits, they come in regular, ancient, and mythical variants. Logia fruits resemble Zoan types in appearance, but their patterns are distinct. Paramecia fruits, on the other hand, always have an odd shape and are subdivided into ability, creation, and body modification types. Alan manipulated his inner world, beginning to absorb the devil fruit. At the same time, the inner world started to tremble and slowly expand. Alan hurriedly pulled the unconscious people close to him, splitting off a portion of his power to shield them from the effects of the spatial upheaval. After a period of violent shaking, calm was finally restored within the inner world. Now, the space was 10 times larger than before. The ground stretched across 500 square meters, and the ceiling soared to 10 meters high. As the space stabilized, the power of the devil fruit fully merged with Alan's body, and related knowledge surfaced in his mind. The door fruit. Alan burst out laughing, unable to contain his excitement. He hadn't expected it to be the very same rare spatial ability owned by Bruno in the original story. Just when all seemed lost, a new path had appeared. What a miraculous turn of events. He thought to himself, since I've obtained the door fruit now, that must mean there's still a long time before the plot of the original story begins. Even better, this ability can conveniently conceal my own spatial powers. After all, quite a few slaves have already witnessed them. With the door fruit, escaping the auction house will be a breeze, and that realization allowed Alan to finally relax. No wonder the inner world could expand so much. It was thanks to the space-manipulating power of the door fruit. From now on, I must collect more devil fruits to strengthen my inner world even further. Now I finally have a cheat of my own, and mine is even stronger than anyone else's in the pirate world. Suddenly, Alan noticed something unusual. What's this? He murmured in surprise. Floating above the inner world, a silvery white door slowly materialized. Its surface was covered in intricate, mysterious patterns, radiating an inexplicable sense of majesty and enigma. This was the special door-shaped treasure that had formed after the inner world fully absorbed the door fruit's power. Alan summoned the door before him and gently extended his consciousness into it. Points of light began to flicker in his mind's eye. He focused on one particular point, his gaze intent. An image unfurled before him, a dimly lit room, cluttered with chains and iron cages. Seeing this all-too-familiar scene, Alan muttered quietly, "This is the cargo hold of the Black Panther pirate's ship?" He had been imprisoned in that hold for a full 10 days, so there was no mistaking it. With a thought, Alan placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it gently. He pushed the door open. At that very moment, in the cargo hold of the Black Panther pirates, a cavernous, shadowy room, a silvery white door appeared in utter silence at the center. Its surface was densely engraved with mysterious markings. Then, a 13-year-old boy with black hair stepped out of the doorway. It was Alan, excitement surging uncontrollably in his chest. Calm down, keep steady," Alan reminded himself inwardly, striving to maintain composure. He turned and returned to his inner world, continuing to sense those familiar points of light. Alan marveled inwardly. He hadn't expected this door to be able to transport him to every place he'd ever been, and with such minimal energy consumption. Perhaps it was the power of his inner world aiding him. The thought made him smile. This door was remarkably similar to Doraemon's Anywhere door. Perhaps he should simply call it the Anywhere door. But soon he realized there was a catch. Before each transfer, he had to spend time sensing and pinpointing a specific spot of light, which made the process rather slow. In actual combat, this limitation might render it impractical. He needed to think of another solution. Putting thought into action, Alan immediately stopped musing and got to work. He entered the state of union with his inner world. In this state, his consciousness expanded without bounds, allowing him to perceive every detail of both his inner realm and his own being with striking clarity. In that moment, he felt as if he had merged with the world itself. All emotion was suppressed, and his mind grew extraordinarily calm and rational. He began to comprehend a new law that had emerged within his inner world, a peculiar principle born from the fusion of an incomplete spatial law and the very concept of a door. The gateways nurtured by his inner world had evolved from this law, taking it as their seed. Yet Alan also noticed that, at present, this door remained an intangible projection rather than a true physical entity. It had not yet fully taken shape. Once again, he condensed the principles of the door fruit into a seed and fused it into his own body, before withdrawing from his merged state with the inner world. Alan could clearly sense that his spatial awareness had grown even keener, and he had gained the ability to open doors, literally. He could now create a door on the surface of any inanimate object, set a target destination, and, once opened, step directly into his chosen location. However, the farther the destination, the greater the energy required. At his current level of stamina, running 100 meters was already his limit. Even so, this was a marked improvement, thanks to the support of his inner world, which had helped him tap into his potential and greatly reduced energy consumption. This made Alan even more aware of how extraordinary the human body was in the world of pirates. No wonder the truly powerful were called monsters. He couldn't help but marvel at this in his heart. His thoughts soon turned to the very nature of his ability, the concept of doors. He wondered if he could further master the door fruit. Might he one day create those legendary, mighty doors? He recalled the myriad doors imagined in stories from his previous life. The gate of truth that leads to ultimate understanding, the southern heavenly gate that marks the entrance to the celestial realm, the gate of mysteries brimming with infinite secrets, and even the gate of immortality, symbolizing everlasting life. There were also those fabled gates that allowed passage between countless worlds, or even through the fabric of time and space itself. Alan made a silent vow in his heart. He would unlock the full potential of the door fruit, especially striving to nurture a true any door within his inner world. Perhaps this would be his only hope of leaving the world of pirates, or even of traveling across realms and returning to his homeland. As for developing his abilities and growing stronger, Alan had no worries. Not only did he possess the formidable aid of his inner world, but when he entered a state of unity between body and spirit, he vaguely sensed that both his physique and soul held something extraordinary. Though he couldn't yet put into words what made him unique, he was certain his potential far surpassed those slumbering within the inner world, at least by a factor of 10. Even without the inner world as his trump card, Alan was confident that, through his own efforts, he could become a true powerhouse. With his goals set, Alan didn't linger in the inner world. In the next instant, he appeared in the storeroom of the auction house. He had no intention of sneaking away. Instead, he wanted to confront the Black Panther pirates head-on, to gauge the true gap between himself and the pirates who ruled the seas. Although Black Panther Moles wasn't among the very strongest, his power far exceeded that of ordinary men. With the inner world as a safety net, Alan felt secure. As Alan quietly psyched himself up, ready to use the door fruit's power to launch a surprise attack on the guards outside, the door to the storeroom suddenly clicked and swung open from the other side. Time seemed to freeze. Their eyes met at the threshold, both filled with shock. Alan stood in the room, feeling awkward for a moment. Forcing a sheepish smile, he put his hands behind his back, like a child caught red-handed, and explained to the burly man at the door, I don't know what happened either. They just vanished all of a sudden, and the collar on my neck is gone too. I really don't know anything about it. The scene was almost comical, like a thief caught in the act by the house cat. You little brat, don't try any tricks, the burly man snarled, advancing menacingly, intent on subduing Alan first. Alan, however, kept his composure. In a flash, he raised his right hand, and a magnificent golden pistol appeared out of thin air. Without a shred of hesitation, he pulled the trigger, firing a bullet straight at the man. The gunshot rang out, thunderous within the confines of the storeroom. The burly man collapsed instantly, life extinguished. But that single gunshot immediately alerted everyone else in the auction house. Fighting through the discomfort in his body, Alan swiftly ran to the corpse, transporting it, along with every trace of blood on the wooden floor, into his inner world. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he muttered under his breath, "Guess this really is the perfect way to get rid of the evidence." Without pausing for long, he turned and dashed deeper into the storage room. When he reached the far wall, Alan pressed his right hand against the smooth surface. As his ability activated, a door gradually materialized before him. There was no time to marvel at the wonder of his powers. He pushed the door open and slipped through at once. The moment he passed, the door quietly melted back into the wall, as if it had never existed. On the other side of the storage room, he found himself at the edge of the auction house, free to escape. With the power of the door fruit, Alan extricated himself from danger with ease. Taking advantage of the empty surroundings, he reached out to his inner world. His figure faded, dissolving into thin air. Once he returned to his inner domain, Alan summoned the power of space and completely consumed the corpse he had just stowed away. A surge of pure life energy flowed through the space and into his body, making him keenly aware of his strength growing, bit by bit. Feeling this newfound power, a flicker of excitement danced in Alan's eyes. He whispered to himself, "So it really can be devoured. Looks like my guess was right." The idea of directly consuming a corpse was something Alan could never accept. Yet, thanks to the unique workings of his inner world, his revulsion was greatly lessened. He couldn't help but mock himself. "Isn't this just self-deception?" Then, with a wry smile, he added, "This man-eater setup really is a bit absurd." He tried to distract himself with muttered words, hoping to ease the weight of killing and disposing of bodies. Alan understood all too well that he would have to adapt quickly to a world soaked in bloodshed and violence. He possessed a powerful cheat ability, enough to keep him alive, but as someone who had once been just an ordinary web novelist, he still felt a deep-seated fear toward this unfamiliar environment. Only a solid grasp of the story's plot and the existence of his golden finger gave him a measure of comfort. He desperately wanted to grow stronger as soon as possible, to carve out a place for himself in this perilous world. That was why, when he suspected the existence of a devil fruit, Alan had resolved to risk everything. It had been about 10 days since he arrived in this world, and Alan knew it was now the year 1510 of the sea calendar, 10 years before Luffy would set sail. He hoped he could take part in those earth-shaking events that were destined to come. After all, how many transmigrators could resist the temptation of shining brightly in front of the world? With a helpless sigh, Alan mused, "Showing off seems to be second nature for those who travel between worlds, but I suppose I'd like to try it myself." He allowed his thoughts to wander for just a moment before forcing himself to focus, turning his attention to another gain. This time, his inner world had brought not only a boost in strength, but also the memories of that burly man. Those memories were stored deep within his inner domain, only to be accessed when Alan needed them, to avoid interfering with his own thinking. Although there wasn't much of real value in those recollections, he did acquire basic physical training methods and firearm skills, giving him a clearer understanding of the path to power in this world. Alan summoned the Anywhere door and closely observed the Black Panther pirate's ship. He noticed that the cabin where he had been imprisoned was now empty, so he slipped inside without making a sound. At this moment, the auction house must have already discovered their escape and realized that the treasures in the storeroom had also been taken. The auction had to be abruptly halted, yet there was no trace of the missing people to be found. Alan surmised that Black Panther Moors would not return to the pirate ship immediately, but would first discuss with the auction house staff how to hunt them down. He intended to use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the pirate ship, seeking revenge for his enslavement and being sold at auction. Meanwhile, Black Panther Moors was at the auction house, engaged in a heated argument with the staff. "How could they have disappeared? We delivered them to you, didn't we?" Moors roared furiously. "And what about my devil fruit? Don't tell me you've hidden it for yourselves and are trying to deceive me." The manager of the auction house fixed Moors with a cold stare, his voice low and steady. "Moors, mind your words. The Don Quixote family would never stoop to such things." Feeling the pressure, a cold sweat broke out on Moore's forehead. The reputation of the Don Quixote family forced him to calm down instantly. He stammered, "No, that's impossible. I only spoke out of urgency. I would never suspect the Don Quixote family." The manager merely let out a disdainful snort and turned to leave. Moores opened his mouth, but in the end, swallowed the rest of his words. With no choice, he led his subordinates back to his pirate ship. At that moment, Alan was gliding silently through the Black Panther pirate's ship, sword in hand. Using his powers, he slipped into each cabin, dealing with the pirates left on board one by one. By the time he had slain the 11th pirate, Black Panther Moores finally returned to the ship. "The captain's back. Everyone, get out here!" A pirate shrieked from the deck, his voice echoing in alarm. Without hesitation, Alan used his ability to vanish into his own safe space, disappearing without a trace. "Captain, it's bad. Someone's killing people on the ship." A pirate burst from below deck, panic-stricken, shouting the news. Moore's face darkened instantly. He seized the pirate by the collar and lifted him high off the ground, his voice a furious roar. "What did you say? You let someone sneak onto my ship while I was gone." In a fit of rage, Moore's left hand transformed into a Black Panther's claw, which he drove straight through the pirate's chest. The pirate cried out in agony, but no words came. His life was already slipping away. After venting his fury, Moore's gradually regained his composure. The tall, lanky pirate who had followed him back spoke up, his voice tense. "Captain, the killer might still be hiding somewhere on the ship." Morse pondered for a moment, then issued his order. "You're right. Everyone, search the place. Whoever catches the culprit will be handsomely rewarded." "Yes, Captain." Nearly 100 pirates on the ship sprang into action. Some rushed off to inspect the cabins, while others headed toward the shore to scour the surrounding area. Alan stared blankly at the pirates pouring out from below deck. They brandished all manner of weapons, some wielding knives, others raising guns, and even a few swinging, oddly shaped implements. He muttered to himself, "I guess it's normal for pirates to use things like water pipes as weapons. Nothing surprises me anymore." Quietly, he summoned the anywhere door, shot Black Panther Morse a fierce glare, and swore silently, "I'll be back one day." Then, with a wry smile, he thought, "Why does that line sound so familiar? I'm not some cartoon villain. I'm the real protagonist here. This is a tactical retreat, not cowardice." He comforted himself further. There are nearly 100 pirates out there, and a Panther ability user. I'll be no match for them. Retreating now is the smart move. Murmuring softly in front of the anywhere door, Alan gripped the handle. Once again, he saw countless tiny points of light glimmer across the door's surface. He finally chose the place he called home since childhood, Rose Island. As the door swung open, a familiar blue sky and a sea of flowers unfurled before his eyes. Alan was utterly captivated by the breathtaking view. Since his memories had awakened, he'd only seen such scenery in his mind's eye. Now, standing amidst this real flower field, the anxiety and restlessness that had plagued him for the past 10 days began to melt away, and he finally felt himself relax. He walked slowly through the blossoms, soaking in the serenity and beauty of nature. Beneath the azure sky, a few playful white clouds chased the sun, while purple, red, and white flowers dotted the ground, mingling in harmonious disarray. A herd of sika deer romped freely among the blooms. Alan wanted to recite a poem to express how he felt, but poetry was never his strong suit. All he could do was sigh inwardly, marveling at the splendor before him. Flower Island lay to the east of the Kingdom of Goa in the East Blue, a place blessed with a unique climate where flowers bloomed year-round in a riot of color. Its proximity to Windmill Village and the influence of Garp meant pirates rarely dared to disturb its peace. Life on the island was tranquil. Though they had to pay tribute to the Kingdom of Goa, the locals made a good living from floral honey and flower cakes, even attracting merchant ships to trade. Before his memories had awakened, Alan had once left the island with a merchant ship, eager to see the world beyond. Tragically, they were attacked by the Black Panther pirates. All the crew perished, and Alan was taken captive and forced into slavery. Thinking of this, a heaviness settled in his heart. He walked amid the flowers for a while, when suddenly a clear, lively voice called from behind. "Alan, didn't you already set sail?" Hearing that familiar voice, Alan couldn't help but turn around. Standing before him was a girl of about 13 or 14. She had short, deep purple hair, fair skin, and a pair of bright black eyes. Her lips were as red as cherries. Tucked by her ear was a vivid yellow rose, and she wore a simple white short-sleeved top paired with black pants. Her look was both adorable and carried a hint of spirited boldness. Jill. Alan recognized her instantly, and memories of her surfaced in his mind. The girl's full name was Jill Hera, his childhood companion. They had grown up together, as orphans on Flower Island, supporting each other through thick and thin. If any phrase could describe their bond, childhood sweethearts was the most fitting. Alan had no intention of hiding things from Jill. With a wry smile, he said, "I ran into some trouble at sea. It took a lot for me to make it back. I'm still too young and not strong enough yet, so I plan to train for a few more years. Once I have the strength, I'll set out again. And when that day comes, I swear I'll take you with me on an adventure." As he spoke, a look of longing appeared on Alan's face. In his previous life, he had spent many years alone. Now, to have such a beautiful, endearing companion who shared a deep bond with him, he was determined not to lose this rare and precious connection. Alan, did you run into danger? Are you hurt? Jill asked, her voice full of concern. I'm all right. Let me tell you everything, slowly. Alan reassured her. Then he recounted in detail everything that had happened to him over the past 10 days. As Alan spoke, Jill's expressions shifted with his story. When he described setting out to sea, her eyes sparkled with yearning. Hearing about the pirates, her face tensed with worry. When Alan was taken as a slave, she was full of heartache. And when she learned Alan had eaten a devil fruit and gained mysterious powers, her face lit up with joy and envy. Watching Jill's every reaction, Alan felt a warmth blossom in his heart. He realized that in this dangerous world, he was no longer alone. Having someone who cared and supported him brought him a deep sense of reassurance. At this moment, his feelings for Jill grew more genuine and sincere. What he felt was not simply the affection between a boy and a girl, but a profound friendship built on mutual care and support. Therefore, as Alan recounted his experiences, he held nothing back, except, of course, for the secret of his transmigration. He even disguised the existence of his inner world as a power granted by the devil fruit and told Jill about it. You were transported back from the Sabati archipelago? Devil fruits truly are a miracle of the sea. Their powers are incredible. Jill couldn't contain her excitement when Alan finished and exclaimed in awe. Can you take me to see your inner world? Or take me to visit the Sabati archipelago someday? She asked eagerly, holding onto his arm with anticipation. Seeing Jill act so playfully, Alan felt both warmth and a hint of helplessness that he smiled and agreed. All right, I'll take you to see my inner world. But as for the Sabati archipelago, that's not possible for now. I'm not strong enough yet, and there are too many dangers there. If we're not careful, we could easily end up captured and sold as slaves. Hearing this, Jill didn't insist further. As an orphan, she had long learned to stay cautious in the face of danger rather than act on impulse. She said to Alan, then let's go take a look at your inner world. That way, we'll have our own secret base. Seeing Jill's face light up with excitement, Alan merely shook his head gently and said nothing more. He raised his right hand and conjured a door. Out of thin air, a portal that could lead anywhere. Pushing it open, he turned to the astonished Jill and said, come on, let's go in together. With that, he took Jill's hand and stepped through the doorway. The moment they entered the inner world, Jill looked around and saw a barren, desolate landscape. A flicker of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly suggested, we could plant flowers here, bring a sea of blossoms into your inner world. Then this place would become beautiful. Alan smiled at her gently and agreed. All right, we'll do as you say. Suddenly, Jill noticed a group of people lying on the ground. She asked Alan in confusion, hey, who are those people? Did they escape with you too? Only then did Alan remember them. He glanced at the group, a little embarrassed, and replied to Jill, yes, it's them. I still haven't figured out what to do with them. We can't send them home, but if they reveal that I escaped from the auction house, Flower Island might get into trouble because of it. Hearing this, Jill felt troubled as well. Though she was an orphan, she had been cared for by the villagers all these years and felt a deep bond with the people of the island. She had never suffered discrimination or bullying, so naturally, she didn't want to bring trouble upon them. Sensing the heavy mood, Alan tried to distract Jill. He pointed to the pile of treasures and weapons stacked nearby and said, let's not worry about that for now. I brought back quite a lot of treasure and weapons this time. Do you want to pick something you like? As expected, Jill's eyes lit up in an instant. She glanced over the glittering treasures, but soon her attention was caught by the weapons. Her expression grew resolute as she walked to the weapon pile and picked up a beautifully crafted pistol. It was a golden pistol with a row of purple gemstones set into each side of the barrel, both elegant and perfectly fitted to her hand. Standing there with the ornate pistol in her grip, Jill radiated confidence, looking every bit like a gun-wielding heroine. Alan asked her in surprise, why not pick some jewels? Jill answered with firm resolve, I want to become stronger to help you. I don't want to be a burden. Then, with a playful wink, she added, besides, this gun is so beautiful. You can tell it's a real treasure at first glance. I've heard that famous swords all have names of their own. Could you help me give my pistol a name, too? As she finished speaking, she gazed at Alan with hopeful anticipation. Looking at the young girl before him, Alan felt a wave of warmth surge through his heart. He was deeply moved and filled with affection for her, and replied gently, all right, this gun is yours now. Let me think, what name would suit it best? After speaking, he glanced at Jill, memories from his previous life flickering through his mind. In that past life, he played a shooting game called Chronicles of the Gun God. There was a character in the game named Jill Hera, who also wielded a pair of powerful pistols and loved roses. Returning to the present, Alan noticed the rose Jill wore tucked beside her ear. With a smile, he said, "Let's call it Rose of Destiny. That name matches your rose perfectly." The name not only reminded him of the game's character, but also carried his hopes for Jill. He wished that she would become a true sharpshooter, a formidable force whose name would be spoken of with awe across the seas. Rose of Destiny, is it? I love it. That's the name. Jill's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her voice brimmed with longing and determination. I'll make sure its name resounds across the ocean, and that it becomes a legendary pistol known to the world. I'll grow even stronger. One day, I'll be the greatest sharpshooter there is. Seeing Jill's unwavering resolve, Alan grinned and encouraged her. Haha, go for it. I know you'll become the world's #1 sharpshooter. We'll become stronger together. After cheering each other on, the two began to sort through the treasures and weapons they had collected from their hidden trove. Wow, look at all this treasure. I wonder how many berries it's worth. Jill exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she sifted through the mountain of riches. Having grown up in poverty, she had never seen so many gold coins and jewels in her life. Clutching a pile of gold coins to her chest, her eyes seemed to glitter with golden light. Watching Jill succumb to the allure of treasure, Alan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. As orphans, they had always lived a hard life. It was only natural for her to react this way upon suddenly coming into such wealth. But what pleased Alan even more was seeing Jill break free from the temptation of riches, choosing instead to grow stronger so she could help those around her. Alan's gaze grew even more resolute. In his heart, he silently vowed to protect the girl beside him, to never let her come to harm. Once the treasure was sorted, they separated the gold coins, gems, and antiques into different piles. Then, they turned to the weapons. Inside were not only items from the auction house, but also arms that once belonged to the Black Panther. Pirates. Besides the Rose of Destiny that Jill had already claimed, they found 20 flintlock pistols, 30 katanas, 6 handguns, and a single long staff. Alan picked up a renowned sword from the auction house and noticed 2 characters etched into the hilt in the pirate world script, Sunblade. He couldn't help but grumble. Sunblade? It was strange enough when elements from Gun God Chronicles started showing up, but now Demon Slayer is getting mixed in too. He glanced at the unconscious victim nearby, and a plan began to form in his mind. He selected the 2 finest pistols, then gathered all the weapons and treasures, carefully stashing them at the edge of his inner world and hiding them from sight. Afterward, Alan and Jill walked over to the group of people who had fallen into a deep sleep. Moving cautiously, they removed the explosive collars from each person's neck and woke them, one by one. Where are we? Have we been rescued? Thank you. Thank you for saving us. The newly awakened people looked around in confusion. Then their faces softened with gratitude. Alan surveyed the noisy crowd before him, frowning slightly as he spoke. Everyone, please quiet down. Though still young, Alan carried an inherent authority within his inner world. The moment his words fell, a hush swept over the group. They felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, impossible to resist. Even the 3 men dressed as pirates, who had been about to curse, instinctively clamped their mouths shut and swallowed their words. Alan's gaze flickered over them, and he let loose an even more powerful wave of pressure. This is the aura of a conqueror. How can this be? He actually bears the mark of a king. One of the burly pirates muttered in disbelief, clearly shaken. The other 2 looked fearful and nervously took a step back. Seeing this, Alan allowed a faint, meaningful smile to cross his lips before withdrawing his gaze. He turned back to the crowd, his tone growing gentle. I've rescued you all from the auction house. Now, please act according to my instructions. If you wish to return home and reunite with your families, stand to the far right. If you have nowhere to go, please stand in the center. Those with special backgrounds, please move to the left for now. Within Alan's inner world, no one could defy his will, nor did anyone attempt to deceive him. They followed his directions swiftly, dividing themselves into 3 groups. Alan then looked at those on the right, the ones yearning to go home, and reminded them, tell her where your hometown is. I'll find a way to send you back. As he spoke, he nodded towards Jill and instructed her, Jill, please record everyone's hometowns for me so we can arrange their return. Jill nodded earnestly. All right, I'll remember everyone's information. Next, Alan turned his gaze toward the homeless man standing in the center and the peculiar figure to the left. There was a hint of resignation in his voice as he spoke. For the 2 of you, I have 2 options. First, I can arrange for you to travel to Lowtown. There's a Navy outpost there, and it's relatively safe. You'll be free to decide the course of your lives from then on. Second, you may choose to stay here and pledge your loyalty to me. I promise to protect you, teach you how to grow stronger, and grant you the power you seek. Take your time to consider this, and let me know your decision tomorrow. Once everything was arranged, Jill had finished organizing everyone's living information. Alan told everyone to rest easy inside the inner sanctuary, then left the place with Jill. The two of them, carrying the money they had taken from the Black Panther pirates, made their way to the island's small town. Their first stop was a high-end restaurant, where they enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Afterwards, they set out on a shopping spree, buying daily necessities and all that they would need for a comfortable life. The townsfolk were simple and kind-hearted. Everyone knew that Alan had recently gone to sea with a merchant ship and made a tidy sum, so their shopping went smoothly without any trouble. When all the shopping was done, Alan used a small cart to bring the goods back to the inner sanctuary and distributed them among the group. He also bought a house in town, laying the groundwork for their future life. Jill was so excited she bounced around the courtyard. In the past, they had only been able to live in a shabby wooden hut on the outskirts of town. Every time they passed this spacious manor, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Now, at last, this place had become their new home. The two of them carefully unpacked their purchases, putting everything neatly in its place. They even set aside a portion of the supplies in the inner sanctuary, just in case. Alan hid all the valuables there, as well, to avoid attracting greedy eyes and causing unnecessary trouble. So far, none of the people living in this space had realized that a veritable mountain of treasure was stashed not far from them. By the time they finished tidying up their new home, the sun had quietly slipped below the horizon and the moon was rising gently into the night sky. Alan and Jill lay side by side on a long bench in the courtyard, gazing up at the stars that sparkled above. The night breeze brushed past, sweeping away the weariness of the day. They chatted idly, sometimes exchanging looks and smiles, as if their hearts were drawing ever closer. The air was filled with warmth and a touch of romance. At dawn, a ray of sunlight spilled through the window, gently waking Alan from his sleep. He opened his eyes to find himself in a bright, tidy room and a comfortable bed. The sunlight made the house feel even warmer, filling him with a quiet joy. He caught the enticing aroma drifting through the air and knew at once that Jill had already risen to prepare breakfast for them. It's important to clarify that last night, the two of them simply returned to their own rooms to rest. Nothing ambiguous or suggestive happened between them. After a quick wash and change of clothes, Alan stood before the mirror, studying himself intently. He couldn't help but marvel. Clothes really do transform a person. The reflection staring back at him looked far more handsome than before. He recalled the outfit he used to wear, clothes that once belonged to a young nobleman on the ship. That young man, terrified of being robbed, had willingly swapped clothes with Alan, hoping that disguising himself as an ordinary passenger would help him avoid being kidnapped. But things did not go as planned. The nobleman still met his end at the hands of pirates. Alan, on the other hand, because of the noble's clothes and his fair complexion, was mistaken by the pirates for an aristocrat. Ironically, this led to him being treated as a slave to be sold, which allowed him to survive. Yet, after enduring a long captivity, those clothes were now tattered beyond repair and could no longer be worn. Alan composed himself, left his room, and headed to the dining room. There he saw Jill bringing breakfast to the table, and when she noticed him, she greeted him warmly, waving him over to eat. The scene was warm and natural, as if a wife were calling her husband to the table. For a moment, Alan's thoughts drifted far away, his heart filled with longing for this new life. After their first breakfast in the new home, Alan and Jill began discussing how to safely help the people inside the inner realm leave. The reason for the delay wasn't just a sense of responsibility. Having saved them, he felt obliged to see things through, but also because they wanted to quietly study these people's bodies, souls, and memories through the inner realm to better understand them. Of course, here's the revised excerpt from the novel. The real reason Alan hadn't rushed to complete this task was not a lack of intent, but rather that his control over his abilities was still immature. Acting too hastily or recklessly could cause lasting harm to those involved, something he was determined to avoid at all costs. What he was doing now was a cautious experiment. If he could fully decipher these abilities, he might even be able to alter their memories, wiping away any trace of his involvement in the affair. More importantly, if the experiment succeeded, he could potentially transfer certain devil fruit powers safely to others. This way, Jill too could possess multiple powers just as he did, making her even stronger. Alan planned to use this to attract more followers to his cause. What's more, he wondered, if the inner realm could grant powers, why couldn't it also leave unique marks on its members? This would not only help prevent betrayal, but in times of crisis, he could instantly bring them into the inner realm, greatly increasing their chances of survival. Alan, what are you thinking about? Jill's clear voice cut through Alan's reverie. Alan shook his head, thought for a moment, and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just pondering how to send the people from the inner realm back to their original world. I don't actually know where their hometowns are." Jill tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. "What should we do then?" she asked. Ellen gently patted Jill on the head, comforting her. "Don't worry. We'll find a way, one way or another." With those words, he summoned a dimensional doorway and led Jill with him into the inner world. Facing the assembled crowd inside, Ellen spoke up. "All right, it's time for you to make your choice. Will you leave on your own, or do you wish to follow me and serve by my side?" From the crowd, only a handful of people stepped forward. Seeing this, Ellen couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, thinking to himself, "Is my personal charm really that lacking? So few are willing to follow me." He looked over the 5 who had chosen to stay, a woman, a young girl with rabbit ears, and 3 others dressed in pirate garb. "Very well," Ellen said, "since you've chosen to follow me, you shall be rewarded accordingly." As he spoke, he waved his hand, using his powers to isolate himself and the 5 from the rest of the group. He continued, "I will place a special mark on each of you. With this, I'll always know where you are, and you'll be able to enter and leave this space freely." With that, Ellen drew upon his mastery of space, conjuring 5 runes and merging each one deep into the souls of the 5 followers. As the marks fused with their beings, Ellen gained complete control over them. Should they betray him, he could erase them from existence within this inner world and absorb their strength to empower himself. This was the source of his confidence in accepting them. But the marks did more. They allowed these 5 to act as scouts for the inner world, recording the coordinates of every place they set foot. In the future, Ellen would be able to travel instantly to any of these locations using his portal, vastly improving his efficiency and solving the problem of his current inability to leave frequently. This, too, provided a practical solution for sending others out of the inner world when the time came. Now, Ellen gathered 5 spheres of green light within the space, a concentrated essence of life energy he'd collected earlier, after defeating several pirates in battle. He wanted to test if this energy could be safely absorbed by others, without any side effects. "These are gifts for you, life energy that will strengthen your bodies and enhance your training," Ellen explained simply. With that, he sent a sphere of energy into each of the 5. Almost at once, all 5 felt a gentle warmth surge through their bodies. The energy repaired long-standing internal injuries, nourished every cell, and left them feeling light, strong, and reborn, as if they had shed an old skin and become new once more. Their faces lit up with surprise and gratitude, clearly relieved by the wisdom of their choice. The 3 men, who had once been pirates, bowed deeply and spoke in unison. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." The other 2 quickly followed their example, bowing low to Alan as they echoed, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." Alan waved a hand dismissively and said, "Enough, there's no need for such formality. Now why don't you introduce yourselves?" A tall, powerfully built pirate stepped forward and spoke first. "Young Master, the 3 of us were members of the Blood Wolf pirate crew. Our fleet was completely wiped out by the Navy on the Grand Line, and only the 3 of us managed to escape by sheer luck, only to fall into the hands of slavers. My name is Uvalan. I was the crew's boxer, skilled in the tiger fist techniques passed down in my family." As Uvalan finished, a lanky man took a step forward and said, "Young Master, my name is Kitai Kazuo. I served as the ship's sharpshooter." Alan looked at Kitai Kazuo, recalling that when he first awakened his memories, it was Kazuo who'd warned him from the shadows not to alert the guards. Perhaps it was a sniper's instinct. No matter the circumstances, even after capture, he'd always remained hidden and vigilant. The last of the pirates stepped up to introduce himself. "Young Master, my name is Tokugawa Mitsutomo. I am a swordsman." His voice was cool and his gaze as sharp as a drawn blade, the very air around him exuding an icy edge. Alan thought to himself that Tokugawa's presence reminded him a great deal of Zoro, back when he'd first set out to sea. As Alan pondered this, a gentle voice drew him back to the present. "Young Master, I am Belsane. I was once a doctor on Drum Island. The merchant ship I sailed on was attacked by pirates, and I was taken captive to be sold at auction." At this point, her expression darkened, as though she were reliving an unpleasant memory. "Don't worry, that's all behind you now. It's time to look forward." Jill, seeing Belsane's distress, stepped up quickly to comfort her. Finally, a girl with short blue fur and long ears stepped forward. She spoke quietly, My name is Lana Lon. I come from the Furry Kingdom, and I am a member of the Mink tribe. I left home to become stronger, to protect my people, but I was tricked by pirates from a slaver ship and ended up in the auction house. Her voice trailed off. She bowed her head and began to sob softly, still caught in the grip of fear and despair from her capture. Alan was her savior. It was because of him that she now trusted and chose to follow this human. Jill, noticing Belsane's sadness, gently took her hand and offered comfort. The three girls soon broke through the walls between them, drawing closer together and lightening the mood considerably. Before long, their spirits had lifted. Seeing this, Alan spoke up. Uva, Lan, the three of you all have seafaring experience. I plan to send you all to the shores of the Goa Kingdom. Once there, each of you will find a ship and head to a different destination, as listed on this sheet of paper. At the same time, gather some information about the sea for me. Although you have some influence in the East Blue, you must keep a low profile and avoid causing any major disturbance. Furthermore, I have no fondness for pirates. I can overlook what you did in the past, but from this moment on, you are forbidden to harm innocent civilians. If you do, I will not spare you. With that, he handed the three of them a piece of paper with the addresses written on it. These addresses were carefully compiled by Gil the previous night, each one corresponding to the hometown of a member from the inner world. The three accepted the instructions nervously, replying, "Young master, we will do our utmost and will never harm any civilians." Compared to these three tools, Alan was more concerned about Belsane and Lana Blue. During the process of merging the spatial marks, the inner world had already parsed their memories and talents, so Alan was now well aware of the pirates' past deeds. The three had once followed the Blood Wolf pirates, participating in many acts of ruthless plundering. Therefore, Alan did not trust them. He kept only the necessary means of control before sending them out to gather information. Belsane and Lana Blue, however, were different. Belsane was a doctor, while Lana Blue had chosen to go to sea in order to grow stronger and protect her homeland. Their values aligned more closely with Alan's, and he saw far greater potential in them. Turning to the two women, Alan spoke gently. "You may stay with us for the time being. Belsane, you will act as our maid, responsible for our daily needs. Lana Blue, as a member of the Mink tribe, you might attract the attention of pirates if you appear outside. For now, stay in the inner world and help me manage things here. You can also train. This environment will help you improve your abilities." The two bowed respectfully in response. "As you command." After arranging matters for his 5 subordinates, Alan sent Uva and the other 2 to the Sabeti archipelago, then settled Belsane in their newly purchased manor. Lastly, he turned to the rabbit-eared girl who remained. "Lana, I need you to stay here in the inner world for now. Help manage the others, keep everyone calm, and wait patiently for my instructions. Don't let yourself become complacent. Make good use of this time to train." As soon as he finished speaking, Alan waved his right hand. In the blink of an eye, everyone was back in the inner world. He addressed them. "You'll stay here for now. I'll send you some supplies shortly. Lana will be in charge of management. Please follow the rules. It won't be long before you can all leave." With these arrangements complete, Alan pointed at Lana Blue, channeling the power of the inner world to grant her a temporary boost. This surge of power allowed Lana to receive the support of the inner world for a short time. Before anyone else could react, the protagonist had already taken Jill and left the inner world. At that moment, Lana Blue, the rabbit-eared girl who remained inside, immediately sensed the changes brought by this blessing. She could clearly perceive every subtle part of her body. Her mind felt extraordinarily sharp, and her ability to learn improved dramatically. In a low, astonished voice, Lana murmured, "So this is what it feels like to boost learning efficiency within the inner world? It seems I made the right choice. As long as I work hard, I'll definitely gain the power to protect everyone." Meanwhile, in the real world, Alan stood in the courtyard, pondering how to begin the training. With a single thought, he summoned the inner world and recalled the various memories he had recently gathered. He began extracting all the methods for training in marksmanship, physical techniques, and swordsmanship from his mind. Noticing the change in Alan's expression, Jill realized he was sorting through information. She pulled Belle over to sit quietly by his side and waited patiently. Soon, Alan had sifted through the tangled web of memories and clarified the information he needed. The knowledge came not only from Uva, Lan, and their companions, but also from Lana Blue's own insights, and even included the combat experiences of the Black Panther pirate crew members he had once defeated. He also organized Belsane's medical skills, along with a vast array of other knowledge. Alan divided everything into 6 main categories: marksmanship, physical techniques, swordsmanship, medicine, cooking, and academics. The first 5 were practical skills, directly related to becoming stronger and surviving, while the last, academics, encompassed theoretical knowledge, biology, medicine, physics, chemistry, and even navigation. After sorting all the knowledge, Alan slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, it was as if countless fragments of knowledge had flashed through his mind, giving him a scholarly air he hadn't had before. Though he hadn't fully mastered all the content, he now possessed much new insight. He could truly be called well-learned. He turned his gaze to Jill and Belle, who were quietly conversing nearby, and said, "Jill, it's time for us to begin training." Jill looked a little puzzled. "Right now? How are we going to train?" Alan nodded. "That's right, we'll start now. We'll begin with the basics and build a solid foundation. I'll have you start with introductory swordsmanship, marksmanship, and physical techniques, and then we'll focus on strengthening whichever area suits your talents best. Plus, I'll grant you the blessing of the inner world and give you access to the any gate." Hearing this, Jill's face lit up with excitement. She sprang to her feet, cheering, "This is amazing! Alan, you're the best!" Alan smiled, raising his right hand as a faint, silvery portal shimmered into existence. He gently sent the image of the portal into Jill's body. Jill seemed to have gotten her hands on a brand new toy. With delight sparkling in her eyes, she summoned the anywhere door again and again, teleporting back and forth between the ends of the courtyard, her face brimming with joy and anticipation. If needed, the details could be tweaked to fit the characters or plot more closely. Watching the scene unfold before him, Alan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth in amusement. Fortunately, the anywhere door drew its energy from his inner world, consuming barely anything. Otherwise, with the way Jill was using it, he would have collapsed from exhaustion already. In truth, Alan could have simply handed the Doorfruit's lost seed over to Jill, granting her the same power. Yet he didn't wish for Jill's life path to be set in stone so early on. With the support of his inner world, Alan could pursue a path of versatility, something he deeply yearned for. Ordinary people might have to make choices and sacrifices, but as a transmigrator, he naturally wanted to have it all. He dreamed of becoming the most knowledgeable, most versatile transmigrator, the brightest star in this world. Of course, he didn't mean to undervalue specializing in a single field. Rather, there were simply too many things he wanted to explore. More importantly, with his inner world, he had the potential to acquire multiple fruit abilities in this realm. In his previous life, Alan had spent most of his time immersed in studying books, compared to warriors who relied solely on brute strength. He aspired to be a scholar warrior, one who combined wisdom and power. In the future, he longed to truly achieve omniscience and omnipotence. He had never wanted to be a reckless fighter. Instead, he chose to follow his heart and become a quiet yet profound seeker, someone who could, every now and then, reveal his strength before the protagonist. That was his ideal path. As for Jill, Alan hoped she would be free to choose the path best suited to her as she grew, rather than having everything predetermined for her. He didn't want Jill to be his subordinate. He wanted her to become a partner capable of standing on her own. Though he admitted, deep down, he still hoped Jill might one day become his wise and supportive companion. Alan shook his head, casting off these wandering thoughts. Just then, he noticed Jill looking at him with a hint of dissatisfaction, her bright eyes making him feel a little uneasy. "Ahem, I've already finished drawing up the training plan. Let's get started," he said quickly, steering the conversation away, and led Jill out of the room to begin a new day of training. From that day forward, Alan and Jill officially embarked on their journey of cultivation. Every morning, they would go for a run together to build up their physical strength. In the afternoons, they focused on the fundamentals of swordsmanship and marksmanship. When evening came, Alan would teach everyone all sorts of knowledge he remembered from his past life. By the time training ended each day, they were completely worn out, collapsing onto the sofa, barely able to move. Thankfully, Belle was there to look after them. She prepared their meals and gave them relaxing massages every day, allowing them to train without a care in the world. Belle thoroughly enjoyed this fulfilling life. With Alan bestowing upon the three of them the power of his inner world, their learning and training became far more effective. Many new discoveries in medicine and biology, especially theories about genetics, opened Belle's eyes to a whole new realm of knowledge. In just one short month, her medical skills improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, Belle never neglected her own training. She focused on honing her marksmanship and deepening her medical expertise. Compared to Alan and Jill, she was often in even better spirits each day. After all, her main responsibility was to heal, not to fight on the front lines. Jill, too, underwent a remarkable transformation. Her body grew more flexible and agile, and she displayed an extraordinary talent for both swordplay and marksmanship, quickly mastering the basics. Yet, because her body had not yet fully matured and her constitution was different as a woman, her progress in physical combat lagged behind. Alan's growth, however, was the most striking. Though his physical strength did not increase dramatically, his proficiency with both sword and gun became highly refined. At the same time, he made a qualitative breakthrough in developing the power of the door fruit. Now, he could sense the connection between this world and another dimension, opening gateways in the very air and stepping into that alternate space. This otherworldly dimension shimmered green, reminiscent of Doctor Strange's mirror realm in the Marvel Universe. Within it, Alan could observe the outside world, move freely, and exit back into reality at any location he chose. As he delved deeper into the mysteries of the door fruit, Alan discovered that his inner world was constantly expanding, with the laws of space becoming more sophisticated. He realized that his greatest advantage was an innate ability to comprehend and extrapolate the very rules of space. Each new insight and refinement of these laws would, in turn, nourish the growth of his inner world, gradually bringing it closer to becoming a true universe of its own. As this space matured, Alan's capacity for understanding grew in tandem, creating a virtuous cycle that made him ever stronger and more versatile. This path allowed him to glimpse the possibility of becoming truly omniscient and omnipotent. Meanwhile, over the past month, Uva, Lon, and a third companion have been sailing the seas in a small boat, traveling from place to place. They not only purchased ample supplies of meat, medicinal herbs, and training equipment for Alan and the others, but also gathered intelligence on the major powers of the East Blue and the Grand Line. In addition, they delivered the bodies of defeated pirates and sea kings into Alan's inner world, providing life energy to help strengthen Alan and his companions. Alan never exploited them excessively. Each time resources were acquired, he would set aside a tenth and distribute it evenly among the three, directly, enhancing their physical strength. Over the course of a month, the three of them experienced a tremendous boost in vitality, and their strength grew noticeably. Uva and Lan, both already adept in martial arts, gained even greater power through repeated enhancements, reaching the level of a Navy Rear Admiral. In fact, during a fierce battle with a formidable foe, Uva managed to awaken, for the first time, the rudiments of armament hockey. Through careful observation and experimentation within the inner world, Alan also deepened his understanding of the essence of armament. Hockey, it arises from the perfect harmony between physical strength and unwavering willpower. When body and spirit are fused to a certain threshold, it unlocks a unique energy hidden within the human form. It is precisely this fusion of personal resolve and power that allows armament hockey to strike even those with Logia abilities who can otherwise transform their bodies into elemental forms. Although the enhancements of the inner world could rapidly increase their combat prowess, Alan, Jill, Belsain, and Lonalon within the inner world never became overly dependent on the shortcut. Instead, they preferred to use the life energy to heal lingering wounds and restore stamina, rather than simply chasing after raw power. Their main reliance on the inner world's force was to improve the efficiency of their learning and training. Every bit of progress was earned through hard work and dedication. This was because Uva, Lan, and the others had nearly reached the limits of their potential and could only maintain their strength through external means. For Alan and his companions, however, the journey had just begun. They stood at the threshold of endless growth. Laying a solid foundation was crucial for them. Only with firm roots could their future progress be both swift and steady. As the ancient texts say, a towering tree begins as a tiny sprout. A soaring building rises from its foundation. Even the longest journey starts with the first step. Though their world differed in style from the world of seafaring adventure, this truth applied to both. It was much like Luffy, whose indomitable defense and vitality allowed him to endure battles against far stronger foes. His resilience was forged by Garp's harsh training during his childhood, giving him an unshakable foundation, so that ordinary attacks were little more than scrapes to him. On this particular day, beside a sea of flowers, two young men were sparring with intensity. Jill suddenly stamped the ground and charged at Alan, swinging his sword down with force. Alan shifted his body to the side, deftly dodging the blow. Sensing this, Jill twisted his wrist, sweeping the blade horizontally. Alan parried with his own sword and, in the same motion, aimed a kick at Jill. Jill quickly retreated, evading the strike. After 2 steps back, he drew in his sword, gripped the hilt with both hands, and lunged forward in a powerful thrust. Alan deflected the attack with his blade, and as Jill's balance faltered, Alan closed in swiftly, pressing his sword to Jill's neck. Jill's stern expression melted into one of wounded disappointment as she pleaded, Oh, come on. Why do I lose to you every single time? Can't you just let me win once? Seeing Jill's sudden display of petulance, Alan couldn't help but smile wryly. He sheathed his long blade and said, training is something we need to take seriously. Even the smallest mistake could lead to a huge defeat. If we don't practice earnestly now, we'll be easily exploited by strong opponents in the future. To be honest, you've already made remarkable progress. Just over a month of training has made a real difference. Lon and the others have finished collecting all the coordinates. It's time for us to send everyone in the inner world back to their homes. On the way, how about we visit Lowtown and Windmill Village for a little break? As Alan reassured Jill, he shared his plan ahead for Lowtown. That's wonderful. I absolutely want to go, Jill exclaimed, instantly brightening. She threw her arms around Alan's arm, her voice ringing with excitement. Alan ruffled her hair affectionately and said, go get ready. Put on something simple so we don't draw too much attention. Okay, I'll go right now, Jill replied cheerfully, and without hesitation, she summoned a portal and disappeared home. Watching her vanish, Alan chuckled helplessly, then headed home himself to prepare. Half an hour later, the two of them were ready and stepped into the inner world. Alan's expression turned serious as he addressed the assembled crowd. Everyone, today you're free to leave. Please line up and pass through this door one by one. You'll be sent directly to your destination. With that, he summoned a portal, sending each person home according to the address they provided. For those with nowhere to go, he sent them all to Lowtown. As he bid farewell to the last group, Alan deliberately manipulated the inner world, altering their memories, erasing every trace of himself and his companions, their faces and names wiped from memory. The only thing anyone would recall was being rescued from the auction house, the events of the past month, and nothing more. They would have no idea who had saved them, nor where these people had come from. Alan hoped this would minimize any potential risks in the future. Once the last group had departed, Alan and Jill found themselves at the outskirts of Lowtown. Having grown up in the countryside, Jill was stepping into a big city for the first time. Everything on the bustling streets fascinated her, and she gazed around in wide-eyed wonder, taking in every new sight. Alan, noticing her excitement, was happy to indulge her curiosity, leading her from shop to shop throughout the city. Since they were just two children, the shopkeepers didn't shoo them away, allowing them to wander and explore to their heart's content. Meanwhile, Alan quietly took the opportunity to use the inner world to analyze all the new things he encountered. Ever since he'd gained the ability to open portals freely in the real world, the influence of the inner world over reality had grown even stronger. He now possesses the ability to analyze everything within a 2-meter radius around him and can extend his inner world to cover this space. Within this range, he wields power far beyond that of an ordinary major general. This is precisely why he dares to leave Flower Island with Jill and venture into the outside world with such confidence. As his analysis of reality deepens, the harmony between his inner world and the real world grows, and the influence of his power gradually expands as well. Ellen has named this mysterious ability Domain. Inside this domain, the 2 meters surrounding him feel like his own private world. And as his understanding of reality increases, the boundaries of his domain will continue to widen. Suddenly, he recalls a line from a legendary swordsman in another world. Within 3 feet of me, this space belongs to me alone. For Ellen, these 2 meters around him are already his world. The thought fills him with a sense of pride, as well as the satisfaction of having acquired yet another unique power. Quickly, Ellen refocuses on the matter at hand. He doesn't need to consciously control the process of analysis. His inner world will automatically carry it out, requiring only a single command from him. Nor does he blindly analyze everything at once. Instead, he proceeds selectively and gradually. Otherwise, the energy accumulated in his inner world would soon be depleted. As the two of them stroll along, they visit shop after shop, taking in the sights. Eventually, they arrive at a weapons store in the town. Jill, full of enthusiasm, browses the displays, admiring the various swords and firearms with great interest. Ellen, meanwhile, seems to remember something and begins pacing thoughtfully around the shop. When he approaches a pile of discarded blades, he senses, thanks to his extraordinary awareness, a sword that stands apart from the rest. This blade is called the 3rd-generation Kitetsu, a legendary demon sword. Both the tip and the end of its hilt bear ornate decorations, while the cross-shaped guard adds to its character. Though its appearance is unassuming at first glance, the details reveal exquisite craftsmanship. The rayskin handle and intricate wrappings are especially fine. The blade measures 88 centimeters in length and 1.7 centimeters in width. Yet what makes it truly remarkable is the presence of its own consciousness. According to legend, during its forging, a blood ritual created an evil spirit bound within the blade. This malevolent will exert a powerful influence over anyone who wields it. It's said that unless the wielder gains the approval of the sword spirit, the so-called blade soul, the Kitetsu will ultimately consume them with its wicked intent, sometimes even costing them their life. This is the origin of its infamous reputation as a demon sword. It is believed that the first and second generations of Kitetsu possess similar qualities. To master a demon blade like Kitetsu, one must either possess overwhelming strength, like the sword masters among the five elders, or, like Zoro, earn the recognition of the blade spirit. Otherwise, a grim fate awaits. Ellen can feel the energy of his inner world draining rapidly as he analyzes the sword, but soon enough, he has completely unraveled the mysteries of the third-generation Kitetsu. That he not only gained a thorough understanding of the structure of this enchanted blade and mastered its forging techniques, but he even unraveled the secrets of nurturing a sword spirit by analyzing the soul within the blade. A glimmer of delight flickered in Alan's eyes, yet he quickly concealed his emotions so that no one around him would notice. Over the past month, Alan's inner world had been constantly absorbing the remnants of corpses, accumulating a vast amount of resentment and malice. This was precisely why he chose to absorb only the life force, rarely touching the soul energy itself. After all, he had yet to find a way to cleanse the resentment and corruption that clung to souls. As these negative energies continued to build up, Alan worried. They might gradually taint his inner world and, in turn, affect his own temperament, making him cold or even driving him toward madness. His inner world was intimately bound to his very life. It was the source of his power and his innate gifts, not some convenient spatial tool that could be set aside. His emotions and perceptions shaped the inner world, just as changes within that world would inevitably shape him in return. If the buildup of negative energy were left unchecked, it could one day give rise to inner demons, plunging him into the depths of rage and insanity. Among the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, wielder of the soul fruit, frequently displayed bouts of utter madness, likely a consequence of her constant consumption of souls. When a soul becomes tainted, the very nature of a person can be twisted beyond recognition. In truth, Linlin had once been a radiant and beautiful young woman. Her current monstrous form a stark contrast to her former self. Ultimately, all these troubles stem from the fact that Alan's power had not yet reached its peak, and his inner world was still incomplete. Just as in the universe all things are interwoven with both light and darkness, negative energy is an intrinsic part of Kreisischen. A truly perfected world would allow light and shadow to flow in endless cycles, continuously balancing and transforming into one another. Only then could negative energies be transformed by the world's own rules into the very source of life and power. Of course, the following passage has been adapted according to your instructions, optimizing the logic and semantics of the story while preserving its core plot, character dynamics, and emotional resonance. The style is tailored for translation and modern narrative conventions. Beginnings are always the hardest. I'm still at the very start of my journey. But one day, I will stand atop the world and gaze down upon all living things. In that moment, a subtle shift took place deep within Alan's heart. He was poised on the brink of personal growth, yet, burdened by a tangled web of thoughts, he ultimately failed to complete this spiritual transformation. Alan was unaware that he had just missed a crucial opportunity for growth. His attention was now wholly captured by the discoveries he had made while analyzing the Sandai Kitetsu, a revelation that offered a solution to the hidden dangers he faced. That solution was to forge a magical blade of his own, one that could channel, refine, and seal away all his negative energies. In this way, he would no longer have to fear these dark forces corroding his inner world, and he would gain a weapon that would grow stronger alongside him. A bold idea sparked in Alan's mind. He recalled the legendary swords he had read about in fantasy novels, like the immortal slaying sword formation that absorbed the very essence of heaven and earth, rendering its wielder invincible, or the unforgettable Thousand Blade, Demon Sword, and the Frost Edge Sword from animated tales. These legendary weapons filled him with longing. Yet, such marvels existed only in the realm of imagination. Now, he could rely only on himself to forge a weapon truly his own. After analyzing the secrets of the third-generation Muramasa, Alan strolled nonchalantly toward the section of shop where an array of exquisitely crafted swords and firearms were displayed, continuing to study their construction and forging techniques. If he wished to create a weapon of legend, he needed to master even more knowledge and methods of smithing. With this goal in mind, he made his way to the shopkeeper, quietly scanning and analyzing the man's forging skills without attracting any attention. Having acquired these new techniques in utter silence, Alan left the weapons shop in high spirits, Jill by his side. "Alan, did you discover something? Why do you seem so cheerful all of a sudden?" Jill asked curiously as they walked along. Though Alan's expression remained calm, Jill, who knew him well, sensed a subtle change in his mood. Alan glanced at Jill, reined in his excitement, and quietly activated his domain, enclosing their conversation within a private space. Then, in a low voice, he said, "It's a devil fruit. I learned from the shopkeeper's memories that there's a hidden treasure near Lowtown, and it's very likely to contain a devil fruit." He continued, his tone tinged with admiration. "I didn't expect the owner of this weapons shop to be so resourceful, able to ferret out such well-kept secrets. It seems he's been searching for this devil fruit all along." "A devil fruit? Could such a treasure really exist?" Jill stared at Alan in astonishment. Then, with a hint of disappointment, added, "If the shopkeeper has been searching for so long without success, how are we supposed to find it?" Alan merely smiled mysteriously, choosing not to explain further. Without another word, he led Jill out of Lowtown. Under Jill's expectant gaze, Alan didn't offer much explanation. After leaving Lowtown, the two of them slipped unnoticed into a secluded corner and entered the inner world. Just as they were departing Lowtown, a small boat was quietly approaching an unnamed island nearby. Concealed beneath a hooded cloak, a shadowy figure. On the boat rasped, "At last, we're here. Who would have thought that Rishi's grandfather was once a great pirate? No wonder he's so arrogant." Inside the inner world, Jill asked eagerly, "Come on, you can tell me now. Alan, how are you going to find a devil fruit?" Alan smiled and said, "Remember what I told you? Before we left the Sabeti archipelago, I killed a few members of the Black Panther pirates." Jill suddenly understood. "So, one of them knew where the treasure was hidden?" Alan nodded. "Exactly. There was a pirate named Rishi. His grandfather used to be a great pirate, and he left a treasure in Lowtown. At first, I thought it was just a tall tale. After all, who would hide treasure in a place like Lowtown? Even if there were treasure, you'd expect pirates or the Navy to have dug it up long ago. But to my surprise, it's still there, and it's a real hoard." He paused for a moment, then sighed. "And it turns out the owner of that weapons shop, his ancestors might have been part of that same pirate crew. That's why he knew there was a devil fruit and a mountain of riches hidden there." This realization made Alan a bit more wary. Comics are one thing, reality another. Because he wasn't familiar with Rishi's grandfather's crew, he'd assumed they were just small-time pirates with nothing but a bit of loot and hadn't paid much attention. If not for the memories he'd glimpsed from the weapons shop owner, he might have missed the devil fruit entirely and lost a great opportunity. A person's abilities are always limited, especially in the world of pirates. There will always be things you can't keep track of. With these thoughts in mind, Alan began to form new plans for what was to come. Pushing those thoughts aside for now, Alan led the excited Jill through the anywhere door to an unnamed island. He had to thank the efforts of Uva and the others over the past month. They traveled far and wide, recording coordinates, especially around Flower Island, the Goa Kingdom, and Lowtown. With teleportation, their pace had been astonishingly fast. Upon arriving on the island, Alan called out Lana, the rabbit-eared girl who had been training. There was no one else on the island, so he brought her out for a change of scenery. Otherwise, it really would have felt like she was imprisoned inside the inner world. Alan took a good look at Lana. She was much stronger than before. Her short blue fur looked even sleeker. Her figure was tall and straight, and she held a long sword that gleamed with an icy, forbidding light. Iceblade Master, Blue Rabbit. A familiar figure from his past life flashed through Alan's mind. Aside from the difference in weapon, everything else about her was strikingly similar, if it weren't for the memories he'd collected, and the information from Uva and the other two, which confirmed for him that this world was purely one of pirates. He would have suspected that he'd entered some bizarre fusion universe. The three of them searched for treasure with great enthusiasm, unaware that a tall figure had quietly set foot on the island's edge, bringing danger in its wake. A cold gleam flashed through the air, and a wolf's head slowly tumbled from its neck. By now, the trio's clothes were already tattered, and their weapons were gripped tightly in their hands. With the treasure map from their memories, Alan and the others followed the directions, making their way toward the hidden hoard. However, the three were inexperienced youths, utterly new to the wilds, and found themselves endlessly outwitted by the jungle's beasts, ambushed at every turn. If the island's creatures had been anything but ordinary animals, the three would likely have been wounded long ago. Yet, as time passed, they gradually adapted to the rhythm of the jungle, learning to spot lurking threats in advance and dispatching the beasts with minimal effort. Their pace picked up, and before long, they reached the treasure's resting place. It lay at the heart of the island, surrounded on three sides by dense, leafy trees, with a low stone hill at their backs. A massive boulder loomed before them, blocking the entrance to a cave. The treasure was hidden just beyond, inside the cavern behind the rock. Alan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. As expected of a grand pirate's treasure grotto, straightforward and brutal. If you have the strength to move this boulder, the loot is yours. If you don't, you might as well stop dreaming. And among all the seas, there are precious few who could manage such a feat for someone like Li Shi or the weapon shop owner, even if they found this place. Claiming the treasure would be no simple task. Just as the three began to cheer in excitement, a dark shadow darted from the woods, lunging straight for Lana's back. A sudden sense of danger surged in all three. Lana had no time to turn around and could only throw herself to the ground, rolling aside to dodge. Jill, close by, drew his pistol, Fate's Rose, firing at the shadow while hastily retreating backward. Alan, meanwhile, summoned his Sunblade and charged at breakneck speed toward the shadow and Lana. All three recognized at once that their attacker's strength far surpassed their own. A silent agreement passed between them. They would have to fight side by side. But Lana was a heartbeat too slow. In a blur, the shadow struck, and three vivid lines of blood spurted from Lana's back. A tall figure, draped in a cloak, appeared in their midst. At that very moment, Alan and Jill had only just managed to draw their weapons, facing down the menacing shadow. It was fast, far too fast, and the gap in their strength was overwhelming. A wave of dread, the chill of death, and the murderous intent emanating from their foe crashed down on both of them, leaving them momentarily stunned. Lana, meanwhile, slowly collapsed to the ground and slipped into unconsciousness. The dark figure hadn't struck a fatal blow. After all, the Mink tribe still fetched a high price at the auction houses, especially those with a certain level of strength. What's more, this was a rabbit-eared girl, someone perfectly suited to satisfy the twisted appetites of the nobles. The reason for attacking her first was not just because she appeared to be the strongest, but also to prevent her from escaping. As Alan came to his senses, he finally recognized the tall silhouette standing in the sunlight. With great difficulty, he spoke, "Captain of the Black Panther pirates, Black Panther Moors." Beside him, Jill's body also trembled, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he stared at the shadowy figure. Moors, meanwhile, regarded Alan with a mocking smile and said, "So it's you, kid? Ha ha ha. Why don't you tell me? How did you escape from the auction house? And how did you know the treasure was hidden here?" As his voice echoed out, the murderous aura in the air grew heavier and heavier, pressing down on Alan and Jill as if it would crush them. They struggled to raise their weapons, pointing them at Moors, a gesture that needed no words. Moors eyed the long blade in Alan's hand, giving it a once-over before saying, "Oh, a sunblade, is it? Looks like you made quite a haul at the auction house. But all of that is going to belong to me now. That's the only way I can make up for my losses, and maybe even walk away with a trove of new treasures." Ha ha ha. Like a classic villain, Moors looked upon Alan and his companions as prey already within his grasp. The predatory instincts of his panther fruit, a feline's urge to toy with its quarry, made him all the more talkative as he thirsted to see the look of despair on Alan's face and torment his spirit. "Your escape cost me dearly, you know. But while I was on my ship, I came across Li Shi's diary. It had a record that his grandfather left a treasure right here. Ha ha ha. His grandfather was a legendary figure back in the day, renowned across the Grand Line. Whatever he left behind will more than make up for what I've lost. Your appearance has only made this treasure hunt more complete. I promise. I'll give you a warm welcome." Alan stared intently at Moors, remaining silent. At the same time, his mind reached into his inner world, channeling life energy to Lana, helping to heal her injuries. Moors grinned darkly, saying, "Not talking, are you? You think you can keep your secrets from me forever? I'll pry your mouth open, little by little." As he spoke, he advanced toward Alan and Jill, his presence intensifying with every step, trying to break through their mental defenses and drive them to the brink of collapse, torturing their spirits. While Moors pressed his oppressive aura upon them, Alan's mind began an unfinished transformation under the spiritual assault. Back in Lowtown, he had already brushed up against the opportunity for this change, but too many distracting thoughts had held him back. Even so, a seed had been planted deep within his soul. Now, faced with Moors's murderous intent and the peril of life and death, the fear of dying and the desperate will to survive focused Alan's mind to a razor's edge. All extraneous thoughts vanished from his mind, leaving only the singular desire to stay alive that in this moment. A new transformation began within Alan's soul, while subtle changes also took place in both his body and spirit. The potential he sensed during his union with the inner world now surged forth, and Alan's consciousness was instantly immersed in a realm of emptiness, A boundless space filled with memories from his previous life, recollections from the first half of his current life, and countless scenes that flooded his mind. He saw himself in his past life, studying diligently in hopes of changing his destiny. He felt again the bitter disappointment when the girl he secretly loved fell into someone else's arms. He relived the days of weary struggle through society, weighed down by unfulfilled ambitions and frustration. The scenes shifted, and now he witnessed his own birth amidst a sea of flowers. He saw the days he and Jill relied on each other to survive. He saw himself brimming with hope and energy after regaining his memories. This new life over the past month had filled him with hope for the future. His path ahead was bright. He could not allow it to end here. As his will to survive grew stronger, the transformation of his spirit became even more powerful. Unbeknownst to him, while he was lost in his memories, unexpected changes were also unfolding in the outside world. Just as Morse's oppressive figure drew close to Alan, Alan's eyes suddenly turned a ghostly white. In a blur, he appeared at Morse's side, his sunblade glinting with reflected sunlight as he swung it toward Morse's neck. A flicker of surprise crossed Morse's grim face, as if he hadn't expected Alan to move so quickly. In an instant, Morse's hands turned pitch black, transforming into a pair of razor-sharp leopard claws that gleamed coldly. With a swift movement, he dodged Alan's strike and then lashed out with his right claw, aiming for Alan's chest. Though Morse, viewing this as a game of cat and mouse, was not using his full strength, his speed was still far beyond that of an ordinary person. After all, the greatest trait of a leopard is its swiftness and sense. Consuming the dark fruit, his speed had increased tremendously. Yet, to his astonishment, Alan seemed to anticipate every move. With a deft sidestep, Alan slipped past Morse's assault and launched a fierce counterattack. Alan gripped his long sword, his swordplay as elusive and unpredictable as a gazelle leaping among mountain peaks. His control of his body was exquisite. He used not a shred more strength than necessary, nor a fraction less, each movement perfectly balanced. As the battle raged on, the look of shock on Morse's face deepened. At this moment, Alan seemed like a completely different person. Guided by pure instinct, he fought like a seasoned battlefield assassin, making no mistakes, evading every attack, and relentlessly targeting Morse's vulnerabilities, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. Meanwhile, Jill was not standing by idly. Taking advantage of Morse being occupied with Alan, she used the anywhere door to rush to Lana's side, whisked her into the inner world, and then picked up the Rose of Fate to distract Morse from the sidelines. This was what allowed Alan to persevere. After all, the gap between him and Morse was far too great. Even entering a special state, he could barely protect himself. Alan stood at the front, drawing Morse's fire head-on, while Jill darted about using the anywhere door, firing at Morse from different angles and constantly disrupting his actions. If it weren't for the boost in mobility from the anywhere door, Jill might have already been caught by Morse. A look of realization flickered across Morse's face as he muttered, "A devil fruit user? Spatial powers. No wonder you managed to escape Sabaody Archipelago. With so many people and treasures." The force in his hands grew stronger. Since they could escape from Sabaody, it meant they could also escape from here. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Morse glanced behind him during a brief lull in the fight. Sure enough, the little mink girl was no longer where she had been. She must have been taken away. Morse's expression darkened, and his movements became faster and more ruthless. Yet, his focus shifted. He began to search for an opening in Jill's defenses, hoping to seize the girl who could open space portals and prevent their escape. After such a prolonged battle, Morse had come to realize that these three youths possessed astonishing talent. Even without devil fruits, they had the potential to become powerful in their own right. If he let them go now, he would never sleep soundly again. Morse never allowed anyone on his crew who could threaten him, and these three in front of him were no exception. His murderous intent grew ever more intense. As Morse's killing intent mounted and he unleashed his full strength, Alan felt the pressure mounting as well. Gone was the ease from earlier. Injuries began to appear on his body. Yet Alan's swordsmanship was evolving, progressing from beginner to adept, then to mastery, and finally reaching perfection. Though it was only basic swordsmanship, it laid a solid foundation for his future growth. By now, Alan was gradually awakening from his recent spiritual transformation. But instead of immediately taking control of his body, he first channeled the power of his inner world to bless Jill. With this support, Jill's speed and precision increased dramatically, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She had noticed Alan's unusual state, but with the crisis at hand, all she could do was keep Morse distracted. Now, it seemed the situation hadn't reached the point of true disaster. With the blessing, she could teleport into the inner world if faced with a fatal attack, ensuring her safety. Heart eased, Jill pressed her assault on Morse. Empowered by the blessing, her attacks became even more unpredictable, forming a seamless partnership with Alan, who was still moving on instinct. Morse was thrown into disarray, roaring furiously, "I'll kill you too, brats." As for Alan, after granting Jill his blessing, he turned inward, carefully reflecting on his own condition and savoring the perfection he had achieved in basic swordsmanship. After his spiritual transformation, he was finally able to control this state. He fought with Moors for a while, then, having fully mastered the basics of swordsmanship, he sheathed his Nicaran blade and charged at Moors barehanded. Seeing this, Moors became even more enraged, his madness growing. He relied on his brute strength, exchanging blow for blow without fear of injury. But Alan remained unfazed. In this instinct-driven state, he controlled every ounce of his strength with precision, unleashing a barrage of martial attacks. At a certain moment, as Alan's fist struck the right side of Moore's face, a crisp snap echoed through the air, a sound like a switch being flicked on. From then on, every punch, Alan channeled the full force of his entire body, each strike growing more powerful. The air was filled with sharp, resounding cracks, and Moore's wounds multiplied rapidly. Yet as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Moore's vitality was almost monstrous. His injuries healed with frightening speed, and he showed no signs of weakness or exhaustion. Had Alan not possessed life force drawn from his inner world to restore his wounds and stamina, he would have long since fallen beneath Moore's leopard claws. But fate offered no ifs. Moore's misfortune was crossing paths with an opponent like Alan, whose abilities defied reason. As the battle raged on, Alan's mastery of martial arts progressed at a staggering pace, just as his gun skills had before. Soon enough, he reached perfection. The crisp, ringing blows signaled that he had achieved the Ming-Jin stage of martial arts from his previous life, perfectly integrating his inner power. Meanwhile, Jill, empowered by the inner world support, grew ever more precise and cunning with his marksmanship. He struck at Moore's weaknesses at just the right moments, forcing Moores to split his attention and defend himself. Suddenly, Alan halted and summoned 2 pistols, raising them to fire at Moores. At the same time, Jill drew an exquisite katana and attacked Moores with textbook swordsmanship. This sight drove Moores into a frenzy. His rage almost stripped him of reason. By now, he realized all too well that the two had been using him as a whetstone to hone their skills. Roaring in fury, he bellowed, his voice echoing wild and guttural. Fueled by rage, his transformed leopard man body began to morph further until he became a jet-black panther, lunging madly at Jill. Fortunately, with the inner world's aid, Jill's strength, reflexes, and calculations had all been dramatically enhanced. Although Alan had entered his special state earlier, he hadn't activated his domain, causing Moores to underestimate Jill's abilities and miss his advantage. Alan, standing by Moore's side, combined his martial arts and gun skills to help Jill withstand the full force of Moore's assault. Then he called upon Lana, whose wounds had been healed in the inner world, and granted her its power as well. The 3 of them attacked the Panther form Moores in unison, pressing him relentlessly. With the combined efforts of the 3, Moores gradually lost his advantage. Alan raised his twin pistols, his hands moving in a blur, firing shot after shot at Moore's eyes, mouth, and ears. Meanwhile, his legs lashed out, kicking at Moore's abdomen whenever he saw an opening, his mastery of gun fu growing. Ever more proficient, Jill and Lana, too, made remarkable progress in their swordsmanship as the battle wore on. Dodging snapping jaws and jet-black claws, they left wound after wound across Moore's body. In this way, Alan continued honing his marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat, while Jill and Lana refined their swordplay. They whittled away at Moore's strength in this drawn-out struggle. At last, 2 bullets found their mark in the Panther's eyes, and 2 long blades swept across his throat, severing his head in one final, decisive stroke. Thus, Alan had claimed the life of his very first foe in the pirate world. As the battle ended, Alan released his special state. In an instant, his muscles trembled uncontrollably, veins bulged beneath his skin, and intense pain surged through his body. Fortunately, the life energy from his inner world slowly flowed into him, soothing the pain and helping him to gradually recover. Jill and Lana stood by his side, their faces etched with worry. When they saw him begin to recover, they both breathed a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. At this moment, Alan finally understood the nature of his special state. The world is full of miracles, like the famous hypnosis experiment where a person was burned with a cold iron bar, or the grandmother who lifted a car to save her grandson, or the mother who sprinted 100 meters in 5 seconds to rescue her child from a fall. But these feats are not magic. They result from a sudden flood of certain hormones, enabling people to achieve seemingly impossible things. Even if exhaustion leads to death, it's not due to genetic collapse or the depletion of potential, but rather the chaos caused in their organs by self-hypnosis or the rapid cell division that burns through a person's lifespan during such bursts. In a novel Alan had read in his previous life, this state formed the foundation of a powerful system, the gene lock of terror infinity. The gene lock allowed one to tap deeply into human potential, merging the soul and body to awaken. The power of the mind. Recalling the levels of the gene lock from his memory, first order, fourth order, saint rank, inner universe, transcendence, and the unnameable, Alan realized that he had just activated the very first order. Under normal circumstances, when facing mortal danger and the fear of death, those with powerful convictions can unlock latent human abilities. This is the first stage of the gene lock, restoring mankind's primal combat instincts and sharpening the senses to perceive danger, with control refined down to the millimeter and a reaction speed that anticipates events within milliseconds. He can even begin to read the brainwaves of others. His neural reflexes have reached the point where he can literally see the trajectory of a bullet, and he possesses an acute, tangible sense of danger and its degree, his foresight sharp enough to avoid even a silenced pistol shot. After unlocking the first stage of the genetic lock, information that was once impossible to perceive in detail now floods his mind passively. Even if his conscious mind cannot process it in time, his body responds instinctively, automatically making the right moves based on that influx of data. The opening of the first stage of the genetic lock brings about an extraordinary boost to a person's combat instincts, allowing them to find the optimal solution in moments of crisis. This is why, when Alan evades Morse's attacks, he does so with the ease of a stroll through a garden, effortlessly dodging at the crucial moment. When Alan strikes back, he is as elusive as an antelope vanishing into the wild, always targeting Morse's weaknesses. Alan's method of awakening was somewhat unique. It was only under the pressure of Morse that his spirit underwent a metamorphosis, unlocking his genetic lock. At the same time, this spiritual transformation gave him a far greater mastery over the genetic lock than most. In the original story, after Zheng Jia first unlocked the genetic lock, he would often find it worked only intermittently. Alan, on the other hand, suffers no such inconsistency. He can now activate his genetic lock at will. The backlash from its use has diminished considerably, and each activation slowly but steadily strengthens his body. Moreover, thanks to the heightened bodily control and combat instincts granted by the first stage, he was able to fully develop the martial arts techniques he had deduced during his training, advancing them to the Bright Force stage, a major leap that shored up his previous shortcomings in physical combat. After all, physical training in the world of pirates is truly about pushing to the limit and ruthlessly exploiting one's potential. In contrast, the practice of traditional martial arts emphasizes the control of internal power and fine-tuned bodily mastery, eventually elevating the very essence of human life itself. Compared to his previous life, the world of pirates teems with more vibrant and abundant energy. By cultivating according to the principles of traditional martial arts, Alan not only gains more techniques, but his foundational strength in combat arts grows even more formidable. Of course, his greatest gain remains the genetic lock itself. Ordinarily, one would not encounter the power of the spirit until the fourth stage of the genetic lock. Even the most gifted prodigies would only sense their own spiritual force at the very peak of the third stage. Here, spiritual force does not refer to psychic abilities, but rather the strength that comes from fully tapping into one's inner potential after a profound transformation of the soul. Alan, however, broke this pattern. He underwent his spiritual metamorphosis first, then unlocked the genetic lock. This reversal cleared a path for him straight to the fourth stage of the genetic lock. As long as he continues to cultivate steadily, laying a solid foundation and honing his willpower, he will be able to advance to the fourth stage smoothly and without impediment. Having mastered his own strength, Alan turned to the two anxious companions and said, "Don't worry, I feel better now than ever before." While comforting them, Alan didn't forget to retrieve Moore's corpse into his inner world. Then, Alan extended his right hand and, with a swift motion, opened a doorway in the giant boulder at the entrance of the treasure cave, leading Jill and the others inside. In the dim cavern, the three of them took out the torches they had prepared in advance, exploring deeper along the winding, twisting passage. After Moore's sudden ambush, Alan had grown far more cautious. He kept his domain fully active, carefully analyzing every detail of the tunnel to guard against any potential traps or dangers. The earlier encounter had caught Alan off guard. He had entered the first stage of gene lock without even activating his domain. But here, he wasn't alone. Jill and the other companion were with him. Since he couldn't protect them both while maintaining his gene lock, Alan chose the safer option of using his domain. This time, no unexpected incidents occurred. The three made their way to the end of the corridor and finally beheld piles of treasure stacked before them. Amidst the glittering heaps of gold, a large chest stood out, grand and imposing. Even after his spiritual transformation, and with treasures already amassed in his inner world, Alan couldn't help but breathe a little heavier at the sight. As for Jill and the other, their faces flushed with excitement, broad grins spreading uncontrollably. The trio stepped up to the chest. Staring at it, Alan suddenly felt as if he were playing a game, about to unlock a rare item, an odd sense of anticipation as if drawing a prize from a treasure box. Shaking off these inexplicable thoughts, he took a deep breath and began to carefully analyze the chest with his domain, his vigilance sharp. Alan probed the chest cautiously, wary of any hidden mechanisms that might be triggered upon opening it. After all, that's how it always happens in television shows and novels. No questions asked. Finding no traps inside, Alan let out a sigh of relief. He picked up the Nickerin blade and struck at the lock. After more than 50 years, the iron lock was deeply corroded and rusted. Though Alan's swordsmanship hadn't quite reached the legendary level of cutting iron, the sharp Nickerin blade easily severed the weakened lock. Lifting open the chest, they discovered a devil fruit resting inside, along with a notebook and a stone staff. Eagerly, Alan took out the items, presenting them to Jill and the other companion, who had been waiting with bated breath. Jill exclaimed in awe, "Is this a devil fruit? What a strange thing it is." Beside him, Lana couldn't help but marvel. So this is the legendary treasure of the sea, the fruit that can turn someone into a mighty force upon the ocean? If you eat it, will you become as powerful as Moors? Though both were amazed, there was not a trace of greed in their eyes. At this moment, Alan spoke up. "All right, it's getting late. We shouldn't linger here any longer. Let's quickly store the treasure in the inner world and leave as soon as possible." "Good idea. Let's get out of here early." Jill and Lana replied in unison. The thought of their earlier encounter with Moors sent a shiver through both of them, a lingering fear from the danger they'd just escaped. The three of them began moving the treasure inside the cave. If not for the life energy of the inner world having restored their strength, they would have been utterly exhausted before they could even finish moving all the loot. Once back inside the inner world, the trio finally relaxed. Seeing the treasure pile doubled and doubled again, they couldn't help but cheer, each flopping down onto a heap of gold coins, shouting out their joy in a wild release of emotion. After all, these riches were hard-earned, wrested from the jaws of death, a reward bought with their very lives. Treasure hunts, adventures, battling villains, and claiming loot. These are the timeless epics of heroes, thrilling in every world, whether in a past life or here in the world of pirates. Even grown-ups can't help but be swept up in such tales, let alone 2.5 children. Well, Alan might look like a boy of 12 or 13, but with memories of a previous life, he was, perhaps, only half a child. After some playful antics, Alan took out the devil fruit. Noticing this, Jill and Lana, their curiosity piqued, walked over to him. Both knew Alan was already a devil fruit user, and that a person could only eat one such fruit. Yet Alan's words always hinted at confidence. He claimed he could handle more than one, and now they were eager to see how he would do it. Alan glanced at them, but said nothing more, focusing entirely on his task. Suddenly, a majestic aura radiated from him, cold, vast, and boundless, as if he'd fused with the very essence of the inner world, becoming like a god. He had entered the state of unity with the inner world. Before him, the devil fruit slowly began to unravel, a wisp of black smoke rising from its core. The curse separated out from the fruit. What remained was a cluster of pure essence, gradually transforming. Visible veins and patterns emerged, weaving together until they formed a glowing sphere. Alan was momentarily taken aback by the rune-lit orb, feeling its style was unlike anything from the pirate world he knew. As information from the inner world flowed into his mind, Alan learned the fruit's name, the rune fruit. It granted the ability to perceive everything in the world as lines of runes, to sense and understand these ancient sigils, and, in time, to use the runes he comprehended to reshape the very world itself. As Alan absorbed this knowledge, the inner world began to change dramatically. Profound and mysterious runes appeared all around, leaving Jill and Lana awestruck. Then, Understanding dawned on their faces. They realized the true reason Alan was so confident in absorbing multiple devil fruits. It was because he possessed the inner world. That Jill's face was filled with awe as she exclaimed, "I never imagined that the inner world created by the gate fruit could actually contain the power of multiple devil fruits. Does that mean there might be some extraordinary individuals out there on the seas who can wield the abilities of two different devil fruits?" Beside her, Lana's rabbit ears quivered as she blushed with excitement, nodding vigorously in agreement with Jill's idea. Indeed, what Alan had done was utterly astonishing. He had shattered the long-standing beliefs of the pirate world. Yet, it was true that dual fruit ability users had appeared in this world. In the future, during the Great War at Marineford, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach would absorb the power of the Tremor fruit after eating the Dark fruit, becoming a wielder of two devil fruit abilities. Soon, the transformation within the inner world gradually came to an end. The domain was now vaster than before. Over the past month, as it had continuously absorbed the corpses of pirates and unraveled the laws of nature, it had already expanded to the size of a football field. Now, after assimilating the rune fruit, it had grown by another half. Moreover, the once barren ground of the inner world had changed. Bathed in the shimmering light of runes, the earth slowly became fertile, and green grass began to sprout, transforming the land into a lush meadow. Although the grassland was only about the size of 1.5 football fields, it marked a significant evolution and perfection of the inner world. At the same time, the Anywhere door being nurtured within the inner world underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Enigmatic runes began to creep along the doorframe and panels, forming an intricate, natural diagram that captured the essence of space and runes. Along the edges, one could even see runes related to swordsmanship, fire, wood, and other laws the space had deciphered. It wasn't that these runes were weaker, but rather that Alan's understanding of such laws was still limited. For now, the powers of space and runes dominated his inner world, so runes of other laws merely lined the periphery of the Anywhere door. The changes within the inner world were immense, and Alan himself was also undergoing a remarkable transformation. After absorbing the rune fruit's power, he gained the ability to perceive the runes that wove through heaven and earth, and could even harness their power to manipulate the very fabric of reality. The whole situation had shifted dramatically. Wasn't this the legendary rune master from his previous life? Rune masters were considered among the most formidable professions throughout the myriad worlds. Whether it was a fledgling cultivator, a mage just starting out, or a primordial deity standing atop the heavens, all had delved into the mysteries of runes. Eastern Taoist scripts, Western arcane glyphs. These were characters that revealed the ultimate truths, each one decoding some secret of the universe. The true strength of a rune master lay in their command of the core technologies of cultivation, placing them at the forefront of spiritual exploration, and allowing them to probe the mysteries of practice with unprecedented clarity. Formations, artifact forging, alchemy, all relied on the application of runes. As Alan wielded the power of the rune fruit, he found that everything within his inner world was composed of subtle, wondrous runes. Alan could faintly sense the movement of runes within the world, deepening his understanding, an insight into his inner realm, and making his control over it even more effortless. Slowly opening his eyes, Alan stopped exploring his new abilities, preparing to tally the remaining spoils together with Jill. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned the corpse of Moors, which had been stored in his inner world, and began to decompose it using his inner realm's power. From the remains, he extracted an essence that took the shape of a black panther, no bigger than a fist. The panther's essence tumbled nimbly through the air, its movements unexpectedly adorable. Seeing this, Alan's face lit up with delight, and he murmured, "As I thought, it's possible to extract the essence of a devil fruit from the corpse. This is quite a windfall." Without hesitation, he merged the black panther's essence into his inner world. The inner realm began to tremble gently, and in moments, the panther's essence was completely absorbed. The inner world expanded, now as large as 2 football fields, and on the green grass, a black panther composed entirely of runes appeared, emerging slowly and then bounding toward them. Jill and Lana, mistaking it for Moors returning to life, immediately drew their weapons and stepped protectively in front of Alan, bracing themselves for an imminent attack. Alan smiled slightly and reassured them, "Don't worry, it won't attack us. This is a spirit born from the fusion of the panther fruit and rune fruit, a kind of summoned beast." Under Alan's control, the black panther behaved like a tame house cat, padding over to his feet and affectionately rubbing its head against his pant leg. Jill exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, devil fruits can turn into animals too? Alan, you're incredible. Lana, standing nearby, nodded her agreement, her expression reminiscent of someone chiming in eagerly. Me too. Alan glanced at Lana and sighed inwardly. I must get Lana to read more. She doesn't need to be as learned as Blue Rabbit, but she can't just keep nodding along without understanding. Having absorbed the devil fruit essence, Alan turned his attention to the rest of the spoils. He picked up the stone staff from the treasure chest, feeling its unusual nature, a sense that had only grown stronger since awakening his rune abilities. Now, he could distinctly sense the blue runes etched throughout the staff, radiating a profound power. Alan gently decomposed the stone staff and merged it into his inner world. At the very center, the land slowly sank, forming a crystal-clear pool about a meter in radius. This is living water. Alan's confusion quickly turned to excitement. Previously, he and Jill had tried to create a pond in the inner world by adding water, but it always dried up and vanished, lifeless. This time, however, the newly formed pond brimmed with living water, essence born from the inner realm absorbing part of the law of water. Itself to this moment, Alan had also learned what material the stone staff was made of, as well as the meaning behind the runes inscribed upon it. It was a specialty of the pirate world, sea prism stone. Only the sea prism stone, formed from the very energy of the great sea itself, could contain such complete and profound laws of water. He glanced back at the treasure chest and, with utmost care, picked up the old, weathered notebook inside. Anything placed alongside a devil fruit and sea prism stone was surely no ordinary item. Opening the notebook, his suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed extraordinary. Within its pages were detailed methods for training the 3 colors of hockey. It seemed these were treasures left behind by Li Shi's grandfather for the sake of his descendants. Little could he have imagined how disappointing his heirs would turn out. That was the truth of the matter. Years ago, Li Shi's grandfather, gravely wounded, had no choice but to hide his treasures, leaving a secret map for his descendants through covert channels. And why not simply leave the treasure out in the open? Even pirates understood the ancient wisdom. A man's wealth is his undoing. Heirs, without the strength to protect themselves, yet in possession of such riches, would be like children carrying gold into the lawless wilds of the Sabaody archipelago, doomed to be robbed or sold off. Indeed, Li Shi's father had met a tragic end, hunted by pirates, gangs, and other forces. In order to save his son, he had deliberately exposed himself, drawing all attention away, and thus gave Li Shi a chance to survive. But all that was behind them now. Alan couldn't help but imagine himself mastering the 3 colors of hockey, roaming the seas, challenging the 4 emperors, and facing off against legends like Garp. The corners of his mouth curled upward in anticipation. Jill saw this and immediately knew her companion was once again lost in one of his daydreams. She pouted in mild annoyance, puffed out her cheeks, and gave the grinning Alan a firm push, saying, "Alan, what did you find in that notebook that makes you so happy? Is it another great treasure?" As she spoke, her adorable face shone with eager anticipation. This adventure had sparked an even deeper interest in treasure hunting within Jill's heart. Alan, jolted back to reality by the forceful shove, saw Jill's dissatisfied expression. He cleared his throat awkwardly before replying with a smile. Ahem, it's not a treasure that's recorded here, but something even more important. The essential power of any true master of the seas. Hockey. Hockey? What's that? I've never heard of it before. Jill and Lana asked in unison, their faces full of confusion. Alan grinned mysteriously, slipping into the role of a teacher eager to share knowledge. Every human possesses hidden potential, an innate power, presence, bloodlust, a fighting spirit. When you learn to harness these invisible sensations, your willpower itself becomes a weapon. This incredible force is what people call hockey. There are 3 types: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Conqueror's hockey. With sheer force of will, one can stun or even knock out enemies just by overwhelming them with their presence. However, if not properly controlled, this power might affect everyone nearby, drawing innocent bystanders into its wake. On the other hand, when this hockey reaches a higher level, it exerts a powerful pressure, instilling awe and fear. This is a rare power, said to be possessed by only one in millions, a chosen one with the innate qualities of a king, destined to stand above others. Armament hockey. This hockey enhances one's defense, working like an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into offensive power, allowing its user to stand toe-to-toe with devil fruit users, and even strike those with Logia-type abilities by touching their real bodies. While armament hockey can grasp the physical form of ability users, it cannot strip away their powers as Sea Stone does. Not only can it be used on the body, but it can also be channeled into weapons to amplify their striking force. Observation hockey. This hockey grants an acute awareness of others' presence and intentions. As it grows stronger, one can sense the location, number, and even the next move of enemies beyond the range of sight. At its highest mastery, observation hockey allows communication with all things and even glimpses of the future. Wow, that's incredible. Is it really true? Jill's face flushed with excitement, eyes wide with wonder. Alan affectionately ruffled Jill's hair, only stopping when Jill, a bit annoyed, pushed his hand away. Then Alan said softly, "Of course it's true. The legendary pirate king, G.O.L.D. Roger, possessed the highest level of observation hockey. He could communicate with all things. When I was at Sabidi Archipelago, I heard that Queen Odoheim of Fishman Island also possessed such extraordinary observation hockey, able to read the thoughts of others. I want to learn. Teach me, please," Jill shouted, unable to contain her excitement. Lana, standing nearby, looked on with longing in her eyes. Alan smiled and reassured them. "Don't worry, I'll teach you both. But hockey isn't a power everyone can learn. Unless you're born with the gift, you need to reach a certain level of strength before you can start training in it. For now, it's enough to understand the basics. What's more important is your fundamental training and building up your strength." Seeing the two kids looking a bit disappointed, Alan comforted them with a gentle laugh. "All right, we've finished sorting our loot, and our injuries have nearly healed. Let's go home and ask Belle to cook us a grand feast." Just as expected, the thought of food lit up their faces, and they chimed in unison, "Yes. Children will always be children." Opening the anywhere door, Alan led them home. As they stepped inside, the aroma of delicious dishes filled the air. Belle had prepared a grand spread. Over the past month, she hadn't just learned medicine. She'd also picked up Alan's culinary skills, recreating many of the unique flavors he remembered from his previous life. Looking at the dishes on the table, braised eggplant, sweet and sour carp, candied sweet potatoes, Jill and her companion had long since thrown caution to the wind. They both rushed to the table and began to savor the delicious food with abandon. Since Lana would occasionally come out from the inner world to join them for meals, Belle had made sure not to forget Lana's share either. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Alan, deeply impressed, remarked on Belle's ever-improving culinary skills as he, too, began to help himself to the dishes. Before long, the four of them had finished their meal. They lay back on the lounge chairs in the small courtyard, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Alan turned his head to gaze in the direction of Windmill Village. In his mind's eye, he could almost see the scenes unfolding there. He knew that was where it all began, a place where stories were taking root and world-shaking events in the pirate world were underway. At this very moment, Luffy was meeting red-haired Shanks for the first time. This was also the time when Shanks, in order to save Luffy, would lose an arm too. The Lord of the Coast. And it was during this period that the red-haired captain placed the straw hat, a symbol of the Pirate King's legacy, upon Luffy's head. Right now, these very stories were playing out in Windmill Village. Just as in the original tale, a gang of mountain bandits entered Makino's bustling tavern. Inside, Shanks and his crew were laughing and playing with Monkey D. Luffy. The moment the bandits arrived, the lively atmosphere fell silent. All eyes turned to watch the swaggering newcomers as they strode in. Their leader exuded an air of arrogance, utterly unfazed by the stares of the crowd. He marched straight to the bar to buy some wine, only to find that the red-haired pirates had already drunk the place dry. And so, the famous scene from the original story unfolded. The bandit chief poured the red wine Shanks offered him right over Shanks' head, a moment that left everyone cringing in embarrassment. This, of course, incurred Luffy's wrath. After the bandits left, Luffy climbed onto a table and angrily berated Shanks for his apparent cowardice. But Shanks and his crew didn't mind in the slightest. They simply burst out laughing, and even his crew members joined in, teasing Shanks by echoing Luffy's words. In hindsight, it's no wonder the Straw Hat Pirates' warmth and camaraderie owed so much to the influence of the red-haired pirates. What happened next followed the story as it always had. When the bandits returned to the tavern, Luffy, still indignant, immediately challenged them, only to be rescued by the red-haired pirates who rushed back just in time. If not for the power of the gum-gum fruit, the story might have ended before it had even begun. This experience gave Luffy a new understanding of what it meant to be a pirate, and his resolve to become Pirate King grew even stronger. Soon after, the event that would shape Luffy's life took place. That day, Luffy set out to sea on a small wooden raft he had built himself. He hadn't gone far before a wave overturned him into the ocean, leaving him drifting helplessly on the water, completely exhausted. Luffy, who had never experienced anything like this before, panicked and cried for help on the open sea. Realizing that Luffy had secretly set out to sea, Shanks hurriedly rushed to the shore. When he saw Luffy drifting helplessly in the water, he shouted anxiously, "Luffy, you've eaten a devil fruit. You can't swim, and the sea will sap all your strength." Just as he spoke, Shanks seemed to sense something. His expression changed, and he dashed toward Luffy. On the other side, Luffy heard Shanks' voice and immediately screamed for help, entirely unaware of the looming danger. Suddenly, a massive shadow emerged from the depths of the sea. In an instant, a gigantic moss surfaced behind Luffy. As the shadow enveloped him, Luffy slowly turned his head and came face to face with the monstrous jaws. Frozen in terror, Luffy couldn't even muster a scream. He let out a stunned gasp, paralyzed in place as the beast's gaping mouth snapped shut with a dreadful force. The ocean erupted in towering waves. Of course, as the hero of the tale, Luffy did not perish. He was rescued by Shanks just in time. But in the struggle, Shanks lost one of his arms to the Sea King. As the creature prepared to strike, again, Shanks fixed it with a piercing, commanding glare. His overwhelming will, his conqueror's haki, burst forth, subduing the Sea King instantly and forcing it to slink away into the depths. Thanks to Shanks' masterful control, Luffy, sobbing and clinging to him, sensed none of the danger. Truly, this was the man renowned for possessing the most powerful conqueror's haki. Though his left arm was gone, Shanks only laughed heartily, ruffling Luffy's hair to comfort the boy, who was racked with guilt and sorrow. Captain, how could this happen?" The crew, seeing Shanks return with Luffy, had meant to tease the boy, but when they saw their captain with only one arm, their faces turned pale with shock as they cried out in disbelief. Shanks, however, paid it no mind, his bold laughter lifting the spirits of everyone present. This is the true spirit that sets the pirate world apart. Most of the strong here possess a boundless sense of pride and courage. To them, wounds and setbacks are nothing more than obstacles to be overcome. And what if the obstacle proves insurmountable? Then you break through mountains, you build bridges over rivers. You charge forward without regret, steadfastly chasing after your chosen dream. Yet for those living in the peaceful modern world, caught in the monotony of daily routines, what's often missing is this very sense of passion and conviction. So, even after undergoing a transformation of the soul, he still hadn't awakened his own conqueror's haki. Time passed quietly, and the story of the pirate world continued to unfold, following the path set by destiny. That let's return to Alan. Ever since he returned to Flower Island, he hadn't mentioned going to Windmill Village again. The main reason was that he suspected the red-haired pirates might still be there, and he had only just begun his training, facing off against the likes of Black Panther. Morse had already pushed him to his limits, and he knew he simply wasn't ready to confront the top powerhouses of the pirate world. So, together with Jill and the others, Alan began a period of secluded training on the isolated Flower Island, cutting themselves off from the outside world. Out on the deep blue sea, a pirate ship glided slowly across the waves. On deck, the air was thick with celebration. Glasses clinked together, pirates cheered and laughed, their voices echoing across the vast ocean, filling the ship with raucous energy. But below deck, the scene was starkly different. In the dimly lit hold, figures slumped in despair, some bound in chains, others locked away in cages. The sounds of revelry above didn't bring them any comfort. If anything, the pirates' wild cheers only deepened their sense of dread and hopelessness. Unseen by anyone, in a separate, hidden space, Alan and Jill watched the pirates feast from afar, their expressions cold and distant. "These kinds of people just never seem to disappear," Jill said grimly. "How can they stoop so low, committing such inhuman acts just for a bit of money?" Alan shook his head slightly and replied, "In this world, there's only so much a single person can do. You might be able to help those you see in front of you, but there are countless others suffering out of sight, enduring pain and disaster. Over the past 3 years, we've taken down plenty of pirates like these, but it's only made a dent in the East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line. What about the other 3 seas or the new world on the far side of the Grand Line? There are simply too many pirates to ever truly eradicate. That's the tragedy of the great age of sail. When Roger, the Pirate King, set the era in motion, countless powerful figures had risen to challenge the world government's rule. Yet at the same time, an unending tide of scoundrels emerged, preying on innocent people all across the world. Hearing this, Jill couldn't help but murmur, "Does that mean this world is beyond saving?" Alan fell silent for a moment before replying, "Of course not. It just means we're not strong enough yet." For 3 years, Ever since Alan and his companions returned to Flower Island, they had devoted themselves to arduous training. In the pirate world, strength was generally measured using the Navy's ranks: ensign, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant, colonel, rear admiral, vice admiral, admiral, emperor's deputy, and fleet admiral for emperors. Of course, these divisions were rough guidelines. Someone like Vice Admiral Garb, for example, was easily on par with the four emperors. At this point, Alan had already reached the peak of rear admiral level strength. Since returning to Flower Island, his swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Building on his mastery of the basics, he quickly grasped the rhythm of all things, and within a month, reached the iron cutting level, becoming a true swordmaster. It turns out, nothing beats a solid foundation. His mastery of martial arts had already reached the peak of the dark power stage, just a single step away from the transformative power realm. With the aid of his inner world deductions, he had already caught a glimpse of how to break through, and it seemed only a matter of time before he would enter the legendary state where not even a feather can be added, and not even a fly can land. Meanwhile, his genetic lock had also reached the pinnacle of the first stage, not only enhancing his physical attributes by significant margin, but also granting him exquisite control over his own strength. Even without activating the genetic lock, he could wield his power with absolute precision, wasting not the slightest bit of force. What's more, he had already begun to sense the threshold of the second stage. At the same time, as he unlocked his own potential at the peak of the first stage genetic lock, his perception sharpened dramatically, and he naturally awakened the ability known as observation hockey. In fact, it could be said that he was now innately attuned to this rare power. Beside him, Jill had also made remarkable progress, having stepped into the rank of Rear Admiral. His swordsmanship was approaching the level of a true swordmaster, and his martial arts had reached the pinnacle of the bright power stage. Suddenly, a silver door inscribed with mysterious runes materialized out of thin air in the ship's cabin. Two figures clad in black uniforms stepped out slowly from the portal. It was Alan and Jill. What is this? Please, I beg you, let us go. Save us, please. The people in the cabin, upon seeing Alan and Jill, began to whisper desperately, their voices low and urgent, afraid of attracting the attention of the pirates. Everyone, please stay calm, Alan said, drawing the long sword at his waist. We're here to get you out. Leave through the door in an orderly fashion, and keep as quiet as you can. With a swift motion, Alan's blade flashed through the air again and again, followed by the crisp sound of his sword returning to its scabbard. In an instant, all the shackles binding the people and the chains on the iron cages were cleanly severed. A sword master. One of the more knowledgeable slaves gasped in astonishment, before quickly clamping his mouth shut. After all, Alan and Jill looked far too young, the lower half of their faces concealed by masks. Yet their voices and bearing revealed them to be little more than 15-year-old boys. Alan glanced at him in mild surprise, but said nothing more, continuing to organize the crowd and guide them, one by one, through the portal. Soon, the cabin was empty, save for Alan and Jill themselves. They exchanged a look, then slipped out with practiced ease, silently evading the pirates as they made their way to the captain's quarters. Moving with agile stealth, they swept through the room, expertly collecting anything of value and storing it away in the inner world. It was clear this was not their first time pulling off such an operation. After 3 years of nurturing, Alan's inner world had expanded to the size of an island, so they no longer had to worry about running out of space. With all the treasures gathered, the two finally emerged onto the bustling deck. Who are you? How did you get onto our ship? Seeing the two unfamiliar figures, a pirate in the midst of wild revelry shouted out in shock and anger, demanding to know who they were. At the sound of his voice, the pirates on board immediately drew their weapons. These men, who lived by the blade, kept their arms close even in the midst of celebration. The pirate captain stood up from his seat, eyeing the two strange youths with a fierce gaze. With a booming laugh, he taunted them. Where did these ignorant brats come from, sneaking onto my sea serpent? Suddenly, gunshots echoed through the air, for bloody holes appeared on the captain's forehead and chest. Even as he collapsed, his face remained twisted in a cruel, mocking grin, falling heavily to the deck. The pirates who had surrounded Alan and his companion were momentarily stunned, unable to process what had just happened. They could only stare in shock at their captain's body, now lying in a pool of blood. Alan lowered his gun with a calm, almost indifferent air and remarked, "Times have changed, old man." He coughed awkwardly, then added with a wry smile, "Sorry, couldn't help myself. Honestly, for a pirate captain, you sure talked a lot of nonsense. Wasting time like that. You're a textbook villain." A cry of outrage erupted from the pirates. "He killed the captain. Kill him. Get them." Kill them both. Avenge the captain. One after another, the pirates brandished their weapons and charged at Alan and Jill. Yet the two showed not a trace of fear. Back to back, they each raised their twin pistols, picking off the charging pirates with deadly precision. Alan's pistols gleamed with a subtle gold glow, etched with delicate runes forming the shape of dragons. The guns themselves took the form of the legendary Desert Eagle, known in his previous life, and he had named them Pioneers, a tribute to the legends of gunfighters, but also a symbol of forging his own path, rising ever onward to face new challenges. Jill's Rose of Fate had been transformed beyond recognition. Now a pair of exquisitely crafted pistols, their bodies shimmering with flickering runes and pulsing with violet light. The bullets seemed endless, firing in rapid succession and punching through pirate steel armor with devastating force, leaving the deck riddled with bullet holes. Though blessed with powers like inner worlds and genetic locks, they both knew the importance of honing their own skills, keeping their convictions strong and never allowing themselves to become slaves to their strength. True courage was forged through adversity. Only by tempering themselves could they become truly extraordinary. Gunfire and shouts shattered the tranquility of the open sea. Amidst flashing blades and flying bullets, the two young fighters moved as if dancing through chaos. Even when pirates closed in, their mastery of gun combat let them evade every blade and strike back with lethal accuracy, felling every foe that dared approach. The power and rate of fire of their guns were truly terrifying. With limitless ammunition in both hands, the two fought like tigers with wings, swiftly wiping out every pirate aboard the ship. Without lingering, they gathered up the pirates' bodies to be absorbed by the inner realm, then immediately departed. All that remained was an empty, abandoned ship, soon to be known across the seas as a ghost ship, haunting the waters for the past 2 years. Stepping through the anywhere door into the inner realm, they found themselves on a small island at its heart, surrounded on all sides by flowing water. The inner world had taken on the appearance of an island in the middle of a lake, a testament to 3 years of painstaking effort. To the west, a sea of flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. The southern fields were carefully tended, growing precious medicinal herbs and vegetables that Alan had cultivated, ensuring a steady supply of energy-rich food. To the north stood a small grove of rare trees that Alan had gathered, including the legendary treasure tree Adam and the sun tree Eve. Wild beasts roamed beneath their branches, lending life to the forest. On the eastern side rose a complex of palaces, their architecture grand and resplendent, shimmering with gold, a tribute Alan built to honor the memory of his previous life in the Celestial Empire. With Uva and the others constantly traveling the world, distance was no longer a barrier for Alan. After a year of training on the Flower Island, Alan and his companions began their real journey. Using the intelligence network built by Uva and his 2 partners, they targeted suitable pirate crews, rescuing captured civilians whenever they could. Having once experienced captivity himself, Alan had developed a deep hatred for the slave trade. Their focus soon shifted to slave ships fighting fire with fire. While freeing the oppressed, they also recruited those with strong will and exceptional talent, gradually expanding their own force. It was during this time that Alan officially founded his own organization, the Deep Sea Academy. He handpicked the most promising youngsters, teaching them marksmanship, swordsmanship, martial arts, navigation, and a wealth of other knowledge. Now the Deep Sea Academy boasted 18 students, each one a rare prodigy. Of the 6 students recruited in the first year, the strongest had reached the strength of a Marine lieutenant commander, and even the weakest was approaching the level of a major. Of course, these 18 were just the tip of Alan's iceberg. Others he recruited had been assigned to Yui's intelligence network, infiltrated the Navy, or, if strong but less talented, became bounty hunters, pursuing pirates and mapping out locations across the seas for Alan. As Yui's intelligence network flourished, 3 years of development had spread their influence throughout the East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line. Alan certainly wished to expand into the other 4 seas, but the Deep Sea Academy still lacked someone strong enough to command such vast territory. In the early stages, Alan focused most of his efforts on increasing his own strength. After all, without true power, even the mightiest influence is nothing but a castle in the sky. Just a single admiral-level opponent would be enough to put Alan in a very tough spot. But tough is all it would be. Though Alan's current strength was only at the peak of Major General, once he activated his inner world domain, he could force his power up to the admiral level and go toe-to-toe with an admiral. It was precisely the development of his influence that allowed his inner world to expand like a snowball rolling downhill, growing to its current vastness. After Resting in his inner world for a while and changing out his battle gear, the two of them stepped through the Anywhere door and arrived at Deep Sea Academy. To avoid causing trouble for the residents of Flower Island, Alan had moved to Deep Blue Academy as soon as his organization began to take shape, leaving behind only his courtyard so he could return for visits from time to time. In a bright room, a shimmering silver-white door appeared out of thin air, and Alan and Jill stepped out from within. "Headmaster, Jill, you're back." Belle, who had become the Academy's medical instructor, called out in delight. Before Alan could respond, Jill was already grinning with pride. "Oh, it was just a few small-time pirates. Nothing we couldn't handle. By the way, have the civilians we rescued been settled yet?" she asked, as if suddenly remembering something. Belle smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry when I'm handling things. I had the students escort them back in batches." Alan chuckled. It's been a while since the students went outside. It's time for them to get some real experience. Find them some suitable targets and let them train themselves. Jill glanced around, puzzled. "Where's Lana? Where did she go?" Belle gave a helpless laugh. "Oh, her? She's off training with her Ice Soul Sword. Ever since the headmaster forged it for her, she's been absolutely smitten with it. She even hugs it while she sleeps." The Ice Soul Sword was also a rune weapon, forged by Alan using the swordsmithing techniques he had deduced and combined with his own rune abilities. It was crafted from a special metal derived from the origin of his inner world and inscribed with runes Alan himself had mastered. Its design was inspired by the Ice Soul Sword wielded by Blue Rabbit from his previous life stories, its entire blade shimmering like ancient, frozen ice, biting cold, and razor sharp. The greatest advantage of the Ice Soul Sword was that its owner could absorb it into their body, nurturing it with their own essence and achieving harmony between sword and wielder. As the owner deepened their understanding of sword intent and the laws of the world, the runes on the blade would evolve, making the sword ever more powerful. This was a new kind of weapon Alan had developed by merging the concept of magical treasures from his past life with the unique properties of runes, using the formidable deduction ability of his inner world. The rune weapon. The twin pistols previously wielded by Alan and the long sword at his waist were also rune weapons. The evolution and upgrading of talismanic weapons does not demand many resources, but it places extremely high requirements on perception and comprehension of the laws of the world. When Alan's longsword absorbed the concept of the demonic sword, game of life and death from the Ling Shuang sword, it inherited its philosophy. The heart sword cherishes life, while the demonic sword courts death. Thus, the sword was also named Ling Shuang. During its forging, Alan infused the life energy and baleful energy accumulated in his inner world into two identical swords, creating the heart sword and demonic sword. He then used runes he had deduced and the essence of his inner world to fuse the two talismanic swords together, forging a divine blade that united both righteousness and evil. Ling Shuang's sword was nurtured in Alan's inner world for a full 3 years before it was finally completed. The sword became a treasure akin to a portal, not only possessing tremendous power, but also delivering a profound impact on the soul. Of course, this was the world of pirates, not a realm of immortal cultivation or high fantasy. So, while its power was formidable, it was by no means invincible. After the forging of Ling Shuang's sword, all the sinister and baleful energies accumulated in the inner world were absorbed, leaving Alan's inner world much clearer and brighter. The speed of his insights increased, and the gloom that had weighed on Alan's heart gradually melted away, making him an even more radiant and positive person. Alan chuckled softly. Let her go. Once her strength has grown enough, she can venture out to temper herself and maybe gather some talented mink tribe companions to serve as hosts for the remaining 6 swords. I'm truly looking forward to the day when all 7 swords unite. Alan added with a mysterious smile. After spending several days as a teacher at Deep Sea Academy, Alan and Jill set out from the academy once more. This time, however, they didn't leave by stepping through a portal. Instead, they walked to the academy's plaza, where a black 3-masted ship was docked on the eastern side. The ship wasn't large, but it was spacious enough to accommodate a dozen or so people living aboard. Its prow was carved with a golden dragon's head, and a flag bearing a golden dragon fluttered in the wind. Along the hull, the words Deep Sea Hunter were engraved. This was Alan's personal vessel, custom-built to his specifications. Runes were etched all over the ship, granting it abilities such as parting the waters, shielding itself, with protective barriers, piloting automatically, and even flight. It was truly an essential companion, equally at home on sea or in the sky, a must-have for any journey. The two boarded the ship, which Alan had named Hidden Dragon, symbolizing a dragon lying dormant in the sea, waiting for the day it would soar into the heavens. Inside the control room, Alan pressed the activation button. The hidden dragon gently lifted off from its berth, ascending straight upward and passing through a round portal that had suddenly appeared above the academy. As soon as the ship entered the portal, lights flickered on inside the tunnel, and the entrance slowly closed behind them. The sound of rushing water echoed through the passage. A surge of water emerged from the depths, lifting the hidden dragon and carrying it along the current. In no time at all, the ship was swept out of the tunnel by the mighty wave. In the pitch-black depths of the sea, an enormous whale, so vast its full form could not be seen at a glance, drifted slowly through the water. Suddenly, a three-masted sailing ship, tiny in comparison to the great whale, burst out from a hollow on the whale's back, carried along by the current. If not for the shimmering runic shield encasing the ship, making it stand out in the darkness of the deep, it would have been all but invisible. At that moment, the whale opened its eyes, flooding the surroundings with a dazzling light. The sailing ship, in contrast, was so small it barely measured a quarter the size of the whale's pupil. Was it a sea king? Certainly not. Flickers of delicate runes danced from time to time in the whale's eyes. This was a whale forged entirely from runes. After slaying the Black Panther morays and absorbing his Black Panther fruit, Alan had used this very fruit to harness the powers of his inner world and the rune fruit, giving birth to a rune beast. On one of his voyages, Alan encountered a gigantic whale, Sea King. Through his inner world's analysis and scanning, he spent 3 months assembling a rune beast in the form of a whale. This rune beast straddled the boundary between life and lifelessness. Its rune-forged body closely resembled the flesh and blood of a sea king, but it possessed no will of its own, moving only as a puppet would. The Deep-Sea Academy was built within this very rune beast, and it was precisely this that gave Alan such unshakable confidence, caring little if outsiders discovered the school's secret. Its mobility was unparalleled, and thanks to rune-based concealment, it was nearly impossible to find. Before long, the Qianlong sailed up to the surface, the shield dissipating, making it appear as nothing more than an ordinary sailing ship gliding quietly across the calm sea. They were now within the borders of the kingdom of Oikit in the East Sea. Alan planned to visit Kokoyashi Village, a must-see landmark famous in both the original story and in countless fanworks. He also wished to catch a glimpse of Nami, the genius navigator and one of the main characters. The two of them lounged on deck chairs, just as they had once watched the stars from their little courtyard on Flower Island, now enjoying the vastness and tranquility of the open sea. Alan now understood why so many of the great figures in the pirate world possessed such boldness. Living amidst the endless expanse of the sea, one's heart naturally grew broader, and with it, one's spirit and daring flourished. This was the unique style of combat found in the world of pirates. Could it be? Is this the true source of Conqueror's Haki? Alan was struck by a sudden flash of insight. Those in the pirate world who wielded Conqueror's Haki all possessed an unshakable calm, able to face disaster without flinching, and a relentless drive that never wavered or faltered. Luffy, Shanks, Whitebeard, all these mighty figures had tempered their kingly spirit through countless trials, ultimately awakening their Conqueror's Haki. Was it possible that his own inability to awaken Conqueror's Haki wasn't due to a lack of mental strength or willpower, but simply because he'd been too cautious, too careful all along? But the truth was just as it seemed. For 3 years, he had concealed his identity, quietly growing stronger, both in power and influence, making rapid progress. Yet, he had always lacked the courage to stand in the light, to face challenges and crises head-on. So, despite the transformation of his soul, despite his unyielding will and steadfast pursuit of the path, he still didn't possess enough force of presence. He had failed to awaken the Conqueror's Haki. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Alan's resolve only grew firmer. Previously, he had merely wanted to make a name for himself and expand his influence a little. Now, he was even more determined to use these events to gradually change himself, to build his inner strength and transform his mindset. Having gained clarity about the path to awakening his Conqueror's Haki, Alan calmed his excitement and continued piloting the Subdragon toward Kokoyashi Village. Since they were already nearby, Alan and his companion soon reached their destination. In the distance, they caught sight of a pirate ship adorned with a shark motif. "I didn't expect Arlong and his crew to have already arrived here," Alan remarked, clicking his tongue in surprise. He had thought the Arlong pirates wouldn't come to the East Blue until many years later. Alan pushed the Subdragon to greater speed, drew the pistol from his waist, and took aim in the direction of Kokoyashi Village. Slowly, power gathered at the muzzle, which began to glow with golden light. He activated his observation Haki, and instantly sensed the fishmen humiliating the villagers with cruel clarity. One particularly ugly fishman had pinned a villager beneath his foot, roaring with laughter. Look at you weak, powerless humans. You dare dream of resisting the rule of us fishmen? We are the strongest, noblest race. Serving us is your greatest honor. You. A faint gunshot echoed from afar, barely audible. At that very moment, a bullet pierced through the fishman's head. He crumpled to the ground as the other fishmen stared in shocked disbelief. Who is it? Show yourself, you despicable coward, roared Arlong, the fishmen's leader, his face twisted in rage as he stood surrounded by his subordinates, his fury reaching a fever pitch. Arlong glared fiercely toward the direction the bullet had come from. There he spotted a black, three-masted ship adorned with a dragon's head on the prow, and the name Deep Sea Hunter carved along its hull. Upon recognizing the ship, Arlong's expression darkened. Cursed, contemptible bounty hunters! How dare you harm my people? We fishmen are the highest, most noble race. Standing on the deck, Alan, still attuned with his observation hockey, heard Arlong's furious bellow perfectly. He curled his lip and muttered, "What a hardcore racist. Hopeless, through and through." The subdragon quickly reached the shore. Arlong, who had been watching, finally got a clear look at the person who had just attacked his subordinate. Dressed in a black trench coat, the front open to reveal a crisp white shirt and black trousers, his black hair danced in the wind. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, the corners of his mouth curled upward in a sneer of disdain. In his hand, he raised a golden pistol, aiming it directly in my direction. A cold sweat instantly broke out on the sea dragon's brow as an unprecedented sense of danger surged into his heart. I'm going to die. I'll die. Countless memories of peril flashed through his mind, his body tense, eyes locked on Alan, ready to dodge at any moment. From afar, Alan sensed the sea dragon's subtle movements with his observation hockey, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Then, bang! A gunshot echoed through the air. The sea dragon's sense of danger spiked. He instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly evading. Laughter erupted, echoing through the space. Rolling aside, the sea dragon felt something was off. Glancing back at the spot where he just stood, he saw no bullet holes. Remembering the odd sound of the shot, he realized the truth. The man hadn't fired at all, instead mimicking the noise of a gunshot. He'd been frightened by a fake, like a fish leaping at a shadow. A flush of red crept over his blue face, anger boiling up within him, courage swelling alongside his fury. He roared at Alan, "You bastard! Damn you! How dare you mock the great Arlong? You humans will pay dearly for this." That powerless rage. Alan chuckled lightly. Pushing off with both feet, he leapt from the deck to the shore, striding slowly toward the sea dragon. The aura radiating from his body grew stronger and stronger, making the faces of the sea dragon and his fellow fishmen grow ever more serious. As Alan advanced, he taunted, "The Arlong pirates? Never heard of you. You're just a bunch of losers driven out of the Grand Line, swaggering around this tiny East Blue as if you're superior. Whoever said fishmen are a higher race, and humans are lower?" Hearing Alan's mockery, the sea dragon's expression grew uglier still. He retorted stiffly, "Fishmen are born stronger than humans. We're the darlings of the sea. You humans are weak by nature. Some of your adults aren't even as strong as our young. If that's not a lower species, what is?" A cold gleam flickered in Alan's eyes, though his smile only grew gentler. He replied, "Is that so? Then how come I've never heard of any truly powerful fishmen? If your kind is really so strong, why does Fishman Island need the Whitebeard Pirates flag to keep the slave hunters at bay?" Alan walked up to the sea dragon, curled his lip, and continued, "There are so few strong fighters in East Blue that you've deluded yourself into thinking you're invincible. Your strength doesn't even measure up to some pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. So what gives you the confidence to parade your racism around here in East Blue? It can't be that your twisted, perverse mind is trying to find some sort of balance here. Is it?" The evil dragon roared in fury. "You despicable humans! I'll kill you." With that, he drove forward with all his might, charging at Alan. Alan, however, showed not the slightest hint of panic. He even had the presence of mind to holster his Pioneer pistol at his waist. With a subtle shift, he slid his left foot back, narrowly dodging the dragon's assault. Then, with a quick, close-range punch from his right hand, he struck the dragon in the abdomen. The dragon had assumed Alan was just a kid relying on some special weapon, and, at such close range, he didn't believe the pistol could pose any threat. He never expected Alan to anticipate his attack so perfectly, moving with practiced ease to evade and counter. A powerful thud resounded as Alan's punch landed, its force exploding deep within the dragon's body. The dragon shuddered violently, clutching his stomach as he slowly sank to his knees, his eyes bulging and mouth agape. A guttural moan escaped him. The searing pain robbed the dragon of all thought. He collapsed instinctively, unable to even scream in agony. The other fishmen were stunned to see the dragon fall. They could hardly believe their eyes. Some even rubbed them and looked again, certain they must be seeing things. No, impossible. How could Boss Arlong be knocked down by a mere child? He must have attacked him by surprise. Humans are always so despicable and shameless. One of them muttered in disbelief, refusing to accept that the mighty dragon could be defeated in a single blow by an unknown boy from the East Blue, instantly losing his ability to fight. Suddenly, one fishman snapped out of his shock and shouted, "He's alone. Let's get him together." With that, he clenched his fists and charged at Alan, bellowing, "Human, prepare to die. Taste the might of fishman karate." Spurred by his cry, the rest of the fishmen grabbed their weapons and rushed at Alan. Alan curled his lip in disdain, calm and unflinching as he watched the fishmen charge toward him. He held himself with the confidence of a martial arts master, reminiscent of IP Man's famous declaration, "I'll take on 10 at once." Activating his observation haki, Alan sensed every move and intention of the fishmen as clearly as if they were drawn on a map. He moved through their ranks with effortless grace, dodging their attacks as if taking a stroll in the park. He easily evaded the blows of fishman karate, countering with a punch that sent the first attacker flying. Spinning away from an incoming long blade, he reached out with his left hand, striking the hilt and sending the sword clattering to the ground. Without pause, Alan faced the remaining fishmen. His relentless assault quickly brought them all to their knees, filling the air with cries of pain. No matter how tough the fishmen were, they could not withstand the agony of broken bones. Alan's hidden force burst forth repeatedly. Though most of his strikes were just gentle palms, the secret energy seeped into his opponents' bodies, churning their bones and muscles. The fishmen pirates writhed in agony, tormented beyond endurance. Meanwhile, the villagers of Kokoyasi village, huddled together nearby, could barely conceal their delight. The Arlong pirates had ruled over Kokoyasi village for nearly a year. Throughout this dreadful year, the villagers had lived in constant fear under the fishmen's oppression, as if teetering on the edge of an abyss. Many villagers who couldn't afford the protection fees had been killed by Arlong's crew. Even Belmere, once a Navy officer, had fallen at the hands of these pirates. The villagers' hatred ran so deep that they longed to tear the pirates apart and drink their blood. Now, watching the Arlong pirates being beaten and even killed by this young stranger who had suddenly appeared, they felt as if their deepest grievances were finally being avenged. Their gratitude toward Alan was immense. Standing amidst the fallen fishmen, Alan's face flickered with a cold, fleeting smile. With a powerful push of both feet, he shot away from his spot at lightning speed. The moment Alan leapt aside, a gaping, fanged maw snapped down where he had just stood. Arlong's voice boomed, vicious and menacing. Iron jaw technique. As if the louder he shouted, the more devastating his attack would become. It turned out Arlong had ripped out his own teeth to use as knuckle dusters. And, being a fishman, his teeth had already regenerated, sharp and new. Alan raised an eyebrow. Was this the very move from the original story, the one Arlong claimed could bite through steel? Before he could dwell on the thought, Arlong roared, "Shark on darts," and charged even faster at Alan, darting like a torpedo. Alan, undaunted, used observation haki to dodge Arlong's assault yet again, even taunting him as he moved. "Is that the extent of your power? You can't even sense my observation haki. Fishman Island is supposed to be the gateway to the new world, but your vision is so limited." Arlong bellowed in rage. "Despicable human. If you got the guts, stop dodging. What kind of skill is running away? Oh, really? Now that I'm right next to you, what will you do to defeat me?" Alan's voice echoed in Arlong's ears, freezing the furious pirate in his tracks. Arlong slowly turned his head to the right and saw. To his astonishment, the black-haired youth had somehow appeared at his side. He muttered in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible." If Arlong had been a transmigrator himself, he might have protested loudly to Alan. "Why aren't you following the script? Isn't this the part where my goading make you show off, you accept the challenge, and we fight an epic battle for 300 rounds before it's decided?" Seeing the shock on Arlong's face, Alan seemed to read his mind and replied, "Why is it impossible? The top powerhouses in this world are all human. Shanks, Hawkeye, Garp, and so many others. They all started out weak and climbed their way up. Why couldn't a human be stronger than a fishman? Your racist beliefs have clouded your vision, blinding you forever to the true face of the world." A gunshot rang out with a sharp crack. The pioneer pistol pressed against the dragon's head fired, leaving him dead beyond all doubt. The dragon, his face twisted with unwillingness, slowly collapsed to the ground. Alan showed no mercy. He spared none of the remaining fishmen, finishing them off with clean shots before transporting himself into his inner world. Even as he fought the dragon, Alan had used his domain to scan and analyze the entire group of fishmen. The martial techniques mastered by the dragon and his ilk, including their fishman karate, were now recorded and parsed by the inner world. In the days to come, with some dedicated time, Alan could integrate these skills into his own martial arts. "You're pretty quick, aren't you? I thought you'd tangle with them a little longer." Jill, who had been on the ship, made her way to Alan's side and teased him. Alan responded with an embarrassed grin. "You know my situation. I need to use my inner world to analyze them, to learn more about the fishmen. That naturally takes a bit more time." Alan understood that Jill wasn't making fun of him. Rather, she was subtly reminding him to avoid making any mistakes. He tightened his focus, warning himself to remain single-minded during battle. He couldn't afford to be too complacent or rely too heavily on the original story. What if the dragon had some hidden trump card? Things could have ended in disaster, or even left him gravely wounded. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Alan shifted his attention to the villagers of Kokoyasi village. Perhaps because they were still young, the villagers, although they had witnessed Alan defeat the fishmen, showed no particular fear toward him. A man with a face marked by scars and a windmill perched on his head stepped forward. "Hello, young man. I'm Kinzo, the constable of Kokoyasi village. Thank you for wiping out the Arlong pirates, for saving our village, and freeing us from those fishmen's clutches." Alan greeted him with a friendly smile. "No need to thank us. We're newly minted pirate hunters, just starting out at sea. My name's Alan Johnson, and this is Jill Hera. We specialize in hunting down the most notorious pirates on the seas. The Arlong pirates just happen to be our target." Kinzo's eyes lit up in realization. "Ah, no wonder Arlong called you hunters just now. You're bounty hunters on the sea. We can't thank you enough. If there's anything we could do to help, please don't hesitate to ask." After chatting with the villagers for a while, Alan followed Kinzo on a tour of the village. The island where Kokoyasi village was located truly was a beautiful place. No wonder the Arlong pirates, after subduing more than 20 villages in the area, chose to build their lair, the Arlong Park, here. Before long, the three of them arrived beside an orange grove. Alan gazed at the orchard, lost in thought. At that moment, two figures emerged from the orange grove. They looked strikingly similar to the Nami and Nojiko from his memories, confirming the thoughts in his heart. Nami and Nojiko, their eyes red and swollen from crying, must have just been weeping in the grove. It seemed that after seeing the defeat of Arlong and his crew, they had come to pay their respects to Belmir. Seeing the two with tear-stained faces, Kinjo approached, his heart aching for them. He gently comforted them. "There now, don't be sad. Belmir wouldn't want to see you like this. The Arlong pirates have been defeated. Your great enemy is gone. We should be happy." Choking back their tears, the two answered together. "Yes, we have to live happily, carrying on Belmir's share of happiness, too." Jill chimed in to comfort them. "Living joyfully is exactly what she would have wished for you." As she spoke, her own eyes grew moist. Women truly are tender-hearted. Seeing this, Kinjo continued, "You both must have dreams of your own as well. Belmir would want you to chase after them, to make them come true." Nami, hearing these words, nodded vigorously, as if drawing strength from them. She turned and shouted toward the orange grove, her voice clear and resolute. "My dream is to travel the entire world and draw the most complete map there is." Nojiko followed suit, calling out to the grove. "My dream is to protect Belmir's orange orchard." "Map, map, grove, grove." Their voices echoed through the orange trees, lingering in the air. The wind rustled the leaves, filling the grove with a soft, soothing chorus, as if Belmir herself was responding, or perhaps it was the gentle laughter of her spirit, comforted by the girl's dreams. Nami and Nojiko exchanged glances and broke into smiles. Kinjo, relieved to see them smile again, let out a sigh and joined in their laughter. "Ha ha ha." Their laughter mingled with the sounds of the wind and rustling leaves, weaving together into a melody that filled the orchard with warmth and joy. Alan watched this heartwarming scene from the side. Images of his past life in the orphanage, those happy days spent with friends and the kind old lady who cared for them, floated up in his mind, and a bittersweet feeling rose in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a gentle squeeze on his right hand. A delicate, familiar little hand had taken his. Without looking down, he knew it was Jill beside him. Memories of growing up together, sharing hardships and happiness, flashed through his mind, filling his heart with a deep sense of warmth. Just then, Nojiko lifted her head and looked at Alan with determination. She spoke firmly. "Mr. Alan, could you teach us how to become stronger?" Alan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Nojiko to desire strength. In the original story, hadn't she always stayed in the Orange Grove? Was this the butterfly effect of his presence? That was exactly how things had unfolded. The once peaceful Kokoyashi village had been enslaved by the powerful Arlong pirates, and the villagers, utterly crushed in spirit, couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Yet, right before their eyes, Arlong and his fearsome crew were effortlessly defeated by a pirate hunter of their own age. The impact of these events struck her deeply, planting within her heart a seed, a yearning for strength. Nojiko's dream was to protect the orange grove that Belmere had left behind, to safeguard their memories and their home. But in the face of overwhelming enemies, these dreams were as fragile as bubbles, so easily burst. Besides, Nami's dream was to draw the most complete map of the world, which meant she would inevitably set sail one day. The sea was fraught with dangers, powerful pirates, monstrous sea kings. Without true strength, how could one hope to survive such a harsh world? Nami was still a girl, and though Nojiko herself was young, she understood all too well the fate that could await girls who fell into the hands of greedy, ruthless pirates. That would truly be a fate worse than death. And so, Nojiko hoped they could all have the chance to grow stronger, to better protect themselves and those they loved, and to boldly chase their dreams. That's great. We have a school called Deep Sea Academy. Why don't you both go there to study? I promise you'll become much, much stronger. Before Alan could say a word, Jill stepped forward, with a bright smile, eagerly extending the invitation. Jill had seen the very same determination in Nojiko's eyes that she herself once had. She knew Nojiko wanted to protect her family and support Nami, to let her pursue her dreams without worry. Jill felt as if she were looking at her younger self. Besides, before they had come here, Alan had already told her that there was a genius navigator in this village. Judging from Alan's knowing glance, it was clear that it was one of these two girls. There would be no trouble at all recruiting them for Deep Sea Academy. Alan nodded in agreement. We both came from Deep Sea Academy ourselves and traveled to the East Blue to hone our skills. If you go to the academy, not only will you quickly grow stronger, but you'll also learn all sorts of other skills: navigation, cultivation, medicine, and other practical arts. It'll help you achieve your dreams. He handed 2 cards to the excited Nami and Nojiko. The cards were a deep blue, adorned with the image of a massive whale formed from mysterious runes, its allure drawing their gaze. On the right side of the card, for golden characters stood vertically, Deep Sea Academy.as. She accepted the card. She immediately felt a strange pull emanating from it. A sharp pain pricked her fingertip, and a drop of fresh blood fell onto the surface of the card. In response, the back of the card began to shimmer with shifting runes, gradually revealing the following details for both young women. Student, Nojiko. Student ID, 1513003. Place of birth, Kokoyashi Village. Enrollment date, year 1513 of the Ocean Era. Skill, cultivation technique. Student, Nami. Student ID, 1513004. Place of birth, Kokoyashi Village. Enrollment date, year 1513 of the Ocean Era. Skill, navigation. Nojiko and Nami stared at the cards in their hands, wide-eyed with amazement. With a gentle chuckle, Jill explained, "Hee hee, these are your student cards. Only those who hold a student card can enter the academy. The school itself lies deep beneath the sea. If you wish to go there, simply take out your card and silently recite Deep Sea Academy. A portal will appear, leading you straight to the campus. Here, let me show you." As she spoke, Jill produced her own card. It was a rich shade of purple, and the following information was inscribed upon it. Vice Dean Jill. ID number, 1510002. Place of birth, Flower Island. Enrollment date, year 1510 of the Ocean Era. Skills, martial arts, marksmanship, swordsmanship, navigation. Nami, her curiosity piqued, asked, "Jill, why is your card purple? It's different from ours." Jill smiled and explained, "Once you reach a certain level of mastery at the academy, you can change your card's color to one you prefer. Also, the student card is bound to its owner. Only you can use it. The portal can only be summoned and passed through by the card's owner. This is to prevent those with ill intentions from entering the academy. You must remember this well. Watch, if you silently recite Deep Sea Academy 3 times, the portal will appear." As she finished, she closed her eyes and repeated the words 3 times in her heart. Before everyone's eyes, a grand blue rune-inscribed gate materialized out of thin air. "Wow, that's incredible!" Nojiko and Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Even Kenji, standing nearby, was thoroughly taken aback. He had never imagined such a wondrous academy could exist in this world. At the same time, he felt truly happy for Nami and Nojiko. Surely, with the chance to study at such a magical place, their dreams would come true. You two should go home and prepare. Once you enter Deep Sea Academy, a teacher will be there to guide you and help you settle into academy life, Jill said warmly, patiently explaining everything to Nojiko and Nami. After spending so much time with Alan, she had picked up his habit of mentoring others, and she eagerly shared all the information about the academy that she was allowed to reveal. On the girls' faces, a look of longing and anticipation began to blossom. After taking on 2 new students and once again enjoying the role of teacher, Jill cheerfully followed Alan as they left Kokoyasi village, setting sail toward the vast ocean. Marine Branch 16. What did you say? The Arlong pirates were wiped out by bounty hunters? Impossible. Are you trying to trick me with false news? Colonel. Nezumi slammed his hand on the desk, shouting in disbelief. There was a trace of anguish in his voice as well. With Arlong gone, his source of wealth had vanished. Over the past year, Arlong had given Colonel Nezumi an endless stream of treasure. He made a fortune in just 12 months. Now, it was all gone in an instant, and in his mind's eye, he could almost see mountains of gold slipping away from him. Across from him, a trembling soldier answered. Reporting, Colonel. Arlong's crew was killed by a young man named Alan Johnson. He has a companion named Jill Hera. Both are newly emerged bounty hunters, with no prior records. Colonel Nezumi snorted coldly. Oomph. Even 2 brats were too much for Arlong. What a useless fool. Alan and Jill, was it? I'll remember those names. Lowtown. Smoker glanced at the report in his hand and let out a cold chuckle. So, another bounty hunter chasing after gold. Huh? I hope you don't turn into a villainous pirate. Because if you do, I swear I'll be the one to catch you. Kokoyasi Village. Nojiko, Jinzo, look. It's Alan and Jill. They made the newspaper. Isn't that amazing? Nami rushed over, holding up a newspaper, her voice brimming with excitement. Jinzo peered at the paper, just as delighted. It's true. Alan and Jill's names have already spread throughout the East Blue. They're famous now, and it's such a young age. Once both of you grow stronger at Deep Sea Academy, you'll be famous across the seas too. Maybe even known throughout the whole world. Everyone will know your names. Spurred on by Jinzo's encouragement, the 2 girls beamed with joy. Half a month had passed since Alan and Jill left Kokoyasi village. During this time, they savored a rare stretch of peaceful, leisurely days, free from the relentless grind of training. Even so, their strength continued to improve. Balancing rest and training allowed their minds to reach new heights, giving them deeper insights in their practice. It was as if they were becoming one with the world around them, blending into the very fabric of nature. In such a tranquil state, Jill naturally grasped the essence of the breath of all things, stepping into the realm of cutting iron, becoming a true swordswoman, and perhaps the youngest female swordsman in the world. Jill had long since mastered the basics of swordsmanship. Understanding the breath of all things was simply the natural next step. What she needed was this immersion in nature, this profound sense of harmony with the world. At the very instant she stepped into the realm of the swordmaster, her mastery of martial arts also advanced to the level of dark force, allowing her to blend hardness with softness and channel her power directly into another's body. As for Alan, his strength hadn't seen any dramatic changes, but his control over his mind had grown even more effortless. He could now slip into deep sleep, naturally, which helped him better understand himself and his genetic lock. Though he hadn't broken through yet, he could sense that he was on the verge. Alan understood that the true essence of unlocking the genetic lock lay in an intense concentration of the spirit. People found it easier to reach that state when facing life-and-death crises, but Alan much preferred to break through naturally with steady effort, rather than pushing himself to the limit under external threats. What's more, he hoped to analyze and replicate the genetic lock safely, so he could reproduce it in Jill. That way, she'd have a greater chance to break free from the constraints of the pirate world and join him in exploring even broader horizons. With this in mind, he kept searching for a training path truly suited to the genetic lock, hoping it would let him understand it more deeply and copy it more perfectly. At the same time, he was seeking a safer route to advance the genetic lock, since making a breakthrough in the face of mortal danger was simply too risky. This was why, even though Alan had unlocked the first stage of the genetic lock, he hadn't moved on to the second stage in the past. 3 years. Back in Infinity Terror, Zheng Jia and the others had managed to break through to the 4th stage in a very short time. Soon, the hidden dragon arrived at the port of an island. This was the very place where Zoro learned swordsmanship in the original story, Shimatsuki village. Look, look, a big ship is coming. Wow, it really is. Could it be a pirate ship? Probably not. There's no pirate flag. Maybe they're bounty hunters. See, the words deep-sea hunter are carved on the hull. Really? But do bounty hunters usually have such big ships? Shoo, keep your voice down. If they hear us, we could be in trouble. Oh. On the dock, the townsfolk buzzed with excitement, each person eager to catch a glimpse of the hidden dragon. Alan, listening in on their chatter with his observation hockey, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit exasperated. What's wrong with bounty hunters? Do bounty hunters eat your family's rice? Can a bounty hunter have a big ship of his own? Oda's world building was always a little puzzling. Every pirate in One Piece has a hefty bounty, and yet there are hardly any powerful bounty hunters around. Other than Zoro, you never really hear about any notable bounty hunters. Were all the bounties in the pirate world just for show? Did all the bounty hunters end up becoming pirates themselves? Or could it be that the marine branches pocketed the bounties, forcing bounty hunters to turn pirate out of desperation? After silently grumbling to himself for a while, Alan and Jill disembarked from the boat, secured it at the dock, and stepped into Frostmoon Village. Their purpose here was to seek out Kushiro of the Isshin Dojo, and to see if his Isshin swordsmanship could aid them in their own spiritual training. Moreover, Alan had another goal in mind. He wanted to save Kuina, the sword prodigy from the original story. Nearly every predecessor who had crossed into this world lamented her untimely death, believing her talent rivaled even Zoro's. Before long, the two of them arrived at Isshin Dojo. Inside, a young girl was leading a group of students through sword drills, guiding them as they practiced their forms. Among them, a boy with green hair and a determined expression stood out. Though younger than the others, his sword technique was a cut above the rest, surpassed only by the girl leading the group. The black-haired girl at the front was likely Kushiro's daughter, Kuina, and that resolute green-haired boy must be Roronoa Zoro, who would one day become the Straw Hat Crew's first mate. Who are you? What brings you to Isshin Dojo? Kuina, noticing the two figures at the entrance, stepped forward and demanded an answer. Alan replied gently, "We've come to pay our respects to the master of Isshin Dojo. We've heard he is a swordsman of great renown, and we wish to seek his guidance." Kuina's face turned cold. "If you're here to challenge my father, you'll have to get through me first. Defeat me, and then we'll talk." Alan was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled helplessly. "Miss, you misunderstand. We're not here to challenge a master. Both of us have been self-taught in the way of the sword, never having had a proper teacher. Though we've reached the level of sword masters, we hope to consult with a senior swordsman to improve ourselves and mend our shortcomings." Now, it was Kuina's turn to look surprised, her eyes filled with doubt. "Sword masters? That's impossible. How could there be such young sword masters, two of you no less? You dare to deceive me? Prepare yourself." With a flash of anger, she drew her katana and slashed at Alan. He did not dodge. Instead, he drew the long sword at his waist and parried her strike with a single, steady move. Kuina pressed her attack, swinging down with force, but Alan blocked her blow with unwavering strength, not budging an inch. Undeterred, Kuina withdrew her blade and swept it at Alan in a horizontal arc. Alan remained calm, raising his sword vertically to meet her attack and blocking her once more. With a huff, Kuina took 2 steps back, sheathed her sword, and assumed a crouched stance. Her body leaned slightly forward, right hand gripping the hilt, eyes fixed on Alan as she gathered her spirit and strength for the next move. Alan noticed that Kuina was gathering her strength, clearly preparing for an all-out strike, so he too focused his mind and grew serious. He stood still with his sword poised, yet seemed to merge completely with his surroundings. If not for the eyes that could see him, one might have thought no one was standing there at all. A sound of surprise rang out as a middle-aged man wearing glasses, his eyes narrowed, slowly stepped forward. He didn't interrupt them, but stood quietly to one side, watching with keen attention. This was none other than Kushiro, the master of Isshin Dojo. He had actually arrived at the start of the match, yet chose not to reveal himself, silently observing the three with his haki of observation. But just now, as the two were gathering momentum, Alan suddenly disappeared from Kushiro's sensory field, something that startled him greatly. That was why he stepped out from behind the wall, wanting to observe Alan more closely and understand his current state. Aido / Kuina suddenly cried out, charging at Alan as her katana flashed from its sheath. In an instant, the air split with a speed so swift, so sharp, that the blade seemed to strike before one could even blink. "What a sword!" Alan exclaimed, not the least bit flustered. In fact, he looked exhilarated by the challenge. He raised his long sword and, with perfect timing, intercepted Kuina's strike. With a sharp metallic clash, the two crossed paths. Kuina landed in a crouch 5 meters behind Alan, while he remained rooted to the spot, unmoved. Then came another crisp sound. Kuina's standard katana split cleanly in two, half the blade clattering to the ground, while the remaining piece in her hand revealed an impeccably smooth break, evidence it had been severed by Alan's sword in a single stroke. Kuina stared in shock at the broken blade in her hand, her voice trembling. He cut through iron. Beside her, Kushiru's eyes flew open in astonishment, though he quickly schooled his features, masking his reaction. Meanwhile, Jill, who stood by Alan's side, pursed her lips with a mix of disdain and barely contained excitement, as if to say the others had seen too little of the world, and she was eager to test herself. Seeing Alan reflect on that last sword strike, Jill turned to face Kuina, her right hand moving to her waist to grip the hilt of her purple sword, a flash of sharpness glinting in her eyes. Noticing this, Kushiru silently shifted his haki of observation to focus on her, his right hand also moving to rest on his own sword. Sensing that Jill harbored no killing intent, only eager anticipation, he relaxed his grip. However, he didn't notice that as he focused on Jill, Alan had quietly activated his own domain, directing it towards Kushiru. But when Kushiru let down his guard, Alan also ceased his actions. Still, both their haki and Alan's domain remained quietly active, keeping a close watch on Jill and Kuina. Meanwhile, Jill steadied herself, gathering her spirit and strength for what was to come. A sharp glint grew ever brighter in her eyes as the long sword in her hand flashed out of its scabbard. With a crisp ring, the sound of the sword echoed through the air, and a streak of violet light sliced across the room. Then came the clatter of metal. A fragment of Kuina's katana was severed once again, leaving only a sliver of blade attached to the hilt. The sound of the broken sword hitting the ground jolted Kuina from her stunned daze. Only then did she realize that the girl who had so far remained still had just unleashed a strike imbued with the fabled iron-cutting technique. Even the usually composed, ever-mature man with the perpetually narrowed eyes could no longer hide his astonishment. His expression slipped, and shock took over his face. "A sword master? You're a girl, and yet you've become a sword master," Kuina exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement rather than disappointment. She turned eagerly to Jill, barely daring to hope the answer was true, and half afraid this was all just a dream. From the very beginning of her training, Kuina had been shaped by Kushiru's beliefs that women were weaker than men and would find little achievement in the way of the sword. Zoro, her companion, seemed to confirm this view. Once, he could never withstand a single strike from Kuina, but as they both grew and their bodies developed, Kuina began to struggle more and more against him in their practice bouts. It wasn't that Kuina's swordsmanship was inferior to Zoro's. Rather, as time passed, Zoro's skill caught up to hers, and his strength gradually surpassed her own, though Kuina's technique remained superior. Both of them practiced the school of swordsmanship handed down by Kushiru, a style rooted in raw power, bold, and unyielding. This was why she found it increasingly difficult to match Zoro's growing might. The original story makes clear just how demanding Kushiru's sword style was when it came to strength. Even aboard the Straw Hat Pirate's ship, Zoro focused more on building his strength than on refining his technique, spending most of his time lifting weights. True epiphanies about swordsmanship often struck him in the midst of battle, rather than in solitary practice. This was partially due to Zoro's own approach to training, but it was also inseparable from Kushiru's teachings. Hearing Kuina's incredulous question, Jill replied with a proud smile, "Just a couple of days ago, I finally mastered the iron-cutting realm and truly stepped into the world of swordmasters. It's nothing. Much, really." Though her words were modest, her triumphant expression betrayed her delight. She clearly understood the art of humble bragging, skillfully displaying her pride without a hint of arrogance. Standing by, Alan could only rub his forehead and chuckle wryly. After spending so much time with him, Jill had picked up his penchant for showing off and his love for sharing wisdom in front of others. But truly, the thrill of basking in others' awe was irresistible. It was hard not to get swept up in it. Just look at Jill. After glimpsing the stunned faces of Kushiru and Kuina, she was utterly relishing the moment, completely lost in the exhilaration of her own triumph. After Koshiro and his companion recovered from their shock, Alan turned to him and said, "You must be the master of Ishin Dojo. I apologize for visiting unannounced and disturbing you." As he spoke, Alan tugged at Gil's sleeve, and together they bowed respectfully to Koshiro. Koshiro looked at the two young people standing before him, accepted their bow without moving, and replied gently, "It's no trouble at all. I am delighted to meet two promising young swordsmen." Seeing that Koshiro had accepted their bow, Alan finally relaxed and felt a surge of excitement. It wasn't that he underestimated himself or overly revered Koshiro, but rather they had made their intentions clear upon arrival. We've come to seek guidance in swordsmanship from the master here. With Koshiro's level of observation haki, he could easily overhear Alan's conversation with Kuna and understand their purpose. By accepting their respectful bow so openly, he was signaling his willingness to offer them guidance. Koshiro continued, "Come in, both of you. Let's talk inside. I must admit, I'm also curious about you two pirate hunters who suddenly appeared in the East Blue." Alan was momentarily surprised by this, but then he understood. News of how he and Gil had defeated the Arlong pirates must have spread quickly. The speed at which information traveled in the world of pirates truly was astonishing, Alan thought to himself. Standing nearby, Kuna couldn't help but ask curiously, "Pirate hunters? Dad, how did you know they were pirate hunters?" Back inside, Koshiro smiled and produced a newspaper. Shocking news. 2 young pirate hunters in the East Blue easily wipe out Arlong's crew. Kuina glanced at the headline and nodded in realization. "So you saw in the newspaper. They actually managed to defeat Arlong, who had a bounty of 20 million berries." 20 million. Arlong. As she spoke, her voice rose in astonishment. Clearly, the feat had left a deep impression on her. Alan, seated as a guest, glanced at the newspaper and thought to himself, just as I expected. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy who had followed Kuina inside, Zoro, clicked his tongue and shot Alan a look full of eager challenge. It was obvious he wanted to test himself against Alan. Koshiro noticed Zoro's intent and shook his head with a hint of exasperation. At this stage, Zoro wasn't ready for a duel with a true swordsman, facing such a strong opponent before forging his own path in swordsmanship could have a detrimental effect. He decided to put a stop to Zoro's idea before it could be voiced. Turning to Alan, Koshiro introduced himself. "I am Koshiro, master of Ishin Dojo. This is my daughter, Kuna, and over here is my student, Rorinoa." Zoro. As he spoke, he gestured first to Kuna, then to Zoro. That a sudden thought flickered in Alan's mind. Were they already viewing Zoro in a new light so early on? It made sense. After all, Zoro's background was far from ordinary. He was a member of the Shimatsuki clan from Ueno, and this very place was Shimatsuki village. If anyone claimed there was no connection between the two, I'd sooner swallow my own sword. With that, he spoke up. "Our identities are no secret to you anymore. Sensei, my name is Alan Johnson, and this is Jill Hera. We're both students of Deep Sea Academy, currently undertaking our training in the East Blue." Koshiro's brows furrowed slightly as he pondered. Deep Sea Academy? I've never heard of it before. Deep Sea. Could it be an academy hidden beneath the waves? To produce 2 such young swordsmen, this Deep Sea Academy must be a truly formidable force. But why has it never surfaced in the world before? And what brings them to the East Blue now? In just an instant, countless thoughts raced through Koshiro's mind. He couldn't help but be cautious. After all, he had been supplying food to the Revolutionary Army for years and naturally leaned toward their cause. So, the sudden appearance of Deep Sea Academy stirred a sense of wariness and concern. The seas had only recently begun to calm, with the New World powers fiercely contesting the throne of the Pirate King. The rise of Deep Sea Academy could mean that peace would once again be out of reach. Alan and Jill before him were likely just the tip of the iceberg. Even with Koshiro's breadth of experience, he could never have guessed that Alan and Jill were actually the strongest of Deep Sea Academy, or that Alan himself had founded it. Yet, his concerns were far from misplaced. After all, what's the point of being a transmigrator if you don't turn the pirate world upside down? After a flurry of thoughts, Koshiro's expression grew grave as he questioned Alan. "Deep Sea Academy, you say? Can you tell me what your academy's purpose is? Why has no one ever heard of it on the seas before?" Alan replied with a mysterious smile. "The mission of Deep Sea Academy is to nurture the strong, the very best in every field and discipline. We only established it 2 years ago. Since then, we've set our sights on slave ships and notorious pirates as our targets. Hunting them is part of our training. At the same time, we recruit exceptionally gifted individuals to join the academy and hone their talents, hoping to keep prodigies from straying down the path of irredeemable evil." Koshiro nodded slightly. With his observation haki, he could sense that Alan was speaking the truth. He found himself deeply in agreement with his philosophy of teaching. All of a sudden, Koshiro seemed to recall something and asked, "Slave ships? Then the ghost ship that's been haunting these waters these past 2 years, is that you're doing?" Alan looked puzzled and asked, "Ghost ship? What's that?" Gung Sailang explained slowly. "It started about 2 years ago. Many slave ships from all corners of the sea were quietly intercepted on their way to the Sabeti archipelago. The slaves were rescued without a sound, and the pirates who manned those ships simply vanished, leaving behind ghostly, empty vessels drifting across the waves. People began calling them phantom ships, and for a while, it scared off many small-time pirates from the slave trade altogether. Hearing this, Alan suddenly understood and said, that was the Academy's way of training its students. Jill and I took part in some of those missions as well. But even so, the slave trade is impossible to eradicate. The profits are just too immense, and besides, the celestial dragons demand slaves. That makes the problem almost impossible to stamp out. As he spoke, a heavy silence settled over everyone in the room. The celestial dragons were like a mountain pressing down on everyone in the pirate world, crushing the spirits of almost all. Nobles and commoners alike were forced to kneel at their feet. They were, beyond question, the royal family, the so-called higher race of this world. In a world like this, how could he, as a transmigrant, be satisfied without turning everything upside down? How could he do justice to his almost invincible golden finger if he didn't challenge such a world order? The very thought of the celestial dragons left a knot in his heart. He had to make things difficult for them to find his own peace of mind. But above all, strength was what mattered most. Garp had strength, so he acted as he pleased, and even the world government could do nothing about it. Red-haired Shanks had strength, so nearly everyone showed him respect. Dragon the Revolutionary had strength, so even though the world government hunted him relentlessly, he thrived nonetheless. But look at the powerless. The fishmen lacked strength and were hunted by slave ships outside Fishman Island. Nami and her friend were powerless, and suffered under Arlong's crew for over a year, and his former self, without strength, had been easily captured and sent to the slave auction at Sabaody. Only with true strength could he realize his ambitions. Otherwise, it was all just a fleeting dream. Stealing his mind, Alan asked Gung Sailang in a deep voice for guidance in the way of the sword. Gung Sailang, patient and thorough, pointed out the youthful gaps and weaknesses in Alan's theoretical understanding of swordsmanship. Don't ask me what exactly he taught. If I knew, I'd be a sword master already. After a while, Gung Sailang asked, puzzled, Guina told me that you all have no swordsmanship teacher, that you learned everything on your own. So how does the Deep Sea Academy actually teach swordsmanship? Guina and the others, completely absorbed in the conversation, pricked up their ears to listen. Alan replied, at Deep Sea Academy, we only teach the fundamentals of swordsmanship, along with some theoretical principles of the sword. Gung Sailang was taken aback by this. He had imagined the Deep Sea Academy as unfathomably deep, but now it seemed they didn't even have a single sword master on staff. Had he overestimated them? He asked seriously, you mean just studying the basics is enough to become a sword master? That's a theory I've never heard before. Alan replied with certainty, that's exactly right. By diligently practicing the basics of swordsmanship, we lay a solid foundation for our path with the sword. At our academy, we divide basic swordsmanship into 4 levels: novice, proficient, masterful, and consummate. When one's basics reach the consummate level, wielding the sword becomes second nature, and your understanding deepens profoundly. At that point, it's only natural, almost effortless, to step into the realm of the sword hero. Both Jill and I reached this stage by tirelessly perfecting our basic skills. Once we achieved mastery, we seamlessly attained the state of cutting iron and became sword heroes ourselves. Once again, Alan began enthusiastically praising the virtues of mastering the basics. Upon hearing these words, Koshiro's eyes widened in disbelief. He could no longer contain his astonishment. Such a theory had opened the doors to a whole new world for him, offering fresh insights for his own pursuit of the sword. Nearby, Kuna and Zoro were equally stunned. If this philosophy were to spread, wouldn't it be possible to cultivate sword heroes in large numbers? Sword heroes with truly solid foundations? While the 3 of them were still dazed by this revelation, Alan dropped yet another bombshell. Those who reach the consummate level in the basics and ascend to sword hero already possess the early form of sword intent. They have cleared the path to becoming a great sword hero. As long as, in the sword hero stage, they continue to understand their own way of the sword and steadily accumulate sword intent, they'll become a great sword hero as naturally as they once became a sword hero. What? Great sword hero? Koshiro was so shaken by this explosive news that he sprang to his feet, and the other 2 followed suit. Alan nodded. That's right, a great sword hero. As he spoke, he released the nascent form of his sword intent. The intent of water surged forth, vast and powerful like the ocean, yet with Alan's guidance, it calmed in an instant. Alan stood there like a sea god commanding his oceanic sword intent, at times tranquil and still, at others, rising up in mighty waves. The interplay of movement and stillness, strength and softness, perfectly mirrored the dual nature of Alan's frostblade, his heart of ice and his demonic, yet righteous, sword spirit. As Alan's sword intent took shape, the frostblade at his waist began to emit a shimmering azure light, resonating in harmony with his will. Jill, inspired, revealed her own budding sword intent. A shower of rose petals fluttered around her, and her purple rose sword glowed with a matching violet hue, blending seamlessly with her intent. Seeing this, Koshiro no longer doubted Alan's words. After all, the nascent sword intent was the very key to breaking through the barrier to great sword hero. Perhaps one prodigy might be dismissed as a fluke, but two, and both with such extraordinary sword intent, surely they would become the elite among great sword heroes. Slowly, Koshiro sat back down, and Kuna and Zoro, faces filled with longing, followed suit. Koshiro spoke, admiration evident in his voice. Such remarkable sword intent. Such magnificent swords. He wasn't only praising the power of their sword intent, but also the spiritual resonance of their swords. Each one perfectly matched to its wielder. As soon as Alan heard, he immediately understood that Gung Sailang wanted to learn more about their swords. Without holding anything back, he unfastened the long sword at his waist, placed it steadily on the long table, and said, "This is the Ling Shuang sword. The heart sword holds the essence of life, while the demon's sword carries the breath of death. It was forged by the Academy, using sea stone as the primary material, with special techniques, allowing it to grow alongside its master. In my eyes, it is in no way inferior to a supreme great blade, perhaps even surpasses it." Upon seeing this, Jill also removed her own sword and placed it on the table, saying, "This is the Rose Sword. It too was forged by the Academy, made of sea stone and rare meteorite iron, and likewise possesses the ability to grow stronger with its wielder." Gung Sailang gazed at the two swords before him, but did not reach out to touch them. To do so would be an insult to the swordsman. He simply admired the blades from the side. The Ling Shuang sword. Its hilt, blade, and scabbard were all a deep blue, reflecting the color of the sea itself, the result of sea stone refined to extract the very essence of water. It looked nothing like it did when first forged, now resembling the Ling Su sword of Zhang Liang from the Legend of Qin, though with a more imposing dragon's head at the hilt. The blade was covered with mysterious runes that formed the shape of a dragon, like a long blue serpent coiling in. Readiness. The scabbard was inlaid with 18 jasper hearts, while its surface was adorned with scale-shaped runes, shimmering like a dragon's blue scales. The sword exuded both the grace of a secluded valley in the gentle breeze, transcending the mundane, and the majesty of a dragon soaring across the seas, roaming the world. Those 18 jasper hearts held a restrained but ferocious energy, transitioning from the inner world into the Ling Shuang sword, perfectly balancing elegance and power. Gung Sailang found himself drawn in by the sword's refined beauty. Even his prized great blade, the Wado Ikamanji, seemed to pale in comparison. Beside him, Kun was equally captivated by the ornate sword Jill had placed on the table. The rose sword was entirely purple, a special commission from Alan, forged from sea stone and meteorite iron to match the color of Jill's hair, modeled after Yin Nanfei's weapon. From Moonlight Blade, the scabbard was covered in rose-shaped runes. The guard and pommel were each shaped as a large and small rose, Jill's favorite color and symbol. Looking at the purple rose sword, and realizing it would become stronger as Jill grew, Kuna's eyes flickered with envy. Alan and Jill, seeing that fleeting look of longing on Kuna's face, shared a silent thought. "We've got her." Zoro, too, wore a yearning expression. It was clear he longed for a legendary weapon like these. To a swordsman, a treasure blade means everything. Grass, wood, bamboo, and stone can all be used as swords. That might be true only when the difference in strength is vast. Otherwise, why would people throughout the world fight so fiercely over divine weapons? For a swordsman, to have a sword or to be without one are entirely different concepts. At this moment, Gung Sailang spoke up. "I never imagined that the Deep Sea Academy possessed such masterful sword-forging techniques. Truly, its depths are unfathomable. The path leading straight to the realm of the great swordmaster, the renowned blades that grow alongside their masters, and such a young prodigy of the sword. These all made him deeply realize that there is always someone stronger and that the sky stretches endlessly above." While the group chatted in their room, events were unfolding at Deep Sea Academy as well. "Hello, I'm Bell Sane, a teacher at Deep Sea Academy. You may call me Teacher Bell." Bell greeted Nami and Nojiko with warmth in her voice. After a period of preparation, Nami and Nojiko were finally ready. They activated their student cards and stepped through the spatial gate. entering Deep Sea Academy. Hello, Teacher Bell. My name is Nami. Hello, Teacher Bell. My name is Nojiko. Once the two had introduced themselves in turn, Bell led them toward the dormitories, arranging the next steps in their academy life. Thanks to the existence of the spatial gate, both girls would have 2 days off each week to return to Kokoyashi Village. As they walked along a shaded path on campus, they saw a student approaching from the opposite direction, a rabbit-eared girl with cropped blue hair dressed in the academy uniform. It was none other than Lana Blue. Bell exclaimed in surprise, "Lana, you've finished your retreat. Have you become a sword master?" At that moment, an icy aura radiated from Lana, as if she had brought winter itself with her. Nami and Nojiko couldn't help but shiver in her presence. "Yes, I've finally broken through to the realm of the sword master, and now I have complete command of the Frost Soul Blade." Lana noticed the girl's discomfort and consciously withdrew her chill, answering softly. Though Nami and Nojiko were curious about what a sword master and the Frost Soul Blade were, the powerful presence Lana exuded, along with their respect for the academy, kept them from asking too many questions. Belle, however, voiced her concern. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Lana nodded resolutely, a sharper gleam in her eyes. "I have. For the sake of the Mink tribe, and for the headmaster, I must press forward without hesitation." Belle sighed and said, "Then you must be careful. If you find yourself in danger, promise me you'll return immediately." Lana offered reassurance. "Don't worry, I'll be cautious. You, on the other hand, must protect the foundation we've built here at the academy." Belle smiled. "You can count on me. I won't let anything go wrong." Yet, a trace of worry lingered in her eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Alan remained unaware that Deep Sea Academy had given rise to yet another swordmaster. He was thoroughly enjoying a conversation with Koshiro. "Mr. Koshiro, sometimes words alone don't suffice. How about a friendly spar? After all, practice is the only true test of truth." Alan suggested with a cheerful glint in his eye, his glasses catching the light. Koshiro focused his gaze on Alan and replied with a smile, "It would be my honor to spar with a prodigious swordsman like yourself. Practice truly is the standard by which truth is measured. It seems your Deep Sea Academy holds a most progressive philosophy." Alan felt a pang of guilt as he was borrowing a renowned theory from his previous life. Still, claiming it came from school wasn't exactly a lie. Modestly, he said, "Master Koshiro, you flatter me. Your strength is unfathomable. I merely wish to learn from your swordsmanship. If you were to go all out, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Please guide me." Koshiro burst out laughing, his eyes turning to Alan. "Ha ha ha. To have so many gifted swordsmen like you is a sign of swordsmanship. Flourishing. I truly look forward to seeing how you all grow. Come, let's go to the back mountain to spar. The commotion here is a bit much." With that, he rose and headed outside. Alan and the OT. Under the cover of night, a surge of invisible power suddenly scattered the clouds atop Mount Longhu. This expanding force swept across the entire mountain in an instant, almost as if calling out names, knocking out every Chuanqing henchman one by one, leaving the company employees locked in battle utterly astonished. At the same time, an intangible pressure descended upon all the conscious Chuanqing experts, keeping them from unleashing their full strength. On the slopes of Mount Longhu, among those Chuanqing members directly facing Lu Linglong and her companions, half were knocked unconscious. Among them, Tu Junfeng, known as the Three Corpses, turned pale and exclaimed, "We need to go. There's a true master on Mount Longhu." Without another word to Lu Linglong, he gathered the fallen Chuanqing members and hurried down the mountain, retreating from the scene. Though Lu Linglong felt a flicker of doubt, she chose not to pursue them. After all, she knew the methods of the Three Corpses all too well. If one fell into their hands, one's life would be ruined. So, she simply watched as they left unharmed. Down in the town at the mountain's foot, the old Grandmaster, who had been dealing with the Chuanqing monsters, narrowed his eyes as he saw the weaker Chuanqing outsiders fainting one after another. He turned to gaze up at the spot on Mount Longhu where that powerful aura had erupted, muttering to himself, "Tang-e? That boy's really something these days. Good thing this old man still has some strength left, otherwise the company kid would steal the whole show today. That wouldn't do much for Mount Longhu's reputation." With that, he let out a quiet sigh of relief, his worries about the situation above put to rest, and continued handling the Chuanqing troublemakers in the town. Deep in the rear mountains, two short figures stared fearfully in Tang Yi's direction. Lu Liang gasped, "Acting Chief, isn't that where old Yuan and the others are ambushing Lu Jin? Is his power really this terrifying? With that pressure, I'm lucky if I can use even half of my Minghan arts." As he spoke, Lu Yong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That surge of power had nearly knocked him out, and even now he couldn't shake the lingering fear. By his side stood a young man in a Taoist robe, Xiao Yuzi, the acting chief of Chuanqing, Gongqing. This entire mission to Mount Longhu was his design. He'd spent years undercover within a mountain, observing Tian Jinzhong's every move. He discovered that Tian Jinzhong was guarding a tremendous secret and dared not sleep. Not because of the rumored supernatural spirit, but for something far more real. More than once, when bringing him meals, Gongqing had caught Tian Jinzhong dozing off, which only deepened his curiosity about the secret the old master kept. Using his authority as acting chief, Gongqing made a wager with several Chuanqing experts, luring these madmen to create chaos on Mount Longhu and draw everyone's attention. Meanwhile, he and Lu Liang slipped away to Tian Jinzhong's quarters, intending to use the Minghan arts to copy his memories and uncover the long-buried secret at last. Just as Lu Liang was beginning to waver and consider retreating, a mysterious glimmer suddenly flickered in Gongqing's eyes, though he himself didn't notice. He turned to Lu Liang and said, "Lu Liang, don't worry. I know by Laoi's 13 ghost needles, I can temporarily boost your strength. Even if Master Tian recovers his full power, as long as our sneak attack works, no matter how formidable his soul is, we'll be able to copy his memories." Hearing this assurance from the acting sect leader, and also intrigued by the secrets hidden in Tian Jinzhong's mind, Lu Liang reluctantly agreed. With that, the two of them began to stealthily make their way toward where Tian Jinzhong was resting, carefully avoiding the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain and the company employees along the route. Meanwhile, on Tang Yi's side, Lu Jin exclaimed in admiration, "Well done, young Tang. You really gave this old man a surprise with that move. Now those Chuanqing fellows can't bring out their true strength at all. Who would have thought that someone who looks so scholarly could be this domineering?" Under the pressure of Tang Yi's overwhelming presence, Yuan Tao and the others struggled to hold out. They were closest to Tang Yi, so the effect on them was several times stronger than on the others. The fact that they hadn't passed out already was a testament to their extraordinary abilities. Zhang Lingyu clasped his hands respectfully and said, "I never imagined that Benefactor Tang's strength would be so formidable. Thank you, Benefactor Tang, for showing mercy at the Luotian Grand Ceremony and allowing Longhu Mountain to save some face." Tang, he shook his head modestly and replied, "Not at all. The world of the exorcists is full of hidden talents. You never know when another master will emerge. Truly, it is the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain who remains the unrivaled legend of our kind." At the mention of the Grand Master's strength, Lu Jin's expression changed slightly, and he sighed. "That's right. He hasn't made a move in years. No one knows now just how powerful he's become." At that moment, Lu Jin recalled his own youth, when he once challenged the Grand Master and was effortlessly defeated and brought to tears. A memory that left him feeling a bit embarrassed even now, while also marveling at how monstrous the Grand Master's power must be today. Seeing that Tang, he was paying them no mind and had begun chatting among themselves, a cold glint flashed in Yuan Tao's eyes. Suddenly, he launched his Zhulongzi weapon straight at Tang Yi. With a swift movement, Tang Yi and his companions dodged out of the way. Thanks to the suppressive effect of Tang Yi's aura, Gao Ning and Do Mei's mind-altering techniques couldn't take hold, so everyone was able to confidently pick their own opponents. Lu Jin squared off against Yuan Tao and his disciples. Tang Yi faced off with Si Zhangquan, and Zhang Lingyu moved to Tang Yi's side, though something seemed off about his expression, as if his thoughts were elsewhere. But with a glance at Xia He, Tang Yi suddenly understood Zhang Lingyu's inner conflict. Zhang still had feelings for Xia He, yet didn't want to be too biased, in favor of Chuanqing and risk tarnishing the reputation of the Tianshi mansion. At this moment, he truly didn't know what to do. Xia He watched Zhang Lingyu's conflicted expression and gave a charming smile. In the next instant, she rushed forward and struck Zhang Lingyu with her palm. With a whoosh, Zhang Lingyu was sent flying, and Xia He herself leaped into the forest after him, calling out, "Leave the pretty boy to me. You all can deal with the tough ones." Tang Yi glanced at Xia He, a strange look in his eyes. That slap of hers had simply pushed Zhang Lingyu away without any real force. Yet Zhang Lingyu had gone along with it so cooperatively. Was he just force-fed a display of public affection? Suddenly, his earlier pride in showing off with his gel hand technique lost all its charm. Here he was, using hair gel to style up and make a grand impression, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself fed a mouthful of dog food. Did these two only have eyes for each other? What happened to those Taoist vows of purity on Mount Longhu? What about the infamous bone-scraping blade? Weren't righteous and demonic paths supposed to be irreconcilable? Is this the distortion of human nature or the collapse of morality? Across from them, Yuan Tao and his companions wore grim expressions. Yuan Tao's face darkened further as he cursed. That crazy girl! She can't even walk straight whenever she sees a handsome young man. As for the other three, they seemed to know something about the situation between Xia He and Zhang Lingyu, and could only look on helplessly. While Zhang Lingyu and Xia He ran off to flirt and spar, Lu Jin had already begun to deal with Yuan Tao and his disciples using the Tongtian register. One had to admit, with the Tongtian register in hand, Lu Jin was like a walking artillery battery. Powerful talismans poured out like beans, forcing Yuan Tao's side to scramble in every direction, unable to fight back at all. Meanwhile, Tang Yi summoned his azure jade stream and set it before him. With the flow of innate energy, the ancient zither opened on its side, and 7 radiant flying swords emerged from within. Shun Chang's expression changed as he shouted, "Attack together! Don't let him use that thunder-summoning sword art." Tang Yi shook his head and replied, "The divine sword mastery of thunder? That spell takes far too long to prepare. I've got something new to show you." At once, the 7 flying swords surrounded Shun Chang and the other 2, each occupying one of 7 positions, their tips pointed inward, forming a sword formation. 7 swords united. Brilliant lights of all colors gathered together, merging into a pillar of white light that enveloped Gao Ning and his companions in its center. What is this? It's so powerful. The sword formation, forged by the unity of the 7 swords, tore through their defenses with unstoppable force, striking the trio directly and leaving them coughing up blood, half kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. The overwhelming pressure of the sword array made them too terrified to move, fearing that if they provoked Tang Yi's killing intent, he might strike again. If that happened, of the 4 madmen of Chuanqing, only Xia He, the bone-scraping blade, would be left. Tang Yi, however, had held back. After all, Su Si had asked him to capture the Chuanqing cultists alive, so they could extract more information about their organization. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was fighting with his full strength. Beside him, showing no intention of leaving anyone alive, the Tongtian talisman fluttered through the air, scattering all kinds of charms as effortlessly as tossing beans, leaving Yuan Tao and his disciples struggling to defend themselves. Quadruple Thunder Talisman. Reverse Life, Triple Layer. A dazzling array of skills was hurled out as if they cost nothing, leaving Tang Yi utterly dumbfounded. No wonder Under One Person is such a classic for older hot-blooded fans, he thought to himself. It seems there's hardly any room left for us youngsters to show our vitality. Tang Yi Gurumblit Inyardi. Before long, after subduing Gao Ning and his companions, Tang Yi's lips curled into a smile. He had sensed the old celestial master nearby, standing atop a large tree right next to Zhang Lingyu and Xia He. He happened to witness Zhang Lingyu and Xia He's flirtatious banter firsthand, and when he noticed the slight twitch at the corner of the old celestial master's mouth, Tang Yi felt an unexpected sense of relief. At least he wasn't the only one being force-fed a dose of romance. At that moment, the old celestial master was hardly at peace himself. The whole of Dragon Tiger Mountain was nearly overturned by the madness of the Chuanqing cultists, and yet here his most accomplished disciple was entangled in sweet nothings with Chuanqing's own enchantress. If not for his deep cultivation, he might have simply ascended to immortality out of sheer exasperation tonight. But the old celestial master was an open-minded Taoist. Instead of flying into a rage over his disciple's relationship with Xia he simply cleared his throat and came down to tease Zhang Lingyu. When your heart isn't your own, how can your body be? Take care of yourself, young lady, he said with a wry smile. After sending Zhang Lingyu off toward the front mountain, the old celestial master turned to instruct Xia He, then made his way over to Tang Yi. So the heart is not its own. Every word from the old celestial master is a gem. Tang Yi couldn't help but sigh from afar. Soon the old celestial master reached Tang Yi, smiling warmly as he greeted him. "Tang, my boy, well done. I knew from the first time I met you that you were no ordinary lad, but I didn't expect that when you really got going, you'd have such dominating presence, making the entire Chuanqing faction on Dragon Tiger Mountain cower." Tang Yi replied with a modest smile. "You flatter me, celestial master. Compared to your own renown, I pale in comparison. The moment you stepped in, those Chuanqing fellows started fleeing down the mountain." The old celestial master simply shook his head and said nothing, turning his gaze toward Lu Jin. At that moment, something seemed wrong with Lu Jin. His eyes were bloodshot, his attacks growing more ruthless and reckless with every move. The old celestial master sighed. Old Lu is still haunted by his inner demons. Tang Yi too. noticed Lu Jin's distress. He sensed a dangerous instability within him, signs of losing control, and furrowed his brow, probing Lu Jin's spirit. It turned out that Lu Jin had never resolved his issues with the Sanyu sect, and Yuan Tao's ill-timed mention of it only dredged up painful memories. Even without the influence of Gao Ning and the others, Lu Jin's anger grew after the fight, pushing him ever closer to the brink of madness. The story had come full circle, right back to where it started. Tang Yi's heart tightened. Even after intervening and changing the course of events, things still snapped back on track. Looks like from now on, I'll have to keep my head down, can't afford to get too reckless. But it's not without its advantages. Right now, the Grandmaster is entangled by Lu Jin's inner turmoil, which means things should go much more smoothly from Master Tian's side. All across Longhu Mountain, battles raged on. Yet with Tang Yi's overwhelming presence keeping everyone in check, and the Grandmaster himself stepping into the fray, many of the Chuanxing cultists had already begun retreating down the mountain. In a grove of trees, a few young men from the Lu family, who had just helped Lu Jin corner the Chuanxing cultists, were tending to their wounds. Though they had managed to drive away the enemy, Xiao Zhao's arm had been severed by Yun, who was under the influence of dark sorcery. Blood flowed freely from the wound, and Xiao Xiao had fallen unconscious on the ground. Yun, still wearing his mask, crouched beside him, dazed and withdrawn. Meanwhile, Su Si, who was directing the group, received urgent news. Liao Zhong, the head of the South China region, was dead, apparently killed by one of his own temporary workers. The company's board of directors had decided to call a meeting of all regional leaders, hinting at a possible overhaul of the temporary worker system. A cold sweat broke out on Su Si's brow. Ever since he learned there was a traitor on the board, he had harbored deep suspicion of the company's upper echelons. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if this was another scheme by Chu Tong and her accomplices, another test to force Bao Bao and the others to reveal themselves. Half an hour earlier, deep within Longhu Mountain, a young Taoist named Xiaoyu burst anxiously into a secluded house, calling out in distress. Grandmaster Tian, Grandmaster Rongshan. Rongshan asked urgently, "What's happened, Xiaoyu?" Tears welled in Xiaoyu's eyes as he sobbed. The Celestial Master's mansion is about to be destroyed by the Chuanxing demons. Tian Jinzhong, who had been stretching his limbs, halted at once. His face darkened in anger as he cursed, "Those wretches!" Rongshan, the Grandmaster's 10th disciple, was equally furious. His fists clenched and trembled as he struggled to contain his rage. Xiaoyu continued, crying out, "And that's not all. I heard from the brothers outside that even the Grandmaster has joined the fight, but there are too many demons, and he's trapped in a bitter struggle. The Grandmaster is getting old, no matter how powerful he is." At this point, Xiaoyu's tears streamed down his face, his words dissolving into sobs. Rongshan murmured anxiously, "Master." Tian Jinzhong could sit still no longer. He turned to Rongshan and ordered, "Rongshan, go, lend your master and your brothers a helping hand." Rongshan's heart leapt with excitement, but he hesitated. "But Uncle Master, what about you?" Tian Jinzhong replied urgently, "This is a secluded place. All this time, has anyone come to disturb us? Besides, my limbs have recovered. I can still defend myself. Go now. That's a direct order." Rongshan hesitated no longer, answering, "Understood." He then turned to the two young Taoist attendants, Xiaoyu, Xiaoqing. "Take good care of second Grandmaster Tian." "Don't worry, Master Rongshan," they answered in unison. Both Xiaoyu and Xiaoqing, the two young Taoist acolytes, answered in unison, watching as Rongshan walked away. Xiaoqing, whose hair was already white, leaned against the window and gazed anxiously toward the front mountain of Longhu Mountain. With worry in his voice, he said, "Oh no, what are we going to do? They're not really going to destroy the Celestial Master's manor, are they?" Standing beside him, Xiaoyu's expression grew unexpectedly calm. In a swift, practiced motion, he struck Xiao Qing on the back of the neck. Xiao Qing, caught completely off guard by his fellow disciple's sudden action, had no time to react. He collapsed instantly, slipping into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Tian Jinzhong was startled. He called out in alarm, "Xiaoyu, what are you?" Xiaoyu turned around with composure and replied, "I already told them at the foot of the mountain. If they must destroy something, they should focus on areas that don't matter much. After all, I've lived here for 3 years. I've grown attached to this place." He then clasped his hands in salute to Tian Jinzhong and announced, "Gong Qing, acting leader of Chuanxing, greets Elder Tian." Tian Jinzhong's pupils contracted in shock. At this moment, he understood all too well. The true aim of Chuanxing's attack was not the Tongtian scroll as he believed, but himself. No more. Precisely, it was the secret he had protected for decades, the very secret he discovered when he first met Zhang Huai. This secret must never be revealed, especially not to Chuanqing. Neither of them noticed, however, that deep within Gongqing's eyes, another figure lingered. Tang Yi, the very person who had helped Elder Tian regrow his severed limb. Gongqing spoke on, unhurried and self-assured. Isn't this a bit much? Weren't you always convinced you understood the so-called monsters of Chuanqing? So, is it really so shocking that the sect leader of Chuanqing, on a whim, might come to Longhu Mountain and spend several years as a mere acolyte? Tian Jinzhong was so stunned, he could barely speak. It took all his effort to force out two trembling words. You. Gongqing cut him off directly. Let's be frank. I've always been fascinated by what happened back in the year of Jiaxin. I wanted to get closer to you, survivors, to learn the truth of those events. There's just one thing I want to confirm with you. Without pretense, Gongqing laid his purpose bare. Tian Jinzhong's heart sank as he heard this, and he replied heavily, "What is it?" Gongqing raised a single finger and said, "Years ago, you and Zhang Zhuwei, the present Grandmaster, descended the mountain by separate paths. Very few people know the real reason for that journey, but I do. You were searching for the troubled child, Zhang Huai. Of course, when you returned, you brought no one back with you. What I need to confirm is this. During that trip, did you truly never encounter Zhang Huai?" As he spoke, Gongqing's lips curved into a meaningful, enigmatic smile. Inwardly, Tian Jinzhong thought, just as I suspected, but he suppressed his emotions, fixing Gongqing with a hard stare as he demanded, "How do you know about this?" "This matter is known only to Master and me." Tian Jinzhong's words were abruptly cut off by Gongqing, who spoke up. "There are indeed only 3 people who know about this, but it's not hard to figure out. At the time, there were already rumors that the 2 of you had left the mountain to search for the renegade disciple of the Celestial Master's mansion. Who that traitor was is self-evident. I've seen your wounds, they were clearly from brutal torture. So, whoever ambushed and tortured you on your way back to the mountain must have been after Zhang Huai's whereabouts. Isn't my deduction perfectly reasonable?" Tian Jinzhong let out a breath of relief and said, "So all of this was just speculation on your part?" Gongqing nodded and replied, "Exactly. And to be frank, today's raid on Longhu Mountain was launched based solely on my guesswork. If I guessed wrong, my companions would have killed me on the spot." As he spoke, a twisted sense of pride flickered across Gongqing's face, though he seemed completely oblivious to it. Tian Jinzhong, for his part, ignored it, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Is that so? Then it's truly unfortunate for me. You guessed, right? Back then, I really did go looking for my junior brother, and the people who kidnapped me were indeed trying to force out his whereabouts. My only regret is that I couldn't find him. If Huai had been by my side, how could they have hurt me?" His emotions grew agitated as he spoke. Gongqing's expression changed as well, his face turning grim. "So, there really aren't any clues? Doesn't that mean I'm in danger? Now, should I make a run for it?" Panic welled up inside him, and his feet even started to edge unconsciously toward the door. Hidden in the depths of Gongqing's pupils, the image of Tang he couldn't help but admire. Old Master Tan's spiritual cultivation truly lives up to its reputation. His mind remained steady. As ever, even in this weakened state, he so easily hypnotized Gongqing. If my avatar hadn't latched onto Gongqing, today this acting head of Chuanqing would surely have fallen right here. As he finished speaking, a flash of light passed through his hand, and a wave of cool energy swept over Gongqing. Gongqing's face immediately changed, and he thought to himself, "Something's off. Wasn't I planning to have Lu Yang use the soul mirroring technique to copy old Tian's memories? Why did I suddenly want to run away? And since when was I afraid of dying?" His expression grew more and more frenzied, all the previous calm and composure gone without a trace. Tian Jinzhong's face also changed. He hadn't expected Gongqing to break free of his influence. Without hesitation, he struck out, channeling inner energy and aiming a palm at Gongqing. Gongqing's face tightened, but he gathered his focus and darted to the side. In a flash, a slender needle appeared in his hand, and, seizing the moment while Tian Jinzhong was off balance, he struck a pressure point, leaving Tian Jinzhong completely immobilized. Gongqing saw that Tian Jinzhong had finally been subdued, and he let out a sigh of relief before saying, "I didn't expect that even after staying awake for so many years, old Tian would have developed such uncanny spiritual technique. Now, even the Liu family soul-revealing art would have a hard time extracting memories from someone as lucid as old Tian." As he spoke, he produced another fine needle and, with a precise jab at an acupoint on Tian Jinzhong's body, sent him into unconsciousness. He then reached for his walkie-talkie and spoke. "Come in." Immediately, Liu Yang, who was disguised as a Taoist priest from Mount Longhu, entered the room. Upon seeing the unconscious Tian Jinzhong, he wasted no words. He began to channel the soul-revealing art, and a blue spectral hand extended into Tian Jinzhong's mind, searching for memories from years past. Gongqing urged him from the side, "Quick, Liu Yang, find those memories from all those years ago and extract them. Then wipe out both his memories from today and from back then." Liu Yang was sweating from the effort, while Gongqing, somewhat moved, sighed and said, "He's carried this burden for decades. It's time to let it go." Liu Yang shot him a dark look and replied, "I can't do that. Do you take me for an immortal? Do you think this old man is just some pushover? His soul is the toughest I've ever seen. The only reason I can even attempt this is because he's unconscious. Count yourself lucky. It would take at least a month to sift through everything, and you want results now? Impossible. At this point, I'll do my best to copy all his memories. You stand guard at the door. If anyone shows up now, we're finished." Gongqing's expression stiffened. He set his jaw and walked quietly out to keep watch. Deep within Gongqing's mind, Teng Yi, hidden away, understood exactly how he felt. After several years together at Mount Longhu, he had grown fond of old Tian. He wanted to erase Tian's memories only so the old man could finally let go and live out his days in peace. But alas. A long while later, Liu Yang emerged from the room, nerves taut as he said, "It's done. We need to leave now. Every extra minute on this mountain is a risk." Back in the room, Tian Jinzhong had already awakened. After a moment of silence, he called out, "Xiao Yuzi, come here." Gongqing, who was on his way out, froze in his tracks. He knew Tian Jinzhong had made up his mind to die. The old man had guarded this secret for so many years. Now that it had been exposed, he had lost the will to live. Gongqing walked slowly back inside, his gaze heavy as he looked at Tian Jinzhong. Tian Jinzhong was now standing in the center of the room. With a weary sigh, he said, "Well, after 3 years of scheming, you've finally gotten what you wanted. I know it's pointless to ask you to turn back now. So, you plan to just walk away after all this? Oomph. So much for your preserving the purity of Chuanqing." With that, he began to hurl insults at Gongqing, trying to provoke him into ending his life. Gongqing sighed and said, "Second Grandmaster, please don't do this. It's beneath your dignity. Don't call me that. You're not worthy. You're not worthy." I understand. Your rebuke is well taken. Very well, I'll take on your fate." As he spoke, a silver needle appeared in Gongqing's hand, shimmering with a golden glow that radiated around him. Seeing this, Tian Jinzhong finally seemed to relax a little, but his words remained sharp as he continued his tirade. Well, you little wretch. So you've got some guts after all. Do you really dare to strike? Don't forget, even in my current state, I was second only to one in the Celestial Master's Hall." Sweat beaded on Gongqing's forehead as he replied in a low voice, "Please, stop trying to provoke me. What if your taunts actually make me hesitate?" A heavy silence fell between the two. Liu Yang, who had rushed in from outside, stared in shock at Gongqing, poised on the verge of action. Soon, Tian Jinzhong's expression softened into a faint smile, as if ready to face death with calm acceptance. A hollow, bitter chuckle escaped him. Memories from years ago flickered through his mind. Just as Gongqing was about to make his move, a hand suddenly appeared, seizing Gongqing's right wrist. "I never should have forced my junior brother. I never should have gone to Mount Longhu. I should have left with my brother back then. I was doomed from the start." Tian Jinzhong thought to himself, feeling that at last he could leave this world, finally be free, and he met death with a smile of resignation. But just as the 13 ghost needles were about to pierce Tian Jinzhong's brow, a hand appeared, blocking Gongqing's attack. A young man in purple robes appeared suddenly at Gongqing's side, grasped his hand, and spoke. "Stop. Elder Tian is, after all, the Celestial Master's junior brother. The two of them have cultivated together for nearly a century. If he truly dies by your hand, Chuanqing's fate is sealed." Gongqing, startled at having his hand seized, turned his head and saw it was Qi, the new assassin. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "You're going to stop me? If Grandmaster hears what happened today, he won't spare Chuanqing either." Qi curled his lip and responded, "Chuanqing is full of madmen unafraid of death. If we really feared the old Celestial Master, would we have stormed Mount Longhu in the first place? Besides," he gave Gongqing a strange look and added, "I didn't expect the acting sect leader to be so sentimental. You want to help Elder Tian find release? There's no need for killing. I happen to have a sealing talisman here. It can seal away Elder Tian's memories. He'll keep his life, and from now on, he'll be able to sleep peacefully. What do you say?" Gongqing's eyes lit up, and he replied, "Very well, you take care of it." You've been busy with your own affairs since we arrived on the mountain and haven't contributed to our cause. Let this be your task. For now, she let out a mocking laugh. As expected of an acting sect leader, just a few words and you managed to wrangle a precious talisman out of me for free. As he spoke, he produced a yellow talisman and pressed it against Tian Jinzhong's forehead. Tian Jinzhong didn't put up the slightest resistance. Blue light radiated from the talisman, and standing behind them, LV Liang's pupils contracted in shock. He was deeply alarmed. He could distinctly sense that this power was very similar to the Minghan technique, yet there was something different about it. He recalled what old Master Tian had said as they left the room. I've seen your methods before, but back then, it wasn't called Minghan technique. It was called the dual perfection hand. Could it be that she had met a successor of the dual perfection hand before? Or perhaps he had trained in it himself? Though questions swirled in his mind, LV Liang kept silent. Now was not the right time to ask, and it was best if the matter of Minghan technique and the dual perfection hand remained hidden. Soon, Tian Jinzhong slumped into unconsciousness. With confidence, she announced, "It's done. Old Master Tian's memories have been sealed. Both the events of the past and tonight's happenings are locked away." LV Liang, still puzzled, asked, "How were you able to seal exactly those memories from back then? With such vast and tangled memories, how could you find them so quickly?" She shook his head and replied, "Those memories had already become old Master Tian's deepest obsession. When Gongqing made his move just now, those memories would certainly have resurfaced. All I had to do was target that moment. There was no way to miss." Realization dawned on LV Liang, and he nodded inwardly. Indeed, for old Master Tian, those memories would be etched into his very soul, bound to flash through his mind at such time. Meanwhile, Gongqing bowed respectfully to the unconscious old man, then turned and headed for the door. As he walked, he called out, "It's getting late. We should leave. If we linger and get lazy, we might not make it out alive." LV Liang's expression changed, and he hurried after him, with Qi giving a casual shrug before following along. Elsewhere on Mount Longhu, Tang Xiaobiao stood atop a tree branch and shouted in a commanding voice, "Great spear, dragon devour!" With a whirring sound, a massive gun barrel extended from Tang Xiaobiao's right hand, pointing directly at Baron and Xia Luqing, showing no mercy. With a thunderous blast, a cannon of energy erupted from the muzzle, hurtling straight at the two. The presence of death pressed down on their hearts. Baron was especially terrified. His technique for hiding himself was utterly useless against this opponent's senses. No matter where he tried to hide, there was simply nowhere to escape. As for Xia Luqing, she wore a rainbow-colored glove on her hand, and her face was painted in the style of Sun Wukong's opera mask. Using a doppelganger technique, she narrowly dodged the Dragon Devour attack. Tang Xiaobiao watched their responses with keen interest. Divine Mask and 6 Vaults Immortal Thief. Both of these techniques had great utility. After all, every world has its legendary figures from history and myth, and these abilities would surely prove invaluable in the future. As for the 6 Treasures Immortal Thief, there's no need to mention its longevity. Drawing upon the vitality of heaven and earth to heal injuries is already a formidable technique, especially in worlds like Cover the Heavens. Even if he can't use it himself, this ability could help human powerhouses like Gai Jiuyo, whose lifespan is running out. Of course, the current 6 Treasures Immortal Thief hasn't reached such heights yet, but with it in hand, he can deduce even more powerful techniques, like the Saint Thief. After all, the brilliance of his mind gives him a unique advantage here. Within his spiritual world, there's not only his own wisdom, but also the collective insights of countless geniuses he has encountered. It's far more potent than any so-called virtual spirit realm. Though he marveled at the skills of the two, Tang Xiaobiao's hands did not pause. He suddenly flashed in front of Balin, raised his palm, and shouted in a low voice, "Air Cannon." Time seemed to freeze. On Tang Xiaobiao's uplifted right hand, countless tiny runes appeared, swiftly forming a miniature cannonball. With a trail of fire, it shot toward Balin at breakneck speed. Though the process was intricate, it all happened in a split second. Balin didn't even have time to react before he was struck. With a thunderous crash, Balin was sent flying by Tang Xiaobiao's blow and slammed into the tree behind him. With a painful gasp, Balin struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with shock as he stared at Tang Xiaobiao. He hadn't sensed any energy projectile, nor had he seen any attack coming. He was suddenly blasted away. If he hadn't cultivated the 6 Treasures Immortal Thief, he would likely have been gravely injured by Tang Xiaobiao's strike. He thought to himself, this young man's strength is truly extraordinary. To hit me before I could even react means the gap between us is vast, and I didn't sense any killing intent from him. He hasn't even revealed his true power yet. I should look for a chance to leave, or I might really be trapped here. Still, there's so many strong individuals in this land. The world of the Awakened here is getting more and more intriguing. Having trained in the 6 treasures of Mortal Thief, Balin found his emotions growing ever more detached over time, so he paid special attention to anything that could stir his feelings. That's why he decided to linger a bit longer on this land. Tang Xiaobiao watched as Balin slowly got up, but made no further move. He glanced in Tian Jinzhong's direction, knowing that business over there was already settled. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan was searching everywhere for Feng Baobao, so Tang Xiaobiao intended to bring her back and said to Xia Luqing and Balin, "You two seniors won't gain much by staying here on Dragon Tiger Mountain. You best leave soon. The old Grandmaster has already intervened. If you don't go now, you'll end up behind bars." Xia Luqing came to Balin's side, glanced at Feng Baobao, and an expression of reminiscence flashed across his face. After a moment of silence, he looked toward where Tang He stood and said, "Dragon Tiger Mountain these days is truly a place where tigers and dragons lie in wait." Looking in that direction, it seems to be the place where Yuan Tao and his people were dealing with Lu Jin. To think that their presence alone could suppress us from such a distance, making us unable to use our full strength. Zhang Jiwei doesn't have that kind of power, and Lu Jin certainly doesn't either. It must be that mysterious Tang Yi. Since when did your company quietly recruit 2 such monsters? He shook his head and said to Baron, "Let's go, foreigner. There's nothing more to gain from Mount Longhu." Tang Xiaobiao and Feng Baobao watched as Xia Luqing and Baron departed. Tang Xiaobiao knew in his heart that Xia Luqing probably realized there was some connection between Feng Baobao and Wu Jinsheng. After all, because of Madame Jean Feng, Xia Luqing had always stayed close to Wu Jinsheng and knew him well. What's more, ever since encountering Madame Jean Feng, Xia Luqing had been kept in check and hadn't done anything evil since. Watching their figures recede, Tang Xiaobiao felt a sudden impulse and called out, "Elder Xia, if you have time, you should visit Madame Jean Feng. Lately, there are quite a few people interested in Wu Jinsheng's treasure. I'm afraid Madame Jean Feng has already caught their attention, and their methods are rather strange. If you go alone, you could be in real danger." Xiao Youqing's expression changed. He spun around and demanded, "Are you telling the truth? Who are these people?" "Tang Xiaobiao, but I don't know. They're very well hidden. Even in the company, there are people on their side. But I don't think they actually mean Madame Jean Feng any harm, at least not directly. But if you get involved carelessly, you could end up in danger yourself." Xiao Youqing's face shifted with uncertainty. He turned to leave, calling over his shoulder, "Kid, I owe you one this time. I'll repay you handsomely in the future. Come on, foreigner. You might have to lend me a hand again this time." Baron's face was calm as he replied, "No problem, old Xia. I like to meet some of the extraordinary people from the old days myself." With that, the two of them left together. Feng Baobao asked in confusion, "Why did you tell him that?" "Tang Xiaobiao, just look at Xiao Youqing's face. You could tell he knows something. But we're not close enough to get any information out of him. By giving him news of Madame Jean Feng, when Zhang Chulan asks him about it in the future, he'll be able to answer honestly." In fact, Tang Xiaobiao already knew that Xia Luqing only had his suspicions, but saying it outright would have been pointless. Isn't it better to let Zhang Chulan run around and draw all the attention while I quietly change the world from behind the scenes? But that will have to wait until next time I come here. By then, the changes in this world won't just be about the story unfolding around Zhang Chulan anymore. Tang Yi, with his true form present, had already subdued Gao Ning and the other 2, while Yuan Tao and his disciples seized the chaos of Lu Jin's demonic outburst to make their escape. The old celestial master intervened just in time, suppressing the darkness in Lu Jin's heart. He chanted, "O star of the supreme platform, ever-changing and ever-vigilant, drive away evil, bind malevolence, preserve life and protect the body. Let wisdom shine clear, let mind and spirit be at peace. May the 3 souls endure forever, and the vital essence never be lost." Golden light shimmered as he shielded Lu Jin's heart meridian. Gathering a crystal-clear drop of water at his fingertip, he gently touched it to the center of Lu Jin's brow. Almost instantly, Lu Jin regained his senses. His eyes fluttered open in confusion. The first thing he saw was his own right hand plunged into Zhang Jiwei's chest. Shock, guilt, grief, and panic surged through him all at once. With a dull thud, he dropped to his knees before the old celestial master, tears welling at the corners of his eyes as he choked out, overwhelmed by disbelief and sorrow. I killed the celestial master. Oh no." Then, the old celestial master's voice rang out, steady and unimpressed. "Kill me? Don't flatter yourself. but you did manage to injure me, enough to brag about for a while. Hearing this, Lu Jin looked up in astonishment. The old celestial master's face was rosy, not the least bit affected. In fact, he seemed to be eyeing Lu Jin with a playful challenge. Lu Jin leaped to his feet, flushing with anger, and snapped. If you were all right, you could have said so sooner. You gave me a heart attack. Tang Yi stood silently by, speechless. These two old men really were like mischievous boys, still finding time to bicker, even at a moment like this. But it was true. With everyone's intervention, the Chuanqing followers had all retreated from Mount Longhu, and calm finally returned to the mountain. Master Zhang went off in search of Zhang Chulan, hoping deep down that Zhang Chulan would inherit the title of Celestial Master. Tang Yi and Lu Jin didn't intrude on them. Instead, the two wandered to other parts of Mount Longhu to check on casualties and the aftermath. However, Zhang Chulan still refused the succession. Just as the two were at an impasse, a Taoist priest came hurtling past them, knocked through the air. They turned in surprise. Rongshan quickly caught up, planting himself in front of the dazed priest with a smug grin. Did you really think you could fool my eyes by dressing as a Taoist? You're still too green. When the old celestial master spotted Rongshan, his expression changed. Rongshan, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to watch your uncle? Rongshan scratched his head sheepishly. Master, nothing was happening with uncle, so I thought I'd come give you a hand. Actually, uncle sent me. Still, the old celestial master remained anxious about his junior brother's safety. The group hurried to Tian Jinzhong's quarters. There, Tian Jinzhong lay unconscious on his bed, while Xiao Qingzi sprawled on the floor. The old celestial master sighed inwardly. So, after all these years of guarding that secret, has Chuanqing managed to seize it in the end? So long as one is alive, that's what matters. Simply being alive is enough. Meanwhile, Gongqing, Lu Liang, and Qi arrived at the designated meeting place for the Chuanqing group. Yuan Tao, with a sinister glint in his eyes, turned to Gongqing and said, "You're finally here. Did you get it? Damn it, we suffered heavy losses this time. If you failed, you won't like the consequences." Lu Liang extended his right hand, releasing a shimmering blue aura. Old Tian's memory. Gongqing spoke up, "We've got it. This holds all of old Tian's memories." Yuan Tao eyed them with suspicion and asked, "Lu Liang, what do you think? Is it really as this kid says?" Lu Liang pondered for a moment before answering. "Yes, it's true. While we don't know exactly what's inside for now, judging by his reaction at the time, it's just as the sect leader suspected. He definitely knows something." Xia Luqing stepped forward, taking hold of old Tian's memory. As he recalled the past, he sighed with emotion. "Oh, does this mean this old man can finally understand? Why did Wu Jinsheng betray us back then, when every single one of us had acknowledged him?" Yuan Tao couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming in admiration, "Heh, well done. I didn't expect your guess to be right. As we agreed from the start, you've won. You'll have the right to issue a command to all of us one more time, and this time, there's no wager involved." Gongqing nodded and said to Yuan Tao, "Yes, but for now, let's keep the matter of second Grandmaster's memories under wraps. Only share it with other leaders like yourself, if absolutely necessary. As for the right to issue a command, let's hold off on using it. I suggest we all lay low for a while. The memory will take time to decode, and during that period, let's avoid stirring up any more trouble." Qi, as if invisible to everyone else, watched the scene unfold with amused detachment. This time, there was no need to stage a morning ritual for old Tian. It seemed that some things could indeed be changed. The next day, word spread among the various factions. The Chuanqing group had caused chaos at the Celestial Master's mansion, and one of the 10 elders, Wang Ai, had died at the foot of the mountain. What happened last night? The Celestial Master's mansion. Heh. Some were shocked, others gloated, and reactions varied widely. In no time, these two events became the talk of the entire community of the gifted. Yet, one thing remained unchanged. Taoist Wang Yi was still expelled from Wudong by his sect. Although he hadn't used the mysterious wind after stratagem during the contest, that night, when Wang Yi was being chased by Feng Baobao, he did employ this arcane skill. It was witnessed by Chen Jinkui, one of the 10 elders and leader of the art division. Thus, Chen Jinkui discovered that Wang Yi had mastered one of the 8 marvelous arts. Wanting to obtain this skill, he used the very same tactics described in the original story, sending people to secretly watch Wang Yi. At the same time, some infiltrated Wudong Mountain, leaving the sect with no choice but to expel Wang Yi. But for now, none of these matters have much to do with Tang Yi. He has already boarded a plane home with Zhang Chulan and the others, while Su Si has gone to the company headquarters for a meeting, taking the opportunity to discuss with Director Zhao the martial arts methods Tang Yi deduced. In a space shrouded in darkness, amidst a scattering of faint stars, one star suddenly burst forth with radiant light. A beam of brightness descended from this star, landing precisely at the brow of a young man with black hair and black eyes below. This was Tang Yi's body in the pirate world, Alan Johnson. And that shining light was none other than Tang Yi himself, returning from the world of under one person. When he returned, he sacrificed all his power, flesh, and soul, retaining only the light of his spirit and a single drop of blood essence. As the light touched his brow, it ignited his body like a blaze of white fire. Within the dark expanse, that white flame illuminated a small area, even obscuring the starlight above. The body gradually faded away, leaving behind only a point of light and 2 drops of blood essence. After coming back, Tang Yi immediately refined his original body, Alan, into another drop of blood essence. Within that single point of light, one could faintly glimpse an entire world, his spiritual realm. Soon, the radiance grew stronger, and the 2 drops of blood essence merged, continuously refined and transformed by the light of his spirit. Having achieved the 4th stage of the gene lock, he could now unlock the full potential of his genes. This refinement was a rare opportunity, allowing him to unleash the accumulations of 2 lifetimes and push his strength to yet another height. Time slipped by, and from the light of his spirit, a perfect new body was slowly born. Fair skin, powerful muscles, a flawless physique. He still bore his original appearance, but with subtle genetic adjustments, both his looks and aura had become even more striking. As his new body was reborn, invisible runes began to shimmer into view, weaving themselves into clothes that covered his naked form. After a moment, Tang Yi slowly opened his eyes, his black pupils flashing with a white flame, the very light of his spirit. He let out a long breath. Finally, I'm back. This harvest truly exceeded all expectations. The rewards were immense. The Luo Tian Dajiao had gathered nearly every supernatural faction in China, allowing him to replicate almost all their legacies into his own spiritual world. He had, in essence, collected the very essence of under one person's China, making his own foundation deeper and his path forward clearer. If, before traveling to the world of under one person, he had merely been a lucky man with a golden finger, relentlessly pursuing power, then now, upon his return, he had truly set foot on his own path as a cultivator. Tang Yi did not leave immediately. Instead, he carefully attuned himself to this origin land within the Gate of Truth. After returning from the world of under one person, he finally understood why he had once crossed over uncontrollably. It was because this origin land was not entirely under the dominion of the Gate of Truth. Or rather, this land had never been birthed by the Gate of Truth at all. It was instead an origin realm that the Gate of Truth simply connected to, that explained the existence of other worlds and why it lay beyond his control. This place was one of the most wondrous realms among the heavens, a nexus that could reach and traverse myriad worlds. As for why Tang Yi's Gate of Truth could connect here, it must have been related to the power of time and space within him. If that power truly emanated from this origin land, then it made perfect sense that his Gate of Truth could bridge this place directly. No matter the reason, this was a stroke of fortune, a fated opportunity. At this moment, Tang Yi could already sense the identities of several celestial spheres overhead. Beyond under one person, there was Naruto, Bleach, and the Holy Grail world. What's more, he discovered a new star among them, the world of Harry Potter. This realization made it clear to him that the stronger he became, the more worlds he could sense. In the future, there would be even higher-level realms, Jurakan, shrouding the heavens, Do, Soul Land, Samu, God's tomb, and more. He would witness countless cultivation systems, which made him look forward to the future all the more. For now, however, his greatest priority was his own strength. Thus, Tang Yi did not rush to emerge from seclusion, but chose instead to continue cultivating in the origin land, organizing his own path, and beginning anew, rebuilding himself step by step. After all, he had just experienced a kind of nirvanic rebirth. This time, he was determined to temper his foundation, thoroughly integrating every power he had acquired into his very being. During this process of retraining, Tang Yi also planned to sort through all his knowledge of cultivation. Everything from the physical arts, swordsmanship, and hockey of the pirate world, to the 8 miraculous techniques, the various sect classics, and innate abilities from under one person. All of it he re-examined and comprehended anew within his spiritual world. In that realm of the mind, he continually fused and refined these insights, forging a practice method uniquely his own. Of course, this would be a long and arduous journey. For now, what mattered most was the radiance of his spirit. It was his true foundation, just as the golden core is to a cultivator on the path to immortality, or the relic to a great Buddhist master. As long as his spiritual light endured, even if his body were ground to dust, he would not truly perish. He would be reborn anew, just as he had risen from the ashes moments before. At present, strengthening his body and refining his foundation was more than enough. After all, no matter the path of cultivation, a powerful physical form would always be of utmost importance. In this way, a month slowly slipped by. As for Jill Hera, who had been constantly worried about Tang, she sensed his return the moment he came back, realizing he was safe and sound. With her mind at ease, she continued to plan the future of the Hunter Guild as they had discussed before. On the shipping route from the New World to Whiskey Peak, a fleet was steadily making its way toward the Hunter Guild, sails billowing in the wind. At the prow fluttered a pirate flag emblazoned with a top hat and a fur-lined collar, a skull with lipstick, and a twig clutched in its mouth. Aboard the largest ship stood a commanding figure on deck. He was tall and imposing, wearing a helmet adorned with a line of bristling mane with horn-like decorations set on biscuit-shaped bases on either side. His armor was patterned with black and white biscuit motifs, and a belt bearing the letters BIS encircled his waist. His beard was long and sharply pointed. In one hand he gripped a giant sword. A grand cape draped his shoulders, and a massive biscuit-shaped shield was strapped to his back. He looked every inch a general. This was none other than Charlotte Cracker, the 10th son of one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Known as the Minister of Biscuits and one of the Sweet Commanders, he carried a bounty of 860 million berries. His arrival in the first half of the Grand Line was driven by the Hunter Guild's rumored power to counteract devil fruits. And he was far from the only one. Across the Grand Line's many routes, various pirate factions were converging on Whiskey Peak, each with their own ambitions. Defeating Crocodile alone was not enough to strike fear into the pirates of the New World. At most, it would intimidate those in the first half of the Grand Line, but the pirates of the New World cared little for a young warlord of the sea. The Navy, too, had caught wind that a member of the 4 emperors was about to reach Whiskey Peak. They had long since set up an ambush at the designated site, waiting for a clash between the pirates and Allen's group, so they could swoop in and capture both sides in one fell swoop. After all, the world government preferred to keep such strategic-level power to itself, rather than allow it to spread unchecked. So, while the Navy was outwardly cooperating with Allen, their hostility towards him remained undiminished. In fact, the Cypherpole agencies were already plotting actions against Allen. Go! The Hunter Guild is just ahead. Surround them and snatch that sword intent of the vast sea for me. A rough, booming command echoed across Whiskey Peak, shattering the tranquil air. Look, those are pirates returning from the New World. Run, they're here for the Hunter Guild. This doesn't concern us much. Yes, let's go. Be careful not to get targeted by those big-name pirates. I heard even the 4 Emperor's subordinates are coming this time. Some hunters, seeing the pirates charging up Whiskey Peak, turned pale. Knowing this was far beyond anything they could handle, they hurriedly called out to their companions and slipped away to hide. At a safe distance, the tall, imposing pirate from the New World saw this and decided not to stir up unnecessary trouble. After all, this time what mattered most was speed. He'd been lucky enough to arrive before the other pirate crews, and getting his hands on the power to counter devil fruits was his top priority. Once he claimed that power, every devil fruit user would be no match for him. Even the Navy's 3 admirals and the 4 emperors would be forced to yield. Wouldn't that make him the true master of the seas? Those lofty big shots would all be crushed beneath his feet. A wild, triumphant laugh burst from his lips. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His expression twisted with anticipation, as if he could already see himself ruling the great ocean. Hidden in the distance, a hunter's face was frozen with fear. Yet in his hand, he held a tiny transponder snail, quietly recording the giant's image. Suddenly, a voice came through the transponder snail. Captain of the mighty force pirates, Blanca the Strong. Bounty, 100 million berries. Power approaching that of a Navy vice admiral. A low, amused chuckle followed from the snail. Ha ha ha, not bad. Someone with strength near a vice admiral is just right to test the current Hunters Guild. Sure, he defeated Crocodile, but Crocodile had hidden injuries. Otherwise, how could some greenhorn have beaten him so easily? It was clear from the tone that they bore deep hostility toward Allen. No doubt they, too, had their eyes on the oceanic sword intent. The mighty force pirates soon gathered before the gates of the Hunters Guild, but they didn't barge in recklessly. After all, a month had passed since Allen's fierce battle with Crocodile, and all the major forces had thoroughly analyzed every scrap of intelligence. That was why it had taken a month before they dared to make a move. Blanca, who had survived and thrived in the New World, was naturally well aware of the situation. The Hunters Guild was protected by an energy barrier. Without a way to deal with it, they could easily get trapped inside. But then again, what kind of people were they? Pirates. They never play by the rules. A sly, malicious glint appeared in Blanca's eyes as he called out. "Ha ha! You cowards dare to call yourselves the Hunters Guild? We're right at your doorstep. Why are you hiding inside? Too scared to come out? Are all bounty hunters just turtles hiding in their shells? Ha ha ha!" Standing outside, Blanca hurled insult after insult at the Hunters Guild and at Alan, trying to provoke them into coming out and fighting away from their stronghold. That way, no matter what powers their barrier had, it would be useless. Besides, with such taunts, if Alan still cared about the guild he'd founded, he'd have no choice but to show himself. Otherwise, how could any bounty hunter stay interested in a guild whose leader was too timid to face a fight? If Alan refused to rise to the challenge, the Hunters Guild would soon fall into obscurity. Creak. The doors of the Hunters Guild swung open, and Jill Hera strode out, her face cold and expressionless. Jill was furious. After all, the Hunters Guild was the fruit of Alan's hard work, and seeing it mocked by this ugly pirate before her was simply intolerable. But alas, as the saying goes, those whom the heavens would destroy, they first drive mad. When Blanca saw that the one stepping out was a beautiful young woman, his laughter grew even more raucous. "Ha ha! Where's your guild master hiding? Why send out a little girl? Are you offering her up to apologize to us?" The captain is right. That Alan is nothing but a coward. With just a single move, the captain could snatch up that useless turtle of a guild master. The lackeys of the mighty force pirates echoed Blanca's jeers, paying no heed to the growing darkness in Jill's expression. Jill drew a deep breath, then pulled out her twin pistols. Fates rose from her belt, leveling them at the brash pirates. Bang, 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 clang. With every shot, a pirate fell, until the final bullet was blocked by Blanca's massive hand. A layer of jet-black armor now coated his fist, armament hockey in full force. Blanca's fearsome reputation came from his overwhelming strength, his mastery of armament hockey making him a formidable foe. Paying no mind to the bodies of his fallen men, Blanca grinned triumphantly and called out, "Little girl, you think that pathetic gun of yours can hurt me? Don't be ridiculous. True powerhouses have no fear of firearms. Those toys might frighten folks across the four seas, but here in the New World, they're worthless." Ha ha ha. Clearly, Blanca had no idea that in years to come, the red-haired pirate's right-hand man would, with just a pistol, keep even Admiral Kazuru at bay. Strong as he was, Blanca had yet to witness the true might this world had to offer. Unmoved by his taunts, Jill continued to glare coldly at the pirates before her. With Alan still in seclusion, it fell to her to protect both his legacy and his peace. She could not allow these scoundrels to disturb him. Her heart gradually calmed. Ever since she began training under Alan, she had never faced a trial alone. This was her test. Did the Hunters Guild lack powerful fighters? Of course not. Uva, Larn, and the others could easily defeat Blanca, but Jill had decided to handle this herself. After all, they were the Guild's hidden strength. According to plan, they were to remain in the shadows until the decisive moment, striking a crippling blow against the world government. Better to break one finger than injure all 10. Their existence could not be revealed lightly. They even needed to cultivate a large number of forces hidden in the shadows. So this time, before Alan returned, Jill Hera had to face the pirates arriving at Whiskey Peak alone. Besides, these people as they were now posed no real threat to her. Ever. Since becoming a sword master, Jill Hera's strength had soared tremendously, and with the power of the Rose Sword, she was more than capable of handling the opponents before her. A sly look flashed across Branca's rugged face as he spoke to Jill Hera. "Little girl, is your Hunters Guild just going to hide inside and let you fend us off all by yourself? If so, your guild will soon be nothing but a name. But our giant force pirate crew is always eager for talent. Why not join us and become one of my crewmates?" Of course, he knew the beast girl before him was a prodigious sword master and had already grasped the beginnings of her own unique sword. Intent. Once she matured, she would become a great sword master, and a beauty at that. Branca couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Jill Hera shot Branca a look full of disdain, her killing intent surging ever stronger. Rose sword intent welled up around her, and a rose sword at her waist hummed with energy. Seeing this, Branca's expression turned cautious. Everyone knew how fearsome a swordmaster's attacks could be, and he dared not take her lightly. Raising the Fate Rose in her hand, Jill Hera aimed it straight at the pirates before her. Noticing this, Branca's face hardened. He realized they were racing against the clock and couldn't afford to be delayed here. They needed to capture the talents of the Hunters Guild as quickly as possible. Just as he was about to disregard the mysterious barrier and launch a direct assault, 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession. With a sneer, Branka raised his right hand, wrapped in a coating of armament hockey, and swiftly batted away the 3 speeding bullets. Yet, the moment his palm met the bullets, it felt as though he were blocking 3 sharp, thrusting swords rather than mere projectiles. Branka's expression changed instantly. He hurried to focus his mind and poured even more armament hockey into his palm, straining to withstand Jill's attack. 3 rose blossoms bloomed where the bullet struck. His hand, and Branka stared at Jill Hera in disbelief. She had actually fused her rose sword intent into the bullets, amplifying their power, completely overturning everything he thought he knew about swordsmen. Seeing that Branka was still able to block her bullets, Jill Hera frowned, realizing that relying solely on marksmanship would not be enough to defeat this enemy. Though she could gather her strength and unleash a full-powered strike using the Fate Rose, the effect would be limited. Branka's armament hockey could fend off almost any attack. Even if she used the explosive power of the Boom Boom Fruit, it would be difficult to inflict any real harm on him. Immediately, she set her sights on the other members of the giant force pirates. Among them, those who hadn't yet mastered armament. Hockey would be the perfect targets to clear out first. With her plan in mind, Gilhura pressed off with her feet, charging swiftly toward the pirates ahead. The gun in her hand, Fate's Rose, rang out shot after shot, and with every bullet, a rose seemed to bloom right in the center of a pirate's brow. One after another, Blanca's men fell to the ground, and Gilhura plunged into the midst of the crowd, deliberately steering clear of Blanca himself as she unleashed her attacks. Guided by her observation hockey, Gilhura weaved effortlessly through the pirates, firing with unrestrained mastery, her marksmanship painting the battlefield like a wandering sharpshooter. Blanca and his men could do nothing but watch in frustration. Blanca's face flushed with rage, so red it seemed it might drip with anger. But despite his superhuman strength and the fact that he was nearly at the level of a vice admiral, his impressive physique had become his greatest weakness. He simply couldn't keep up with Gilhura's movements, and each time he tried to confront her, she anticipated and evaded his attacks. After about 15 minutes, the gunfire ceased. Gilhura leapt backward, putting distance between herself and Blanca. With a graceful flourish, she spun Fate's Rose and holstered it at her waist, a picture of cool confidence. Hidden within the dimensional rift, Alan watched Gilhura's striking display, momentarily lost in thought. For Gilhura, perhaps they had only been apart for a month, but for Alan, it had been over 3 years since they last met. Seeing her now, holding her own with such poise, filled him with pride and joy. For years, he had hoped Gilhura would forge her own path, not become his subordinate, and so he never interfered with her growth. Alan was lost in his memories, but Blanca wasted no time. Gilhura's strength had far exceeded his expectations, yet failure was not an option, otherwise the giant force pirates would become the laughingstock of the New World. The losses today had left him a commander without troops. He had to kill her to redeem his honor. So, the moment Gilhura steadied herself, Blanca charged at her. Armament hockey, hardening, black energy surged across his body, cloaking him in an armor as dark as night and boosting his speed. In a heartbeat, he was right in front of Gilhura. With a savage grin, Blanca let out a wild laugh. "Ha, little lady, you put your weapon away just to look cool? Let me teach you a real lesson. True warriors never drop their guard. All your fancy moves are useless. Only strength matters in the end." Ha! Watching from the sidelines, the hunters wore anxious expressions. One of them muttered under his breath, "Sigh, is she really going to lose this time? She's still a bit too young, after all. Give her a few more years, and Blanca wouldn't stand a chance against her." Yes, that's right. Why hasn't President Allen come out today? What are they really up to? Letting such a young girl come out and stand against the enemy. What kind of Hunters Guild does that? Though he left his words unfinished, everyone understood what he meant. With the guild under attack by pirates, the president remained absent, sending a little girl to bear the brunt instead. No wonder. Many hunters began to doubt the guild. After all, most had only joined a month ago, never truly feeling a sense of belonging. Now, with something like this happening, their disappointment seemed inevitable. Hidden in the shadows, the world government agent watched the scene unfold, a cold, mocking smile on his lips. This was precisely the turn of events the world government relished. Without any intervention, the guild was collapsing under its own weight. What sheer luck! All their efforts had led to this perfect outcome with barely any work at all. Alan, too, noticed the mood among the crowd. He merely frowned, unconcerned. He had complete faith in Gilhura's abilities. Once she defeated Blanca, all this gossip would vanish. Instead, tales would soon circulate of how the Hunters Guild needed only a young girl to bring down the mighty giant pirate crew of the New World, proof of their unfathomable power. That's human nature, after all. People care little for the process. Only the result matters. In the end, history belongs to the victor, while the defeated are cast aside. Standing before the force of Blanca's fists, Gilhura's lips curled in a confident smile. She had been waiting for this moment. Alan's brow arched as he noticed Gilhura's right hand had already settled on the hilt of her rose sword. Chaos blossoms. In a flash, Gilhura drew her rose sword, charging forward in a swift burst. She unleashed a flurry of slashes, each stroke conjuring petals that blossomed and whirled, enveloping Blanca at the heart of a blooming rose. As the flower took shape, Gilhura swept her sword in a powerful final strike. With a sharp, slicing sound, the massive rose shattered, sending petals scattering through the air. Blanca's bloodied figure emerged from the storm of petals, grievously wounded and utterly spent, his life force fading. With a choked cough, blood spurted from his wounds. Staring at Gilhura in terror, he finally managed to utter a few trembling words. Floral sword, vista. Gilhura paid no mind to the name whispered by the dying man. Instead, she let out a quiet breath of relief, though her vigilance only grew. She knew this was just the first wave. Until the Hunters Guild had truly found its footing, more and more pirates from the New World would descend upon them. Her task was clear: protect Alan as he remained in seclusion. Alan, meanwhile, gazed at Gilhura with admiration. Her strike had embodied the very essence of decisive action, swift, lethal, and free of unnecessary entanglement, that he had laid out traps in advance, deliberately using his marksmanship to eliminate Zhu Li's subordinates, fueling his anger. Then, by exposing a calculated weakness, he lured Blanca into the snare. At last, with a final, all-out strike, the flower's soul blossomed, ending Blanca's life in an instant. Clearly, this was Alan's influence at work. After all, whenever he faced an enemy, aside from the first drawn-out battle with Black Panther, Moors, he always finished his fights swiftly, never revealing his trump cards or giving his opponents any chance to turn the tables. Moreover, the technique Wildflower Burial was something Alan had casually mentioned before. It was a move from a wandering swordsman. In the game Toxic Milk Powder, to Alan's great surprise, she had managed to grasp it on her own, giving him an unexpected delight. So strong, incredible, she killed Julie Blanca in a single move. Wow, her sword is beautiful. The hunters hiding nearby murmured among themselves, astonished by Gilhura's power. Her strength had already reached the level of a Navy headquarters vice admiral. Secretly observing from the shadows, representatives of the world government, Navy, Revolutionary Army, and the four emperors all frowned, trying to guess where Alan and Gilhura had come from, and who could have produced such powerful young fighters. They were deeply intrigued by the rapid progress these two displayed. If they could obtain such a training method, it would be possible to foster hundreds, even thousands of Vice Admiral-level warriors. Then, even Whitebeard himself could be subdued. Who on this vast sea could stand against an army of Vice Admirals? Yet, at this thought, they shook their heads. Such a thing was impossible. If it were so easy to produce Vice Admirals, the seas would have long been ruled by some mysterious force, leaving no room for the celestial dragons or the world government. After all, out of 1,000 Vice Admirals, not even 10 admirals might emerge. Just imagine the concept of 10 admirals acting at once. The reputation of the Navy's 3 admirals alone was enough to instill fear in countless pirates. Little did they know what kind of transformation Alan would bring to this world. In the future, even if admiral-level combatants would not be overly common, their numbers would certainly exceed those of today. At the doors of the Hunters Guild, Gilhura sheathed her rose sword and dusted off her hands, preparing to return to the White Jade Pavilion. Suddenly, 5 pirates of varying builds burst from the surroundings, faces twisted with malice, charging at her with the intent to attack by surprise. What? There are still more of them. Careful. 2 young pirate hunters' faces changed, calling out to warn Gilhura in concern. But the pirates paid them no mind, each wielding their weapon as they lunged toward Gilhura. Gilhura's brows knit in a frown. With a powerful push off the ground, she vanished from her spot, somersaulting through the air to land gracefully before the doors of the White Jade Pavilion. With a thunderous crash, the 5 pirates' ambush missed entirely, their blows striking the earth and leaving a small crater in the ground. Gilhura's expression turned icy as she slowly drew the rose sword from her waist. Among the 5 pirates who had ambushed her, a tall, thin man flashed a sly grin and said, "Well, aren't you lucky?" But after that attack he used to finish off Branka in one blow, you must be running low on strength. Give up quietly and hand over the ocean sword, or else. Jilhura's brows arched sharply. She wasted no words on them. Before the pirate could finish his threat, she charged forward, sword in hand, straight at the group. Dance of 1,000 blossoms, she cried. With a sudden burst forward, Jilhura unleashed a flurry of slashes, each one trailing a shower of petals through the air as they swept toward the 5 pirates. The tall pirate who had spoken paled, abandoning his threat to raise his weapon in defense. The other 4, faces grim, braced themselves as well, warding off the surging sword energy. After all, everyone present had witnessed the devastating power of Jilhura's attacks. She had felled the brute Branka, who could harden his body with armament hockey, with a single blow. It was clear to all just how formidable she was. There was a sharp hiss, then the ring of shattering metal. Crimson lines split open across each pirate's brow as their weapons snapped and fell clattering to the ground. With a series of dull thuds, the 5 pirates collapsed, bodies cleaved in two. Jilhura's brow creased slightly. She had never witnessed such carnage before, and the sight left her somewhat uneasy. Yet she did not leave at once. Instead, she carefully scanned her surroundings. The ambush had left her unscathed, but it had made her wary. She realized, now that there were many pirates from a new world lurking in the shadows, harboring ill intentions toward the Hunters Guild and plotting against them. Now that she had become their target, she could afford no carelessness. She had to display overwhelming strength to make the pirates hesitate before crossing her. Only by doing this could she safeguard their true strength while Alan remained in seclusion, hidden from the hungry eyes of their rivals. Alan, concealed in the shadows, watched the shifting emotions on Jilhura's face and understood her resolve. He felt a surge of emotion rise within him. Suddenly, the jade gates of the white jade tower creaked open, and a handsome figure stepped slowly out from behind them. Hearing those familiar footsteps, Jilhura turned around, joy lighting up her face. "Alan, you're here." There was not a word of reproach for his month-long absence, only delight and excitement. Jilhura skipped over to Alan's side, her happiness bubbling over. In that moment, she seemed to forget the lurking enemies entirely. The tension from before melted away, replaced by pure elation. Though Jilhura let her guard down, none of the pirates hidden in the darkness dared make a move. An even more formidable aura had locked onto them, warning that the slightest misstep would be answered with a storm of merciless attacks. It was Alan who had locked onto them, stepping out from behind the door. The technique he used now was an evolution of the Conqueror's Haki he had once wielded on Dragon Tiger Mountain, precise enough to target individuals. This time, however, he masked its overbearing pressure, transforming it into a menacing killing intent. Having just emerged from seclusion, Alan no longer radiated the flawless allure he had possessed upon his rebirth. The unique, magnetic aura that had once drawn all eyes to him was gone. Now, he appeared restrained, like a sword sheath, his brilliance deliberately concealed. Yet only he himself knew how vast a power lay dormant within, if not for the cautious and unassuming temperament he had cultivated, and a mind as tranquil and unshakable as still water, undisturbed by the world. He might have been swept away by pride already. Fixing his gaze on the pirates lurking in the shadows, Alan gave Jill a gentle smile and said, "You've worked hard during this time. Now that I'm back, leave everything to me." Jilhura's eyes shone with excitement, her heart finally at ease. The moment Alan appeared, it felt as though all troubles had been kept firmly at bay, and she could finally breathe freely. She answered with a simple, "All right." They exchanged only a few words, a glance, a brief phrase, yet it was enough. Between them, an unspoken understanding flowed, needing no further explanation. It was a trust built over time. Alan then looked toward the seaward side of Whiskey Peak, where a pirate ship was slowly approaching. On its sail was the emblem of Charlotte Cracker, one of the Sweet Commanders. He knew at once that these were men of the Yonko's pirate crew. Yet, far from feeling any fear or anxiety, Alan felt a restless excitement, a desire to test his own abilities. Indeed, it was no longer about power but about technique. At this point, Alan already possessed the strength of an admiral, and with the amplification of his inner world, he could even challenge a Yonko. In his mind, he was certain he surpassed Cracker in strength, and his repertoire of techniques was ever expanding. Cracker's arrival was the perfect opportunity to try out his new moves. Just like on Dragon Tiger Mountain, within Alan's spiritual world, an island mirroring Whiskey Peak was taking shape. Shadows of figures moved about, interacting just as in the real world, a perfect replica of the island. All the bounty hunters, secret agents, and pirates hiding on Whiskey Peak had been copied into this inner world, their memories, skills, and devil fruit abilities all analyzed and reproduced by Alan's mind. That IT seems I really do have the protagonist's aura after all. Right now, the peaks of Whiskey Mountain have captured the world attention. So this time, what I gained rivals only my haul at Dragon Tiger Mountain since my arrival in this world. It's a pity, though, that I can't have a showdown with the 4 Emperors' pirate crews. Let them and these other pirates clash with the naval forces lying in ambush instead. With that, he extended his right hand, spreading his fingers, and whispered under his breath. Spatial banishment. The pirates marked by Alan exchanged confused glances, sensing no imminent threat to their lives. Yet, before they could react, a shimmering, phantom doorway quietly materialized behind them, swallowing them up without a sound. On the other side of this doorway, Admiral Sakazuki, better known as Akano, and Vice Admiral Enigmo were observing the Hunter Guild through their den mushy, eager to see how Alan would respond to Cracker's assault. Just as they saw Alan extend his right hand and utter a command, Sakazuki's expression shifted, as if he had heard something. He unleashed his haki of observation, and within his sensing field, spectral portals suddenly opened in the midst of their encirclement. Figures tumbled out one after another, pirates, secret agents, and naval intelligence officers alike. In that instant, Sakazuki understood why Alan dared to ally himself with the Navy to oppose the New World's most formidable foes. Many who emerged from the portals were faces Sakazuki recognized, including intelligence personnel he had dispatched to Whiskey Mountain not long ago. There could be no doubt. Only Alan, president of the Hunter Guild, could orchestrate such a scene. Cunning brat. So, he's using spatial teleportation to send these pirates straight into our ambush. He has no intention of fighting them himself. He rose to his feet and barked an order. All hands, be on alert. Prepare to strike at the pirates in the center of the encirclement. At these words, Vice Admiral Enigmo immediately activated his own observation haki. Hearing the commotion, he sprang up, saluted crisply, and replied solemnly, "Yes, sir." He then followed Sakazuki out onto the deck. Among those who had tumbled out of the spatial gates, the agents and naval intelligence officers quickly scanned their surroundings, realizing they were at the very spot designated for the ambush of the New World's pirates. In perfect coordination, they silently retreated to the periphery, putting distance between themselves and the pirates. The pirates themselves were left in a state of shock and uncertainty. Some, however, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had landed on solid ground, on an island rather than in the open sea. Had they appeared over water, the devil fruit users among them would have been doomed, with nowhere to stand. A fate reserved for neither monsters like the 4 Emperor Beast Kaido, who, despite being a devil fruit user himself, had no fear of the sea. What is this place? Tisich, idiot, haven't you figured out yet? That Alan Johnson made a move and teleported all of us here. Damn you, how dare you insult me? Do you even know who I am? So what if I insult you? Who's afraid of whom? Just as their quarrel was about to escalate, a trembling voice interrupted them. Shut up, all of you. We've been sent straight into a Navy ambush. The 2 bickering pirates sneered and cursed. Coward, what's so scary about the Navy? As long as an admiral doesn't show up, I couldn't care less. The trembling voice sounded again. Navy Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Enigmo, is here too. There are a few others who must be vice admirals as well. The pirates, who had just been boasting, were completely caught off guard by the sudden reality check. But now, instead of rage, they were seized by fear, realizing they'd fallen into a Navy admiral's encirclement with no hope of escape. All their earlier bravado vanished, and they cried out in panic. How can this be? The Navy actually sent an admiral. The trembling voice spoke once more. It's probably to ambush the crew from a Yonko's ship. I heard Charlotte Cracker, one of the sweet commanders, is here this time. The moment these words left his mouth, the pirates' terror only deepened. An admiral. Such a force was like a mountain pressing down on their chests. The reason pirates nowadays kept their distance from the celestial dragons was precisely because any harm to a celestial dragon would bring down the wrath of an admiral. Suddenly, a burly man in samurai armor stepped forward. With wavy hair, a cross-shaped visor on his helmet, and the spade mark emblazoned on his shoulder, he was none other than the highest executive of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Spade. His face twisted in a fierce sneer as he strode up to the tall, skinny youth whose voice had been trembling, and he barked sharply. Who the hell are you? I've never heard your name in the New World. How do you know so much about the Navy's secret maneuvers? Even Don Quixote's Demon Bamboo Virgo, codenamed Corazon Red Heart, had gone undercover as a vice admiral at G5 and still couldn't uncover the Navy's movements. That alone proved how secretive this operation was. It was, after all, a plan to deal with a Yonko. Yet this silver-haired youth somehow knew all about it, which made Thurka deeply suspicious. He demanded, "Kid, are you a Navy mole?" So Alan Johnson, that coward, actually cut a deal with the Navy and plans to throw us all to the wolves. The silver-haired youth still looked petrified, his voice quivering as he stammered. "I'm not a mole. I'm a pirate who just set out from a small island in the New World. Before I could even make a name for myself, I heard rumors that there are techniques here that can counter devil fruit powers, so I wanted to sneak in and fish in troubled waters." Yet Circa wasn't ready to let the young man off the hook. He snapped viciously. "You say you're not one of them, but who's to believe it? How do you explain that secret Navy operation? You still haven't told us your name. What reason do we have to trust you?" As Circa spoke, the other pirates around him fixed the young man with fierce, hostile stares. With an admiral about to descend upon them, fear gnawed at their hearts, and they needed someone to vent their terror on. Whether or not this frail-looking youth was actually an undercover agent, his death would serve as an outlet for their pent-up dread. Off to the side, the Navy spies and agents who had been pushed away from the crowd watched the chaos with mocking amusement. With open scorn, they sneered, "What a bunch of ocean scum. That kid's as good as dead." Feeling the weight of those murderous gazes, the silver-haired youth trembled uncontrollably and cried out in terror. "I'm really not a spy. It was them. I was hiding next to that Navy intelligence officer at the time. I overheard their whole conversation, even the den mushy call." As he spoke, he thrust out his right hand, frantically pointing toward the undercover agents who had distanced themselves from the crowd. Circa followed the youth's gesture and saw the agents watching them with derisive, almost theatrical amusement. Rage flared in Circa's mind, and the pirates around him seethed with fury. Circa roared, "Baby 5, go kill them." At his command, Baby 5 in the crowd sprang into action, and Circa himself charged at the spies. Many pirates followed, eager to tear apart those who had toyed with them. Yet some pirates hung back, their eyes flickering with dread, staring at Circa and the others as if they were already dead men. Sure enough, a formidable Navy officer draped in a cloak of justice blocked their path. It was none other than Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Great eruption. His voice rang out, cold and commanding. Sakazuki's right arm transformed into molten lava, forming a massive, blazing fist that crashed down with the force of a volcanic explosion, crushing the pirates' assault and quelling any thought of resistance. "Akainu! It's Admiral Akainu!" Circa shrieked in panic. "Don't kill me. I surrender," came the familiar cry as the silver-haired youth shouted his surrender, earning only contemptuous looks from the pirates around him. Sakazuki fixed the youth with a chilling gaze and declared, "Arrest them all. Send them to impel down." At his order, waves of Navy soldiers surged forward, shackling every pirate with handcuffs forged from sea prism stone. Every pirate was captured. Those who even thought of resisting had already fallen, dead or wounded, under Sakazuki's devastating great eruption. Against such overwhelming power, there was simply no room for defiance. The silver-haired young man sighed inwardly, thinking, "So this is the strength of an admiral." Just then, the Marine who had cuffed him spoke up, asking, "Your name, age, background?" The silver-haired youth offered a shy smile and replied, "My name is Renwang Yaji. I'm 20 years old, from a small village in Wano country in the New World. I only recently set out to sea and haven't done anything bad yet. Could you let me off this once?" The Marine drew his brows together and replied coldly, "Humph. Pirates who disrupt justice have no place in this world. If you want to be a pirate, then you deserve to be locked away and impelled down. The fact that you're still alive is already an act of mercy from us." Then, with a sneer, he added, "Coward, the moment you ran into Admiral Akainu, you surrendered, and yet you still want to call yourself a pirate? You really don't know your own limits." Renwang Yaji rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Tisich, if it weren't Sakazuki this time, I'd at least have put up some kind of struggle. But Sakazuki is just ruthless, always going straight for the kill. If I let anything slip, how could I keep up this act?" The Marine's expression darkened as he barked, "What did you just say?" Renwang Yaji quickly caught himself and flashed a carefree grin. Nothing at all." The Marine didn't press further. After all, no pirate had ever escaped from Impel Down, so he wasn't the least bit concerned about whatever plot Renwang Yaji might be hatching. In truth, Renwang Yaji was nothing more than a puppet incarnation conjured up by Alan's spiritual energy. This person was actually a character from a competitive sports anime, the Prince of Tennis, in his previous life. Renwang Yaji's most famous ability was the Phantom of Renwang, which allowed him to mimic another player's techniques, even down to transforming into that person and replicating all of their abilities. Alan had always found the Prince of Tennis to be a hard-to-describe, almost absurd tennis battle anime. Groups of teenagers wielding otherworldly powers, illusions, even techniques that numb all five senses, using them just to play tennis. What a waste of such incredible abilities. But the Phantom of Renwang fit perfectly with Alan's own psychic talents. Even though he'd never actually set foot in the world of the Prince of Tennis, he could wield this power with ease, perhaps even more powerfully. Soon, the name Phantom Renwang would echo across the seas. This time, Alan had sent out this incarnation with a purpose, to plant a seed and impel down. That prison held countless formidable individuals, devil fruit users, and more. By going there, Alan could deepen his own foundation and grow even stronger. Hurry it up. Alan will be teleporting Charlotte Cracker and the others over soon. Prepare for their arrival and make sure none of them escape. They all go straight to impel down. Sakazuki's icy voice cut through the air, urging the Marines to pick up the pace. Hearing this, Renwang Yaji felt a sense of certainty. He knew his plan had succeeded. The reason for all this elaborate scheming is simple. This incarnation of mine has no reputation at sea, whereas Red Dog, Sakazuki, is infamous for his ruthlessness, showing no mercy to friend or foe alike. In his obsession with eradicating pirates, he doesn't even spare the lives of his own Navy soldiers. So, if Charlotte Cracker and the others are teleported here later, Red Dog will undoubtedly attack with the ferocity of a mad hound, paying no heed to anything in his path. When that moment comes, chaos will surely erupt. To conceal my identity and smoothly infiltrate Impel Down, I must not draw unnecessary attention to myself. That's why surrendering early and hiding in a secure area is the wisest course. At the very least, even if a melee breaks out, Sakazuki probably won't strike at the prisoners, right? Well, thinking of this, Renu Yaji still felt uneasy. So, with a silent nudge of mental influence, he guided Vice Admiral Enigmo's thoughts. Before long, Enigmo strode over to Sakazuki, saluted crisply, and said, "Admiral Akainu, I believe we should first remove the captured pirates from the battlefield and secure them. If Cracker and the others arrive and set them free, it could cost us dearly. We may not fear them ourselves, but it would mean unnecessary casualties among our sailors." Sakazuki grunted. "If you're a Marine, you should be prepared to sacrifice for justice. Cowards have no place here. But you're right. Minimizing our losses is important. Have Mole take those prisoners to Impel Down at once." Enigmo replied with a sharp, "Yes, sir," and promptly left to inform Vice Admiral Mole to begin the transfer. Sensing the plan had succeeded, Rinyaji let out a soft, satisfied exclamation under his breath, then followed the Navy soldiers ahead with a smug spring in his step. Before the white jade pavilion, feeling his avatar already on Vice Admiral Mole's ship headed for Impel Down, Alan nodded in satisfaction. He then shifted his attention to Charlotte Cracker, who had just arrived at the shore. Turning to Gilhara, he gave a quick word of instruction, then with a sweep of his right hand, summoned a portal and stepped through. Meanwhile, on the shore at Whiskey Peaks, Alan strode calmly out of a shimmering portal. He gazed at the pirate ship before him and waited quietly for Cracker to appear. Soon enough, a group of pirates disembarked from Big Mom's flag-bearing ship. But Alan had no interest in exchanging words with Cracker and his crew. With a flick of his hand, he banished them through space and sent them straight to Sakazuki. "What's going on? Where are we? Weren't we just at Whiskey Peaks?" Cracker exclaimed in surprise, though there wasn't the slightest trace of panic in his voice, as the son of Big Mom, one of the four Emperors. Cracker's strength ranks among the very best in the New World. He has never feared danger, and even when he suddenly found himself in unfamiliar surroundings, he remained calm and composed. He released his observation hockey, and though the Navy soldiers lying in wait were expertly concealed, Cracker sensed them all with perfect clarity. With a loud voice, he declared, "Ha-ha! So it turns out Admiral Akainu himself is lying in ambush for us here. What's this? Is the Navy planning to start a war with the Big Mom pirates?" Sakazuki stepped out slowly, his tone icy as he replied, "You're nothing but trash drifting on a vast sea. All you lot ever do is scurry like rats around the New World. Do you really have the guts to attack Marineford? Evil must be eradicated. Once we've captured you lowlifes, it's only a matter of time before we send Charlotte Linlin to Impel Down to keep you company." A murderous glint flashed in Cracker's eyes as he fixed Sakazuki with a furious stare. That depends on whether you've got the skill. Red Dog, you dare insult Mama? I'll make sure you pay dearly for that." Then, as if something had just occurred to him, his gaze flickered and he asked, "Did the Navy make a deal with Alan Johnson? No wonder you suddenly granted him the title of Warlord of the Sea. It was all just a pretext to strike a bargain with him and use him against us, wasn't it?" Cracker paused for a moment before continuing. "It's not just us, is it? I bet there are other pirates from the New World caught in this too. Ugh. Navy schemes are certainly ambitious. And to think that newly appointed warlord actually had the power to teleport us straight into your trap. At those words, Sakazuki's eyes also flickered with a hint of calculation. He harbored deep hostility toward any group not under the world government, convinced that such powers were the root of chaos and deserved to be purged in the name of absolute justice. He spoke in a steady voice. The Azure Dragon, Alan Johnson, is a warlord under the world government. There's nothing improper about him cooperating with the Navy. Besides, he's no pirate. He's a bounty hunter who preys on pirates. And more importantly, as long as it's for justice, any means is justified. Cracker silently took note of Alan's betrayal, determined to teach that reckless upstart a harsh lesson someday. How dare he collaborate with the Navy and plot against him? Such insolence could never be forgiven. Then, turning to Sakazuki, he taunted, "Ha, Red Dog, you'd better watch yourself today. Otherwise, the Navy might just find itself short one admiral." Sakazuki sneered, "Is that so? Then give your best shot. Against you lot, I alone am more than enough. Did you really think you could take me down? Who do you think you're underestimating?" Inagami, with a sudden, guttural command, he transformed his right hand into molten magma and unleashed a scorching blast toward Cracker. Sizzling droplets of lava struck the ground, hissing as they burned, a vivid testament to their searing heat. Cracker, taken aback by Sakazuki's sneak attack, cursed the admiral under his breath for playing dirty. "You think I'll just dodge? Not a chance." He didn't retreat, knowing his own crew was right behind him. Hard biscuit, with a surge of black armament hockey enveloping his body, Cracker conjured a sturdy shield in the shape of a giant biscuit, intercepting Akainu's furious assault. He sneered, taunting, "Is that all the great Admiral Akainu can do? Let me show you real power." Whirl, salted pretzel. With a flourish, Cracker swung his broadsword, Pretzel, unleashing a spiraling slash that hurtled straight at Sakazuki. Sakazuki met the attack with his usual icy composure, never pausing for an instant. Hellhound, his magma-coated arm morphed into the shape of a snarling dog's head, lunging at Cracker as Sakazuki charged forward. Spurred by his commander's assault, Vice Admiral Enigmo and the others surged ahead as well, each squaring off against Cracker's crew in the chaos of battle. Watching the fierce melee unfold from his hidden vantage point in a dimensional pocket, Aaron looked on with keen interest. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki was leading the charge against Charlotte Cracker, one of the Big Mom Pirates' infamous sweet commanders. What a clash, bound to make headlines and shake the world. For Aaron, the day had already yielded a bounty of devil fruit powers. He planned to retreat soon and spend time assimilating these new abilities, making sure to master them completely. Just as he was preparing to leave, Aaron glanced skyward and murmured in disbelief, "No way. Am I the luckiest man alive? Or the unluckiest?" From the clouds, an enormous figure plummeted earthward, a towering, broad-shouldered man with flowing black hair and a pair of fearsome horns, looking every bit the ancient demon god. His wailing filled the air as he fell. "Why? Why can't I just die? Is there no one in this world who can kill me? Why?" It was none other than Kaido, the Beast Emperor himself. A long beard, draping like dragon whiskers, framed his face. His left arm bore a tattoo of dragon scales, bare-chested with a great X-shaped scar on his right flank. He wore a purple coat with golden chains at the hem, a crimson battle skirt, and loose, ink-green trousers, a sacred rope tied at his waist. Down below, both Cracker and Akainu noticed the commotion overhead and shouted in alarm, "Kaido of the Beasts!" Without hesitation, they ordered their forces to retreat, scrambling to clear the area where Kaido was about to crash. This was probably the first time the Navy and the pirates found themselves so perfectly in sync. Such was the intimidating power of Kaido, one of the four emperors. Inside the dimensional space, Alan wore a peculiar expression as he muttered, "Why is he here? Could it be that there's a sky island above us, and that show-off has come out to throw himself off it again?" Both Cracker and Sakazuki looked grim, for neither of them could guess Kaido's true purpose. They simply couldn't believe he had just stumbled upon this place. On a whim, seeking another round of suicide, it was all far too coincidental. The same suspicion flickered through Alan's mind, until a sudden realization struck him. Could Kaido be after his stash of devil fruits? After all, Alan had posted quite a few Zoan-type devil fruits as rewards at the Hunters Guild, and Kaido was keen on building a formidable Zoan army. Coupled with his ability to counter devil fruit powers, it was only natural that he'd be drawn here. Still, Alan had thought Kaido would just send one of his 3 calamities to handle it. He hadn't expected the madman himself to show up in person. What a headache. It wasn't that he feared a fight with Kaido. but rather that he dreaded having his plans thrown into chaos. He sighed inwardly. I really am turning into the shadowy villain behind the scenes, aren't I? What if Luffy and the Straw Hats end up treating me like the final boss to be defeated? Yet for all his grumbling, Alan's hands never paused. Running into Kaido now was an enormous opportunity. After all, Kaido likely possessed a dragon-type devil fruit. If Alan could get his hands on it, his own power would skyrocket. Dragons didn't exist in this world, so such a fruit would definitely be a mythical Zoan type. If Alan could unravel its mysteries and combine that knowledge with the divinity mask he'd copied from the world of the outcast, he might be able to mass-produce mythical Zoan devil fruits, a far greater prize than the ordinary animal types. Luckily, the real Kaido had come this time. If it had been a clone, Alan probably couldn't have copied the might of someone at Kaido's level in the world of the mind. Eyes burning with anticipation, Alan sighed in his dimensional hideaway. Before I knew it, I've almost become invincible in the world of pirates. The thought filled him with satisfaction. Unlike the world of the outcast, where he had to be cautious, the pirate world was a chaotic place. By nature, here he could go all out, building countless factions to overthrow the tyranny of the world government and the celestial dragons. Deep down, he often wondered if the celestial dragons were a veiled reference to some Western country. After all, as their henchmen, foreign troops were stationed in the island nation, ruling it in all but name. And once you provoke them, what awaited you would be the justice of your own country's oppression. Doesn't that sound just like the celestial dragons and the Navy? But who could really say for sure? After all, he had never met the author, and the author certainly wouldn't reveal the answer to him. None of it really mattered, though. He was already close to being invincible. In a few more years, once the story truly began, the powerful warriors he'd cultivated would have the strength to sweep across the entire world. Even if the celestial dragons had some secret, overwhelming trump card, Alan wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. With his abilities, no secret could remain hidden from him. Under the power of mind manifestation, sending a few undercover agents into their ranks would be a simple task, just as he had done with Nyoyaji. By the time everything reached its climax, his avatars might be scattered throughout all the great powers. At that point, it wouldn't just be him infiltrating the Navy and world government. It would be the celestial dragons themselves, who were infiltrated right in the heart of Mariewa. He could already picture himself standing on that expanse of red soil, crying out, "Celestial dragons, why have you rebelled?" Just imagining the scene sent a rush of excitement through him. It would be absolutely thrilling. With a thunderous crash, Kaido's towering figure slammed into the nameless island, carving a massive crater into its surface. The entire island trembled violently, as if rocked by an earthquake. Sakazuki and the others retreated swiftly, but their formidable strength kept them steady through the quake-like upheaval. Still, Sakazuki's expression was grim. Even as a staunch believer in pure justice, unafraid of sacrifice or death, someone who had once faced Whitebeard alone at Marineford, he couldn't deny the vast difference in strength between himself and Kaido. The plot to capture Cracker was almost certainly doomed to fail now, and that was what truly infuriated him. Nevertheless, Sakazuki stood resolutely at the front, shielding all the soldiers from Kaido's overwhelming force. Cracker, too, was quick to act, calling his crew to prepare for departure. Sakazuki's arrival had already made it clear that this was a carefully laid naval trap. An escape had been on his mind from the start. Kaido's sudden appearance was the perfect opportunity for a safe retreat with his crew. Kaido, meanwhile, seemed drunk, mumbling incoherently as he cried out in pain. Did I manage to end it this time? The agony is unbearable. Yet with each of his wails, an immense and oppressive force swept over everyone present. Even Alan, hidden away in a dimensional pocket, felt the sheer weight of that spirit. Conqueror's Haki. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. A power rare as a miracle, one that only those born to rule could ever awaken. But a chill settled in Alan's heart as he realized that, at this moment, Kaido's strength still surpassed his own. Only by unleashing his domain could he stand toe-to-toe with Kaido. At the same time, Alan gained a clearer understanding of where he stood. Strictly speaking, his power was above that of an admiral, but still fell short of the four emperors. After all, Alan possessed a wide array of techniques, and if his trump cards remained unknown, even a four-emperor could suffer a heavy loss in a sudden clash with him. As Kaido's Conqueror's Haki swept across the battlefield, a wave of unconsciousness rolled through the Navy soldiers, leaving the island scattered with fainted bodies, as still as corpses. Even behind Cracker, several of his own crew collapsed. Only those of Vice Admiral rank and above could remain conscious under the overwhelming force of Kaido's Haki. Alan kept his gaze fixed on Kaido's display of power, quietly simulating every detail of his opponent's abilities within his mindscape. He believed that in just a moment, a weakened version of Kaido would appear in his mental world, possessing all of Kaido's skills and the same way of thinking, though only at the level of an admiral in terms of strength. At the same time, Alan became acutely aware of the limits of his own inner light. Any replica he created could not exceed his own power. That was why simulating Kaido took so long, and even upon success, the result would be a diminished version. Of course, compared to the advantages this brought, such a limitation seemed almost negligible. After all, Alan had already acquired the power of Kaido's mythical Zoan-type dragon fruit. Alan was especially fond of the image of the dragon. His ship, the hidden dragon, his jade stream technique, and his frost edge sword all bore dragon motifs. As a descendant of a dragon, transforming into a divine dragon was a dream he had always yearned for. Back in the world of Under One Person, Alan had even tried to develop martial arts like the 18 dragon-subduing palms and dragon god technique, skills that could unleash dragon-shaped energy or even allow one to take on the form of a dragon. Yet he never truly succeeded. At best, his efforts produced incomplete techniques, awkward hybrids that had the form but lacked the spirit of a true dragon. In the end, he reluctantly gave up. Perhaps his standards were too high, his pursuit of perfection preventing any real breakthrough. Or maybe he simply lacked a real model to emulate, since his knowledge of dragons was limited to their legendary image. There was always something missing. But this embarrassing predicament would be perfectly resolved once the simulation succeeded. As Alan's mind raced with ideas, Cracker led his crew away from the island, aiming to seize a Navy warship and escape. In order to deal with the key crew members of a four Emperor, Sakazuki had brought 10 warships for this operation. One had already been sent to impel down with Jinbei, Yaji, and Siko aboard, leaving 9 warships securing. Just one would be enough for their escape from the island. As for the matters within the Hunters Guild, those can be dealt with later. It's clear this time that there are deep ties and covert schemes between the Navy and the Guild. Perhaps this Alan is a pawn pushed forward by the Navy to manipulate pirates in the New World. In the future, I must be more cautious when dealing with the Hunters Guild. One slip, and we might fall into another Navy trap. I need to tell Mother about this as soon as possible. With a weary sigh in his heart, Cracker led his crew charging toward a naval warship by the shore, all the while keeping a wary eye on Sakazuki, ready to guard against any sudden attacks. Sure enough, as Sakazuki saw Cracker and his crew trying to escape, he instantly discarded all thoughts of carefully handling Kaido. How could such wicked pirates be allowed to slip away? Even if it cost his life, he would uphold his sense of justice. With this conviction, he muttered under his breath, "Meteor volcano." Raising his magma-fused fists toward the sky in the direction of the departing pirates, he unleashed a barrage of massive molten fists, raining down like a shower of fiery meteors. The land ahead was swiftly transformed into a sea of molten rock and blazing flames. The searing heat was so intense that it roused even the Navy soldiers who had been knocked unconscious by Kaido's earlier assault. It's burning. I'm going to die. Help. Please, Admiral Akainu. That's Akainu's ultimate attack. We have to get out of here. Wailing and shrieking, the awakened soldiers scrambled desperately to escape the inferno. But they managed only a few steps before the scorching magma consumed them, reducing them to ashes, perishing in the very assault unleashed by Admiral Sakazuki himself. Yet Sakazuki showed not a trace of remorse. In a voice as cold as steel, he declared, "As soldiers of justice, we must always be ready to lay down our lives for it. No matter what, we cannot let a single evil escape." Witnessing this, Alan shot Sakazuki a look of utter contempt. To sacrifice his own men for the sake of his goals, Alan found this utterly despicable. Even in his previous life, Sakazuki's methods had made him unpopular among the audience for exactly this reason. Meanwhile, as Cracker and his crew made their escape, he saw Sakazuki attacking and quickly spread his arms wide, shouting, "Arm growth." He struck his shoulders twice, and in an instant, 2 new pairs of arms sprouted. With all 6 hands clenched tightly, he roared, "Armament hockey, hardened biscuit." 6 shield-like biscuits, each coated in hockey, appeared in his hands to block the falling magma fists from above. Simultaneously, he summoned a legion of biscuit soldiers along their retreat, sending these fearless constructs charging at Sakazuki's position, cutting off the Navy's pursuit and buying precious time for their escape. At the same time, Kaido, still howling and weeping, swiped his massive arm in Sakazuki's direction. What seemed like a simple motion unleashed a violent shockwave, flinging the Navy soldiers in its path through the air and conveniently blocking their pursuit. Kaido, Sakazuki, furious, charged straight at him. His right hand transformed into a searing magma hound, and he drove it hard towards Kaido's face. Inagami Gyuren. A thunderous blow landed, sizzling upon impact. Yet, even as the powerful attack struck his face, Kaido seemed barely to notice. He kept swaying his head from side to side, showing no signs of retaliating against Sakazuki. Sakazuki's expression changed instantly. What? Kaido continued his wailing, and, almost mechanically, swung his hand towards Sakazuki once more. With a deafening crash, Sakazuki, though reinforcing his body with armament haki to withstand the blow, was still sent flying by the force of Kaido's attack. At that moment, Kaido seemed to regain some clarity. Unsteadily, he got to his feet and turned his gaze toward Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. With a guttural roar, he transformed into his mighty dragon form and took to the skies, flying straight toward Marineford. Hidden away in a pocket of dimensional space, Alan let out a quiet breath, lifting a hand to wipe away imaginary sweat from his forehead. He muttered under his breath, "Kaido's mind is really tough to steer. He's on a whole other level compared to Enigmo and the others." Indeed, it was Alan who had subtly guided Kaido's thoughts, diverting his rage toward wreaking havoc at Marineford, the Navy headquarters. This way, after Kaido left, he wouldn't head straight for Whiskey Peak and target the Hunters Guild. Though Alan had unlocked the fourth-stage gene lock and awakened the light of mind, after returning to the world of pirates, he had sacrificed himself, undergone rebirth, and retrained from scratch. Just 1 month of arduous cultivation had pushed his strength beyond the level he'd possessed when he was first transported to the world of the outcast. In that brief span, he'd elevated his power from that of an ordinary person to the rank of an admiral. Such was the formidable potential of the fourth-stage gene lock and the light of mind. Naturally, he had no fear of facing Kaido. But as the old saying goes, build high walls, stockpile grain, and bide your time before proclaiming yourself king. Right now, the walls weren't high, and the grain was scarce. This was no time to expose himself. Better to let Kaido and the Navy clash, drawing the eyes of the world, while the Hunters Guild could develop quietly in the shadows. Sakazuki watched as Kaido suddenly transformed and soared into the sky, leaving the area. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, only for Kaido's wailing to echo down from the heavens. Why can't I just die? Off to Marineford. I'll find Sengoku and raise hell. I just want to die. Why won't it end? Sakazuki's face changed dramatically. He never expected Kaido would suddenly decide to storm Marineford. The place had only just begun to recover from Shiki the Golden Lion's rampage. Was it really about to be wrecked all over again by this madman? Isn't this a slap in the face for the Navy? Without hesitation, Sakazuki immediately took out his Den Mushi and dialed the Fleet Admiral Sengoku's number. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we've run into one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. He's heading straight for Marineford, as if he's about to wreak havoc at Navy headquarters. Please prepare to defend and capture Kaido immediately. Sengoku was sitting in his office at Marineford, waiting for Sakazuki's report on the capture of Cracker, but he never expected such explosive news to come through. Truly, one could be sitting safely in headquarters, and yet disaster comes from the sea. Thinking of Kaido, known as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, a man said to be unkillable, Sengoku felt a headache brewing. The Navy had captured and executed Kaido more than a dozen times in his youth, yet he survived every attempt. That's how he earned his infamous title. Now, this monster was charging toward Navy headquarters, and Sengoku felt the pressure mounting. But something felt off. Wasn't Sakazuki's team supposed to be lying in wait for the New World pirates who harbored ill intentions toward the Hunters Guild? How did they end up running into Kaido? And even if Kaido did show up, his target should have been the Hunters Guild at Whiskey Peak, not suddenly turning to attack Navy headquarters as if hell-bent on suicide. Achoo! Hidden away in a dimensional pocket, Alan sneezed and wondered silently to himself, "Who's cursing me?" He rubbed his nose, then summoned a portal and returned to Jilhura's side, keeping his deeds and name shrouded in secrecy. "Don't worry, everything's taken care of. For now, we don't have to worry about any of the 4 emperors coming after us, and as for those ordinary New World pirates, they're no threat to us at all." Seeing the concern in Jilhura's eyes, Alan smiled to reassure her. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, "Now the one with a real headache is the Navy's Fleet Admiral Sengoku, famed as the master strategist. Kaido of the 4 emperors suddenly showed up today and is charging straight for Marineford." At that, Jilhura's face showed lingering fear as she anxiously asked, "You're not hurt, are you? How did you suddenly run into Kaido of Beasts?" As she spoke, her delicate hand gently brushed Alan's clothes, carefully inspecting him for any sign of injury, worried that he'd been hurt by Kaido. Alan's heart warmed. He took Jilhura's small hand in his and said softly, "I'm fine. I was hidden in the dimensional space the whole time. I never came into direct contact with Kaido, Sakazuki, or Cracker, so I wasn't hurt at all." With that, he released her hand, stepped back, and spun around in front of her with an easy smile. "See? I'm perfectly fine. I'm always extra careful about my own safety, so you can put your mind at ease." Jilhura couldn't help but let out a little laugh. Seeing Alan putting on a cute act, Jilhura covered her mouth and let out a gentle laugh, her eyebrows arching like crescent moons. Her laughter immediately caught Alan's attention, and he found himself utterly captivated, lost in her smile. He stood there beaming, grinning foolishly like a silly deer caught in the sunlight. Jill noticed Alan staring at her in a daze, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Annoyed yet bashful, she gave Alan a light push and dashed away. Alan blinked in surprise. "Huh," he muttered to himself. "You can't blame me for this. Even when facing the bone-chilling Siahi, I kept a straight face and a tranquil heart, utterly unmoved. But this..." With that, he scampered after Jill, eager as a loyal pup. I'll never forget how we ran beneath the setting sun that day. Those moments were the very essence of our youth. While Alan and Jilhura were flirting and bickering, over in Marineford the highest level alarm suddenly blared across the base, putting every Marine on high alert. A newly enlisted soldier, puzzled by the somber faces around him, turned to his senior and asked, "Why does everyone look so grim after the alarm sounded? Does the Navy really have any invincible enemies left?" A grizzled veteran scanned the surroundings warily before whispering, "Ah, this kind of alarm hasn't sounded in years. The last time was when the Golden Lion, Shiki, invaded Marineford all by himself. That time, the losses were tremendous. Many of our seniors never made it out alive. Back then, I was just like you, freshly joined and barely survived by a stroke of luck." He sighed. "Who knows if we'll be so lucky this time? Let's just hope we make it through. You too. Promise you'll stay alive." Seeing the fear flicker in the younger man's eyes, the veteran felt a pang of sympathy. But he quickly steeled himself and declared with firm conviction, "Don't be afraid. We are the Navy. Remember why you joined. Remember why you came here. As long as justice burns in your heart, never fear death. What's more, Marineford is protected by the Fleet Admiral, the Admirals, and even a legendary Marine hero garb is here these days. Victory will be ours. I'm telling you this so you'll face what's coming with caution, not so you'll turn and run." Watching resolve return to the faces of these rookie Marines, the veteran nodded in satisfaction and resumed his patrol. Far away, on an unnamed island, Sakazuki was already leading his subordinates toward Marineford at top speed, the matter of the Hunter Guild on Whiskey Peak long forgotten. Alan's plan had worked perfectly. The highest alert was now ringing throughout Marine headquarters, drawing every fighting force to its defense. Such was the formidable presence of Kaido, the Beast Emperor. Meanwhile, Alan, the very cause of all this upheaval, was enjoying himself atop Whiskey Peak, playfully bantering with the beautiful Jill, living a life of ease and romance, utterly unfazed by the world's storms. Although he was quite interested in the great battle soon to erupt at Navy headquarters, he knew Kaido would need considerable time to fly there. Alan saw no reason to arrive early and wait around foolishly. Instead, he intended to take this opportunity to digest the spoils of his recent adventure. On the surface, this incident seemed to plunge the Hunters Guild into grave peril, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet in truth, they emerged from the crisis unscathed. When their hidden strength was counted, it could hardly be called close. Call it all. What truly exceeded all expectations was the bounty they had gained. Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan azure dragon form, Charlotte Cracker's biscuit fruit, circus rock fruit, and perhaps most unexpectedly, Baby Five's weapon fruit. To be honest, Alan never imagined he would encounter Baby Five here. He had coveted the weapon fruit for a long time, knowing its powers were a perfect match for his own abilities and essential for further evolution. With techniques like Divine Forge, Zero Creation, and now the weapon fruit, Alan's repertoire would grow more versatile and formidable than ever. Originally, the powers of Zero Creation and Divine Forge demanded deep study and understanding of objects. But one must not forget, in a world of one piece, the greatest strength of Paramecia-type fruits is their conceptual nature. Once a devil fruit user awakens their ability, they can imbue their powers with abstract concepts, vastly enhancing their potential. For instance, when the Door fruit is conceptualized, it can manifest godlike powers, such as the Gate of Immortality, the Gate of Truth, or the Gate of All Wonders. By the same logic, if the weapon fruit is conceptualized legendary artifacts from mythology and fantasy novels, like the Lotus Lantern, the four swords of Zhu Xian, or the Kunlun mirror, could all be brought into reality. Perhaps he could even create systems akin to those golden finger cheats found in countless web novels. Alan was determined to aim for the very pinnacle. He no longer aspired to be merely a systems host. Instead, he wanted to become the creator of such systems, the one who sat at the apex of the entire chain of benefit. Of course, for now, this was just a vision. After all, the ceiling of the One Piece world is only so high. No matter how grand one's ambitions, in the vastness of the multiverse, such powers would not stand. At the very top, these wondrous abilities merely pointed Alan in a promising direction, but true strength would always depend on himself. It was much like the 8 miraculous techniques. Though impressive in the worlds of The Outcast, One Piece, or even Harry Potter, they would appear lackluster in realms like Covering the Sky, God's Tomb, or The Only Supreme. At best, they would seem mysterious, but never truly mighty. Yet Alan's light of mind made up for this deficiency perfectly. His spiritual world was his true foundation. For most people, mastering a skill requires years of persistent effort. Even for geniuses, only continual brilliance allows them to delve deeper and further along their chosen path. This is why the majority of people choose to focus on perfecting a single craft. But Alan is different. The existence of the spiritual world allows him to learn multiple skills simultaneously, even to pursue several paths at once. This is the very foundation of his confidence, as he sets out on the road to omniscience and omnipotence. By this alone, he already surpasses many prodigies, chosen ones blessed by fortune, and even the main characters of their own stories. After a long, playful exchange with Jill Hera, Alan brought her into his inner world, ready to teach her some abilities he had acquired from another world, abilities that would increase her power. Alan revealed all the techniques he had developed over the past month by integrating the training methods of the pirate world. The Breath of Longevity, a technique born from the fusion of the six-path Immortal Thief art and Life Return, forming a final move that also steals the vitality of heaven and earth. Unlike the original, however, it cannot generate internal energy. Rather, it draws on Life Return's mastery over the body to breathe in the world's vitality, allowing rapid healing, extending one's lifespan, and even granting perpetual youth. When she heard that the Breath of Longevity could keep her eternally youthful, Jill Hera's eyes lit up like sparkling diamonds. Alan, standing beside her, could only shake his head and sigh with resignation. As expected, for women, the promise of eternal youth is always the main attraction. You just glossed over all the other powers. You're still just a teenage girl. Why worry about aging at this age? Jill rolled her eyes at him, but didn't bother to reply. Alan continued teaching her the techniques he had refined. Sword Control Technique, a method developed by combining object manipulation with sword intent, allowing one to command flying swords from a distance using sheer will. The range of the sword, however, depends on the strength of one's sword, intent, and mental power. After all, in this world, it's impossible to cultivate internal energy, save for Alan's unique ability to generate innate vital energy. Still, there are other solutions, such as mastering another discipline. Dragon Transformation, a grand-sounding name, but at its core, it's a path rooted in martial arts. Alan, however, had woven into it elements of Jin, Lock cultivation, and spiritual training. It is divided into 6 stages: Ming, In, Hua, Dan, Gang, and Shun. Upon reaching the level of Jin, the practitioner can, through special methods, use hidden force to stimulate their genes, slowly condensing a first-stage gene lock within the body. Breaking through this gene lock marks the transition to Hua gene. What's more, this process eliminates the risk of genetic toxicity, and there's no longer any need to face life and death trials that in the same way. One can condense the second-level gene lock within Dan gene. Gang gene corresponds to the 3rd level, and the Divine Realm, also known as the Unbreakable Vision, enables the condensation of the 4th-level gene lock, allowing the mind to enter a state of meditation. When the 4th-level gene lock is broken through, the state of mind leaps straight into constant tranquility, free from inner demons, skipping the beginner stage and directly advancing to the intermediate stage of the 4th-level gene lock, where one's own inner light is born. The reason this technique is called the Hidden Dragon Transformation is that it truly brings about a profound rebirth, uncovering hidden potential and even, in the end, altering a person's innate talent. After all, at the 4th-level gene lock, one can change the very structure of their own genes. At that point, any divine or sacred body can be replicated. Even if the original source cannot be obtained, some of its advantages can still be gained, and perhaps, in the end, One might even evolve a true divine or sacred body. This technique is not only meant to lay a solid foundation for Alan himself, broadening and clarifying his path, but also to guide Gil Hera onto the path of the gene lock, so that she can grow alongside him through the myriad worlds. This was a pursuit he had begun even before traveling to the world of the outcast, though his understanding of the gene lock was not as deep back then. But after attaining the 4th level gene lock, his analysis became extremely refined. Once the inner light is born, the state has already transcended the gene lock, no longer bound by the rules of all worlds. At that stage, Alan and Gil would become a pair of immortal lovers, roaming freely across the infinite realms. That is Alan's true goal. Having received the teachings, Gil was eager to start her cultivation, but Alan stopped her. Just as she was about to ask why, Alan grinned mischievously and said, "Don't rush into seclusion just yet. I'm going to take you to see a spectacular show, a truly magnificent battle. It's the great battle between Kaido and Marine headquarters, isn't it?" Gil Hera exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face as if remembering something. In fact, ever since she learned that Kaido had flown to Marineford, she had wanted to witness the clash at Navy headquarters, to broaden her horizons and gain some experience. After all, battles between the world's top powerhouses are rare treasures. Learning even a little from them would be an immense gain. But seeing that Alan had shown no intention of going, she kept her hopes to herself, burying her longing deep within her heart. Naturally, Alan had easily seen through Gil Hera's thoughts. He wanted to watch the battle too, but preferred to wait until Kaido arrived at the battlefield. Otherwise, what was the point of hiding in a separate dimension just to watch the scenery? Then again, speaking of scenery, Marineford truly was a sight to behold. Yet, after what was about to unfold, it was likely to be devastated once again. Such a place, truly beset by calamity after calamity. First there was the Golden Lion Shiki, then came Kaido of the Beasts, one legendary predecessor after another stormed the Marine headquarters in epic battles. Should I also reinvent myself and stage an exhilarating showdown at Marineford? After all, since I set out to sea, I've yet to experience a truly grand fight. The headquarters of the Navy would surely satisfy my thirst for battle. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Alan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He couldn't deny it. He was tempted. But soon, Alan found himself in a dilemma. Who should I transform into? The Shadow Assassin Chi? The Celestial Owl of Azure Peak? While Alan was lost in thought, he was suddenly nudged from behind. Looking up, he saw Gil Hera glaring at him in annoyance. Alan gave an awkward smile and said, "I zoned out for a moment. You're right. I'm planning to take you to witness Kaido's clash with the Navy, and at the same time, we can gather some intelligence on their forces." With that, Alan opened a portal, and together with Gil Hera, stepped through into the dimensional space of Marineford. At this moment, Marineford remained on high alert. Powerful Marines disembarked from the warships at the harbor one after another, no doubt drawn here by the news that Kaido was about to wreak havoc. Yet to call it reinforcements might not be quite accurate. As the most formidable force in the pirate world, boasting legends like Sengoku, Garp, and the Three Admirals, the Navy headquarters is no easy foe, even for Kaido. Victory for him would be nearly impossible. The real issue lies in the sheer destructive power of a battle between such titans. If a fight truly broke out here, the devastation of Marineford would be almost inevitable. Besides, Kaido himself is a monster who simply can't be killed. This sort of thing has happened more than once. Winning brings little benefit. Losing brings humiliation, and in the end, it's all a pointless drain on strength. Wow, Marineford is enormous. No wonder it's the Navy headquarters. I wonder when our Hunters Guild will ever grow this powerful. Gil Hera walked down the streets of Marineford, marveling at the size. The Marines passing by paid them no heed, as if they were invisible. This was Alan's new application of dimensional space. It perfectly mirrored reality, yet existed apart from it, satisfying his curiosity and desire to explore the Marine headquarters. A mighty roar suddenly echoed across the sky. Roar! Whoa! Sengoku, I'm coming! As Alan and Gil Hera wandered through the dimensional Marineford, Alan turned toward the distant sound and said to Gil Hera, "Be alert, Kaido's here. Today, you'll witness what a true powerhouse looks like." Though, Alan silently added to himself, "This powerhouse might not actually be a match for me." Gil Hera's interest was instantly piqued. She looked toward the horizon, even activating her observation haki to try and sense Kaido's presence. "Kaido's here. All units, ready yourselves." Some of the Navy soldiers on guard grew alarmed when they heard Kaido's roar, but there were still others who stood firm, facing Kaido's overwhelming presence with unyielding resolve, placing their lives and deaths aside. As Alan watched the commotion spreading through Marineford, a thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he realized that Sakazuki's hardline approach was not without its merits. Unyielding in the face of formidable foes, this attitude could greatly boost the morale of an army during wartime. So it was no wonder that Sakazuki would later become the fleet admiral of the Navy. Yet Alan still felt no warmth towards Sakazuki's cold indifference to innocent civilians. In the O'Hara incident, Sakazuki had unleashed his meteor volcano attack on innocent islanders who were already under Navy control, and even struck at fellow Navy soldiers aboard the same ship. This was an indelible stain on his record, no matter how one tried to justify it. Silence. Return to your posts. A deep, commanding voice thundered across Marineford, carrying with it an invisible force that soothed the shaken spirits of the crowd. Alan looked up with a quizzical expression at the figure who had stepped out onto the heights of Marineford. The fleet admiral, Sengoku. There was a calming power woven into his voice, one that carried an air not unlike Buddhist teachings. Was this the power of the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Daibutsu form? Beyond transforming into a giant Buddha, did it also grant the user enhanced defense, overwhelming force, and even a touch of spiritual power? It's the fleet admiral. Admiral Sengoku is here. Look, Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy hero, is at his side. They say Vice Admiral Garp could have been an admiral long ago, but he never cared for authority, so he's remained a vice admiral all this time. The arrival of Sengoku, Garp, and the others greatly boosted the Navy's morale. The terror that Kaido had brought was dispelled before it could spread. Haha, Sengoku, let's have ourselves a fight. Come and kill me. From the horizon, a blue dragon slowly grew larger, descending upon Marineford before transforming into a towering, powerfully built man with two horns atop his head, long black hair cascading down his back, and dragon tattoos winding across his arms and shoulders. As he spoke, the air itself seemed to tremble. One after another, Navy soldiers fell where they stood as if cut down by an invisible scythe, whole ranks collapsing into unconsciousness. Kaido, to think you'd come to Navy headquarters alone and attack ordinary soldiers. What sort of courage is that? Sengoku's face darkened as he saw Kaido use his Conqueror's Haki to knock out swathes of soldiers right at the outset. Even some of the vice admirals were shaken, their strength reduced to barely 60%. Kaido didn't seem to care in the least. They're just small fry. Let's not let them interrupt our fight. Let's have a real battle. Will it be you, or is Garp coming? With that, he flexed his fists, drew his great spike club from his waist, planted it heavily on the ground, and stared at the two of them with a fiery, eager gaze. Speaking of these two, they were rare opponents for him, yet back in the New World, they never truly fought by his side. Charlotte Linlin was a woman, and he owed her a considerable debt. As for Whitebeard, he simply refused to fight him, and even the red-haired one would step in to stop any real confrontation. That red-haired kid was the same, never a proper clash between them. Life in the New World was far from satisfying. Otherwise, who would seek excitement through the risk of suicide? But this time it was perfect, with both Sengoku and Garp present. No matter who he fought, the thrill was undeniable. After all, he was certain he wouldn't die. No one had ever truly managed to kill him. Meanwhile, Jack the Drought, hidden beneath the waves, sat upon the deck, gazing helplessly at the surface of the sea. He used his observation haki to sense the situation at Marineford, and let out a sigh. Boss really is willful. How did he suddenly show up at Navy headquarters? Well, let's just wait for him to have his fill of fighting before he leaves. Sigh. At that moment, the great battle of Marineford had already begun. Kaido lifted his kanabo high and roared, "Thunder Bagua!" He swung the club with all his might towards Sengoku, whipping up a furious gale as it hurtled through the air. Buddha shockwave. Sengoku's whole body shone with golden light as he transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha, standing 4 or 5 meters tall. His right palm faced Kaido's club, and a tremendous shockwave deflected Kaido's Thunder Bagua. At the same time, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, countering Kaido's overwhelming aura and snapping the nearby Marines out of their fear and daze. We were saved. The Navy soldiers within the range of Thunder Bagua breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's defense, they survived. Had Kaido's blow struck, even a shockwave alone would have been enough to kill them. Like ants beneath the feet of a colossal beast, a single breath could have swept them into oblivion. Within the dimensional space, Gilhura watched the clash between Kaido and Sengoku with great excitement. Here, the waves of Conqueror's Haki from Kaido and Sengoku could not reach them, so Gilhura felt perfectly at ease. Alan, on the other hand, kept his gaze flickering between the two combatants, as if something about Sengoku had truly caught him by surprise. Back at Marineford, When Kaido saw Sengoku transform into a massive Buddha with the power of his devil fruit, he let out a booming laugh. Sengoku, let me see for myself. Will your great Buddha prevail, or is my azure dragon the mightier one? Roar. With that, he let out an earth-shaking bellow and transformed into his divine dragon form, soaring into the sky and circling above Marineford. From afar, one could see a colossal dragon coiling through the clouds above Marineford, its body so immense that it seemed it could encircle the entire island, truly an awe-inspiring sight. Hidden in the shadows, Alan gazed at Kaido's full transformation in awe. After all, back on that nameless islet near Whiskey Peak, Kaido hadn't used his full strength and had carefully controlled his size, never revealing such a colossal form. Now, just the sight of those draconic claws, easily capable of seizing a battleship, left many Navy soldiers utterly shaken. Sengoku's expression shifted as well. He hadn't expected Kaido's power to have grown to this extent. The last time Kaido clashed with the Navy, his size was only about 60% of what it was now. This alone spoke volumes about Kaido's monstrous growth. Without hesitation, Sengoku pressed his palms together, releasing all his strength, and his frame expanded from 4 meters up to an imposing 5.33 meters. Alan's gaze grew sharp, locking firmly onto Sengoku. In ancient times, 5.33 meters would be considered a zhonglu, the very height attributed to the golden body of the Buddha. So, even though Sengoku's increase in size was not as dramatic as Kaido's, the surge in his power was absolutely not to be underestimated. No wonder they call him Sengoku the Buddha. Alan exclaimed sincerely, his admiration plain in his voice. At the same time, he began to understand why Sengoku was also known as the strategist. Because the moment he laid eyes on Sengoku, Alan instinctively tried to simulate Sengoku's abilities within his mind. He'd expected a result similar to what he'd gotten with Kaido, but was startled to find not just one, but a multitude of devil fruit powers linked to Sengoku. The adamantine body fruit, the golden bell shield fruit, the divine footsteps fruit, the mind-reading fruit, all abilities associated with Buddhist lore. Yet Alan faintly sensed that these weren't actually Sengoku's own powers. Instead, they seemed to be new abilities born from the fusion of various devil fruits and Alan's own skills. For instance, the adamantine body and golden bell shield. Fruits were Buddhist martial arts he'd learned from Taima Lu in under one person, now blended with the powers of the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Daibutsu from the world of pirates, creating entirely new fruit abilities. Meanwhile, fruits like divine footsteps, mind-reading, and heavenly seemed to meld with Alan's unique abilities, such as teleportation, mind-reading, and perception. That was why Alan's gaze had flickered continuously as he stared at Sengoku. He was overwhelmed by the bounty of insights he'd gleaned from Sengoku. The human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Daibutsu was simply too astonishing in its capacity. At its core, it bestowed upon its user the power, wisdom, and spirit akin to the Buddha himself. This was why Sengoku, at the onset, could radiate a calming, enlightening aura, soothing hearts just as the Buddha might. As for why Alan hadn't gained such powers from Kaido, the truth likely lay in the fact that Kaido lacked any technique or mystical art truly in harmony with the Azure Dragon, or perhaps he simply had not mastered such a practice. With a thunderous roar, the divine dragon soared through the skies, diving straight toward the towering golden figure standing in Marineford. Cloaked in the might of wind and thunder, blades of wind and crackling bolts of lightning danced around the dragon's body, lending Kaido even greater speed, power, and destructive force. Witnessing this, Sengoku cast a helpless glance at Marineford before leaping toward the sky, hoping to keep the clash between him and Kaido from ravaging Navy headquarters. Suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered in the sky. The lean and lanky Admiral Kazu, Borsalino, appeared at Vice Admiral Garp's side. Garp's eyes lit up at the sight of Borsalino, and he said, "Kizaru, you're just in time. Help evacuate the soldiers who can't defend themselves. Otherwise, Sengoku won't be able to go all out against Kaido, and it wouldn't end well for those troops either." He couldn't help but purse his lips in frustration. Sengoku should have listened to me back then. Wouldn't it have been better to get the soldiers out early? But no, he insisted it was a matter of the Navy's honor. If we withdraw, outsiders might think the Navy fears Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and even the world government might question us. Honestly, his words trailed off, and he fixed Borsalino with a look, urging him to act quickly. With a resigned wave of his hand, Borsalino replied, "What a hassle." Before his words had even faded, he transformed into a beam of golden light and darted across Marineford, whisking the Navy soldiers to safety in the blink of an eye. Watching the Admiral with great interest, Alan thought to himself. Admiral Kizaru? I wonder if Akiji Kazan is here too? Looks like I'll get to see all 3 Navy admirals in action. But then his expression shifted, and he mentally scoffed. Why does that sound like I'm collecting stamps? That's just weird. Shaking off the odd thought, he focused again on the epic battle unfolding in the sky. By now, the heavens above had become a stage for a clash between the Azure Dragon and the Great Buddha. One dragon and one Buddha locked in a fierce struggle. Sengoku, treading the air, with moonwalk as if the sky itself were firm ground, dodged Kaido's fangs again and again, countering with repeated Buddha's palms that came crashing down on the dragon's massive head. From Alan's vantage point, these attacks really did seem to descend from the heavens, each one a mighty palm unleashed by the golden Buddha, well worthy of the name Buddha's palm. Kaido, stung by a strike to the face, let out an enraged bellow. Twisting his serpentine body, he nimbly darted away. Then, wheeling around, he opened his jaws wide and unleashed a blast of scorching heat breath at Sengoku's golden form. The searing torrent hurtled towards Sengoku, the air around it shimmering and warping from sheer heat, visible even from a distance. Alan could even feel that the heat radiating from this breath was hotter than when Red Dog Sakazuki, after eating the magma fruit, unleashed his signature move, Meteor Volcano. This alone revealed just how vast the gap was between the level of the 4 emperors and the admirals of the Navy. At that moment, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Alan's eyes. No wonder Garp had Kizaru transfer the weaker forces out of Marineford. He looked around to find that vice admirals, all in uniform, had surrounded the area. Vice Admiral 2, Vice Admiral Garp, and the 3 admirals stood together, gazing up at the furious battle in the sky between Sengoku and Kaido. So that's the plan, to join forces and minimize Marineford's losses. Alan murmured in sudden realization. High above, Kaido sensed the situation below with his observation hockey. Circling in the sky, he let out a wild, thunderous laugh. Ha ha! Come on, this isn't enough to get my blood pumping. Why don't you all join down there? As the strongest creature across sea, land, and air, what Kaido feared least was being surrounded or outnumbered. In fact, it only made the fight more exhilarating for him. And after consuming the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form, even the sea posed no threat, unlike other devil fruit users. Otherwise, how could he claim to be the strongest across sea, land, and air? Even so, Sengoku's pressure was immense. A golden Buddha palm gripped Kaido's dragon tail and swung him aside, cutting his words short as he was. Sent flying, completely out of control. His massive dragon body was whipped around by Sengoku's arm, like a giant lash cracking through the air. Roar, Sengoku! Kaido bellowed in fury. Twisting his dragon head mid-flight, he unleashed a torrent of scorching breath towards Sengoku. At the same time, his entire body was shrouded in jet-black armament hockey, shaking off Sengoku's Buddha palm with the overwhelming force of a dragon's might. Sengoku's expression shifted. He released his grip and dodged both the searing dragon breath and Kaido's violent swing. Looking down, he shouted to the Navy below, Kazan! From below, Akiji responded immediately. Stepping forward, he thrust out his right hand and cried, Ice block, pheasant beak! From his hand, an enormous bird formed of ice shot upward, soaring to collide with Kaido's descending blast of heat. The 2 forces met in midair and canceled each other out. Breathing out slowly, Akiji wiped imaginary sweat from his brow and marveled. So this is the power of a 4 emperor. Even with the elemental advantage, the sheer force is far beyond anything I'd imagined. Thank goodness I only had to block 1 shot. Otherwise, Marineford would have been reduced to rubble. A cold snort echoed from behind. Turning, Akiji saw Sakazuki glaring at him and muttering darkly, Are you scared? As an admiral of the Navy, you must never hesitate in the face of justice. Show a hint of fear, and I'll burn you to ash myself. Though they were both admirals. In the Navy, Akainu Sakazuki and Akiji Kazan could hardly be called friends, for their personalities and devil fruit abilities clashed sharply. Their philosophies, too, were worlds apart. So, when Kazan let out a sigh, Sakazuki wasted no time in mocking him mercilessly. Akiji simply shook his head and replied in a calm, matter-of-fact tone, As an admiral, I have never betrayed my sense of justice. I was only marveling at Kaido's strength, nothing more. He had no intention of continuing the argument with Akainu. Instead, Akiji lifted his gaze once more to the battle raging in the sky. Overhead, above, Marineford, thunder and lightning danced among the clouds, and flashes of golden light broke through as Kaido's massive dragon form twisted in and out of view. Hidden within a dimensional rift, Alan watched in awe as the Azure Dragon and the Great Buddha clashed in the heavens. The way Conqueror's Haki was skillfully wielded, and how Armament Haki and Observation Haki were seamlessly woven into their fighting styles, was nothing short of masterful. Not too much, not too little, everything in perfect balance. So this is what it means to witness a battle between the world's strongest. It's far more enlightening than anything I could have gleaned from copying their moves alone. If imitation could offer a taste of their abilities and mindset, then their battle revealed so much more. The hard-won wisdom and instincts forged through countless fights. While unlocking the first stage of the gene lock could grant him a semblance of battle instinct, it was mostly about tapping into his potential. It could hardly compare to the wealth of experience displayed by legends like Sengoku and Kaido in the heat of combat. Observing their fight firsthand was far more valuable for improving his own strength. Now came a sudden shout from the sky. Instantly, the Marines on the ground sprang into action. The Vice Admirals rushed towards the shoreline, those with long-range abilities unleashing their attacks into the depths below. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp and the three admirals leaped into the air using moonwalk, heading straight for the heart of Kaido and Sengoku's battlefield. "Ah, come on, is that all you've got? I've been waiting for this." "Ah," Kaido bellowed with glee, seeing the admirals and Garp join the fray. Excitement radiated from him, his entire dragon form whirled and roared through the stormy skies. Kaido's focus was momentarily diverted, and the Vice Admirals seized their chance. From beneath the waves, a pirate ship encased in a protective membrane slowly surfaced, evidence of their successful attack. It was none other than Drought Jack. He glared furiously at the Marines on the shore, clearly still reeling from the surprise assault that had caught him off guard. Standing tall and imposing on the deck, Jack the Drought cut an intimidating figure. Powerfully built, his hair tied into a ponytail alongside two braided locks. A metallic jaw guard affixed to his mouth, and twin tusk-like ornaments on his head and shoulders. Spiked cuffs adorned his arms, a feathered cloak draped over his shoulders, and in each hand he wielded a wickedly curved scythe that a sizable bruise was visible on his right cheek, hidden within the dimensional space. Alan mused thoughtfully, there's no benefit to capturing Kaido, and he can't be killed, so have they shifted their focus to cutting off his wings instead? A strange look flickered across his face as he murmured, could it be that there's a Navy spy among Drought Jack's subordinates, deliberately luring Jack here to set a trap and ambush him? The thought sent a chill down Alan's spine, and he cursed under his breath. Those who play at tactics have dirty minds. He gave no thought to the fact that he himself was acting as a mastermind, lurking in the shadows and employing a strategy of building high walls, stockpiling resources, and biding his time before seizing power. If you asked Alan, would he call this tactics? No, he'd call it wisdom. I, Don Alan Johnson, am pure of heart. How could I ever be dirty? Nonsense, pure slander, utter defamation. And I'll say it 3 times, so there's no mistake. Beside him, Gilhura watched Alan's shifting expressions in confusion. Unable to figure out what was going on and too hesitant to ask, she could only shake her head helplessly and turn her attention back to the battle raging in the sky. At that moment, the fight above had reached a fever pitch. Light, magma, ice, the palm of Buddha, and Garp's iron fist all collided in a dazzling spectacle that left Alan and his companion in the dimensional space utterly captivated. Alan sighed inwardly. If 2 more joined the fray, wouldn't that make 7 warriors slaying the dragon? I just wonder, after Kaido dies, will he have consumed a dragon core that grants 1,000 years of power and immortality? High above, the 3 admirals, Garp and Sengoku, joined forces to surround and attack Kaido. It wasn't so much that Kaido's strength was overwhelming. It was his astonishing vitality and regenerative ability. Besides, Marineford's newly built headquarters lay directly below, and they were determined not to see it destroyed by pirates again. Otherwise, the blow to the Navy's reputation would be unimaginable. They also had to prevent Kaido from escaping. After all, only Kizaru could really maneuver through the air, none of the others could fly. What if Kaido got tired and simply ran away? So their only option was to gradually wear down his stamina until he could no longer resist, and then capture him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Drought Jack and the Navy Vice Admirals was even fiercer and more perilous. Several Vice Admirals had already fallen seriously wounded, and Jack himself was covered in wounds, though his injuries were slowly healing. Drought Jack possessed a Zoan-type devil fruit, the ancient model, Mammoth. It was a rare ancient Zoan fruit, and Jack had awakened its powers. Once awakened, the user gained tremendous physical strength, with astonishing vitality and regenerative ability. Therefore, although Drought Jack was being ferociously besieged by a group of Marine vice admirals, his strength showed no signs of waning. His injuries healed rapidly, and before long, it was the vice admirals who began to suffer wounds of varying severity. One could see Jack's wounds closing up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, he looked exactly as he did when he first appeared, almost as if he had never been injured at all. With a thunderous roar, Drought Jack suddenly bellowed, his massive body beginning to grow larger. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal mammoth, his immense tusks gleaming and his long trunk swinging in wide arcs. He lashed out with his trunk, driving back the vice admirals who dared approach, wielding it like a whip to keep them at bay. With each sweep of his trunk, Jack effortlessly smashed the buildings surrounding the Marineford harbor, sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. Soon, a dense gray fog blanketed the battlefield, shrouding everything from view. Yet, all those present were warriors of vice admiral rank or higher, though their observation hockey was not as refined as Roger the Pirate King's ability to hear the voice of all things. They could still sense every detail unfolding on the battlefield with ease. Even Jirhilla, watching from within her pocket dimension, could clearly perceive the situation. Of course, this was because Alan had used his spatial abilities to open a one-way sensory channel for her, much like a one-way mirror, where she could observe the battlefield without being detected herself. The battle raging in the sky was just as fierce. Both fronts were like scenes from an epic action film, full of dazzling spectacle, leaving Alan and Jirhilla breathless as they tried to take it all in. Naturally, Jirhilla's attention was drawn more to Jack's battlefield. Here, the Marine Vice Admiral Momosaji, a renowned female swordswoman, fought with extraordinary skill. She was a formidable swordswoman whose strength was unmistakable, and in the story's progression, she would rise to become a candidate for Admiral, a testament to her remarkable power. Many of the slashing wounds on Jack's body were inflicted by Vice Admiral Momosaji. For a woman so young to reach the rank of Vice Admiral in the Marines spoke volumes about her potential, talent, and strength. Another reason Jirhilla focused on this battlefield was her own current lack of strength. She struggled to follow the pace of battles among admirals or emperors, but witnessing these clashes only fueled her desire to grow stronger, strengthening her resolve to become a true powerhouse. Alan quietly observed all of this, saying nothing to interfere with Jirhilla's internal transformation, but keeping a close, watchful eye on her. While the grand battle raged on at Marineford, far away on a hidden island in the New World, a flock of albatrosses soared and circled endlessly in the sky at a white feathered Birdman dressed in gentlemanly attire. Big News Morgans was practically quivering with excitement as he stared at the image projected by the transponder snail in his office. A gigantic divine dragon, a golden Buddha statue over 5 meters tall, the Navy hero garb, and the 3 Navy admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kazu, 6 figures locked in battle high above the skies. No, not a free-for-all, to be precise. It was 5 against 1. As a journalist in the pirate world, Morgans had a keen understanding of the world's top fighters. The massive dragon, holding his own against 5 opponents, was undoubtedly one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido of the Beasts. That towering golden Buddha, unmistakable in its stature, could only be the Navy Fleet Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. The others needed no introduction. But what thrilled Big News Morgans most was the battleground itself, right above Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. Meanwhile, another transponder snail projected a scene of Navy Vice Admirals besieging Jack the Drought, one of the calamities of the Beast Pirates. Trembling with exhilaration, Morgan summoned every ounce of strength to scribble headlines on his sheets of white paper. Beast Pirates clash with the Navy at Marineford headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku leads the 3 admirals and hero garb to besiege Kaido of the 4 emperors. And many more sensational titles tumbled forth, each one passed to an albatross waiting at his desk, ready to deliver tomorrow's earth-shaking news. It looked like the headlines would once again take the world by storm. Meanwhile, in a land atop the giant elephant in the New World, Blue Bunny, her icy soul sword in hand, walked along a mountain path accompanied by a feline mink with red fur. This cat-like mink had once changed his name. He was now known as Rainbow Cat. By now, Rainbow Cat had become a skilled swordsman in his own right, practicing fundamental sword techniques while traveling with Blue Bunny in search of the other inheritors of the 7 swords. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the forest, a fox mink with purple fur and a bear mink with yellow fur. Each gripped an ancient, radiant longsword, none other than the masters of the Purple Cloud Sword and the Thunderbolt Sword. After inheriting their respective swords, they too had taken on new names. The Purple Cloud Sword's master was now called Sally, while the Thunderbolt Sword's master went by Ben. They also carried a handful of wild fruits, evidence of a recent foraging trip. Ben and Sally had met Blue Bunny about half a month ago, at a time when they'd been captured by a gang of pirates who trafficked slaves. As fate would have it, Blue Bunny was tracking the same pirates while training Rainbow Cat in combat. Together, Blue Bunny and Rainbow Cat vanquished the pirates and rescued the frightened Ben and Sally, bringing them into the fold of the Seven Swords. While interacting with the Ben, Lon 2 accidentally discovered that the Ben was an exceptionally good match for the Benlay sword she held in her hand. She confided into Ben her dream of gaining great strength to protect the Fur tribe, and placed the Benlay sword before him. After hearing Lon 2's dream, the Ben gazed deeply at Shaylee and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. I want to become stronger too, for Shaylee, and for the Fluffy Kingdom. With determination, he reached out and grasped the Benlay sword, accepting the legacy of the Seven Swords. And from that moment, he changed his name to Ben. It was only during this process that Lon 2 realized, somewhat belatedly, that Shaylee, Ben's childhood friend, was also highly compatible with the Ziyun sword, another of the Seven Swords. So, while the Ben was undergoing the inheritance, Lon 2 placed the Ziyun sword in front of Shaylee as well. Shaylee didn't offer any profound philosophies or moving words of love. Instead, she simply glanced at Ben as he accepted the legacy, then reached out and picked up the Ziyun sword before her. In that instant, an intangible bond seemed to form between the two of them, as though they were sharing in the inheritance of the Seven Swords together. Moreover, the Benlay sword and the Ziyun sword resonated with each other from afar. This wasn't like the usual connection between the Seven Swords. Rather, it resembled the legendary bond between Ganjiang and Mo Yi, two swords that were destined to be together. As Ben and Shaylee received their inheritance, they were also granted a unique dual sword technique, the Thundercloud Sword. In this way, the number of candidates seeking the Seven Swords legacy increased to 4. In truth, the Thundercloud Sword was a technique added on the spur of the moment by Alan, who was in seclusion after sensing the situation between Shaylee and Ben. Although Lon 2 seemed to pass on the Seven Swords with ease, every sword was inextricably linked to Alan, allowing only those truly loyal and gifted to be chosen. Thunderclouds gathered overhead, lightning flashing and thunder roaring across the sky. Streaks of icy blue, molten red, and dazzling yellow light flickered through the clouds, bursting forth and scattering some of the dark masses. Most striking of all, with a colossal dragon soaring above and the towering golden figure radiating an awe-inspiring presence. The main force of the battle lay with these two. The others only intervened occasionally, their role primarily to prevent Kaido from escaping. This was why the legendary marine hero Garp and the 3 admirals had joined the siege. Though all were marines, some even serving directly under the fleet admiral, each bore the pride of a true warrior, and refused to gang up on an opponent. Garp, especially, would much prefer a head-to-head clash with Kaido, fists meeting flesh in a battle worthy of legends, rather than a coordinated assault. So, even though 5 of the world's top fighters besieged Kaido in the sky, he still managed to hold his own in the fight. His victory was not due solely to the extraordinary recovery and vitality granted by his awakened Zoan Devil Fruit, but also because the others were merely hemming him in, not launching a full assault. Otherwise, while he might not be killed, he would certainly be pinned to the ground and soundly thrashed by Sengoku and Garp. The damage wouldn't be fatal, but the humiliation would be impossible to ignore. After all, as the fleet admiral and a legendary hero of the Navy, Sengoku and Garp are no pushovers. Their strength definitely ranks among the top 10 in the world. Of course, that's if you include the mysterious Lord Emu and the 5 elders. Otherwise, Garp would surely be in the top 3, surpassing even Kaido of the Beasts. Otherwise, given some of Garp's actions within the Navy, as well as the fact that his own son, Dragon, is the leader of the revolutionary army aiming to overthrow the government, the world government would have already taken action against him if not for his overwhelming power and his close relationships with Sengoku and others. Without absolute certainty, the world government wouldn't dare make a move against him. This delicate balance is precisely why, during the Battle of Marineford, Vice Admiral Garp found it so difficult to help Ace. Even after the world government learned that Ace was raised by Garp, they chose not to punish him or take any measures against him, allowing him to continue living freely and actively upon the seas. 7 times the sun rose and set, repeating this cycle, as Kaido and Sengoku's fierce battle raged on for 7 days and 7 nights. At the same time, at the port of Marineford, Jack was locked in a relentless fight against a group of Navy vice admirals. battling just as fiercely for 7 days and 7 nights. Let's go. Just as Alan was cleaning up the leftovers from his meal in the dimensional space, a thunderous shout from Kaido suddenly echoed through the sky, prompting Alan to look up in surprise. For those 7 days, Alan and Jill remained there, watching this world-class clash unfold, and even brought the 4 blue rabbits from the distant Mink Kingdom into the dimensional space to witness the spectacle for themselves. The teachers and students from Deep Sea Academy, such as Belsane and Kana, also came to see these top-tier warriors in action. At the same time, Alan warned them all not to let their growing strength inflate their egos. This world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He reminded them, there's always someone stronger out there, and you never know when a top-tier powerhouse will leap out from some obscure corner. As he spoke, Alan thought of Fujitora and Green Bull, both future admiral-level figures, formidable yet unassuming, who had been promoted to admirals during the Navy's recruitment drive. Their strength was undeniable. Without it, they never would have passed Akainu's scrutiny. Back at the harbor, when Jack the Drought heard Kaido's voice, he didn't hesitate. He retracted his mammoth form, returned to human shape, braced himself against a razor-sharp slash from Momosaji, and leapt into the sea. Just as one of the vice admirals who didn't possess a devil fruit power prepared to dive in and pursue Jack, 2 fierce attacks suddenly shot up from the depths of the ocean. Sensing danger, Momosaji and the other vice admirals quickly retreated. With a grave expression, Momosaji spoke. King the Conflagration, Queen the Plague. I didn't expect all 3 of the Beast Pirates' calamities would come to Marineford. The other Navy vice admirals also grew solemn. If it had taken all of them 7 days and 7 nights just to battle one Drought Jack, then what would it be like if the other 2 joined the fray? One of the vice admirals couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that even Zoan-type devil fruits could be this powerful? If I ever hear anyone claim Zoan fruits are weak in front of me again, I swear I'll beat them senseless. This vice admiral himself had once had the chance to eat a Zoan-type devil fruit, but put off by the common belief that devil fruit users were not particularly strong, he had declined. Never did he expect that Jack the Drought would teach him such a harsh lesson today. With his formidable defenses, rapid regeneration, and unyielding vitality, Jack had become the sturdiest of tanks, a relentless juggernaut who could stand alone against a multitude and fight for 7 days and nights without losing his edge. He scarcely seemed tired at all. An opponent like this was everyone's nightmare, an enemy no one wanted to face, the most infuriating kind there was. From above, Sengoku and the others also noticed Jack's escape. Yet he had fled underwater, and only Garp could pursue him, perhaps even capturing all of the calamities in the process. But Kaido, wielding his immense dragon form, dragged them all back into the heart of the battle, especially Garp, whom he entangled in a reckless struggle, refusing to let him leave the aerial battlefield. Sengoku, transformed into his towering golden Buddha form, furrowed his brow and pondered his next move, not wanting to let this rare opportunity slip away. But then, the battle in the sky took on a new twist. Well, came a voice, light and tinged with mockery. Who would have thought the strength of the 4 Emperors Kaido was so overwhelming? To hold his own against so many of the Navy's finest for 7 days and nights. Is the Navy truly this feeble? Though the voice was soft and calm, it cut through the air and reached every ear above the clouds. Everyone turned toward the source and saw a radiant youth with silver-white hair, clad in shimmering armor, a black cloak billowing behind him, standing atop the sky itself as though walking on moonbeams. Yet every pair of eyes narrowed in shock. Not a single trace of this newcomer appeared within the range of their observation haki. Even though they could see him standing in the air, using moonwalk, their haki sensed nothing. No presence, no sound, nothing at all. Sengoku, his expression grave, demanded, "Who are you?" This unexpected turn had completely blindsided him. He had accounted for the arrival of the other calamities and had planned accordingly to ensure none would escape. But this mysterious youth in armor had never factored into his calculations. Even the Navy's intelligence network had no record of him. In this world, it was said, anyone who lived would leave traces behind, and any who grew in strength would draw the Navy's attention. Yet this armored young man, whose aura rivaled even his own, was a complete unknown, his brows knitted tightly as he sighed inwardly. Just what kind of force could quietly nurture such a formidable warrior? A glimmer flashed in his eyes as he thought of Alan Johnson, that similarly enigmatic figure, and his suspicions shifted to him. He mused to himself. Could it be that he and Alan come from the same organization? But almost immediately, he silently dismissed this notion. After all, even within the Navy, Cultivating someone of Alan's caliber was no easy feat, let alone for some shadowy, hidden faction. As he pondered, the sunny young man offered a gentle smile and spoke up. "My name is October of the Flame. I'm a member of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry." He revealed his origins with remarkable frankness, yet none of those present had even the slightest information about the Black Moon Iron Cavalry. Instead, Kaido, still burning with fighting spirit, circled once through the sky, then unleashed a scorching breath aimed straight at October. Suspended in midair, October faced the oncoming heat without flinching. Instead, a faint smile played at the corner of his lips. He calmly raised his right hand and extended his index finger. In that instant, Kaido's blazing breath transformed into a ball of fire, which leapt and danced atop October's fingertip. The shock was visible on everyone's faces. Akainu couldn't help but exclaim, "The flame fruit." But in the next moment, his composure returned, and he sneered at October. Devil fruits have their ranks. The flame fruit is inferior to the magma fruit. Your powers are countered by mine. There's no way you can defeat me. His gaze grew even colder as he continued. "I don't know what trick you used to hide nearby, but since you dare insult the justice of the Navy here and now, that makes you an enemy of the world government and the Navy. Any trace of evil must be eradicated. You will die here. Hellhound." With that, Sakazuki lunged at October, but just like Kaido's heat blast, his attack was reduced to a mere fireball swirling at October's fingertip. Sakazuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched October idly juggle the flames in the air, stunned that October's supposed flame fruit could so easily subdue his own magma powers. October smiled gently and explained, "You guessed wrong. I'm not a devil fruit user, so talk of superior or inferior fruits has nothing to do with me." As October finished speaking, Kaido finally calmed down, reverting from his azure dragon form in the distance and flying over to the group. "Heh. And just where did you crawl out from? How come I've never heard of you before?" Kaido called out. Everyone present, as well as the audience watching from the dimensional space, grew attentive, eager to discover just who this Black Moon Iron Cavalry was, this mysterious group whose member had so effortlessly withstood both Kaido's and Akainu's assaults. Gilhura, on the other hand, glanced at Alan with a somewhat uneasy expression, because the names October and Black Moon Cavalry sounded familiar. In the past, Alan had told her stories about October and the Black Moon Cavalry. Recalling that Alan had previously claimed to possess an ability called manifesting all immortals, she silently wondered, could it be that this October is actually one of Alan's avatars? However, seeing that Alan's expression remained unchanged, Gilhura kept her thoughts to herself. After all, there were others present. If it had just been the two of them, she believed Alan would have told her directly. Thinking along these lines, she surmised that October was most likely a persona Alan had chosen to assume on the spur of the moment. At the same time, Gilhura felt deeply shaken. She hadn't expected that even just one of Alan's avatars could so effortlessly withstand the combined attacks of Admiral Akainu and Kaido, one of the four emperors. She wondered just how far Alan's true power might extend. Startled by his strength, Gilhura felt a growing sense of urgency. She resolved to diligently practice the cultivation method Alan had specially devised for her, so she could help him in the future, rather than simply relying on his protection as she did now, sometimes even depending on his avatars to handle things for her. Lost in thought, she was suddenly drawn back by a voice echoing from the sky. As one of the four emperors of the New World, have you ever heard of the D clan? Kaido frowned in confusion and asked, "Are you of the D clan?" Everyone present reacted with visible alarm. The D clan was practically a forbidden topic within the world government, which had even gone so far as to alter the Pirate King's name in official reports, changing GOLD, Roger to GOL, do Roger to suppress the D's influence. If not for Garp's formidable strength and high standing in the Navy, someone from the D clan would never have been allowed to become a vice admiral. Yet October, still floating above them, shook his head calmly and replied, "Since ancient times, there have been more old bloodlines than just the D clan. Many ancient lineages still linger in corners of the world. The celestial dragons themselves are a famous example of such an ancient race, aren't they?" Upon hearing this, Kaido burst out laughing. "Ha ha! This is the first time I've seen anyone dare to compare themselves to a celestial dragon in front of the Navy. You got guts, kid. I'll let it slide that you interrupted my fight. Ha ha ha." But Sengoku and the others looked at October with grim expressions. Now that October had uttered such reckless words, they could no longer focus all their efforts on dealing with Kaido. First, they would have to neutralize this dangerously subversive young man, or else the celestial dragons of Mariehua would never let it rest. What's more, by bringing up the D clan, October had directly put Garp in the crosshairs of controversy. If they cannot take down October, then the wrath of the celestial dragons will likely turn toward Vice Admiral Garp. Seeing the expressions of the gathered Marines, October still wore a bright, sunlit smile, unfazed by their imposing presence. In a gentle voice, he spoke, "I am neither of the D-clan nor a celestial dragon. My bloodline descends from the ancient royal family of Shalon, whose legacy stretches back even further in time." Within the dimensional space, Gilhura's lips curled into a knowing smile as he thought to himself, "Alan, it really is you." But Sengoku and the others exchanged uncertain glances, while Garp couldn't help but ask aloud, "The royal family of Shalon?" October shook his head slightly and replied, "Gentlemen, the current world government has only existed for 800 years. But what about that blank century before its founding?" And, before October could finish, Akainu interrupted him with a furious outburst. "Humph. The world government strictly forbids any investigation or mention of that 100-year gap. Don't tell me you've forgotten the Buster Call on O'Hara in the West Blue. Your ideas are far too dangerous. They have no place in this world." With that, Sakazuki raised his fist high, bellowing, "Meteor volcano." In an instant, blazing fists of molten rock rained down toward October. October's lips curled with disdain as he retorted, "Have you forgotten that your magma is useless against me? Truly, you're a fine lapdog for the world government." He swept his right hand forward, and the fireball dancing in his palm swelled into a towering wall of flame, effortlessly blocking Akainu's devastating attack. Calmly, he added, "If there truly is a hierarchy of powers, then in front of me, you're the lesser one." Sakazuki's face turned crimson with rage as he glared at October. Standing nearby, Kizaru remarked softly, oh my, to counter Akainu so easily. That's quite terrifying." Despite his words, not a trace of fear showed on Kizaru's face. Sengoku spoke in a grave tone. "Are you saying that your Shilon royal family once ruled the world as well? What, do you intend to restore your former glory?" October shook his head, answering, "Since we were overthrown, it means the royal house of Shilon has already been swept away by the tides of time. We have no intention of turning back the clock." Sengoku's sharp gaze flickered, clearly unconvinced by October's words. Instead, he raised his guard to the highest level. After all, with the four emperors, the revolutionary army, and the underworld already stirring chaos across the seas, the emergence of this mysterious Shilon royal lineage threatened to shatter what little balance remained. The best course was to gather as much information as possible. Sengoku then pressed him, "Just now, you said you're not a devil fruit user. Then why are you able to control fire just like someone with the flame fruit?" October kindly explained, "The seventh sense." "The seventh sense?" Sengoku and the others all turned to October in astonishment. Their curiosity about this so-called seventh sense piqued. After all, in all these years, no one across this vast sea had ever possessed any special powers apart from devil fruits. At most, there were the formidable skills like the 3 types of hockey. Now, with the sudden mention of a seventh sense, suspicion naturally rose among them. October continued, still wearing that gentle smile. "Every person is born with 5 senses. Through various forms of rigorous training, they can unlock the 6th sense, enhanced physical abilities that grant strength and speed far beyond the average person. In fact, those experts on the seas whose power so vastly surpasses ordinary people are all individuals who have awakened the 6th sense. But beyond the 6th, there exists a 7th. Unlike the 6th sense, developing the 7th sense grants a person extraordinary abilities, just like those of a devil fruit user. One could control the elements, transform into powerful beasts, or wield unique supernatural powers. In essence, it's just like the 3 types of devil fruits, allowing for all sorts of abilities, but without the weakness to seawater or sea stone." Everyone stared at October in stunned silence, unable to recover from their shock. Inside the dimensional space, Nami turned to Alan with a puzzled look. "Is there really such a thing as the 7th sense?" Alan didn't answer right away. With a mysterious smile, he said, "Let's keep listening. Perhaps this mysterious newcomer will reveal more." Nearby, Gilhura curled her lips, then glanced at the others' astonished faces. A whimsical thought crossed her mind. While everyone else was lost in confusion, she alone saw the truth. She chuckled quietly to herself. Alan caught the sound of Gil's laughter and understood that she had already realized October was one of his avatars. He said nothing more, and instead directed everyone's attention to the situation unfolding in the sky. Sure enough, Sengoku the Buddha, known for his wisdom, gave a cold, knowing chuckle before speaking. "Ha ha, If the seventh sense is truly so powerful, then why did the ancient Kuzalan kingdom vanish from history? Why didn't this ability spread throughout the world? October glanced at Sengoku in surprise, then sighed helplessly. As expected of the shrewd Admiral Sengoku, your insight is remarkable. The seventh sense does come with a side effect. If you attempt to unlock it directly, skipping the sixth sense, it will drain a tremendous amount of life force, sometimes even resulting in immediate death. However, if a person who has awakened the sixth sense attempts to develop the seventh sense, ordinary people won't experience immediate side effects. Instead, as they age, their bodies gradually shrink until they eventually vanish. Sengoku frowned slightly and asked, "Ordinary people?" October let out a proud laugh and replied, "Yes, that applies to ordinary people. But for us, the royal family of the ancient Shillon, there are no side effects at all. That is the fundamental reason why we were able to rule the entire world in the past." Sakazuki scoffed with disdain. "Humph, but didn't your Shillon kingdom disappear all the same? What's wrong? Tired of hiding in the shadows? Are you trying to stir up a storm in this world once again? The world today isn't something a handful of Shillon remnants like you can manipulate." Hearing Sakazuki's sneer, October did not respond with anger. On the contrary, there was a hint of delight in his eyes. For Sakazuki to say such words meant he already believed October's story. And since no one else voiced any objections, even if they weren't fully convinced, at least a part of October's tale had taken root. That was more than enough to set Alan's plan in motion. After all, the sword intent of the vast sea within Alan's Hunter Guild was far too conspicuous. Once this incident was over, even if the pirates of the New World kept their distance, would the world government simply turn a blind eye? In order to survive and lay low, it was necessary to keep the world government and the Navy occupied. A fabricated force, the Black Moon Iron Cavalry, would serve perfectly to divert their attention. Both October and the concept of the seventh sense were inspired by a comic Alan had read in his previous life, Stealing the Star of September, brimming with childhood memories. In the story, the seventh sense was part of the power system, and above it existed even more formidable abilities, the eighth sense, demigod, and godlike powers capable of destroying entire planets. No matter how thoroughly the world government scoured these seas, they would never find the so-called royal family of ancient Shillon. And when it came to threats worthy of their vigilance, aside from the Revolutionary Army and the mysterious D lineage, there were only the elusive descendants of Shillon's former dynasty. Moreover, once October displayed such overwhelming strength, the world government would become even more desperate to find them. After all, a power this great, without any side effects, was essentially like a devil fruit without any drawbacks. Furthermore, the sword intent of the vast sea from the Hunter Guild could, in theory, be obtained through relatively peaceful means. With most of their forces tied up searching for the Shillon remnants, the world government would naturally no longer resort to forceful measures against the Shichibukai, who, at least in name, already belonged to them. As October remained silent for a long while in the sky, Sakazuki, thinking he'd found October's sore spot, let a smirk play at the corner of his mouth and prepared to launch another round of ridicule. But just then, October spoke in a cool, measured tone. "The world government must have conducted research on devil fruits, haven't they? It stands to reason that Vegapunk, who has been hidden away by the world government, must have achieved some remarkable research results. After all, he is renowned as a scientist whose intellect surpasses human understanding by 5 centuries. Sengoku's expression changed abruptly, and he said grimly, "How did you find out about that?" Vegapunk's research is an extremely high-level secret within the world government, almost impossible for any information to leak out. This suggests that the Gu Shillon royal family has spies embedded within the world government, which is no trivial matter. To know about Vegapunk, one must hold a very high position within the organization. What's more, Vegapunk is under arrest and essentially imprisoned by the world government, working for them much like a captive. If someone from the Gu Shillon royal family were to make contact with Vegapunk, or even help him escape, it would pose a tremendous threat to the world government. No one can predict what kind of secret weapon Vegapunk might develop. If he put his full effort into it, he might even be able to recreate something as formidable as the Pluton. Raising an eyebrow, October replied, "The powers of devil fruits are endlessly bizarre, and so is the seventh sense. Having abilities related to prophecy and divination is perfectly normal, wouldn't you say?" Of course, he would never admit that his knowledge of Vegapunk came from what Oda had revealed in his previous life. But it was true that the seventh sense included both prophecy and divination techniques. Sengoku's brows knitted tightly together and remained furrowed for a long time. He couldn't decide whether to trust October's words. Although October answered every question, there was undoubtedly some hidden scheme that Sengoku couldn't see through. Regardless, the most important thing now was to relocate Vegapunk as soon as possible, and to replace the guards with a new group in order to prevent any leaks that might allow the Gu Shilon royal family to spirit Vegapunk away. Unfortunately, October paid no heed to Sengoku's concerns and continued to reveal secrets to those present. The reason I mentioned Vegapunk is that he has the ability to create artificial devil fruits. Although they have some flaws, they can still grant people extraordinary powers. Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately perked up and burst out in laughter. That Vegapunk can manufacture devil fruits? I've always wanted to assemble an army of devil fruit users. Looks like it's worth my while to track down this legendary scientist. The faces of Sengoku and the others instantly darkened. Kaido's words were the equivalent of openly declaring in front of the Navy that he intended to target Vegapunk. A blatant provocation. Noticing the Navy's collective hostility turning toward him, Kaido remained completely unfazed. In fact, he looked at them with a challenging glint in his eye, as if hoping for another battle. Meanwhile, Garp chuckled and asked, "Are you saying there's a connection between the seventh sense and devil fruits?" Instantly, everyone's attention sharpened, their focus shifting entirely to October. No one truly knows the origin of the devil fruits. All that people understand is that these are mysterious treasures drifting across the sea, granting supernatural powers to those who consume them, while also cursing them to be rejected by the sea. Beyond that, the rest remains shrouded in mystery. Yet the person before them, who calls himself Shiryu, a descendant of the ancient Shilon royal line, actually possesses some knowledge about the devil fruit's origin, instantly piquing their curiosity. After all, devil fruits are undeniably precious treasures. The three admirals of the Navy, as well as Sengoku, the fleet admiral, are all recipients of their power. Among the four emperors ruling the seas, only red-haired Shanks does not possess a devil fruit ability. This alone testifies to the formidable might of the devil fruits, a power that drives all who seek it to madness. As Shiryu saw everyone's attention shift to him, he remained composed and spoke calmly. In those days, the Shilon kingdom was just a small and ordinary nation. But then, one day, a meteor fell from the heavens, forever altering the fate of the kingdom. The meteor's magnetic field awakened latent abilities within the human body, granting superhuman powers. This is the origin of the so-called seventh sense. At the very heart of the meteor, the royal family of Shilon received the most profound transformation. Thus, after awakening their seventh sense, they suffered no side effects, becoming flawless wielders of supernatural power. Sadly, people of that era used these powers for war and slaughter. Though Shilon once ruled the entire world through sheer force, tyranny inevitably led to the kingdom's downfall. As Shiryu spoke, a strange expression flickered across Alan's face as he said, "It's just like the clan of D in ancient times and the current world government. After reaching the height of their glory, they too descended into corruption and decline, ultimately to be swept away by the river of history." Kaido burst into raucous, thundering laughter. "Ha, now I get what you're saying. You mean the world government can't keep ruling the world for much longer, right? So tell me, who do you think the next rulers will be?" As he spoke, his overwhelming conqueror's haki radiated outward, accompanied by a mighty, draconic pressure bearing down upon Shiryu. With stern authority, Kaido declared, "So, the royal bloodline of Shilon has surfaced now because you want to fight for the world's throne after the government falls. Is that it? Well, you better see if I'll allow that." At the same time, Sengoku and the others also began to press in on Shiryu. His words had made things clear. The world government was about to be overthrown, and even Kaido seemed to share this ambition. If these ideas spread, it would spell disaster for the stability of the seas. Sengoku even considered for a fleeting moment keeping Shiryu here to prevent the idea from taking root. Yet before Sengoku could make up his mind, another young figure appeared beside Shiryu in the blink of an eye. His hair was a striking shade of red, and he wore a sleek black suit. He stood quietly beside October, his steps as light as moonbeams. October gave a faint smile and said, "Everyone, if you're looking for a fight, you should know our side is hardly outnumbered. Allow me to introduce someone. This is my younger brother, March. He commands the art of metal manipulation, and his strength is formidable." As October finished speaking, blades of gleaming metal suddenly appeared out of thin air around March. Countless long swords hovered behind him, their sharp tips all aimed at Kaido and the gathered marines, like 1,000 blades returning to their master. Sengoku and the others stared in shock at March and the myriad swords that had materialized behind him. He had appeared just as silently as October, completely unaffected by the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's haki. It was clear that this newcomer possessed extraordinary power. Sengoku fell silent, his heart growing heavier. Another powerhouse on par with an admiral. October, March, named after months. Could it be that the Black Moon Iron Cavalry has as many as 12 fighters at admiral level? He shook his head at the thought. Fighters of admiral caliber weren't as common as cabbages in a field. Even with all its talent, the Navy only had 3 admirals. It was impossible for the ancient Gusilon clan, lurking in the shadows, to have amassed so many powerful warriors. If they had, they would have long since emerged to rule the world. Sengoku simply couldn't believe that people capable of infiltrating the upper echelons of the world government lacked ambition. He reminded himself to investigate the truth carefully, lest he frightened himself into making a fool of himself. On a nameless island somewhere in the New World, big news, Morgan stared at the images of the three-way standoff, his gaze fixed on the 2 youths who had suddenly appeared, March and October. He muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible? My agents have scoured every corner of the seas, and there's never been any intelligence on these 2. Where could these monsters have come from, already? Possessing power on the level of an admiral at such a young age? Could the 7th sense of the Gusilon bloodline truly be so formidable?" From October's words, the 7th sense seems to have a mysterious connection to devil fruits. Could it be that devil fruits are an evolution from the 7th sense? Perhaps there's a link to that meteorite that fell on Gusilon, which is why they possess such strength at such a young age. Unfortunately for Morgans, there was no one to answer his questions. The so-called Black Moon Iron Cavalry, the Gusilon Royal Line, and the 7th Sense were all nothing more than a play orchestrated by Alan using his avatars. The so-called fire manipulation technique was a method Alan devised by combining the fire arts of the Heavenly Fire School from Outcast, Sakazuki's Magma Fruit, and Kaido's Heat Breath, even tapping into the fundamental laws of the pirate world to create a nearly complete law of fire. That's why he's especially capable of restraining the flames of both Kaido and Sakazuki. In the future, even when facing Ace, who has eaten the flame fruit, he'll be able to counter him perfectly, easily taking control of his fire. As for the art of metal manipulation, it's a skill Alan mastered by applying electromagnetic principles, much like Magneto in the Marvel Universe, enabling him to control metal effortlessly. He can even gather metallic elements from the air to forge weapons at will, just like the countless swords that appeared behind March. As time goes by, Alan will naturally grow even more powerful within his mindscape, evolving both the art of metal manipulation and the art of flame manipulation to greater heights. He might even deduce the 8 elemental powers from stealing stars across September skies. In the future, perhaps he could alter the fundamental laws of the pirate world, allowing the 6th and 7th senses to truly become part of its power system, making the stories he once told to Kaido and the others all the more believable, so he won't risk being exposed and embarrassed later. If anyone knew what Alan was thinking at this moment, they'd probably be ready to kill him out of sheer indignation. They're showboating, and then there's this, actually crafting an entirely new power system for a whole world just to avoid feeling awkward. It's beyond pretentious. It's outrageous. But alas, even if someone said so, Alan wouldn't hear it. In fact, he was already pondering whether, by relying on weapon fruit, he could seek out the Swallow fruit next, and fuse, deduce, and upgrade their powers. Maybe, just maybe, he could even transplant the mechanical cultivation system from Star Ocean Courier into the world of One Piece. Sakazuki spoke with a grim expression. What exactly is your purpose? You've hidden yourselves for all these years. Why reveal yourselves now? Then he sneered. Don't tell me you have no scheme. With such dangerous ideas festering in secret, no one would ever believe you. October was truly taken aback by these words, utterly dumbfounded. This makes no sense at all. Does one need a purpose just to step out into the world? Who decided the ancient Shilon royal family had to remain hidden in the shadows, silent and unknown? March, meanwhile, was a person of few words but decisive action. She simply aimed all her sword tips straight at Sakazuki, making it clear, say another word and she'd cut him down right then and there. In the end, it was October who raised a hand to stop March. Smiling, he said, since we have plans, of course we can't just reveal them so easily. Sengoku's face darkened. This is deliberate. Absolutely deliberate. He looks like such a sunny young man, yet he's so deviously cunning. Sakazuki was even more furious, his arm morphing into molten lava. Drops of magma fell from above, hissing as they struck the sea, shrouding the surface in thick, swirling steam. October acted as if he hadn't noticed at all, continuing, "However, I can tell you the origin of the devil fruits." Everyone present was startled, immediately shifting their attention to October. Even within the dimensional space, the group watched October in the sky with curiosity. October began to speak slowly. As I mentioned before, the awakening of the seventh sense originated from a mysterious meteorite. Since then, our world has been enveloped in a unique magnetic field, granting everyone the possibility to unlock this seventh sense. It was precisely because of this that, as more and more powerful individuals emerged, the world descended into utter chaos. Every day, superhuman battles erupted, their shockwaves even reaching ordinary civilians. But then, among these formidable figures, a mysterious individual appeared. He extracted the world's primordial essence, drawing away the unique magnetic field and condensing it into a number of fruits. With the infusion of this primordial power, the fruits underwent a remarkable transformation. These are what we now call devil fruits. However, because the devil fruits drew upon the essence of the world itself, their powers became cursed by nature. Every devil fruit wielder is now unable to touch seawater or sea stone. If they do, their strength vanishes, and they lose all ability granted by the fruit. What's more, for reasons unknown, when a devil fruit user dies, the primordial force allows the fruit to reappear somewhere else in the world, once again fusing to a new fruit. This, then, is the origin of the devil fruits. As he finished, October smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction. There was a special thrill in showing off before a crowd, especially when top figures of the pirate world stared at him in wide-eyed astonishment at his tale. The sense of exhilaration was indescribable. Of course, he wasn't exactly bluffing. He truly did have the means to create new devil fruits in this manner. However, anyone who ate such a fruit would inevitably bear his mark. That was why the Hunter Guild openly advertised their ability to trade for devil fruits. After all, Alan had no fear of raising ingrates, nor of enemy talents consuming his fruits. If he so wished, even the most gifted would gradually come under his subtle influence. In this way, the Navy, the pirates, and others would unwittingly become part of the Hunter Guild, growing ever more loyal and making the guild even stronger. After hearing October's words, Kaido fell into a rare moment of contemplation, then asked excitedly, who exactly was that mysterious figure? Just how powerful could he have been? As a warrior obsessed with combat, Kaido never shied away from the strong, especially as someone who stood at the very summit of the world. What excited him even more was that, from October's words, it seemed there existed someone even mightier than themselves, someone capable of drawing upon the very essence of heaven and earth. He knew, deep down, that such an ability was far beyond his own reach. At his current level, after awakening and deeply developing his devil fruit powers, he had begun to faintly sense a powerful force slumbering within him, a vast and boundless strength. He felt that even absorbing just a small portion of it had already granted him his current might. But what if he could absorb it all? He had tried before, but at this stage, every bit more was excruciatingly difficult to assimilate. He supposed it was the same for Sengoku and the three admirals. Indeed, Sengoku and the admirals had fallen into silence. In contrast, Garp, who had never eaten a devil fruit, looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what the others were pondering. Still, he paid it no mind, simply curling his lip and waiting quietly off to the side for Sengoku and the rest to collect themselves. After all, as comrades of many years, he knew they would tell him if anything needed saying. A strange glint flickered in October's eyes as he began. According to the ancient records left by our Guxelin royal family, that realm is known as the divine level. It is said to possess the power to destroy the world. Before that, there are the demigods, beings who have entirely transcended the limits of ordinary people. Perhaps Whitebeard once neared that realm, but his body was too riddled with hidden injuries to succeed. It's possible that failing to break through left him with wounds that could never heal. After all, mastering life return is hardly difficult for someone as powerful as he. Everyone's expressions grew grave. Though October's words clearly implied that Whitebeard was far stronger than any of them, not even Sakazuki could refute it, for Whitebeard truly was monstrously strong. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Shanks, and even Sengoku had all tasted defeat at his hands. But now, age was catching up with him, and those old wounds are becoming harder and harder to suppress. Otherwise, Sengoku and the others would never have dared provoke Whitebeard in his prime during the Marineford War. Seeing that they had all fallen deep into thought, October dropped another bombshell. It's a pity, over the years, even our Guxelin royal family has found only scant descriptions of that level. In fact, the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara might have held records about that realm, and perhaps even methods to break through to it. Sakazuki suddenly looked up, staring intently at October. Yet October remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm as ever. Back then, a scholar from our Guxelan royal family once traveled to O'Hara, carrying ancient texts about divine-level warriors, hoping to find more detailed accounts within the Tree of Knowledge. But in the end, all we received was news of O'Hara's destruction by the Buster Call. As he finished, both October and March cast a long, meaningful look in Sakazuki's direction. It wasn't just them. Even Kaido, Sengoku, and the others wore the same expression, as if they might as well have the words, "Look at what you've done," written across their faces. Even Sakazuki, who was usually cold and stern, looked utterly mortified, a giant warning sign of danger flashing in his mind. Just as Sakazuki was about to defend himself, October gave a faint sigh and said, "Looking back now, the reason the world government suddenly launched a buster call on O'Hara and ordered Sakazuki to destroy the entire island, even to the extent of killing everyone who knew the truth, perhaps it wasn't only because the scholars there were researching that 100-year blank in history. There's a bigger possibility, the ancient tome describing the realm of the gods was leaked, attracting the world government's intervention, even to the point of silencing witnesses and erasing all traces. After all, those scholars in O'Hara had been studying history for years. It's not as if this was new. If the government wanted to destroy them, they could have done so long ago. Why choose that particular moment? Everyone present fell silent. They had to admit October's reasoning made a lot of sense, forcing them to believe that the secret tome about the realm of the gods might truly have fallen into the world government's hands, and that O'Hara's destruction was the direct result. Meanwhile, in the dimensional space, Nico Robin had already burst into tears. Hearing October's speculation about the true reason for O'Hara's destruction was almost too much for her to bear, and her hatred for the world government grew even deeper. Through her sobs, she asked, "Director Allen, is what that person said true?" Allen was at a loss for words when he heard Robin's question. The truth was, it wasn't true. He hadn't realized he'd gotten carried away with his storytelling, forgetting that the little girl was right there, and it stirred up her painful memories. He found it difficult to comment on the O'Hara incident. On one hand, those scholars were indeed devoted to seeking the truth, but on the other, they insisted on continuing their research despite knowing full well the world government's strict prohibition. To put it bluntly, it was hardly any different from rebellion. If it had been up to him, he might have destroyed O'Hara as well. It wasn't entirely wrong for the world government to act as it did. In the end, it all came down to lack of strength and insufficient caution. They hadn't kept a low enough profile, nor did they know how to bide their time. In fact, he wasn't particularly fond of so-called truth-seeking scholars. Once these people became fanatical, they cared nothing for the consequences and only created trouble, leaving others to pay the price for their research. In many disaster films from his previous life, it was precisely this kind of fanaticism that brought about catastrophe. That was why he had no real sympathy for the scholars of O'Hara. He simply couldn't warm to them. It was just like with Nico's mother, who had left Nico alone in O'Hara and never cared about her daughter's upbringing. In her eyes, perhaps Nico was less valuable than a few lines of historical record. Allen gathered his thoughts and said, apologetically, "I'm not really sure about this myself. But here at the Academy, you can devote yourself to training. Once you've grown strong enough, you'll be able to uncover the truth for yourself, and then you can avenge them." Hearing this, Nico Robin nodded vigorously, her gaze unwavering as she looked off into the distance, toward the direction of the west blue. Up in the sky, Kaido's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he sneered as he spoke. "Ha ha, it seems even a world government doesn't trust you Marines. Such an important operation, yet they didn't bother telling you the truth about the mission. Heh." He turned to Sakazuki and Kuzan, his tone mocking. "The buster call on O'Hara. That was the two of you, wasn't it? Heh, who would have thought the world government could take away something so vital right under your noses, without even leaving you a hint?" Kuzan didn't react much, but there was a trace of wistfulness on his face. His thoughts drifted to Nico Robin, the girl he had once let escape. He had become a shadow looming over her life. Sakazuki, on the other hand, was livid with rage. He didn't question the world government's secrecy, though. To him, obedience was a soldier's duty, and he felt no burden about it. What infuriated him was Kaido's mocking tone. In the end, Kaido didn't provoke Sakazuki any further. Right now, what truly captivated him was the mysterious ancient tome that had fallen into the world government's hands. That was the key to advancing his own power. Nothing mattered more than growing stronger. But how to obtain that ancient book? That would require careful planning. With this in mind, Kaido's interest in staying any longer evaporated, and he prepared to leave, clearly losing enthusiasm for the scene. Noticing Kaido's movement, Sengoku's heart stirred. Golden light surged over his body as he readied himself to intercept Kaido. Unfortunately, a wave of searing heat and razor-sharp intent swept toward him. Glancing to the side, he saw October and April watching him with faint, enigmatic smiles. Sengoku's expression darkened as he demanded, "What do you two think you're doing?" March remained as stern and stoic as ever, while October grinned and said, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, why don't we let things end here? After all, if a Real fight broke out, I wouldn't mind, but Marineford itself might vanish from this world." Sengoku shot October a cold glare, weighing his options. In the end, he refrained from making a move. Meanwhile, with his back to Sengoku and the others, Kaido let out a derisive chuckle. Then, in a flash, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon and soared toward the horizon. A thunderous roar rolled out in all directions, carrying the majesty and pressure of the dragon far and wide. In the pocket dimension, Alan couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought Kaido harbored so many schemes? He refused to take the slightest loss, and even as he left, he couldn't resist sticking it to the Navy one last time, in the direction. Where he had been, there were quite a few Navy soldiers whom Kizaru had just transferred over. After being struck by such a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki, it would be at least 10 days to half a month before they could recover their senses. Seeing Kaido heading off into the distance, October gave a slight smile and said, "Well then, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we'll be taking our leave now. No need to see us off." No sooner had the words left his mouth than March waved his right hand, conjuring two massive long swords beneath their feet. The swords lifted the pair and carried them slowly toward the horizon. Countless swords hovered around March, swirling protectively around the two like loyal guardians, wrapping them in a shimmering cocoon. Sengoku's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but in the end he did not make a move to stop them. With intelligence still incomplete, it was better not to rush into battle. After all, if any real damage were done, the world government would never lend him a hand. In fact, they might be even more pleased, perhaps even seizing the chance to purge the Navy, replacing everyone with their own men. Though Sengoku's beliefs were still loyal to the world government, years of experience had taught him that the current government had grown corrupt. He too wished for change, so that the Navy would no longer be the Celestial Dragon's tool for oppressing the innocent. Every time he saw reports of the Navy helping the Celestial Dragons suppress so-called rebels, he felt deeply unsettled. How much innocent blood had the Navy already spilled because of this? With that, Sengoku withdrew from his great Buddha form and descended toward Marineford. In the dimensional space, Alan watched as the actors left the stage. He spoke up. "All right, the battle's over. All of you, return to the academy. Take this opportunity to carefully reflect on what you've gained. Battles between top-tier experts in the world are rare. Don't let this opportunity go to waste. Try to comprehend something from it once you're back, and use it to become stronger." Seeing Kaido's strength today should have given you a clearer picture of what true power means, and set you on the path to becoming real champions yourselves. You also heard it for yourselves. There are realms even above the four emperors, the demigod and god levels. This world is vast beyond imagination, so put away any pride you harbor. October and the others aren't much older than you. Ask yourselves honestly, could you withstand a single blow from Kaido at their age? Seeing that everyone had sobered up, Alan knew the lesson had sunk in. He nodded and said, "All right, that's enough. Head back now." As he spoke, he gave a gentle wave of his left hand, and a portal shimmered into existence before the group. They filed through it as usual, returning to Deep Sea Academy. Meanwhile, in the new world, big news, Morgans paced anxiously back and forth in his office, his expression shifting rapidly from moment to moment. Should I publish this news or not? This was the question that left Morgans torn with indecision. Originally, the arrival of Kaido at Marineford and his fierce battle with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others was an explosive headline, certain to shake the entire world. But the sudden appearance of October and March, who claimed to be members of the ancient Shalon royal family, left Morgans in a quandary. The world government never allowed the reputation of the D lineage to spread. Only the truly powerful knew anything about them, and even that knowledge was fraught with taboos imposed by the world government. By that logic, the world government would surely want to suppress news about the Shalon royal family as well. What's more, October had gone so far as to reveal the existence of a realm beyond even the four emperors, and had let slip part of the truth. Behind the world government's Buster Call incident at O'Hara, this was extremely dangerous ground. Sengoku and the others were high-ranking Navy officials. The world government couldn't easily move against them. Kaido was a fearsome and unpredictable force, not someone the world government would dare provoke. But Morgans, who had uncovered the truth behind the clash at Marineford, might well become a thorn in the world government side. Although Morgans had, on occasion, served as the mouthpiece of the world government, he was by no means one of their own, and there was always a risk they might silence him for good. After turning the matter over in his mind for a long time, Morgans reluctantly put down his half-finished article, resolving to bury this secret deep within his heart and never breathe a word of it. Fortunately, Morgans possessed the powers of the albatross fruit, which allowed him to control birds, and the spies he dispatched to Marineford were nothing more than the most common of creatures on the open sea. No one had noticed anything unusual. So long as he kept silent, no one would ever know he had learned the truth about the battle at Marineford. Just then, the din-din mushy on Morgan's desk suddenly began to ring. Deep within the Grand Line, aboard a massive ship flying the flag of the Beast Pirates, the All-Stars and others stood respectfully on the deck, gazing up at the great dragon coiling through the sky. It was Kaido, transformed in his divine draconic form. Kaido circled once through the air, then descended onto the deck, shrinking as he landed and reverting to human form. He burst into wild, thunderous laughter. Well, all this time, I'm in a damn good mood today. After venting his excitement, Kaido turned his attention to the All-Stars and spoke. Find a way to make contact with those scientists who left the world government. Do whatever you can to track down Vegapunk's whereabouts. And pass the word. Have everyone look into whether there's any news about the Shalon royal family. At this, Kaido's mood darkened. The ancient tome that held the secrets of the divine realm had fallen into the hands of the world government. There was almost no chance of retrieving it now. His only remaining hope was to find a breakthrough through the Shalon royal family themselves. This moment, Jack the Drought spoke up. Governor, I've heard that Don Quixote da Flamingo has a scientist named him Caesar Clown, who once worked alongside Vegapunk. They say he's capable of creating artificial devil fruits, and da Flamingo has poured quite a lot of funds into his research. Kaido's eyes lit up, his excitement barely contained as he exclaimed, "Oh, then have da Flamingo send us as many Zoan-type artificial devil fruits as he can. And while he's at it, tell him to bring me some research materials on devil fruits as well." It never even crossed Kaido's mind that da Flamingo might refuse. After all, as one of the four emperors of the New World, his overwhelming strength was more than enough to keep a mere warlord in line. Jack the Drought then asked, "Governor, was there anything else that happened at Marineford this time?" In rare good spirits, Kaido patiently explained to the three of them about the appearance of the Kocilon royal family, the existence of beings who surpassed the four emperors, and the true story behind O'Hara's destruction by the Buster Call. After hearing Kaido's account, the three disasters drew in a sharp breath, standing rooted to the spot in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Kaido ordered, "Spread the word. Let the world know that I attacked Marineford. And don't stop there. Reveal the truth about the Kocilon royal family, the transcendent realm, and the O'Hara incident. Make sure everyone understands that the world government holds secrets that could surpass the four emperors. I want the spotlight of the entire world focused squarely on them." With a wild laugh, Kaido continued, "Let's see if they can keep their secrets now. In this world, devil fruit powers are endless and bizarre, if brute. Force won't do. Who's to say someone won't steal them instead? When the time comes, I'll just snatch the prize from whoever has it. Truly, I'm a genius." This was Kaido's plan, to let the whole world in on the secret, confident that greed would soon plunge Mary Geos into chaos. Who knows, someone might actually manage to steal those secrets from the Red Line. Even if he couldn't claim them himself, there was no way he'd let the world government nurture a force that could truly surpass even the four emperors. Otherwise, he'd never sleep soundly in the New World again. Yet for all his bravado, Kaido's heart burned with anticipation at the thought of facing beings that surpassed the four emperors, demigods, and gods. Deep down, he longed for such a showdown. Meanwhile, in Deep Sea Academy, Alan reminded everyone to keep this matter strictly confidential, warning them not to let word of it leak out. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. It involved secrets of the world government, and any misstep could provoke a devastating reprisal, perhaps even a buster call on their own hometowns. With that, Alan arranged for Uvalane and the others to return home, and then, together with Jill Hera, made his way back to the Hunters Guild atop Whiskey Peak. This moment, the Hunters Guild was bustling with people coming and going. Countless hunters streamed in and out, filling the place with lively energy. All of this was thanks to the newspaper from a few days ago. Shichibukai, Blue Dragon Allen, and the Navy sweep the pirates of the New World in one fell swoop. Blue Dragon Allen and the Navy drive back Big Mom Pirates Minister biscuits. These headlines served as excellent advertisements for his Hunters Guild, even putting the Navy in the spotlight and lending the Guild greater credibility. After all, the Navy was the official force, maintaining stability on the seas and commanded considerable respect. When these reports came out, many bounty hunters, those who despised pirates yet were wary of the Hunters Guild, decided to join its ranks. Watching the stream of people flooding the Hunters Guild, Allen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There really are a lot of bounty hunters in this world. Not all of them are in it for the money. Some genuinely hope to make the seas safer by reducing the number of pirates. People like that truly exist. With the insight granted by the light of the soul, Allen could easily perceive that the spark of righteousness within these bounty hunters had not been extinguished. Their passion had not grown cold, and the sense of justice in their hearts remained untainted by greed. As long as people like this continued to exist, there was still hope for the pirate world. And the more such people there were, the more the Hunters Guild would flourish. After all, if there was a better way to realize one's dreams, who would choose to set out as a pirate? On these seas, there were those who dreamed of becoming great chefs, world-renowned singers, or master cartographers. Many who became pirates simply to pursue their ambitions. But if the Hunters Guild truly spread across every corner of the ocean, these dreamers wouldn't have to become pirates and lose themselves in violence. Instead, they could become bounty hunters, chasing their dreams while upholding justice across the world. This would become the place where their journeys began. Allen relaxed in the Hunters Guild, enjoying a sweet and peaceful world with Gilhura. Yet out on the seas, storms were brewing. The very next day, news spread like wildfire across all four seas, the Grand Line, and the New World, about one of the four emperors, Kaido, of the beasts, leading his three calamities to attack Marine headquarters at Mariewa, only to be repelled by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. However, the newspapers made no mention of the appearance of October and March, or the ancient silent royal family. Naturally, the secrets regarding the demigods and deities, whose power surpassed even the four emperors, did not make it to print either. This was clearly connected to the phone call that had rung in Morgan's office the previous day, just as he was hesitating over what to publish. And indeed, that call had come from Sengoku himself. As the mouthpiece of the world government, Sengoku could, to a certain extent, steer the narrative and content of the press. The reason Sengoku acted in this way was not because he knew Morgans had secretly witnessed the events of that day, but rather to guide public opinion, strengthen the Navy's reputation, and calm the emotions of the naval soldiers. After all, there were quite a few Navy personnel present at headquarters that day. There was no way to keep the truth under wraps. Even if the Navy forbade the spread of information internally, Kaido would certainly not keep quiet. In fact, he might even spread the news far and wide, including matters concerning the royal family of Kosilan. By having Morgan's report on the incident, Sengoku was seeking to control the narrative. Even if word about the Kosilan royal family got out, he wanted to limit its reach, preventing Morgans from splashing it across the newspapers and letting too many people know. What Sengoku hadn't anticipated was that Morgan's albatross had captured everything that happened that day on film. Fortunately, Morgans knew how to weigh the consequences, and, just as he was considering his options, Sengoku's call came through. As news of Kaido's assault on Marineford spread, the Navy's prestige grew to some extent. Of course, being attacked by pirates yet failing to capture the enemy would normally tarnish their reputation. But the key detail was that the Navy suffered zero casualties. The reports even featured photos of Drought Jack plunging into the sea to escape, making it seem as if Kaido had been utterly defeated and had fled in disgrace. The fierce battle between Drought Jack and a Navy vice admiral, and even the image of Kaido fighting 5 opponents at once, were conspicuously absent from any coverage. Such is the power of the press. What they say becomes the truth, and most people are likely to believe it. Even some pirates in the New World began to question the Beast Pirates' claims about the Kosilan royal family and the so-called Divine Realm, suspecting that Kaido was deliberately sowing confusion to distract from his defeat at Marineford, and using these rumors to shore up his position as one of the 4 emperors. Among these pirates, there were even some who now thought Kaido was not so fearsome after all, and began entertaining thoughts of challenging the 4 emperors, setting their sights on the Beast Pirates' territory. However, there were still those who kept a clear head, knowing that Kaido was not the type to fear defeat. Indeed, he was almost incapable of it. Kaido's body was simply monstrous, bolstered by his devil fruit powers. His vitality made him nearly immortal. The Navy had tried to kill him before, yet he always survived. Especially among the other 3 emperors, all understood that facing Kaido was a nightmare. After all, going up against a nearly invincible juggernaut would give anyone pause. Aboard the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks, with only one arm, threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ah, who would have thought there's still a Ceylon royal family out there on these seas, a clan that once ruled the world in ancient times. Back in the days when I traveled the world with the captain, I'd never even heard of such things. This sea truly is shrouded in mystery. Standing nearby, Ben Beckman's expression grew grave as he said, "No one really knows what this suddenly emerged family is after. It's a shame we don't have more details about what happened then." And now word is spreading from the Beast Pirates. They say the O'Hara incident had another purpose entirely. The world government supposedly gained a secret power that could even surpass the four emperors, and then silenced everyone who knew about it. The red-haired Shanks, who had been laughing moments before, now let the smile fade from his face. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he spoke. "A power greater than ours, you say? Now I'm genuinely curious to see what kind of strength that could be." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, and he declared, "Why don't we throw a banquet for this?" "Ha ha ha. All right, time for a banquet," the crew cheered. Off to the side, Ben Beckman's face darkened with exasperation. He could only cover his forehead with a resigned sigh. In Totoland, amidst the Big Mom pirates, the Minister of Biscuits, Cracker, stood drenched in cold sweat as he endured Charlotte Lean-Lean's scolding. "Humph. I sent you to deal with a mere warlord of the sea, and you couldn't even manage that. You didn't even catch a glimpse of him before being delivered. Straight to Sakazuki, what a disgrace. If Kaido hadn't done me a favor and lent you a hand, there's no telling if you'd have made it back at all." Just then, Katakuri strode in to report the latest news from today's papers and the word going around the Beast Pirates. Instantly, Charlotte Lean-Lean's attention shifted from Cracker to the reports about the Ceylon royal family. She barked out an order. "This Ceylon royal family does sound intriguing. I want you to dig up every bit of information you can, especially about anyone named October or March, who appeared back then. See if they might be suitable for a marriage alliance with one of my daughters. If so, let's bring them into the Big Mom Pirates." Katakuri acknowledged her command and quietly stepped aside. Meanwhile, deep in her thoughts, Big Mom mulled over matters of demigod and godlike power. In fact, much like Kaido, she had already come into contact with the very essence of power itself. Her habit of absorbing other souls was, in part, an attempt to fuse more of that primal force within herself. But instead, her efforts had backfired, leading to bouts of uncontrollable frenzy. That was why she now sought an alliance through marriage with someone from the Ceylon royal family, hoping to discover some ancient method that might cure her condition. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate was drinking heartily and with great gusto. At this moment, he looked noticeably younger than he would during the battle at Marineford in the anime. There were no IVs hooked to his arm. Evidently, his body was still robust enough to suppress his old wounds with sheer strength alone. At Whitebeard's side, Phoenix Marco was reading a newspaper aloud. When he finished, he looked up and said, "Pops, today there's news from the Beast Pirates about yesterday's big battle. They say an ancient royal bloodline from the old Ceylon dynasty appeared out of nowhere during the fight, and it even ties into the truth behind O'Hara's destruction all those years ago." He proceeded to lay out all the details for Whitebeard, while Blackbeard, listening intently off to the side, sipped his drink, his eyes gleaming with new schemes for the future. But Whitebeard himself seemed distracted, barely registering Marco's mention of the ancient Ceylon royals. The pain from his old wounds, worsened by age, was growing harder to suppress. Yet, among his pirate crew, he saw no worthy successor. What would become of his sons after he was gone? Still, when word of demigods and the realm of the gods reached his ears, Whitebeard felt a ripple of hope. Perhaps if he could break through to the demigod level, he could change his fate and buy more time for his sons to grow. As the four emperors plotted their own moves across the seas in the royal palace of Dressrosa in the New World, seized by Don Quixote da Flamingo just a year before, the new king sat upon his throne. In his hands was a detailed intelligence. Reports sent by Demon Bamboo, Virgo, a man he regarded as family within the Don Quixote clan. The report meticulously described Kaido's rampage at Marineford and the subsequent appearance of two mysterious figures that October. Although the Navy had forbidden the spread of this incident, Virgo's skills and covert channels had still uncovered the full story. After all, not only was he a vice admiral, but also the commanding officer of G5, an impressive feat. Doflamingo studied the report, a strange smile twisting his lips. Fufu. Who would have thought the world government hid such secrets when they wiped out O'Hara? And to think, an ancient bloodline like the Ceylon royals still exists in this world. How fascinating, how deliciously chaotic. Let this sea plunge into turmoil. Let's turn this world ruled by the celestial dragons upside down. His expression grew more and more sinister. After all, those events from his past were wounds that never truly healed, memories etched deep into his soul. Standing before him, Diamante wore a worried look. He knew all too well the hardships Doflamingo had faced as a boy. In fact, it was after witnessing Doflamingo's overwhelming conqueror's haki during that very incident that he and the other three had chosen to follow him. Diamante murmured softly, "Doffy." Doflamingo, hearing this, shook his head, signaling that he was all right. Then, with a furrowed brow, he asked, "Have his Celica group already been locked up and impelled down?" Diamante spoke up in response, "Doffy, not yet, but according to the latest reports, they'll be sent to impel down very soon." Doflamingo's face darkened, his voice laced with anger as he said, "Don't those people know that Sekka and the others are members of the Don Quixote family? We're also one of the 7 warlords. Get in touch with the Navy and tell them to release our people." As he spoke, Doflamingo seemed to recall something else, his tone turning with distaste. "Oh, and reach out to those folks in the Holy Land. Have them make a move and get my family out. Otherwise, don't blame me for what comes next." Doflamingo left his threat hanging in the air, but Diamante understood his meaning and responded dutifully, "Yes, I'll take care of it as soon as possible." Just as Diamante was about to leave, Doflamingo's eyes flickered. He called him back. "Wait, while you're dealing with them, discreetly ask about that ancient text smuggled out of O'Hara. See if there are any leads. If we can get our hands on it." "Ha ha ha." Diamante nodded and took his leave. Meanwhile, Doflamingo sat alone on his throne, his expression grave, lost in deep thought. Just yesterday, Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates had personally called, questioning him about Caesar and the method for producing artificial devil fruits. Jack demanded that the technology be delivered to the Beast Pirates and even insisted that Doflamingo supply them with a massive number of Zoan-type devil fruits. Though it was termed a transaction, Jack's tone had left no room for negotiation. The memory left Doflamingo's mood all the darker. He didn't fear Jack himself, but behind Jack stood Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, a monster to be reckoned with. That knowledge alone made Doflamingo uneasy. He had no choice but to comply with Jack's demands to satisfy Kaido. If he wanted to break free from this situation, his only hope was to surpass Kaido in strength. And the ancient text in the hands of the world government was the key to that power. No matter what it took, he had to find a way to seize it from the world government. Fortunately, he was a celestial dragon by birth. Even if unacknowledged now, he still enjoyed certain privileges in Mary Geos. How ironic that a man determined to overthrow the celestial dragons should have to rely on their power at every turn. Reality, it seemed, was stranger and crueler than any novel. Sadly, Doflamingo was unaware that Kaido had leaked news of the ancient text's existence precisely to draw out those bold enough to snatch it from the world government. That way, Kaido could simply take it for himself, without the trouble of waging war against the government at the same time in Mary Geos, the seat of power in this world. A secret meeting was underway. The 5 elders were gathered in their office, discussing the chaos Kaido had unleashed upon Marineford. When it came to the so-called truth of O'Hara, it was the 5 elders who knew best. There was never any ancient text describing the so-called divine realm. The world government's reason for destroying O'Hara was, in fact, quite simple. They wanted to forbid anyone from researching that 100 years of blank history. More than anything, it was meant as a warning, to make an example of O'Hara and instill fear across the seas. It was a show of the world government's unwavering resolve. But now, out of nowhere, a group claiming descent from the ancient Shillon royal family had appeared, insisting they possessed secret knowledge of the divine realm. This filled the 5 old men at the height of power with a sense of unease, suspecting a hidden conspiracy behind it all. Regardless of whether the Shillon royal lineage was genuine or not, the 5 elders felt threatened. After all, these 2 young individuals, October and March, were both of obvious admiral-level strength, and if they were named after months, did that mean there were 10 more prodigies, each with immense potential? Even if the others hadn't yet reached admiral level, what about the future? Their potential clearly far exceeded people's imagination. Such beings were an absolute threat to the world government, and needed to be eliminated. Even more troubling was the dangerous ideology they seemed to harbor. What's more, if their claims were true, could the Shillon royal family possess records about that blank century, or even older chronicles? These were questions that demanded attention. The 5 elders argued in their office for a long time, but failed to come up with a satisfactory solution. Their understanding of the Shillon royal family was simply too limited. There was no way to devise a sound plan. In the end, All they could do was issue an order for the world government's CP organizations to scour the globe in search of members of the Shilon royal family, even mobilizing their agents embedded deep within the underworld. Meanwhile, out at sea, a Navy warship was slowly passing through the Gate of Justice, heading toward Impel Down. King Yaji Nio sat quietly in the cell where he and the others were being held, observing everyone around him. Not everyone in the room was so calm. Circa, along with Baby, Five and others, moved about, mingling with the other pirates. Ha ha, I am an officer of the Don Quixote family. Circa boasted, his voice full of swagger. Our boss, Doflamingo, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so we have ways to secure our release. If you don't want to be sent to Impel Down, you'd better consider joining the Don Quixote family. Of course, we don't just accept anyone. As a founding elder of the Don Quixote family, Circa's every word revolved around Don Quixote and Doflamingo. Even while imprisoned, he tirelessly recruited talent for the Don Quixote family among the pirates. Now, those held here were all infamous pirates of the New World, each with formidable strength. If any of them joined the Don Quixote pirates, Doflamingo's influence would grow considerably. Sure enough, under Circa's persuasion, some pirates chose to join the Don Quixote family. However, people like Nio Yaji turned a blind eye to his efforts, which greatly irritated Circa. From a moment, they had been brought before Sakazuki, Circa had taken a strong dislike to Nio Yaji. Now, seeing his continued indifference, Circa couldn't help but hold a grudge. Did he not care about saving face at all? Circa made a mental note to remember this affront. Yet, there was truth in Circa's words. The very next day, he and his followers were taken away by the Navy, no doubt handed over to the Don Quixote family. Those pirates who had refused the offer now showed visible regret. The news of Golden Lion, Shiki's escape had never spread, so in everyone's mind, entering Impel Down meant losing one's freedom forever, with no hope of escape. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world, and no matter how much they lamented, it was too late. Soon, the group was transported to Impel Down, the world's greatest prison. Impel Down, or Impelton, is a facility directly under the world government, one of the 3 pillars alongside Marine headquarters and Eni's lobby. Located beneath the sea, its security was impenetrable. The prison housed only the most dangerous criminals in terrifying conditions, guarded by monstrous jailers and monitored by surveillance Den Mushi. Outside, more warships than those used in a buster call stood at anchor, and the surrounding waters teemed with giant sea kings, making escape nearly impossible. Thus, Impel Down was known as an iron fortress. The prison itself was divided into 6 levels. The first underground floor, the Crimson Hell. The second, the Beast Hell. The third, the Starvation Hell. The fourth, the Blazing Hell. The fifth, the Freezing Hell. And the sixth, the Eternal Hell. Each level held increasingly brutal criminals as one descended, with the lowest, the Eternal Hell, reserved for the world's most heinous pirates. The atrocities committed by its inmates were so monstrous that ordinary people did not even know this level existed. In the past, Golden Lion Shiki had been imprisoned there, alongside such fearsome figures as the World Destroyer and the Crimson Count. Since none among Circa's group were particularly notorious, most were confined to level 5, the Freezing Hell. For most, that is, Nio Yaji received special treatment. Because of Circa's grudge, he pulled some strings and had King Nio Yaji sent down to level 6, the Eternal Hell. This turn of events actually came as a pleasant surprise to Nio Yaji. While Circa's true intention was to inflict a harsher punishment and plunge Nio Yaji into deeper despair, to Nio Yaji, level 6 was nothing short of paradise. Let's not forget, Nio Yaji is a split incarnation of Alan. He can use the light of the mind to perfectly mimic others, absorbing their abilities and knowledge. And here, in Impel Down, the true treasure for Nio Yaji lay within the Eternal Hell itself. Originally, he had been scheming ways to infiltrate Eternal Hell, but never imagined Circa would be so helpful as to send him straight to the very bottom with such ease. One cannot help but marvel at the influence wielded by the Don Quixote family, though, of course, even more so at the power of the celestial dragons. Once inside Eternal Hell, Nio Yaji kept a low profile. He stirred up no trouble, quietly staying in his cell, methodically copying the abilities of everyone around him. He was laying a foundation of strength for his true self. At the same time, Nio Yaji was preparing to unveil a new ability in the future, the Phantom King. With this, he could transform into anyone he understood, wielding all of that person's powers. When he finally reappeared on the seas, he could turn the tables, matching others blow for blow, or perhaps stage a spectacle like Garp versus Sengoku, delivering a real shock to the Navy. It would also allow him to better study his own light of the mind and harmonize his myriad abilities. Truth be told, the main body could have done all this personally, but Alan much preferred playing the puppet master behind the scenes. A leisurely life at the Hunters Guild, sharing peaceful days with his beloved, free of worries, was far more appealing. If anything needed doing, he'd simply send a clone. Wasn't this kind of life irresistible? Why exhaust himself running all over the sea, worn out and inefficient? If he wanted to test a theory, he could just dispatch another clone, problem solved. Even if he wasn't present on the sea, legends of him would still circulate across the waves. That kind of mystique far surpassed any protagonist or chosen one of fate. And so, Nio Yaji's clone settled into a quiet existence within Impelled Down. Meanwhile, Mary Geos was anything but peaceful. As news spread, the number of pirates and thieves caught trying to sneak onto the Red Line had grown beyond count, leaving Mary Geos guards both mentally and physically exhausted. And this was only after 2 days. If even stronger pirates started eyeing the Red Line, how could they possibly hope to defend against them? Once even a single mistake or bout of chaos occurs, let alone the casualties that might follow, the world government's authority would be trampled underfoot. The intimidating power of the celestial dragons would wane, and in people's eyes, the celestial dragons would no longer seem so lofty and untouchable, so sacred and inviolable. After all, when the very home of the celestial dragons, Mary Geos, has already been thrown into utter turmoil by pirates, what is left to fear? What dignity remains to speak of? It must be said, this kind of scheme is a truly fatal blow for the world government and the celestial dragons. As long as pirates remain greedy, the Red Line will never be short of those coveting the ancient tomes of the divine realm. After all, these ancient records represent not mere wealth, but the possibility of power surpassing even the 4 emperors. And if one could really surpass the 4 emperors, who would still tremble before the so-called celestial dragons? In the end, the fear in people's hearts is simply a reflection of their own lack of strength. Although Kaido didn't foresee this outcome when he spread the news, he inadvertently left the guardians of Mary Geos struggling to cope. Only when the army intervened was the situation barely stabilized. From this, one can see the true strength of the world government. Even without the navy, the army itself commands formidable might, not to be underestimated. Within their ranks, there may well be hidden powerhouses on the level of Sengoku or the 3 admirals. Add to that the inscrutable strength of the 5 elders and Lord M, and it's clear that the world government and the celestial dragons still possess the power to command the entire sea. This is also why Alan chooses to keep a low profile and wait patiently. Though he is powerful, he is just one person, and there will always be moments he cannot control. To launch a war rashly without sufficient strength would mean a long, drawn-out conflict, a disaster ordinary people could hardly bear. So, Alan's strategy has always been to build high walls, stockpile provisions, and bide his time before claiming the throne, to gather overwhelming strength, then sweep away the world government and its member nations in a single, decisive strike, forging a unified new government. He also plans to connect the islands with portals, minimizing the risk of future division and civil war as much as possible. Such a plan demands a reserve of talented individuals, and when the time comes, Deep Sea Academy will prove invaluable. As for how to win over the common people, the simplest way is to ensure they have enough to eat. As the saying goes, only when the granaries are full do people understand etiquette, only when clothing and food are sufficient do they know honor and shame. The basic, honest wish of ordinary folk is simply to have enough food and warmth. Yet in this world, many countries cannot even provide that. Fortunately, with the help of the inner world and the light of heart, this is no longer a problem. Time slipped by unnoticed, the seasons turning from spring to autumn, year after year. 7 winters and summers have already passed. Countless events on the seas have unfolded, just as the original story described. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, 3 young boys, met on the trash heap and became sworn brothers. Then came Sabo's disappearance and Ace's departure to the sea. The timeline moved forward, indifferent to the will of any individual, as scenes from the original story continued to unfold without pause. In the East Blue, a swordsman known for his 3-sword style, Roronoa, Zoro, made his appearance. There is also a cunning cat burglar and navigator who enjoyed robbing pirates, Nami, and among them shone a young female sword master who dazzled all of East Blue, Kuna. Among these figures were not only prodigies, but also formidable warriors nurtured by Deep Sea Academy. It was within the academy that Queenam mastered the art of sword control, learned the technique of spatial slashes, and attained the realm of cutting iron, ultimately becoming a sword master of immense power. As for Nami, she absorbed extensive knowledge of navigation and meteorology, which enabled her to command the winds, rain, and lightning. She also possessed the Deep Sea Academy's rune weapon, the Climatact, engraved with meteorological runes, making her manipulation of the weather even more natural and effective, and elevating her to the rank of a formidable weather mage. Yet her greed for money remained unchanged from the original story. During her journeys through East Blue, she amassed considerable wealth, whether by theft or cunning. Zoro, on the other hand, contemplated setting out to see the moment he read about Kuna in the newspaper, but his teacher held him back, urging him to hone his skills for another year before departing. In that time, he challenged Kuna many times, but each attempt ended in defeat. As for Alan, his strength had already reached unfathomable heights. After 7 years of cultivation, he felt that if he ever faced Kaido, he would not be entangled or overwhelmed, but could instead subdue him and finish the battle with ease. Even Sengoku and Garp were now outmatched by him, and he had far surpassed Whitebeard as well. Only the enigmaticum remained beyond his insight, but as for every other known figure in the world, Alan now stood unrivaled, truly perched atop the world of pirates. At his side was Gilhara, who had also reached the level of a great sword master, possessing the might of an admiral. Across the seas, she was known as the Rose Blade, for whenever she drew her sword, a flurry of petals seemed to fill the air, a sight as beautiful as it was deadly. Meanwhile, far away in the Mink Duchy, Rainbow Cat, Blue Bunny, and their companions had gathered all 7 swords. Each of them possessed the strength of a vice-admiral, and when two wielded their swords in unison, they could unleash the power of an admiral. When all 7 joined forces, they were even capable of confronting the 4 emperors head-on. Furthermore, at this moment, branches of the Hunters Guild had opened throughout all 4 seas and the Grand Line, with a number of bounty hunters steadily rising. This brought Alan not only a steady stream of fortune, but also a wealth of unique devil fruit abilities. The vastness of the sea is truly unfathomable. Even a world government, which ruled for 8 centuries, has yet to fully explore it, let alone a single man like Alan. As the Hunter Guild grew in strength, Alan's gains were not limited to this alone. He also gathered a trove of strange and mysterious artifacts, some inherited from ancient times, others salvaged from the depths of the ocean. Though these treasures were not of great importance to Alan, they did allow him to glimpse fragments of the world's past. With the expansion of the Hunter Guild, Alan's inner world came to simulate a great many talented prodigies, each with their unique abilities and ideas. This granted him a deeper understanding of his own cultivation path, broadening the road to greater heights. By now, the Hunter Guild bore little resemblance to the humble organization it had been at its founding. There were clear distinctions among hunters and missions: White Jade Captain, Pale Yellow Major, Fire Phosphorus Lieutenant Colonel, Emerald Colonel, Azure Major General, Violet Lieutenant General, Crimson Gold Admiral, Black Gold for Emperors, and Firmament Demigod. Altogether, there were 9 ranks, and both missions and rewards were categorized accordingly. Each hunter bore a token of their rank, both as a mark of their strength and to make it easier to accept assignments. Over these 7 years, even the great powers of the pirate world gradually came to accept this hierarchy. However, the final 3 ranks, Black Gold and Firmament, remained unclaimed. In the eyes of all, Alan and Gil merely held Violet-level tokens, a deliberate choice by Alan to conceal his true power. After all, there were no other hunters on the seas who reached admiral level or higher, and those with the strength to do so were unwilling to humble themselves. By registering with the guild, most had their own factions and their own pride, and naturally would not submit to someone they saw as inferior, like Alan. But as the saying goes, if the mountain will not come to me, I will go to the mountain. After popularizing the ranking system, Alan personally sent Black Gold tokens to Sengoku and Garp, and Crimson Gold tokens to the 3 admirals, Zephyr, and others. He promised that those holding such tokens would enjoy privileges and services within the guild befitting their rank. Of course, Alan did not extend such courtesies to the 4 emperors of piracy. After all, the main mission of the Hunter Guild was to hunt pirates, not seeking ways to eliminate them was already lenient enough. Offering them services was out of the question. Alan would never lose his senses to that degree. This was not merely a matter of stance, but the very reason Alan founded the Hunter Guild in the first place. As the saying goes, never forget why you started, and you can accomplish your mission. Alan would never abandon His original intention, to change this diseased world and guide the dreams of the youth away from piracy, toward becoming bounty hunters instead. It might not guarantee a better life for everyone, but over these years, the number of pirates emerging from the four seas had indeed dropped dramatically. This is the legacy of merit and virtue established by the Hunters Guild. As for what Alan is currently studying, at this very moment he sits quietly within his own inner world, contemplating the myriad laws that govern it. He continuously gathers these laws within his body, allowing him to tread even further along the path of the demigod realm, the so-called Dome. The demigod and godly realms that Alan once revealed while pretending to be October were not without foundation. Otherwise, warriors like those from the Warring States would never have been so easily deceived. The stage of the Four Emperors is when one first comes into contact with the primal source, thereby widening the gap between oneself and the admirals. The demigod, in contrast, is someone who plants the essence of the primal source and its laws within their own body, enabling their very existence to ascend to a higher level. As for the godly realm, in Alan's view, this should mean mastering a certain amount of the primal source, truly transcending ordinary life, and even gaining the power to destroy a planet with ease. Alan himself, having already awakened the fourth-level gene lock, is naturally progressing in the domains of time, space, energy, and matter. Thus, to engrave the laws within his own body is a relatively easy feat for him, which is precisely why he could become a demigod in just 7 years. As Alan cultivated, the sources of various laws absorbed by his inner world began to reveal themselves, each evolving as his comprehension deepened. Sharing this inner world was Jilhura, who reaped immense benefits as well. After practicing the hidden dragon transformation, she made astonishing progress over those 7 years, breaking through the third-level gene lock and reaching the realm where the divine becomes indestructible, even without Alan's help. She also condensed the fourth-level gene lock within her body, and her heart grew so sensitive that she could sense changes before they occurred, just as the cicada feels the autumn wind before it stirs. If she takes one step further, breaking through the fourth-level gene lock and awakening the light of her soul, then she will naturally enter the state of tranquility and constancy. Only then will her potential be fully unlocked, and she will be able to travel the myriad worlds alongside Alan, witnessing the scenery of each universe. The year is 1520. East Blue, the Kingdom of Goa, Fusha Village. The sky is clear, with not a cloud in sight. In this world of pirates, the chosen child of fate, Monkey D. Luffy, stands at the seashore of Fusha Village, defeating the Sea King who once bit off red-haired Shanks' arm. In doing so, he avenges the wounds suffered by both himself and Shanks in the past. With this done, Luffy sets out to sea in the simple, makeshift boat he built himself. Sitting on this little boat, Luffy's short black hair is a bit messy, and beneath his left eye is a scar he gave himself in a show of bravery. He wears a red vest and blue shorts that reach to his knees, straw sandals on his feet, and, ever since that day, the straw hat Shanks entrusted to him rests upon his head. His face is always lit up with a confident grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Though bounty hunting has become a tempting profession these days, Luffy remains true to the promise he made to Shanks long ago. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy lifted his hand to press down on the straw hat atop his head. A look of unwavering determination flashed in his eyes. There was no doubt whatsoever that he would become the king of the pirates. He was filled with nothing but boundless confidence. Perhaps this was the very quality that would one day draw so many companions to his side. His self-assurance had a way of inspiring those around him. Just as in the original story, it was often in the most unintentional ways that he helped crewmates like Robin and Nami break free from their inner shadows. Unfortunately, not long after setting sail, Luffy encountered a violent storm. Towering waves easily overturned his small boat. By sheer stroke of extraordinary luck, Luffy managed to squeeze himself into a barrel aboard the boat, allowing him to drift across the vast sea. Soon after, he was rescued by the first friend of his journey, Kobe. It was also then that he met his very first adversary on the open seas, Alvida. Hidden within the folds of a dimensional space, Alan watched all of this unfold with amazement. The moment Luffy was about to embark on his voyage, Alan sensed a subtle ripple in fate and destiny. Upon tracing the source of this disturbance, he decided to silently follow Luffy, observing every step of his adventure. Fate is a profound and unfathomable force. Even though Alan's presence had a significant impact on the world at sea, he realized he had not altered Luffy's journey as the protagonist. Events continued to unfold almost exactly as they did in the original tale. This led Alan to wonder, was this world truly the world of One Piece? Or was it merely a parallel universe, operating under some predetermined set of rules that kept the main story intact, no matter how much he tried to change? Even according to his own intelligence, Ace still became Whitebeard's son, and Sabo was still rescued by the Revolutionary Dragon and brought into the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, Alan began to sense, vaguely, that perhaps this was the answer he had been seeking. If the story of One Piece existed as a real world, then could its countless fan-made tales also be real worlds in their own right? If so, could there be innumerable worlds scattered across the myriad realms? Some similar, some nearly identical, yet existing independently from one another? Though all called One Piece, the protagonists of these fan stories would each inhabit separate realities, never interfering with one another. This led Alan to ponder, what, then, were the true laws governing the worlds of the multiverse? He shook his head, realizing these questions were still far beyond his reach. Even if he had become a being as powerful as the highest in this world, in the grand scheme of all the worlds, he was still no more than an ant. Even those legendary sages, immortal emperors, and beings who had achieved the highest forms of enlightenment had failed to truly grasp the secrets of the cosmos. What could a mere demigod like him hope to understand? Yet, once his mind wandered to the concept of parallel worlds, Alan's thoughts grew even more expansive. He recalled a novel from his previous life, A Will Eternal. The system of that world, in fact, is exceptionally well-suited for cultivation across the myriad realms. One continually nurtures alternate selves in different worlds, steadily accumulating their own essence and power, while also gaining insight into the laws that govern each world. Upon reaching the far shore, the true culmination of cultivation, one can command the flow of time, grasp the threads of destiny, and become the embodiment of heaven's will. If we were to compare the world to a game, then the far shore would be akin to becoming the game master. Unfortunately, that cultivation system is far beyond his reach. Without sufficient reference, he simply lacks the ability to elevate martial arts to such heights. After all, to truly attain the far shore and further achieve the Tao fruit would be equivalent to reaching the legendary Deluo level of a mythical world. As a mere demigod, how could he possibly conjure from nothing a system that leads directly to Deluo? As for the spiritual cultivation path of the Galactic Emperor, that road focuses more on the cultivation of the mind. It neither demands mastery over the world's laws, nor imposes restrictions of technique. The connection between the gene lock and the spirit allowed him, by a stroke of luck, to deduce a portion of this path. Yet regarding the realms beyond, he only gained some understanding of the sitting in forgetfulness state that Tian Jinzhong once achieved. As for what lies further ahead, the path remains shrouded in mist. But he was not troubled by this. In truth, he had only been cultivating for a few years, and he held absolute confidence in his own potential. Moreover, he possessed the ability to travel through countless worlds. Sooner or later, he would traverse those realms, truly experience them, and cultivate in earnest. Drawing his wandering thoughts back to the present, he watched as Luffy sent Alvida flying with a single punch. Alan, meanwhile, turned away, opened a portal, and left the scene, returning to the Hunter Guild. Though he paid close attention to the protagonist, he never lost sight of his own objectives. By now, Alan had been in the world of One Piece for 10 years. It had also been exactly 7 years since the founding of the Hunter Guild, and, for this very day, he had prepared for 7 long years. The hidden power of the Hunter Guild now surpassed even the overt might of the Navy. Alan Kyonglong Demigot. Hilera Red Gold Admiral. Belsan Red Gold Admiral. 7 swords, Z Luo, Vice Admiral, together rivaling a 4 Emperor's power. And other formidable figures. Even Sir Crocodile, with Alan's help, had fully recovered and, over 7 years, broken through to Admiral level, earning a secret red gold token. The Hunter Guild also commanded numerous other Vice Admiral-level powerhouses, such as Uvalane and more. This force was already enough to dominate the seas, perhaps even to defeat the Navy itself. However, the Hunter Guild still lacked enough top-tier fighters. After all, the world government had ruled for 800 years, with the Army, the CP, organizations, the deep-rooted power of the Celestial Dragons, and even in future recruitments, formidable figures like Fujitora and Green Bull emerged. By comparison, Alan's personal strength was really the only major advantage on his side. Of course, if Alan insisted, he could force things forward by sending out countless clones. But then, after a great war, who would be left to govern? Conquering the world is easy. Ruling it is far harder. Even though he had no desire to stand atop the world as its ruler, he still hoped to guide the pirate world toward a more peaceful path, to change this sick and twisted world. That would require enough talented people to form a new government. As for what would happen after success, Alan didn't dwell on it. After all, he would have done his utmost. Returning to the Hunter Guild, Alan set his sights on the coming War of the Best. Since Luffy's story was difficult to alter, his crew would likely remain unchanged. Although Nami, Robin, and the rest were far stronger than in the original tale, they would probably still choose to join Luffy's Straw Hat crew. The Great War of the future would still erupt, and that would be the moment for the Hunter Guild to reveal its true strength. Just as Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard once ignited the great age of piracy before the whole world, Alan, too, could seize this chance to spark an era of hunters. As Luffy embarked on his own journey, Alan was not idle, either. During his training, faint, mysterious ripples drifted up toward the sky. Alan was steadily using his power to seep into the world's very laws, gradually leaving his own mark on the world's core rules. It was much like when he changed the rules and introduced a new cultivation system in the world of the outcast. But this time, he didn't add a new power system. Instead, he refined the world's structure by truly dividing the realms of power at the level of laws, requiring more precise distinctions and operations. This had been his goal for 7 years, to make the path of cultivation in this world more complete. He kept the 9 levels, from White Jade up to the Dome, with the highest being the demigod tier. This was because his current strength had only reached the demigod level. He couldn't truly define the divine tier yet. Once this transformation was complete, the world would have a clear hierarchy of power, much like a true fantasy realm. After each breakthrough, one could even receive the aid of the world's energies, an immense benefit to the perfection of the world's laws. At the same time, this would allow his own forces to grow more rapidly. With a clear path ahead, progress would be faster and the foundations would be that much stronger. After all, in the world of pirates, training usually means pushing oneself to the absolute limit, squeezing out every ounce of potential. It's a path that relies heavily on natural talent and often leaves behind hidden injuries, making future growth nearly impossible. Alan believed that after his success, many more strong individuals would emerge across these vast seas. The night passed quietly, and the next day arrived. Alan and Gilhura left Whiskey Peak together, setting sail on the Hidden Dragon across the open ocean. Because they had stayed at the Hunters Guild for so long, it had been ages since they last ventured out to sea. The endless expanse of the ocean instantly lifted their spirits. The weather was clear and sunny, the breeze gentle. 2 young people, both 23, leaned close together on the deck, gazing at the distant horizon. The scene was as warm and peaceful as a painting. As Alan soaked in the moment, a famous scene from Titanic unexpectedly popped into his mind. But unlike that doomed ship, his hidden dragon had nothing to fear from the depths below. Their destination was the East Blue. After all, as the saying goes, to attain wealth and not return home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Having built such a foundation at Whiskey Peak, Alan naturally felt the urge to return to Flower Island, to the place where it all began. Besides, the people of Flower Island had cared for him and Gilhura since childhood. This homecoming would be a chance to see old friends and elders once more. Of course, over the years, Alan had never forgotten Flower Island. Even though he hadn't returned in person, Deep Sea Academy had admitted many gifted youths from the island, giving them the chance to grow stronger. Now, quite a few children from Flower Island were training at the academy, and 2 graduates had even reached the level of Hong Lan, hunting pirates across the seas. Still, few knew that Alan was originally from Flower Island. He worried that some deranged pirate, seeking revenge, might one day bring disaster upon the island, much like what happened to Zephyr years ago. Soon enough, with the Hidden Dragon's speed, they reached Flower Island in less than 10 days. At the sight of the familiar little courtyard, both Alan and Gilhura felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. The courtyard looked just the same as before, carefully tended by the villagers. People on Flower Island knew, at least in part, that it was thanks to Alan and Gilhura that Deep Sea Academy kept recruiting local children, helping them fend off pirates time and again. In gratitude, the villagers made sure to keep the courtyard neat and welcoming. Laughing joyfully, Gilhura ran through the sea of blossoms, relishing the beauty that had filled her childhood. Alan, too, set aside his training for once and allowed himself to fully relax. For 2 days, they wandered Flower Island, bidding farewell to the townsfolk before continuing their journey. Their next stop, the floating restaurant. Based on the timeline, after some time, the Straw Hat crew would arrive there and encounter the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Although he had no intention of using his superior skills to bully Mihawk, Gilhura was nonetheless very interested in crossing swords with him. In fact, he even considered inviting Kuina, who had already reached the violet level, to witness Mihawk swordsmanship. Though Kuina's strength was still lacking in some respects, her talent was truly extraordinary. She had achieved this level of prowess in just 7 short years at the Deep Sea Academy, leaving her fellow students far behind, racing ahead like a lone rider on a clear path. She had even surpassed Nami and Robin, both members of the main cast, who at this point remained at the Azure level, unable to break through. A few days later, Alan Subdragon docked at the Floating Sea restaurant, where he met Redleg Zeph and Sanji. True to form, Sanji's flirtatious nature was on full display, and he even set his sights on Gilhura. However, under the silent intimidation of Gilhura's sword aura, Sanji quickly realized this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke, and sheepishly excused himself. Redleg Zeph, meanwhile, looked at Alan with a grave expression as he sat at the table and said, "I never expected the president of the Hunters Guild, Blue Dragon Alan Johnson, to visit my humble restaurant. What immense honor." Sanji, who had been eavesdropping nearby, froze in shock. His heart raced with fear, realizing that this was none other than one of the newly famous 7 warlords of the sea, who had opened branches of his guild across all 4 oceans. Although Sanji was not afraid of death, he certainly didn't want to cause trouble for his adoptive father. Wisely, he retreated to the kitchen to help out, hoping to avoid any further complications. Alan noticed Sanji's reaction, but thought nothing of it. He understood that Sanji was clear-headed enough to know what he should and shouldn't do. Not long after, 2 pirates entered the restaurant, none other than Don Krieg and his first mate, Jin. Just as in the original story, Jin knelt at the entrance, begging for a bite to eat from anyone inside. Their ragged pirate attire drew a flurry of whispers and wary glances from the other patrons. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Sanji at first thought Alan had started a fight with Redleg Zeph. He rushed out in a panic, only to find the 2 starving pirates kneeling at the door. After a moment's silence, as if recalling memories from long ago, Sanji quietly returned to the kitchen to prepare food. Soon, Sanji brought out a steaming plate of rice and set it before Krieg and Jin, whose despair melted into astonished relief. The other chefs rushed to stop Sanji, but their protests were in vain. All they could do was watch as Krieg and Jin devoured their food with wild abandon, and even the pirates out on their ship received their share. Redleg Zeph did not stop them, either. He, too, could not bear to see anyone go hungry, remembering all too well his own desperation in the past, and how he had once longed for someone to offer him a single bowl of rice. That is the very meaning behind the existence of a restaurant at sea. Seated at the table, Alan glanced at Krieg standing by the door and shook his head, saying, "Sigh, yet again the tale of the farmer and the snake. Men like Krieg know nothing of gratitude. Once their bellies are full, their greedy eyes will once more turn to the wealth of these people." At his words, Gilhura's eyes flickered, as if debating whether to intervene. Alan noticed Gilhura's expression and shook his head, remarking, "Nami and Zoro will be here soon. There's no need for us to step in yet." Gilhura's eyes brightened. She hadn't seen that sly little cat burglar for some time, and with her around, the Krieg pirates were hardly a threat. Krieg and his men devoured their food ravenously, stuffing their mouths as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Thanks to Sanji's exceptional cooking, nourishing, and perfectly suited for men who had suffered hunger for so long, not only did they enjoy a splendid meal, but their strength also returned to them in no time. As the saying goes, with a full belly, new desires arise. No sooner had Krieg eaten his fill than he forgot all his earlier promises, his gaze turning sharp with greed and murderous intent as he looked around at the others on board. Ajin, standing nearby, caught the look in his captain's eye and instantly understood his intent. His expression changed, and he pleaded, "Captain, we just promised them we wouldn't rob them. Let's just go." The merchants in the restaurant heard Ajin's words and immediately realized Krieg's intentions. Panic and anger flashed across their faces as they began to back away in fear. Krieg, meanwhile, stood his ground and laughed boisterously. "Ha ha, we're pirates. Since when do pirates keep their promises? How naive can you be?" His expression darkened suddenly as he continued, "And besides, if word gets out about the sorry state you all saw us in, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Krieg pirates. We need to silence every last one of you." Ajin was thrown into a panic, his eyes pleading with Krieg. Moments ago, when he had been on the verge of despair, Sanji's food had left a deep impression on his heart. Yet, Krieg was still his captain. Though Ajin felt gratitude, his loyalty to Krieg remained. If Krieg insisted on this course, there was nothing he could do to stop him. He might even have to raise his iron hammer against his benefactor if ordered. From afar, Alan's lips curled in a mocking smile, while Gilhura's face betrayed open disgust. This, Alan thought, was why he despised pirates. Betrayal, slaughter, greed, and madness filled their hearts. True gratitude was a feeling utterly foreign to them. Just as outside, on Creek's pirate ship, many pirates already had their greedy eyes set on the floating restaurant. After being roused by the sight of food, some pirates even coveted Alan's hidden dragon. Within Alan's domain, he could hear every shadowy thought in those pirates' hearts. And of course, he quickly noticed the few who were eyeing his own vessel. Because of the runes etched into the hidden dragon, it often shimmered with a subtle glow, barely noticeable, but still present. Unfortunately, among Creek's crew was a sharp-eyed sailor who, from a distance, caught the occasional glint from the ship. Mistaking it for sunlight sparkling off embedded jewels, he began plotting with his companions about how to get their hands on these gems. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel. Who is the owner of this ship to be so wealthy? To embed gemstones on his vessel so lavishly, and not even bother with guards. Doesn't that mean the man himself is worth even more? With this thought, the pirate's eyes lit up. He muttered under his breath, "If I could quietly capture the owner of this ship, could I wring even more wealth from him? Maybe then I could start my own pirate crew on the seas. By then, even Creek would be nothing special." Alan shook his head in silence. This, he thought, was the pirate's true nature, betrayal. Or, to put it more delicately, as they say in the East, the underling overthrows the master, a cultural motif from his previous life. Of course, surpassing one's predecessor was a worthy ambition, but this kind of usurpation always felt like being stabbed in the back by your own subordinate, someone stealing your place. Maybe he was overthinking it. Alan withdrew from his musings, but his fingers tapped softly twice on the edge of the table. Jill Heron noticed Alan's gesture and looked over in puzzlement, just in time to see a faint blue rune flicker at his fingertips. A palm-sized portal appeared before him, just large enough for the rune to pass through, connecting directly to the hidden dragon. Curious, Jill Heron released her observation hockey, extending her senses toward the ship. There, several pirates were brazenly throwing chains and hooks onto the railings at the front of the hidden dragon's deck, preparing to climb aboard. Rather than reacting with anger at the sight of pirates trying to board her ship, Jill Heron's eyes glimmered with amusement as she quietly monitored the situation. From her expression, it seemed she was even a bit regretful that the floating restaurant hadn't served any pre-dinner snacks or fruit, like sunflower seeds, peanuts, or watermelon, so she could nibble on them while enjoying the show. Why was Alan so confident, and what exactly was that rune? No one bothered to warn those pirates that they were walking right into a trap. After all their trouble sneaking aboard the hidden dragon, just as they were about to head for the captain's quarters, one of the pirates suddenly felt a strong tug pulling at him. "Don't move. Why are you pulling me? Hurry up and find the captain's quarters. Important things are always kept there or in the treasure room. With how rich this guy is, there might even be a devil fruit lying around." But as he tried to press on, that mysterious force pulled him back again, halting his steps. He snapped impatiently, "I told you. Let's go for the treasure. Why do you keep holding me back?" He turned around in annoyance, only to see his companion staring at his side, face frozen in terror. Confused, the pirate couldn't understand what had scared his friend so badly. He hadn't seen anything unusual when he glanced back himself. Still puzzled, he turned his head to look in that direction again. That's when he saw it. A blue semi-transparent divine dragon floating in the air, its eyes brimming with playful mockery as it stared straight at him. Tears welled up in his eyes, a mix of awe and disbelief. It was the same sharp-eyed pirate who had first spotted the gems on the ship, and now, thanks to his keen sight, he could see clearly what lay behind the spectral dragon, a row of tiny, well-hidden gun barrels, and even a gaping hole the size of a cannon's muzzle. The blue, translucent dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary spirit of the ship. If that was the case, it meant it could control every weapon and piece of equipment on board, unleashing the vessel's full combat power even without a crew. Just like artificial intelligence in the modern world, tirelessly serving Alan, its master. That meant, from the very moment they'd set foot on the ship, the dragon-shaped ship spirit had kept them under its unblinking gaze, watching their every move. Should they surrender? Or surrender? The thought made his resolve crumble. He immediately threw up his hands in a gesture of surrender, though in his heart he swore through gritted teeth, "I'll be back for this." Seeing him give in, the other pirates quickly followed suit, raising their hands as well and allowing themselves to be tied up by ropes animated by the ship. Spirit's will. The dragon-shaped spirit even curled its lip in a display of almost human disdain, then opened a portal and sent the hapless pirates straight to Deep Sea Academy, where they would serve as sparring partners for the new students, helping them gain real combat experience. Meanwhile, the rest of the Pirates, banding together in a loud and brazen show of force, surrounded the floating restaurant, utterly unaware that a few of their companions were missing. Standing atop the restaurant with wild arrogance, Krieg declared, "Ha ha ha ha! From this moment on, this ship belongs to me, Don Krieg, the pirate admiral. Gather up all the treasure for me." Most of the people inside the restaurant looked terrified, some even blaming Sanji for giving food to this pirate, now putting everyone's life in jeopardy. Yet a few remained, expressionless. Alan, Gil, Redleg Zeph, and Sanji. Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, replied coolly, "This ship is ours. You'd better leave while you still can." In truth, both Redleg Zeph and Sanji had every reason to be confident. If they dared to save others, it was because they feared no pirate strength. In his youth, Zeph himself had sailed the Grand Line as a notorious pirate until a storm claimed his leg and left him stranded with Sanji on a nameless island, starving for days. That ordeal was what inspired him to open this floating restaurant, and was why Sanji, without a hint of emotion, served food to Krieg and Jin. Moreover, among their ranks was Alan Johnson, the Blue Dragon, who had slain the infamous Arlong crew 7 years ago. Dealing with a washed-up failure, fleeing the Grand Line would be child's play for him, adding to their confidence. So, Redleg Zeph had little reason to worry about the Krieg pirates. In fact, he saw this as a perfect opportunity to give Sanji and the others some real combat training. When Krieg heard Sanji's words, his face darkened, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes at such an open challenge to his authority. He barked, "All of you get him. Kill that brat." Instantly, the pirates surrounding the restaurant surged forward, tripping over each other in their eagerness, as if afraid someone else might steal their glory. The chefs nearby showed signs of wavering. Even one with a fierce face grew pale with fear. Yet, gritting his teeth, he hefted his ladle and stood in front of the pirates, ready to defend his home. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed in a furious, life-or-death struggle. Sanji, cigarette still hanging from his lips, scoffed and shoved his hands into his pockets, striding toward Krieg with a languid confidence. As he passed through the chaos, he occasionally lashed out with a swift kick, sending any pirate who dared approach flying through the air. Still, there were some who managed to block his way. Even if the Krieg pirates were now in decline, they remained the most formidable crew in East Blue, and, among their ranks, there were still a few who couldn't be underestimated. Of course, these so-called powerhouses could only throw their weight around. In the East Blue, especially in the past 7 years, after the rise of the Hunter Guild, more and more strong fighters have emerged. Yet most of them set off of the Grand Line to hunt pirates, leaving behind only the likes of the Monkey Krieg, who managed to become a king after fleeing back from there. The one blocking Sanji's way was none other than Ironwall Pearl, the captain of the second unit of the Krieg pirate fleet. His entire body was shrouded in shields, used both for defense and offense. In the original story, he believed himself invincible when it came to defense. But the moment he saw his own blood, he would lose control, his whole body seeming to ignite in a frenzy. Pearl's iron wall was a perfect counter to Sanji's diable jam. After a fierce battle between the two, Sanji was finally knocked to the ground, and Pearl was preparing to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, Redleg Zeph was locked in a confrontation with Krieg and had no way to break free to help. Sanji could only cast his gaze toward Alan and his companion in the distance, silently pleading for them to save him. Alan nodded in response, signaling Sanji to rest assured. Just as Zeph was wondering what would happen next, a figure who had always seemed harmless at Krieg's side suddenly sprang into action. Jin. Producing his unique weapon, he appeared at Pearl's side in an instant. A cruel expression twisted Pearl's face, as if he could already see Sanji's tragic end before him. But unfortunately for him, that vision would never become reality. Before Pearl could even react, Jin shattered his iron wall with a single blow. The immense force sent Pearl crashing into the wall of the floating restaurant, where he remained, stunned and unable to recover. Krieg, witnessing this, showed no sign of anger, nor did he question Jin for stopping Pearl. After all, Jin was his trusted confidant. Krieg believed Jin would handle things properly, and trusted in his unwavering loyalty. After sending Pearl flying, Jin bowed his head to Krieg and spoke. "Captain, forgive me for stepping in, but Sanji is our benefactor. Please allow me to settle things with him myself." Krieg grinned at his words, nodding in agreement. "Fine, I'll leave this brat to you." Jin nodded gratefully, but as he turned around, his expression transformed. He fixed Sanji with a cold, merciless stare. In his eyes there was not a trace of emotion. It was as if the Sanji before him was no longer a benefactor, and Jin had never felt any debt of gratitude at all. Krieg watched with satisfaction and said, "Ha, Jin is our Krieg pirate fleet's chief combat officer, the one I've dubbed the Demon Man. From the moment he boarded my ship, he's been fiercely loyal, cold-blooded, and devoid of human warmth. I call him the Demon because he's absolutely ruthless. No matter how an enemy begs for mercy, he won't hesitate to kill. Though you may be his acknowledged benefactor, now that I've ordered it, he'll end your life without mercy. As soon as Krieg finished speaking, Jin spun his hammer and swung it fiercely at Sanji. The black hammer sliced through the air with a violent whoosh, the gust it created whipping Sanji's hair into a wild dance. Sanji's pupils contracted. The shadow of death loomed chillingly close. Fortunately, Jin's sudden intervention had given Sanji a brief respite, allowing him to recover some strength. Gathering his energy, Sanji dodged swiftly to the side. A heavy crash resounded. The sturdy floor of the floating restaurant shattered under Jin's blow, splinters flying and scattering by Sanji's feet. Witnessing the sheer power of the attack, Sanji felt a cold sweat break out. It was a narrow escape from certain doom. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been flattened on the spot. Just as Jin prepared to strike again, a loud, carefree laugh split the tension. Ah ha ha! Everyone turned to the sound. There, flying toward the restaurant with one hand pressed to his hat, was a young man, none other than the future king of the pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Using the elastic power of the gum-gum fruit, Luffy landed effortlessly on the deck, beaming as he exclaimed, "Wow, there's actually a restaurant open here. Looks like I can finally have a proper meal." Only after marveling to himself did Luffy notice the stunned crowd around him. "Huh, what's going on here? Is this a robbery?" he asked, still smiling as he glanced at the pirate ship nearby. Krieg had no intention of answering. Instead, he demanded sharply, "Who are you? Don't you see that Pirate Admiral Krieg is here?" Luffy, as innocent as ever, replied, "Krieg? Who's that? Anyway, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who's going to be king of the pirates." Luffy's guileless words did nothing to move Krieg. In fact, they only made him think this brat was mocking him, and his expression darkened ominously. From a distance, Alan couldn't help but smile. Though Luffy had arrived fashionably late, he had finally made his entrance. And now that the Straw Hat had appeared, Alan wondered if that infamously brash, hopelessly lost swordsman from the old days would be showing up soon as well. With their observation hockey actively sensing the area, Alan and Gilhera could clearly sense Nami and Zoro far out at sea. Guena was with them too. The three of them were sailing toward the floating restaurant in a small boat, with Zoro rowing and grumbling. Making decisions on his own again. Sensing the three of them together, a flicker of surprise passed through Alan's and Gilhera's eyes, soon replaced by understanding. Back then, Guena and Zoro had entrusted their dreams to one another, each carrying the other's ambitions. The sword Wado Ikamanji in Zoro's hand had been passed down to him by Guena herself. After Guena set sail and began making a name for herself, Zoro had also gone to sea not long after, challenging Guena whenever he could. Though she failed time and again, she never gave up and kept rising to the challenge, finding joy in the struggle. Through Guena, Nami had also come to know Zoro, and even crossed paths with Straw Hat Luffy. Judging by her demeanor now, Nami seemed to have started entertaining the idea of setting sail with Luffy. Nami's dream was to chart a map of the entire world, while Luffy's ambition was to become the Pirate King, both of them driven by a thirst to explore the unknown. There was also an inexplicable charm and infectious energy about Luffy that deeply impressed Nami. In the shadows, Alan shook his head and sighed, refraining from judging Nami's choice aloud. He had seen this coming, but when the moment truly arrived, he couldn't help feeling a hint of reluctance. If the Straw Hat crew hadn't been the adventurous sort of pirates they were, he would have stepped in long ago to prevent Nami from joining them. After all, the very reason he founded the Hunters Guild was to eradicate pirates, and now, his own student was about to become one of them. It was like watching his own daughter marry his sworn enemy. There was no denying the discomfort. Yet, in the end, he knew he would have to use the Straw Hat crew to stir up chaos in the coming war, and couldn't simply step forward to discipline them himself. At that thought, a dangerous smile crept across Alan's face. As your principal, isn't it only reasonable for me to design a few trials for you and your new companions, Nami, to hone your skills on your adventures? With his resolve steeled, Alan decided that his avatars would one day let them experience firsthand just what a principal's love truly meant. At that very moment, Nami and Zoro, sitting in their little boat, and Nico Robin, still somewhere along the Grand Line, all shuddered. At once, it was as if an ominous sense of danger was swirling around them. But just as quickly as it came, the feeling vanished. Nami frowned, glanced around, and muttered, "Huh? What's going on? Why do I feel like someone's plotting against me?" Zoro, sitting beside her, nodded in agreement, sharing the same uneasy feeling. But Kuina, feeling nothing at all, asked in confusion, "Really? Why don't I sense anything?" Nami grew even more puzzled. She'd suspected an ambush nearby, but if Kuina didn't feel it, perhaps it wasn't directed at all three of them. Falling into doubt, Nami murmured to herself, "Could I be overthinking this?" Suddenly, as if recalling something, she calmed herself and said, "Never mind. I heard the principal has come to the East Blue as well. Maybe we'll run into him soon. I'll just ask him directly when we meet." Poor Nami had no idea that what she was sensing was none other than the overwhelming affection of her beloved principal. Meanwhile, in Baroque Stan, Nico Robin was equally perplexed, though in her case, there were far more suspects to consider. Ever since 7 years ago when the Beast Pirates exposed what they called the true O'Hara incident, a large number of pirates had set their sights on Nico Robin. After all, Nico Robin was believed to be the sole survivor of O'Hara. Not only could she decipher the ancient poneglyphs, but she might also possess tomes or clues that could lead one to the realm of the gods. Though her bounty hadn't increased, many powerful pirates were keeping tabs on her whereabouts. Even the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates were openly and relentlessly searching for any trace of her. The world government, too, had not raised Robin's bounty, but they had dispatched even more agents to hunt her down, and the internal rewards for capturing her had become far more enticing. This gave Spandam, who had always coveted Robin, even more reason not to let go of such a great opportunity for merit. He continuously sent his CP9 agents to gather any information about her. As a result, even without knowing exactly what was happening, Nico Robin became more vigilant than ever, taking great care to conceal her identity whenever she traveled in Baroque Works territory. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the Sand Crocodile quietly erased any trace of Robin's presence, making it harder for CP9 to track her down. The scene shifted. Above the sea restaurant, Krieg glared darkly at Luffy, who was beaming with a carefree smile. Murderous intent simmered in his heart as he contemplated how best to kill Luffy and vent his seething anger. Luffy, however, seemed utterly oblivious to the awkward tension that filled the air, his innocent grin never faltering. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed Alan's face. Just then, a phrase popped into his mind. "As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who feels awkward." Though young Luffy might not grasp the meaning, the way he acted was a perfect embodiment of this saying. No matter the time or place, no matter what happened, Luffy's unshakable attitude always left his foes a loss for words in a war of nerves, just as Krieg was now. Despite his burning desire to dispatch Luffy in the cruelest way possible, everything he said seemed to be completely ignored by this infuriating kid. Krieg couldn't tell if it was intentional or not. Meanwhile, the battle had reached a stalemate. The iron wall was broken, Jin was entangled with Sanji, and this mysterious newcomer, clearly a devil fruit user, was proving to be no weakling. Worse still, Krieg had no more strong fighters left to call upon. With that, Krieg let out a menacing grin and said, "Haha, to think I'd have to step in personally just to seize a measly little sea restaurant. Kid, even if you've eaten one of those fabled devil fruits, you're still no match for me. Just watch." Ha ha ha. Krieg threw open his tattered overcoat, revealing all the armor and weaponry strapped to his body. Row upon row of gun barrels pointed straight at Luffy, while Krieg kept a sharp eye on him, as if he was waiting to catch a glimpse of fear on Luffy's face. But to Krieg's disappointment, Luffy showed not the slightest hint of fear. His expression didn't even change. He simply kept smiling at Krieg, as if the menacing display of weaponry was nothing more than a friendly greeting. In fact, Luffy's look seemed almost grateful, as though he wanted to thank Krieg for broadening his horizons. Farther away, Alan scoffed, relying on gadgets and still not mastering them. What a loser. At these words, Jilhar's eyes glimmered with amusement, as if Alan himself didn't use firearms. After inventing Gun Fu, he'd strutted around like a kid with a new toy. Who was he to talk about relying on external tools? Truly, the king of double standards. Meanwhile, the battle in the center of the deck took a sudden turn. Without warning, Krieg unleashed every weapon he had, pouring a storm of firepower directly at Luffy. Luffy, however, paid no mind to the onslaught. Instead, he suddenly turned his head towards Sanji, his face bright with a carefree smile. "You seem pretty interesting back there. Why don't you join my crew?" Krieg, seeing Luffy turn his back on such a barrage, felt utterly humiliated. Rage boiled within him, and he doubled down, unleashing even more fire. At that moment, Zoro, who had just stepped onto the floating restaurant's deck, narrowed his eyes and, in a heartbeat, appeared behind Luffy. He sliced through every bullet and cannonball with a single, swift motion, his voice cold as he said, "This guy might be a handful, but to think you'd attack my captain? You'll have to go through me first." Just then, a massive slash tore through the sky, split the sea, and cleaved Krieg's pirate ship in two. The mighty blade stroke that rend the ocean didn't stop there. It kept traveling, vanishing into the distant horizon. Alan watched this with keen interest, while Jilhura, standing beside him, felt a surge of fighting spirit. Their purpose for coming here was precisely for Jilhura to challenge Hawkeye, hoping to break through his own limits. As for Kuna and Zoro, their eyes were filled with longing and determination. The idea of challenging Hawkeye was now firmly planted in their hearts. Meanwhile, Luffy simply beamed and exclaimed with childlike wonder, "Wow, what incredible power! He's amazing. I'd love for him to join my crew." No sooner had he spoken than everyone else on the ship, still reeling from shock, stared at Luffy as if he'd grown a second head. In their minds, one thought echoed, "Do you even know your own level? And you want someone who can cleave the sea itself to be your crew member?" As for Krieg and his crew, fear was written all over their faces. They knew that slash all too well. Back in the Grand Line, it was this man's blade that had struck them down, leaving their ranks devastated and forcing them to flee back to the East Blue. They had barely survived, nearly perishing from hunger and exhaustion. Krieg's expression shifted wildly, a mix of terror, hatred, and madness flickering in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend why. He had never provoked Hawkeye, yet here he was, attacked without warning and even pursued all the way to the East Blue. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, Krieg's massive ship split cleanly in two, forming a narrow passage. From within, a small raft just big enough for a single person drifted out. Seated atop the raft was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, Hawkeye himself. He had short, jet-black hair, and sharp, golden eyes that gleamed like an eagle's. A short beard outlined his jaw, and atop his head sat a black hat trimmed with white fur. He wore a deep burgundy, patterned shirt beneath a black overcoat, paired with white trousers and short black boots. A small crucifix blade hung at his chest, while strapped to his back was one of the world's supreme swords, the legendary Black Blade, Yuru. Though he simply sat cross-legged on his tiny raft, it was as if he were the very center of the world. His razor-sharp presence sent a chill through the air, and the once chaotic battlefield fell utterly silent. Krieg, suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, suddenly shouted in near madness, "Why? Why did you chase us all the way here? We never did anything to you." Dracula Mihawk turned his head, his expression calm as still water. "It's nothing. Your ship was simply in my way." His voice was flat, as if he were stating something utterly insignificant. Krieg was dumbstruck, unable to accept this answer. He stood frozen, too frightened to attack Mihawk, trembling in helpless fury. A scornful laugh rang out. Alan stepped forward, his tone mocking. "Heh, just like you said yourself. Pirates think robbery and betrayal are only natural. So when you block the path of the world's greatest swordsman, it's only natural he cuts you down. The fact you're still alive and made it back to the East Blue, that's Mihawk's mercy." Krieg spun toward Alan, anger blazing in his eyes, but Alan went on. "And as for Mihawk chasing you all the way to the East Blue, don't flatter yourselves. Scum like you isn't even worth his time." Though Alan's words stung, Krieg didn't react. When he looked more closely at Alan, he suddenly realized the two standing there were none other than Alan the Azure Dragon, who had become a warlord of the sea 7 years ago, and his companion, Jilhila the Roseblade. Krieg had always been arrogant, convinced of his own invincibility. But Mihawk's devastating blow, which split the very sea itself, had shattered his illusions, showing him just how terrifying the true masters of the ocean could be. Although Alan standing before them was still very young, the fact that he was a warlord of the sea alongside Mihawk meant his strength could not be underestimated. He was not someone they could afford to provoke. At this moment, all anger had drained from Krieg's heart, and a look of terror crept across his face. Hawkeye's Mihawk had always disdained killing such weaklings, which was why Krieg had managed to survive until now. But Blue Dragon Alan was different. He harbored a deep hatred for pirates, going so far as to establish the Hunters Guild 7 years ago. In the years since, life had become incredibly difficult for pirates like Krieg. Regardless of their strength, if they were cruel pirates, Alan would show no mercy. When the Navy captured pirates, they would often imprison them and impel down, following the world government's desire to appear benevolent. But Alan was not the same. He would execute pirates with a cold ruthlessness, never holding back. So, the moment Krieg laid eyes on Alan, he knew his life had reached its end. There was no hope of survival. Watching Krieg's shifting expressions, Alan felt a trace of amusement in his heart. He hadn't expected his own presence to inspire such fear in the arrogant Krieg. After all, in the original story, Krieg had attacked Mihawk without the slightest hesitation. Yet Krieg was not the type to accept death quietly. His expression hardened, and, casting a venomous glare at Redleg Zeph and Straw Hat Luffy, he sneered. So, the president of the Hunters Guild is consorting with the pirate Redleg Zeph. Tell me, is Blue Dragon Allen planning to become a pirate himself? Why haven't you made a move against these two pirates? That kid in the straw hat was just shouting about becoming king of the pirates. Even in death, Krieg was determined to drag others down with him. That was his simple logic. Unfortunately, he didn't understand that the bounties Allen posted at the Hunters Guild were reserved for truly vicious pirates and criminals, those who slaughtered and plundered innocent people, such as certain gangsters or members of underground organizations. Whether or not someone was technically a pirate mattered little. Strength was not the only measure. As such, Redleg Zeph and Luffy were never targets for Allen's hunts. This was also why pirates still managed to make it past the Whiskey Peaks over the years. Those who made it through were adventurers chasing dreams, not marauders preying on the weak. In fact, many of them became part-time hunters at Whiskey Peaks. Some even abandoned piracy entirely to become full-fledged bounty hunters. This was one of the reasons the Hunters Guild's reputation had grown so rapidly and why it earned the respect of so many ordinary people. After all, the Guild's bounty standards were set with the protection of civilians at sea in mind, serving as a deterrent that forced many pirates to restrain their worst impulses. Of course, this only applies to the Four Seas and the Grand Line. As for the New World, Allen hasn't yet extended his influence there. He simply had the Seven Swords eliminate slave ships in their homeland and offered them some assistance. Regarding the Hunters Guild releasing some adventurous pirates into the Grand Line, and even trading with them, the Navy and the world government are furious but have not taken action. After all, over half of the seven warlords are pirates themselves. Even if Allen is helping pirates, he's still operating within the rules, leaving them no excuse to intervene, so they can only condemn the Hunters Guild in the newspapers again and again. Ironically, this has only earned Allen greater fame. After all, ordinary people aren't fools. They don't just swallow whatever the world government says. Many of those pirates who passed through Whiskey Peak have actually helped the locals, driving away the villains who once plundered their villages. So, after Krieg finished speaking, Allen completely ignored his attempt to drag others into the fray. Turning to Nami, who was about to board the floating restaurant with Zoro, he said, "Nami, help him on his way, and let's see just how strong you've become." Nami, who had been delightedly watching Allen and Gilhura, suddenly realized what was happening. Her face lit up with excitement, as if a child eager to prove herself to her parents. "Yes," she replied enthusiastically. Eager to show her abilities, Nami raised her climb attack high and pointed it straight at Krieg. Krieg, seeing Allen actually send a young girl to deal with him, grew even more deranged. He muttered, "Sending a little girl to fight me? Do you think so little of my strength? Well, if I'm doomed, I'll kill her first. Looks like you care about her." His expression twisted with rage. Sanji, standing behind Luffy, immediately paled. He didn't think Nami was strong enough to face Krieg and was about to speak up in protest. But before anyone could react, dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead. A golden bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking Krieg squarely. Encased in metal armor and bristling with weapons, Krieg received the full force of the thunderbolt. He didn't even have a chance to move against Nami before he was sent to the afterlife. From a distance, Allen and Gil nodded approvingly, giving Nami high marks for her decisiveness and all-out effort. That surprise attack instantly took out Krieg, preventing any of his usual underhanded tricks. After all, his armor was packed with poisonous gas, and one wrong move could have had dire consequences. Now, under Nami's lightning attack, he was reduced to nothing but dust. Ah, she's a monster. She actually summoned lightning from the sky. This must be a dream. I must be starving, and everything I just saw was just a hallucination. Krieg's underlings screamed in terror, unable to accept the shocking sight of their boss suddenly being killed by a little girl. Some were so distraught that they desperately pinched their own thighs, hoping the pain would jolt them awake for what felt like a nightmare. Meanwhile, Luffy shouted with excitement, "Wow, that was amazing! Nami, I never knew you were this strong." Several merchants on the ship were equally astonished by Nami's power and mysterious abilities. Some even believed she was a goddess, blessed by the favor of the heavens. Of course, those with more experience guessed that Nami must be a devil fruit user. Redleg Zeph and Dracula Mihawk were both visibly surprised as they exclaimed in unison, "The Rumble Rumble Fruit." Nami blinked, puzzled. "The Rumble Rumble Fruit? Is that a devil fruit?" Jorakol's expression grew serious, as if something had just occurred to him. He fixed Nami with a long, searching look. Red-Leg Zeph asked in amazement. You didn't eat the rumble fruit? Then what kind of fruit did you eat to be able to control lightning like that? They say the rumble fruit has the strongest defensive power among all devil fruits. If you had eaten it, you might have become as powerful as one of the 3 admirals. As he spoke, Zeph's face showed a trace of regret, as if he genuinely felt sorry for Nami for not possessing the rumble fruit. But Nami shook her head and replied, Sir, I haven't eaten any devil fruit at all. I can summon lightning simply because I'm well-versed in meteorology, and I can sense changes in the weather with my body. That lets me manipulate the elements to some extent. As she explained her abilities, pride shone on Nami's face. Every so often, she glanced at Alan and Jill, and when she saw their admiring looks, her smile grew even sweeter, like someone who had just tasted honey. Sanji, standing nearby, was completely entranced by her. Noticing Sanji's love-struck expression, Alan could only shake his head in disbelief. He thought this guy really is hopeless. Nami isn't even fully grown yet, and already Sanji's behaving like this. What's going to happen in 3 years, when her figure becomes truly extraordinary? Alan couldn't help but imagine Sanji getting nosebleeds every day. Hearing Nami's explanation, Red-Leg Zeph and the others immediately understood, and Mihawk turned his attention away from her. At first, he had suspected Nami might be connected to the Kuzuran royal family, whose rumored awakening of the 7th sense had caused a stir 7 years ago. But realizing her abilities came from her deep knowledge of weather rather than some supernatural awakening, Mihawk lost interest. After all, no matter how impressive her talents, Nami was not a swordsman, and thus she no longer held the attention of the world's greatest swordsman. Instead, it was Alan and the female swordsman at his side who piqued his interest. Although both were still young, Hawkeye and Mihawk could sense that Gilhura had already become a great swordsman, having perfected the sword intent she first revealed 7 years ago. While he couldn't discern Alan's true strength, the mere fact that he surpassed Gilhura suggested that he too had refined that renowned oceanic sword intent, achieving the rank of a great swordsman. Back in the day, that sudden rise to fame, the sword intent capable of restraining devil fruits, had truly astonished him. Even now, many people flocked to the Hunter Guild, hoping to advance themselves because of it. Unfortunately, in the past 7 years, although quite a few had obtained the training method for the oceanic sword intent from the Hunter Guild, only a handful managed to comprehend the essence of the sea and thereby suppress David Fui. Among them, some joined the navy, some were recruited by the 4 emperors, and rose to become figures of great renown across the seas. As for those who failed to grasp it, some simply vanished on the vast ocean. The reason was obvious. They were captured by the world government or pirates, all eager to seize the training method for themselves. How laughable! As the instigator and the mastermind behind it all, how could Alan not have foreseen that his secret technique might be leaked? So, when teaching the method, he placed a restriction on each of them using runes, making it impossible for anyone to divulge the technique by any means. Just like the 8 people in the Outcast who mastered the 8 miraculous skills, even soul-searching would yield nothing. Of course, if someone could directly simulate the technique as Alan could with his light of mind, or by manifesting myriad spirits, that would be another matter. But for now, no such ability existed in the world of pirates. As for what the future might hold, did they really think so little of Alan? Naturally, he would continue to upgrade his means. Thus, though many have obtained the oceanic sword intense training method over the past 7 years, it has never once been leaked and can only be exchanged for with Hunter Guild points. This uncanny method has made Alan all the more feared by some, which is why so few have dared to provoke the Hunter Guild over these years. Just as Mihawk was considering testing Alan's swordsmanship, Zoro, from the Sea Restaurant, called out to him in a formal tone. You are the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, aren't you? I am Roronoa Zoro. My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, so I challenge you. Zoro's 2 crewmates, who had rowed over in a small boat, looked at him with worry, wanting to dissuade him. But upon hearing Zoro declare that it was his dream, they could only sigh and swallow their words that a trace of worry flickered in Kuna's eyes as she came to stand beside Zoro. Yet as his senior, and the one who carried the weight of his dreams, she did not speak up to stop him. She understood this was a battle that could not be avoided. Even though challenging Hawkeye at this moment was like a moth throwing itself against a tree, it was a vital trial, key to Zoro's growth. So Kuna turned her gaze toward Alan and Gilhura, silently hoping they would step in and save Zoro at the crucial moment. Alan sensed her concern, nodded gently at her, and sent a message to her heart. Don't worry. Hawkeye Mihawk is a man who treasures talent. He'll hold back against Zoro. And with us watching, nothing will happen to him. Relax and witness Hawkeye's true strength. When Hawkeye Mihawk heard the green-haired youth challenge him so boldly, a spark of interest lit up in his eyes. Ever since he'd become the world's greatest swordsman, few had dared to stand against him, let alone a boy just setting out to sea. It took tremendous courage and resolve, something that even many sword masters in the New World lacked. Once he'd had red-haired Shanks as a worthy rival, but ever since Shanks lost his arm, it had been a long time since Mihawk had faced an equal. Now, seeing the determination in this young man's eyes, a new thought took shape in Mihawk's mind. Perhaps he could nurture a challenger. If Zoro could grow fast enough, Mihawk would never be short of opponents again. With this thought, Hawkeye suddenly appeared right in front of Zoro and said, "Are you sure? This could cost you your life." Zoro's eyes were resolute. He slowly drew his 3 swords, clenching the Wado Ikemonji between his teeth and gripping the other 2 firmly in his hands. He took a deep breath, steadying himself for the coming clash. But in the next instant, just as Zoro found his composure, anger flashed across his face. He noticed Mihawk hadn't drawn the great black blade, Yuru, from his back. Instead, Mihawk casually took the tiny cross pendant from around his neck, and with a smooth motion, revealed a miniature blade hidden within. Mihawk's expression remained calm as he aimed the little knife at Zoro. Infuriated, Zoro shouted, "Why aren't you using your real sword? Are you trying to humiliate me?" Hawkeye Mihawk shook his head slowly and replied, "I mean no disrespect. Now come at me." Enraged, Zoro charged at Mihawk. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. No matter how Zoro attacked, every blow was effortlessly parried by Mihawk's tiny knife. In the end, Mihawk simply touched the tip of the little blade to the crossing point of Zoro's 3 swords, stopping them all at once. No matter how hard Zoro pushed, he could not move even an inch forward. The others present had also witnessed Dracula Mihawk's exquisite swordsmanship, so refined it bordered on the miraculous. Though Zoro's 3-sword style was fierce and powerful, he was still far from being Mihawk's match. Mihawk hadn't even drawn his famed sword, Black Blade. No. In the end, Zoro admitted defeat. He sheathed his 3 swords, held them level before him, closed his eyes, and declared, "I've lost. To bear a scar on one's back is the shame of a swordsman." Mihawk understood his resolve. A look of admiration flickered in his eyes as he replied, "I acknowledge you. Allow me to end this with my black blade." As Zoro stood on the verge of death beneath Mihawk's sword, Kuna's face filled with worry. Yet, uncertain how to intervene, she could only trust Alan's words and pray that Mihawk would not truly take Zoro's life. Meanwhile, Luffy, as Zoro's captain, showed no outward sign of distress. He simply watched Zoro and Mihawk in silence. Although he, too, hoped Zoro would survive, he understood that interfering in his crewmate's challenge would be an insult to Zoro's resolve. All he could do was wait quietly in the background. With a swift flash of the blade, a crimson line opened across Zoro's chest, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Mihawk sheathed his sword and stood beside him, asking, "What is your name?" Lying on the ground, coughing up blood, Zoro's eyes gleamed with unwavering spirit as he shouted, "My name is Roronoa Zoro." Mihawk replied softly, "I'll remember your name. I hope you'll catch up to me soon. I await the day you challenge me again." With those words, he turned and walked away, while Zoro, sprawled on the ground, seemed to brim with newfound strength. Kuina was about to step forward and help Zoro up, but Luffy suddenly sprang in front of him, roughly hauling his swordsman to his feet and bursting out with laughter. "Ha ha! I knew it. My crewmate is the strongest. Hurry up and get stronger, so I'll have the world's greatest swordsman on my ship. Ha ha ha! Ack, idiot, I'll kill you." Zoro's face twisted in pain. His wounds, not originally too severe, were now agonizing thanks to Luffy's rough handling. He felt as if he might die on the spot. Still, Zoro's expression soon softened. Luffy's excitement made it clear how worried he'd actually been. As captain, he couldn't keep Zoro from pursuing his dream, so he could only watch silently as his friend was hurt. Kuina watched Luffy's rough antics with a mix of laughter and tears. She quickly stepped up and gently supported Zoro. There's no denying it, boys and girls really are different. The moment Kuina steadied him, the pain from Luffy's manhandling faded, and Zoro felt as if he'd been given a new lease on life. Nami hurried over as well to tend to Zoro's wounds. It was only then that Luffy finally realized there was another girl among them, a girl named Kuina. With a look of puzzlement, he asked, "Who are you? Are you a friend of Nami's?" Kuina replied, "I'm Zoro's senior at the dojo. He learned swordsmanship from my father." Luffy's eyes lit up with interest. "Ah, so you're Zoro's older sister. You must be really strong, too." Why don't you join my crew and come on an adventure with us? I'm going to be king of the pirates. Kuna shook her head slowly and said, I don't want to become a pirate. Besides, I'm a bounty hunter. A look of disappointment crossed Luffy's face. Ah, but Zoro's a bounty hunter too. Kuina didn't respond to that. Instead, her gaze shifted toward Mihawk. At this moment, Mihawk hadn't left. Instead, he had walked over to Alan and Gilhara. He spoke, I didn't expect to find you here in the East Blue. Anan Shulgit, the East Blue is my home. Why shouldn't I be here? But you, the world's greatest swordsman, what brings you to the East Blue? There aren't any famous swordsmen here, are there? Mihawk didn't answer, but the look in his eyes told Alan that Mihawk wanted to challenge him. A clash between Mihawk's legendary swordsmanship and Alan's own mastery of the Songhai sword style. Unfortunately, Alan had no intention of fighting him. Instead, Gilhara at Alan's side stepped forward, releasing her own rose-like sword aura, leveling her blade at Mihawk, eyes brimming with fighting spirit. She declared, Dracula Mihawk, I, Gilhara, challenge you as well. Mihawk raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by this female swordsman before him. Though he could sense that Gilhara had already become a great sword master, he hadn't expected her to have progressed so far along that path. This stirred a fighting spirit in Mihawk's own heart. At the same time, Alan added, Gil has integrated anti-devil fruit abilities into her swordsmanship. If you wish to experience it, that's perfectly fine. As for me, I'm hardly a pure swordsman. My abilities are far too mixed. What Alan left unsaid was that Gilhara wasn't a pure swordsman either, though swordsmanship was her main path, and the rest merely supplementary. Unlike Alan, she didn't have the luxury of mastering multiple techniques at once, so she had to choose a single discipline to focus on. And among all arts, even across countless worlds, the way of the sword stands at the very pinnacle, its potential far surpassing any haki or devil fruit powered out of course. This is mainly because in the world of pirates, there really aren't any paths with astonishing potential. But all those powerful systems that Alan possesses can be seamlessly integrated into the way of the sword. After all, things like the genetic lock and innate chi can all serve as the core of swordsmanship, laying a much more solid foundation and deeper heritage for Gilahira. Even if she were to travel to other worlds, she could quickly grow stronger without having to switch to a different path. Hawkeye's fighting spirit flared with even greater intensity as he listened to Alan's words. Yet Alan spoke up and said, This place isn't suitable for a fight. How about we find somewhere more appropriate for our battle? Hawkeye Mihawk nodded in agreement and replied, Very well, let's use that small island nearby. Alan grinned at this and said, No need for that. Have you forgotten about my abilities? I can take you to a much better place. Unless, of course, you're not bold enough to accept the challenge. Hawkeye Mihawk. A glimmer flickered in Mihawk's eyes as he asked, You mean your spatial power? Over the past 7 years, many hunters had confirmed the teleportation rune Alan inscribed on the hunter ranking tokens. It truly could whisk a person away to the Hunters Guild in moments of crisis. There were even dedicated medical rooms there, greatly increasing the odds of survival. This was another major reason the Hunters Guild drew so much fervor. The higher-ups in the Navy were also eager to get their hands on Alan's tokens, hoping to study the teleportation runes and replicate his ability. As far as Alan knew, Vegapunk had already made some breakthroughs. For reasons of his own, though, Vegapunk hadn't shared his findings with the world government. Instead, Alan took this opportunity to connect with Vegapunk, bringing a wave of innovation and progress to his Deep-Sea Academy's technology. Alan had to admit, Vegapunk's reputation for being 5 centuries ahead of the world was no exaggeration. He truly left Alan amazed. Naturally, Alan didn't let such a brilliant mind slip by. He modeled Vegapunk's intellect within his own mindscape, and even gained tremendous benefits from another secret hand he had in play. Hearing Mihawk's guess, Alan smiled and nodded. You're absolutely right. We can go straight there without wasting any time. I imagine you're impatient to begin too, aren't you? At the same time, he handed Mihawk a jet black token and said, Your strength is truly impressive. I had originally prepared only a crimson gold token for you, but I see now you've already reached the level of black gold, equal to the 4 emperors. No wonder you can spar as an equal with red-hair Shanks. Mihawk's pupils contracted in surprise. He hadn't expected Alan to be able to sense his true strength, while he himself couldn't gauge Alan's power at all, a clear sign that Alan might already surpass him. Yet instead of unease or fear, Mihawk only felt his excitement growing. For someone like him, the last thing he fears is encountering powerful opponents, especially those even stronger than himself. Because facing such strength only allows him to see his own path more clearly, pushing himself to become stronger and to travel further on the path of the sword. With Alan's token in hand, he couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity about the place he was about to visit. By now, Hawkeye had realized that Alan had come to the Sea restaurant just to wait for him. He followed Alan through a portal that Alan casually opened, with Nagaina, Luffy, and the others trailing behind. Together, they stepped into an enormous arena. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, the dragon-shaped spirit of the hidden dragon ship quietly appeared and silently stowed away the ships belonging to Hawkeye, Luffy, and the others into its own hold. As he took in the decorations around him, Luffy exclaimed in awe, "Wow, this place is beautiful. What is it?" Kuina and Nami, on the other hand, looked around the familiar hall with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Alan's voice slowly echoed through the hall. "This is the Deep Sea Academy, the place where we once trained. Kuina and Nami also studied here in the past." Zoro's face lit up with understanding. So this was the place Kuina had gone to all those years ago. Hawkeye Mihawk furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Deep Sea Academy? I've never heard of it on the Grand Line. Are you perhaps a member of the ancient Shillon royal family?" Alan shook his head with a smile and replied, "I'm not of the Shillon royal line, nor does this place have any connection to them. The Deep Sea Academy is a neutral organization, founded solely to train the strong. Both I and Gilhura walked out from here back in the day." Then Alan suddenly extended an invitation. "Would you like to join Deep Sea Academy as a swordsmanship instructor?" Hawkeye's sharp eyes locked onto Alan, who smiled and continued, "I mean nothing more by it. Right now, I'm the headmaster of the Deep Sea Academy, so of course I want to invite some powerful people to teach here. But I won't give you orders, and there's no hierarchy. You'll have complete freedom, and you can leave whenever you wish." As he spoke, Alan opened another portal, and Hawkeye glanced toward it. Through the portal, 7 figures slowly emerged, each one a formidable master of the sword, with the leader's aura almost on the verge of breaking through to the rank of Grand Sword Master. Hawkeye Mihawk exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected the 7 swords of the Mink tribe to be part of the Deep Sea Academy as well." Indeed, the 7 who stepped through the portal were none other than Hong Mao, Lan Tu, and the other 5 sword masters of the Mink tribe. Alan, in turn, looked surprised and asked, "You know them?" Hawkeye Mihawk nodded and said, "It was Shanks who told me. He said that among the Mink tribe, 7 remarkable swordsmen have emerged. He even said that perhaps, in the future, they might be able to withstand Kaido's invasion." Alan nodded in understanding. As one of the 4 emperors, it was only natural for red-haired Shanks to keep a close eye on Kaido's movements. What's more, the Mink tribe guarded the poneglyph left behind by Pirate King Joel D. Roger, one of the key road signs pointing to the end of the Grand Line, so their importance was self-evident. A mysterious smile played on Alan's lips as he added, "When you see them in action someday, you'll be truly amazed." A sharp glint flickered in Mihawk's eyes. If Alan could say he'd be amazed, then the strength of these 7 swordsmen was surely far beyond what appeared on the surface. Gathering his focus, Mihawk composed himself and said, "Since we have a place for our duel, let's begin." Mihawk could sense the resilience of the arena. Remembering what he'd heard about Alan's battle with Crocodile 7 years ago, he understood that this was a perfect place to unleash his full strength without restraint. Alan, with a warm smile, remarked, "Since it's a duel, I hope you don't mind if I invite a few spectators. They're all promising young people and won't interfere with your match. In fact, witnessing a true clash of powerhouses will only benefit them." Mihawk nodded indifferently. "As you wish." With a wave of Alan's hand, the rest of Deep Sea Academy's members were brought into the arena. Mihawk's sharp gaze swept over the newcomers, and he couldn't help but feel astonished, not at Alan's spatial abilities, but at the sheer talent and strength of Deep Sea Academy students. Among them, a woman stood out most powerfully, exuding an aura at the Crimson Gold level, while the strongest of the youths already neared the Azure Blue rank. It was like seeing an admiral surrounded by rear admirals, and then there was Kana, on the cusp of breaking through to the Violet Lotus level, a force equivalent to a vice admiral. Deep Sea Academy truly is unfathomable, Mihawk murmured in quiet admiration. But soon, he fixed his attention on the battle ahead. As a true master swordsman, no matter how remarkable anything else was for him, nothing was more important than the way of the sword. As Mihawk and Gilhura stepped to the center of the arena, a translucent barrier shimmered into place, separating their battleground from the outside world and shielding the spectators from the shockwaves of combat. Inside the Deep Sea Academy's arena, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the 2 figures facing each other behind the light curtain. One was Gilhura, the rose sword whose fame had risen 7 years prior, and the other was Dracul Mihawk, known to all as the world's greatest swordsman. The fierce duel between these 2 drew everyone's undivided attention. They watched, hoping to gain some new insight especially those who had witnessed Kaido's rampage at Marineford 7 years ago. They gazed at the battle with burning eyes. That legendary clash had benefited them greatly, and now they couldn't afford to miss this rare opportunity. Even if this match wasn't quite as earth-shaking as that past one, it was not far behind. Within the shimmering barrier, Gilhura maintained a calm expression as she fixed her gaze on Dracula Mihawk. Slowly, she drew her rose sword, holding it at a downward angle in her right hand. The aura of the rose sword gradually gathered, and within the barrier, it seemed as if countless petals were drifting down from above. A sharp glint flashed in Mihawk's eyes. An overwhelming sword intent rose within him. An intent so fierce it seemed capable of severing anything in its path. It sliced apart the falling petals around him, claiming half the arena for himself, and even threatened to push into Gilhura's territory. In this contest of sword intent, Gilhura was at a disadvantage. Despite her formidable strength, Mihawk, who had reached the highest level of mastery with swordsmanship alone, was even more powerful. Outside the arena, the 7 swordsmen, Kuina, and the others watched with keen interest, their eyes shining with both admiration and longing. Sword intent. Zoro's eyes sparked with fighting spirit. Ever since his sparring matches with Alan and his own teacher, he had devoted himself even more to perfecting the fundamentals of swordsmanship. He was now on the verge of mastering these basics, soon to give birth to the first glimmer of his own sword intent. It would be a mistake to think Zoro was less talented than Gilhura or Kuina, simply because it took him longer to perfect his basics. Both Gilhura and Alan had the advantage of sudden enlightenment, as if blessed by fate itself, but Zoro had climbed to this level in just 7 years through his own grit and talent. Most people might spend a lifetime and never reach such perfection in the fundamental forms. Back in the arena, Gilhura made her move. Azure Dragon emerges. She became a dazzling blur, a streak of sword light, hurtling toward Mihawk with such blinding speed that he barely had time to react. Mihawk's eyes lit up. Gilhura's technique was fresh and innovative, a breakthrough in skill. In the world of pirates, swordsmanship was often direct and brutal. With a one sword breaks 1,000 techniques. Philosophy, no matter the obstacle, cut it down with a single stroke. This emphasis on raw power meant that, even with exceptional talent, someone like Kuina struggled to progress further as a child. But Gilhura was blazing a different trail, one that relied not just on strength, but on enhancing technique through sword intent, becoming faster, sharper, and more precise. Roses bloomed and drifted around her. Although Mihawk managed to dodge, his outer garment was still sliced open by the razor-sharp rose petals. Yet Mihawk showed no sign of anger. Instead, his face was alive with excitement and anticipation. Gilhura had revealed a new possibility for the way of the sword, a path that did not rely solely on brute force, but also on mastery of technique, that he could feel it. Though his swordsmanship was already exceedingly refined, he still fell short of the person before him, this Jiraiya, who had unleashed only a single strike. Unable to hold back, he sighed with admiration. Such truly astonishing skill. If this were merely a contest of sword techniques, I would surely have lost already. Gear did not react emotionally to Hawkeye's praise, remaining fully focused on the duel. Yet outside the ring, Kuina was overcome, tears streaming down her face. Jiraiya had never experienced the despair of being caught up to in strength, nor the hopelessness that comes from being told that girls cannot become masters of the sword. So Hawkeye's words did not touch her deeply. But Kuina had lived through all of that herself. From Hawkeye's acknowledgement, she realized that the path she had chosen was the right one. Even though the praise was not directed at her, it allowed her to finally let go of the knot in her heart. As that burden lifted, the nascent sword intent within her grew even more refined, even hinting at a breakthrough to a new level. Though she had yet to become a true sword grandmaster, her strength had already reached the violet ranked level, officially surpassing the cerulean rank. Seeing this, Alan's eyes flashed with satisfaction, deeply pleased by Kuina's breakthrough. This signified that this generation of Deep Sea Academy students had all matured, and perhaps 3 years after the battle atop the summit, they would become the backbone of Alan's forces. Within the glowing barrier, the duel continued, dazzling and breathtaking in its intensity. Ravaging Petals Burial. A gigantic rose unfurled beside Hawkeye Mihawk, its razor-sharp sword energy slicing relentlessly toward him. Yet every strike was fended off with ease by Hawkeye's blade, the famed black sword. Yuru. His approach embodied the principle of ultimate simplicity. No matter how many forms you conjure, I answer each with a single decisive stroke. One by one, he unraveled Jorahera's techniques. By now, both fighters had begun employing armament and observation hockey. The rose sword, too, was now sheathed in a layer of black. As the battle intensified, wave after wave of sword energy battered the glowing barrier, causing it to flicker and shudder, as if on the brink of collapse. Alan, seeing this, raised his hand and gently tapped, sending ripples of runes flowing across the light screen, stabilizing it at once. The sword energy, which could have easily destroyed a small island, was effortlessly contained. As the duel raged on, Hawkeye's technique grew ever more refined, even showing signs of catching up to Jorahera. If not for this, Jorahera might not have been able to hold out for so long. For the first time, a look of gravity came over Jorahera's face, the pride and complacency that had arisen from her. Ambition to become a sword grandmaster, and even reach the crimson gold rank, were swiftly cast aside. Hawkeye Mihawk's growth far surpassed her expectations. He used his own weaknesses to challenge Jorahera's strengths, honing his skills in the process, and gradually tipping the balance of the battle. In her heart, she could not help but exclaim, "No wonder he is the world's greatest swordsman." She quickly steadied her mind and unlocked her gene seal. First level, second level, third level, her power surged with each stage. And even without fully unlocking the first, her aura now rivaled that of the Navy's 3 admirals. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes narrowed in shock. He hadn't expected that what Gilhura had just displayed was not her full strength. Is she hiding her true power? Or is this some kind of secret technique that boosts her abilities? He wondered. Everyone knew that Alan had mastered a number of strange and mysterious techniques. Songhai Sword Intent was just one example. So after his initial shock, Mihawk quickly composed himself, no longer suppressing his own power and preparing to go all out. The spectators outside the arena stared at the glowing screen in astonishment. They had assumed the previous exchange was both fighters at their peak, but now it was clear. Both had been holding back. The overwhelming pressure and the razor-sharp sword aura radiated from the screen, pinning them in place, making it nearly impossible to move. Just as everyone was frozen in awe, a loud, hearty laugh rang out. "Ha ha! Incredible! That's amazing! Zoro, you've got to become this strong someday too." Zoro, however, showed no sign of being pleased by the praise. Instead, he shouted through gritted teeth, his expression twisted with pain. You idiot! I swear I'll kill you." There was no need to ask. Luffy had once again slapped Zoro right on his wound, aggravating his injury even further. Alan shot Luffy a strange look. If he didn't know for certain that Luffy was pure-hearted and meant no harm, he might have suspected. Luffy was trying to murder the swordsman on his own crew, and Luffy, for his part, didn't show the slightest hint of remorse, grinning. As he said carelessly, "What? I just gave you a light slap. Who knew you were so fragile?" He even pouted in mock indignation, leaving Zoro utterly speechless. The veins on Zoro's forehead seemed about to burst from his skin, a visible sign of his exasperation. Steel clashed with steel as Gilhura and Mihawk exchanged blow after blow within the luminous arena, their duel fierce beyond measure. In this moment, Gilhura's combat skills seemed to have multiplied several-fold, becoming utterly unrecognizable from before. The sudden shift in tempo caught Mihawk off guard. He had just adapted to Gilhura's fighting rhythm, only to be outmatched and forced onto the defensive. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted, regaining his footing and bringing the fight back to a stalemate. Outside the arena, Alan watched the two intently, his expression tense, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, within the glowing screen, Mihawk's strength continued to rise. After all, he was a master of the highest caliber, a warrior who could cross swords with red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Even with Gilhura's gene seal unlocked to the 3rd level, keeping up with Mihawk was proving to be a formidable challenge. However, Gilhura's mastery of swordsmanship was also advancing rapidly. With the unlocking of her 3rd-level genetic lock, her potential was unleashed, and even her ability to learn surpassed that of ordinary people. In the midst of their duel, she absorbed Hawkeye's techniques, using his own style to identify openings in his defense. This was why Gilhura could hold her ground against Hawkeye, even when her strength was slightly lacking. Both of them showed astonishing growth. Hawkeye refined his own sword path by observing the technical skills Gilhura displayed, while Gilhura's development was fueled by the pressure of facing Hawkeye's formidable prowess. In battle, each of them was swiftly elevating their power, growing ever stronger. Their auras continued to rise, and Gilhura, in particular, drew ever closer to the brink of a breakthrough. Alan watched Gilhura's progress intently, his nerves taut. He already gripped his frost blade in hand, letting the force of life within his heartsword seep out quietly. ready to act at a moment's notice. At that moment, Gilhara was utterly focused, her attention riveted on the duel with Dracul Mihawk. With each strike, her swordplay became sharper. Every move stronger than the last. Her eyes grew distant, as if lost in some inner world, while a faint white glow began to shimmer around her. Mihawk, too, noticed that Gilhara had entered a unique state. Delighted by this rare opportunity, he made no move to interrupt her. Instead, he willingly took on the role of a sparring partner, hoping she would gain even more from the encounter. He was curious about Gilhara's current state and wished to experience its mysteries himself. Their battle settled into a stalemate. Hawkeye abandoned the pursuit of victory, allowing Gilhara to maintain this extraordinary state for as long as possible. Before long, the white radiance enveloping Gilhara grew ever brighter, even tinting the aura of her rose sword with its glow. This was the light of the mind, the sign that Gilhara was awakening this inner brilliance, and also the omen of her impending breakthrough to the 4th level genetic lock, ascending to the rank of Wujin. Once the 4th level genetic lock was opened, Gilhara would stand equal to any Wujin level powerhouse. That was the true advantage of the 4th lock. It allowed her to unleash the full extent of her fighting strength, and even subtly adjust her own genes, perfecting herself further. More importantly, after unlocking the 4th level genetic lock, Gilhara would no longer suffer the constraints of mortal lifespan, gaining immortality just like Alan. Yet, what ability her light of the mind would bring remained a tantalizing mystery. When Alan saw the light of the mind shining from Gilhara, excitement surged within him. If Gilhara truly awakened this power, then one day she could travel across worlds by his side, keeping pace with him on his journey. You see, unlocking the 4th level gene lock and awakening the light of the mind elevates a person's talent to the absolute peak, far beyond what ordinary prodigies could ever hope to achieve. It's as if you've gained a golden finger perfectly tailored to yourself, something no protagonist from a low-level world could possibly compare to. Moreover, the light of the mind can shield one from the world's detection, allowing you to wield powers from other universes. In a sense, it's an essential ability for any traveler between worlds. Just as Alan was overwhelmed with excitement, Gilhara finally completed her breakthrough. A dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the entire arena, forcing even Hawkeye Mihawk and Gwyna on the stands to squint their eyes against the brilliance. With a single thought, flowers bloom, sovereign over the world. A clear voice rang out. Suddenly, countless roses blossomed in the air, forming a gentle rain of petals. As each petal drifted down, it transformed, one after another, into Gilhara herself. In the blink of an eye, 10 incarnations of Gilhara appeared before Hawkeye Mihawk, each wielding a rose sword and striking at him in unison. 10 massive sword auras rushed toward Hawkeye Mihawk. Yet, faced with such danger, Mihawk grew only more exhilarated, the battle spirit in his eyes blazing ever brighter. His razor-sharp eagle eyes locked onto the 10 slashes, seeing straight through to their true nature. In a flash, he raised his blade, black sword, knight, and swept out one mighty strike, directly intercepting the oncoming attacks. One strike? How could one strike possibly defend against 10 attacks of equal strength? Jill is incredible. She can suddenly split into 10 and attack all at once. Wow, Jill's techniques are so beautiful. I wish I could do that. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Alan's right hand, gripping the frostblade, tightened ever so slightly. Hawkeye Mihawk truly deserved his reputation as the world's greatest swordsman, his eagle eyes seeing through to the heart of things. In that brief instant, he'd already spotted the flaw in Gilhara's tenfold attack. With a single slash, he struck precisely at those weak points, unraveling Gilhara's finishing move in one elegant motion. In Alan's perception, Mihawk's move had perfectly countered Jill's assault. As Alan had expected, sword auras collided in the ring. 11 strikes in all, each one canceling out another until all faded away, dissolving into the arena floor. Wow, he actually cut down 10 sword auras at once. Hawkeye Mihawk is amazing. No, Jill's amazing too. She's only just become a great sword master, and she's already fighting Mihawk to a standstill. She'll definitely surpass him in the future. That's right, Jill is still so young. She's only going to get stronger. Within the curtain of light, both Gilhara and Hawkeye Mihawk stood weakly at the center of the arena. Gilhara had just unleashed a burst of power, expending all her strength, while Mihawk, having served as her sparring partner, had similarly depleted most of his energy. His condition was hardly any better than hers. Alan, prepared for this moment, acted instantly. With a swift gesture, he dispelled the light barrier around the arena and drew his frostblade, planting it firmly between Gilhura and Hawkeye Mihawk. The azure frostblade radiated an abundance of vital energy, its life force seeping into Gilhura and Mihawk, nourishing their bodies and aiding in the restoration of their strength. Mihawk gazed in astonishment at the frostblade, its shimmering blue glow captivating his eyes. As that surge of life energy coursed through him, not only did his wounds and fatigue vanish completely, but even old injuries, hidden deep within him for years, were healed. The gentle radiance allowed him to sense clearly how those lingering flaws had been mended, opening the way to new potential in his future training. Is this your power as well? Mihawk asked, his voice tinged with awe. At that moment, he began to understand why Alan and Gilhura's strength so far surpassed that of ordinary people. To Mihawk, their prowess was not merely a matter of innate talent. It was the result of relentlessly pushing their own limits, then restoring themselves through this boundless life force, making it possible to train with reckless abandon. Yet, Mihawk's imagination was still confined by what he knew. Unbeknownst to him, Alan and his companions no longer needed to exhaust their potential. In fact, they could even enhance it, making themselves stronger than ever before. A round of applause echoed through the arena as Alan strode in, clapping his hands with a broad smile. Spectacular! Even among Wujin-level fighters, this was a top-tier battle. Your strength now rivals that of the four emperors in their prime. Mihawk frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. In their prime? Alan nodded with certainty. Exactly in the past. 7 years ago, when Kaido stormed Marineford, the sudden appearance of the ancient Shilan royal family made the four emperors realize there were realms far beyond their own, with even demigod and god-level powers in existence. From that day forward, they strove to reach greater heights. You're friends with Shanks. Surely you've sensed how much he's changed in recent years. Mihawk's gaze sharpened as he recalled a long-ago conversation with Shanks. Hawkeye, when your strength advances further, perhaps you'll discover a world far vaster than you ever imagined. Back then, Mihawk's abilities were still lacking, and he hadn't fully grasped Shanks' words. But now, with his Wujin-level strength and Alan's explanation, understanding dawned on him. Yet what truly struck Mihawk was the realization that Shanks had spoken those words even before the Shilan royal family had emerged. This shows that the four emperors had sensed the existence of a higher level. Long ago, even if they hadn't yet reached it. It was just like himself. Without someone to point it out, he never would have realized that there were realms and powers even more profound than what he knew. For the first time, Dracul Mihawk, the man known as Hawkeye, allowed a smile to appear on his face. Though a bit stiff, it was clear that it came from genuine joy. The future now stood before him with newfound clarity of purpose. Simulating Mihawk's thoughts, Alan couldn't help but marvel at Shanks' extraordinary talent. Though Shanks was the last to become one of the four emperors and the latest to attain the rank of Wujin, from Mihawk's memories, it was clear that Shanks had reached the pinnacle of Wujin strength before both Kaido and Sengoku, nearly touching the threshold of demigodhood. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Shanks' Conqueror's haki was so overwhelming. Even Vice Admirals struggled to withstand its force. No wonder he once served as an apprentice on the Pirate King Roger's ship, Alan mused. If Shanks is truly that powerful, does that mean Buggy the Clown possesses the same kind of strength? The thought made Alan's eyes light up. He remembered how, in the original story, Buggy had invited Shanks to join his crew. If Buggy didn't have confidence in his own strength, who would be foolish enough to invite someone far more powerful to serve as a subordinate? That would be sheer madness. Looks like I should take a closer look at Buggy the Clown, Alan decided. Fortunately, he remembered this lucky color haki user now. Otherwise, he might only have thought of him during the Great War at Marineford. With that, Alan summoned a clone through the art of Nianhua Chuxian and quietly sent it through a dimensional portal. The entire process was seamless and silent. No one noticed a thing. Even though Mihawk stood right in front of Alan, engaged in conversation, he remained oblivious to the fact that Alan had dispatched a clone to observe Buggy the Clown. Of course, Alan had no intention of dealing with Buggy personally. Why trouble himself when a clone could handle it? After all, wasn't that the very purpose of clone? Alan continued to chat and jest with Mihawk, even extending another invitation for Mihawk to become a teacher at Deep Sea Academy. Unfortunately, Mihawk refused once. Again, his reason was simple. He was a lone wolf, accustomed to his freedom, unwilling to be tied down, and so he would not become the Academy's swordsmanship instructor. Alan felt a pang of regret at this. He promptly dismissed the assembled students and teachers of Deep Sea Academy and arranged for Mihawk and the others to be sent aboard the Hidden Dragon. Within the ship's hold, their vessels lay quietly, awaiting their owner's return. Soon after, everyone went their separate ways. Mihawk continued his solitary training. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro set out once more on their grand adventure, Kuina said. Out on her own, continuing her life as a bounty hunter and honing her swordsmanship. As for Alan and Gilhara, the two of them set their sights on the Grand Line. Alan, where are we headed? Are we going back to Whiskey Peak? No, we're going to Skypiea. I want to see the legendary city of gold with my own eyes and experience the unique customs of the islanders there. That sounds wonderful. I heard that everyone on Skypiea has wings. Are they the angels you once told me about? We'll find out together when we get there. The Shenlong's speed far surpassed any other ship in the pirate world. With its engines at full throttle, it took only a few days to travel straight from the East Blue to Mock Town on Jai Island, right beneath the Golden City. This place, too, was a den of pirates who squandered their riches with reckless abandon. Alan frowned as he gazed down at the chaotic bustle of Mock Town, a wave of disgust passing through him for reasons he couldn't quite name. There wasn't a single decent pirate on this island. In fact, some members of the Don Quixote family even ran weapons trades here. Because of their presence, many bounty hunters deliberately avoided this pirate stronghold, for the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords, still commanded a fearsome reputation along the Grand Line. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Others may fear Don Quixote da Flamingo, but I certainly don't. Alan exchanged a knowing glance with Gilhara. In perfect sync, the two of them drew their twin pistols and, stepping on Moonwalk, soared above Mock Town, casting their gaze down upon the wicked little settlement. The pirates below quickly noticed the pair suspended in the sky, and a frenzy erupted. Oh no, it's Blue Dragon Alan and Rose Sword Gilhara. He absolutely despises pirates. Looks like he's here for us today. Everyone, let's take them together. There's so many of us. What do we have to fear from just 2 people? At once, the square fell silent. Most of the pirates turned to look at the one who suggested a group attack as if he'd taken leave of his senses. Even those emerging from the houses gave him the same pitying look reserved for fools. These pirates were all seasoned veterans. They knew all too well that monsters of the 7 warlords' caliber could never be defeated by sheer numbers. Those who'd ever entertained such fantasies now had weeds growing on their graves. Blue Dragon Alan, in particular, was known among the warlords for his fierce hatred of pirates. Falling into his hands meant almost certain death. That's why their only hope was to rely on the Don Quixote family, praying Alan might be deterred by their notorious name and spare them. Several hurried off to seek out the Don Quixote family's enforcers, desperately hoping they would step in and stop Alan from taking action against them. Footsteps echoed hurriedly in the tense air. Footsteps echoed, carrying a mysterious magic that rekindled hope in the hearts of desperate pirates. The newcomer was none other than one of the highest executives of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Diamante, commander of the Don Quixote family's fighter corps and the holder of the Flutter Flutter fruit. He wore a fur-trimmed hat, 2 streaks of paint adorned his face, and a red cloak draped over his shoulders, giving him the appearance of a tribal warrior. With a smile, he turned to the pirates who had been flattering him and said, "Since you put it that way, I'll gladly accept the compliment." Then, lifting his eyes to Alan and Gilhara hovering in the sky, he declared, "This is Don Quixote territory. If the Hunter Guild barges in and causes trouble here, Daffy won't be pleased." Alan's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected Diamante to be here as well. This was the perfect chance to eliminate one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's key lieutenants. Raising his weapon, the pioneer, brilliant golden flames erupted from the twin barrels of his guns. A deafening gunshot rang out. Diamante, who had been waiting for Alan to speak, turned pale in an instant, a chilling sense of impending death surging through him. "Armament hockey, hardening!" he roared. Inky black hockey flooded over his body, and in the same moment his clothes hardened, morphing into a shield that he raised to block the oncoming bullet. Fury and disbelief welled up within him. He was, after all, a top officer of the Don Quixote family, and Daffy himself was one of the 7 warlords. How could Alan dare to attack him so brazenly? But just as Diamante believed he could withstand Alan's strike, the sound of his shield shattering filled the air. A harsh, cracking noise resounded. Diamante's pupils contracted. Even Doflamingo couldn't have torn through his defense so easily with a casual blow. Could it be? He forced himself to suppress the wild thought. A young warlord surpassing Daffy so quickly, reaching the crimson gold rank and rivaling the Navy's 3 admirals? The notion was too absurd to accept. Reading the disbelief in Diamante's heart, Alan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He'd hidden his true power well. To outsiders, he was merely at the peak of the violet rank. No matter what, Diamante would never imagine that Alan had already reached the vaulted tier, a demigod among men. If it came to war with the world government, He thought taking them by surprise with his real strength would surely throw their forces into chaos. No matter what Diamante was thinking, the bullet fired from the pioneer did not falter at the sight of his terror. It hurtled relentlessly toward him. In that final, desperate moment, Diamante managed to twist his body just enough to avoid a fatal hit. The bullet tore clean through his shoulder. All that talk of armament hockey and fluttering fruits. At this moment, in Alan's eyes, they were no more than paper-thin illusions. The gap in strength between Diamante and Alan was simply too vast. So vast, in fact, that even a casual blow from Alan was more than Diamante could ever hope to withstand. With a deep exhale, Diamante managed to survive, relying on his wealth of battle experience. Yet, he dared not let his guard down for even a second. Alan Johnson made it clear he intended to kill him, and Diamante, proud at heart, had no intention of begging for mercy. His hand crept stealthily toward the din-din mushy hidden in his clothes, hoping to seize the chance to contact Daffy to relay what had happened here and inform him of Alan's true power. That way, should they face Alan in the future, they wouldn't fall victim to his cunning schemes. Alan's expression barely changed as he shook his head and spoke. No, I can't let you leak what's happened here. After all, it's not time for the world to know my true strength. You should resign yourself to the underworld and wait for your young master to join you. Diamante's heart skipped a beat. Alan had seen right through him. His movements grew frantic, but Alan was faster still. He raised his hand and fired another shot. This time, the bullet speed was such that Diamante only heard the sound after it struck him. Diamante's mind went utterly blank, convinced that his journey alongside his master had come to an abrupt and fatal end. In that fleeting moment, his life flashed before his eyes, building the Don Quixote family with Doflamingo, helping Daffy establish his underground empire, and rising to infamy as a warlord of the sea and the feared Joker, the underground emperor. Yet Diamante did not realize that Alan's bullet had not truly killed him. Instead, it subtly transformed his very thoughts, molding them into an echo of Alan's own. From that moment on, the true Diamante was gone, replaced by a sliver of Alan's will, taking over his consciousness and turning Diamante into Alan's puppet. Diamante was dead, but Alan's will now lived on in this world through him. A perfect infiltrator into the Don Quixote family, destined to guide Doflamingo and the others toward their downfall. And, perhaps, at the critical moment, to even replace Doflamingo himself, using the identity of a celestial dragon to deal a fatal blow to the world government and those wretched souls atop the Red Line. In truth, Alan had no real need to go to such lengths. Once his strength eclipsed that of the entire world, he could simply crush all opposition and reshape the world to his liking, easily and without resistance. That was how Alan used to think and act. But after his time in the world of under one person, he gradually came to realize a simple, chilling truth. The hero who slays the dragon will, in the end, become a dragon himself. Using brute force to overpower others may seem simple and direct, but the cost of war is something that ordinary people in this world simply cannot bear. For every general success, 10,000 bones wither in the dust. If a true war were to break out in the world of pirates, the resulting casualties would be unimaginable. Aaron was acutely aware that to successfully overthrow the world government, sacrifices would be inevitable, and innocent people would get hurt. But he hoped that he could minimize that pain, reduce the loss of life as much as possible. Otherwise, he would be no different from Gold, Roger, the pirate king, who, with a single sentence before his death and the promise of a tempting treasure, ignited the great age of pirates. That single moment sent countless people from all corners of the world rushing to sea, becoming pirates, chasing after the pirate king's treasure, chasing after the title itself. How many perished at the hands of pirates? How many families were torn apart? How many parents lost their children? How many children became orphans, bereft of their parents? Aaron and Gilhura themselves were victims of the great pirate era. Their parents had both been killed by pirates. Was Aaron now to spark the same tragedy, just to achieve his own goals? If so, how would he be any different from the very pirates he despised? Aaron steadied his mind, forcing himself to focus once more on the pirates below. He said nothing more, made no unnecessary movements, but simply raised his twin pistols, the pioneers, and opened fire. Gilhura, sensing the subtle change in Aaron's mood, didn't disturb him. Instead, she silently raised her own weapon, the Rose of Fate, and joined Aaron in clearing out the pirates below. With the two of them acting together, the pirates were swiftly eliminated, until only Diamante remained, his expression calm and unreadable. Gone was the twisted ferocity from before. Now he simply watched Aaron and Gilra, his face blank, before quietly taking his leave. As for how this clone would explain things to Doflamingo, Aaron already had a plan. Given Doflamingo's trust in Diamante, there was no chance he would suspect anything. With everything settled, Aaron turned his gaze toward the other side of Jaya Island, where Mont Blanc Cricket, the descendant of Lyre, Noland, resided. In the original story, it was with Cricket's help that Luffy and his crew reached Skypiea and faced their early nemesis, Enel. But Aaron paid little attention to Cricket. After wiping away any trace of Mocktown, he returned to his prized ship, the Hidden Dragon, with Gilhara by his side. Hidden Dragon, soar into the sky. At Aaron's command, a blue light suddenly flared to life around the ship, enveloping it entirely as the ship's spirit began to grow, transforming. Gracefully before their eyes, an intangible aura of draconic majesty spread outward, frightening all living creatures nearby and sending them fleeing in every direction. Echoes of a dragon's roar resounded through the air. At the port of Jaya Island, the dragon-shaped figurehead on the prow of the Hidden Dragon seemed to come alive in an instant. The runes and carvings on the hull slowly morphed into the shape of shimmering scales. In the blink of an eye, the Hidden Dragon transformed into a sacred blue dragon. Its head resembled a camel's, its horns like those of a deer, its eyes reminiscent of a rabbit's, and its ears shaped like a bull's. Its neck had the sinuous grace of a serpent, its belly mirrored that of a sea monster, its scales shone like a carp's, its claws were as sharp as an eagle's, and its palms bore the strength of a tiger's. Along its back lay 81 scales, in line with the auspicious number of 99 yang. Its call rang clear as the striking of a bronze gong. Whiskers hung beside its mouth, a luminous pearl gleamed beneath its chin, and a reverse scale stood out beneath its throat. This was the very image of a divine dragon from ancient legends. Yet compared to Kaido's azure dragon form, the Hidden Dragon's transformation radiated an even greater sense of majesty and mystique. After imitating Kaido's fish fruit, mythical beast-type azure dragon form, Alan had infused this power into the Hidden Dragon, enabling his treasured ship to undergo a true metamorphosis and become a magical artifact in its own right. To further elevate the Hidden Dragon, Alan even applied Xiao Liuqing's ultimate technique, the Divine Mask, from under one person, bringing the ship's form ever closer to the legendary image of the dragon. For this reason, when it came to the development of devil fruit powers, Alan's ship had surpassed even Kaido himself. Who knows what Kaido would think if he ever saw the Hidden Dragon? Alan could only imagine he wouldn't be too pleased. With a mighty roar, the divine dragon that was once the Hidden Dragon soared in a wide arc through the sky, then shot upwards toward the sky island above, vanishing within the clouds in the blink of an eye. In that moment, the Hidden Dragon was no longer a concealed beast beneath the waves, but a true celestial dragon soaring amongst the heavens. As the saying goes, clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. The divine dragon's form concealed itself amid the clouds, becoming nearly impossible to detect, perfectly embodying the proverb, the divine dragon shows its head, but not its tail. Elsewhere on Jaya Island, Mont Blanc Cricket stared in astonishment at the vanishing dragon tail in the sky, speechless with awe. Moments earlier, he had heard a tremendous roar from the other side of the island and merely assumed some powerful sea king had wandered close. He had even felt a hint of schadenfreude, thinking those lawless pirates in Mocktown were in for some trouble. Never did he expect to look up and witness a blue divine dragon soaring across the sky, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he had no idea that Kaido's devil fruit power allowed him to transform into a dragon. Otherwise, the arrival of a notorious emperor of the sea like Kaido would surely have left him truly terrified. Meanwhile, the Hidden Dragon soared and circled endlessly through the sky, yet inside the body of this divine creature, Alan and Gilhara felt no turbulence or shaking at all. Instead, they were calmly discussing the best way to enter Sky Island. After all, though few from the Four Seas truly knew about Sky Island or traveled there, it was closely connected to the New World. Most great pirates of the New World knew well of its existence. The Emperor, Beast Kaido was even known to leap from Sky Island to play his twisted suicide games. So, if they wanted to avoid exposing their true abilities, using their real identities was out of the question. Gilhara, for her part, found the idea of playing a false identity quite intriguing. She still remembered the thrill she felt when she first discovered Alan's disguises as October and March. Now, given the opportunity herself, she looked forward to the experience, enjoying fame and glory, yet remaining unknown. Alan, do all the people on Sky Island have wings? Should we make some for ourselves? What if we pretend to be angels? At that moment, Gilhura shed her usual aura of a formidable swordswoman. With her curiosity piqued, she spoke with a touch of innocent delight. Alan's eyes lit up at her suggestion. Great idea. Let's pose as angels. There's a god on Sky Island, isn't there? When the time comes, we'll drive him out and savor what it feels like to be gods ourselves. Gilhura's mention of angels sparked another thought in Alan's mind. Wasn't his divine mask still lacking the power of faith? Sky Island would be a perfect place to gather such power. It was, after all, a kingdom ruled by a god built on divine authority. Its very secrecy, combined with its links to the Four Seas, the Grand Line, and the New World, made it an ideal stronghold. Hadn't countless protagonists in pirate tales of his previous life chosen Sky Island as their base? Alan was determined to make the most of this precious opportunity. Though he had missed out on Sky Island for 7 years, he had no regrets. Now was still the perfect time to develop it. Without further delay, Alan used his thought-manifesting abilities to transform his appearance. His hair gradually turned silver, his features shifted before Gilhura's eyes, and the air of scholarly elegance about him melted away, replaced by an aura of holiness, majesty, and radiant light. Behind him, white light gathered and formed a pair of pristine wings, while his clothes shimmered and turned pure white. In an instant, a handsome, graceful, and sacred angel clad in white stood before Gilhura. Not to be outdone, Gilhura summoned the light of her spirit. Delicate petals began to float and dance around her, signaling her own transformation. As the petals slowly unfurled, Gilhura's hair shifted from violet to a shimmering silver white, her features subtly transforming. As well, the mischievous charm that once played across her face gave way to an aura of sanctity and grace, and her clothes changed into the same pure white style as Alan's. From her back, snowy wings spread wide, completing the image of a perfect angelic maiden. Gilhura originally had no power to transform. In the past, her disguises relied entirely on Alan's runes. But after she unlocked the 4th-tier gene lock and awakened the light of the mind, she gained new abilities of her own. The power she awakened was the very one she used when she challenged Hawkeye. A technique called with a thought, blossoms unfurl, the queen reigns supreme. The name was actually something Alan had once told her, and she'd borrowed it for herself. As for Gilhura's abilities, perhaps they were influenced by Alan, or perhaps they were born from her own will, but her powers also revolved around creating avatars. She could channel her own energy to turn the rose petals she summoned into her own duplicates, even changing her appearance to become someone else. Drawing on her 3rd-tier gene lock, she could also simulate an enemy's thought patterns, even mimic their abilities. However, unlike Alan, Gilhura didn't possess a psychic world, so her path diverged from his. She could only learn from his example and adapt her methods to suit her own style. In battle, she could summon 10 avatars at once, each one as powerful as herself. Tenfold Gilhura's strength attacking in unison. At first glance, this ability truly did resemble the legendary move from Covering the Heavens. The same, with a thought, blossoms unfurl, the queen reigns supreme, once wielded by the ruthless empress. Gilhura certainly lived up to the name, and Alan couldn't help but wonder, if they ever had the chance to visit the world of Covering the Heavens, could they learn the true secret arts and push Gilhura's abilities even further? In this world of pirates, her power already rivaled that of the ruthless empress's secret techniques, but the strength of any ability was always relative to the world it was used in. Even Alan himself, if he entered a higher-level world without upgrading his powers, might not remain as formidable as he was here. What was now a mighty technique could become little more than an elegant gesture, lacking true force. But that was a concern for the distant future. For now, their focus needed to remain on the present. As Alan and Gilhura completed their transformations, the hidden dragon surged up into the White Sea, returning once again to its ship form. Now, though, the vessel looked entirely different. The dragon's head that once adorned the prow had transformed into the visage of an angel, and the dragon scales along the hull had become radiant runes gleaming with light. At a glance, it was the very image of an angelic worship. Even the ship's spirit had changed, now appearing as a miniature angel dancing and fluttering around Alan and Gilhura, impossibly adorable. This was precisely the upgrade Alan had made to the Qianlong, combining his own unique abilities. After his return, even the Azure Jade Stream became the Dragon Pearl of the Qianlong, granting the ship the power to transform in countless ways. In this manner, Alan could always conceal his identity when needed. After all, no matter how convincingly Alan changed his appearance, If the Qianlong itself remained unaltered, everyone would know it was connected to him. Therefore, this ability was absolutely necessary to prevent any mistakes that might jeopardize Alan's plans. Standing upon the deck, the two handsome angels gazed out over the landscape of the White Sea. Billows of cloud drifted by like a scene from a fairyland, filling the heart with a sense of serenity and delight. What was even more remarkable was that, even here above the ocean of clouds, Alan could clearly sense the curse lingering over the White Sea, a curse directed at those with devil fruit powers. Evidently, if a devil fruit user were to fall into the White Sea, they too would be stripped of their abilities and rendered utterly powerless, unable to call upon their true strength. Alan continued to look higher still, knowing that far above lay the White Sea, the true Sky Island. He promptly communicated with the ship's spirit, urging it to ascend toward the sky, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters. Although he was aware that entry to Sky Island usually required payment of a certain fee, Alan had come with a different purpose: to overthrow Enel, the so-called god. As a demigod who had reached the dome rank, Alan felt he was far more qualified for the title of god than Enel, that false deity. Naturally, Alan had no intention of following Enel's rules. His plan was simple and direct: confront Enel, defeat him, and become the new god of Sky Island. The Qianlong, which had now taken on its ship form, or rather, had become the angel, retained its ability to fly, although it was somewhat less majestic than its full dragon form. Nevertheless, it swiftly carried Alan and Gilhara up to the White Sea, where they beheld the true Sky Island at last. What's more, the place they arrived at was none other than the legendary Golden City of Shandora, whose buildings were constructed entirely of gold. Alan couldn't help but wonder if the people who built this city had once possessed the golden gold fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit that could produce gold. Otherwise, the scale of such an undertaking seemed almost unimaginable. If not, the gold might well have been plundered by pirates before the city was even completed. Alan's gaze swept past the gold and was drawn instead to an enormous vine that dominated the landscape. This vine was the very one that held aloft the golden bell and the historic poneglyph, preventing the Shandians from ringing the bell for generations and causing Norland to be unjustly branded a liar, a misfortune that even haunted his descendants. Yet Alan's attention was not on the bell or the poneglyph, but on the sheer size and vitality of the vine itself. Its towering height, piercing straight into the clouds, reminded Alan of the mythical Jinmu tree, a bridge between the mortal world and the realm of the immortals. Jinmu also has another name, the World Tree. Since Alan possessed an inner world, he naturally longed to cultivate a world tree uniquely his own, so that his inner world could thrive and, in turn, provide him with even greater support. Over the years, Alan had fused many marvelous trees from the world of pirates into his domain. Though some had wondrous properties, none could truly serve as the pillar for his inner world like a true world tree. At this moment, as his thoughts wandered from the vines to Jinmu, Alan couldn't help but wonder, with so many devil fruits and magical trees in the pirate world, could it be that their origins were influenced by something related to the world tree? If devil fruits existed, might there also be a devil fruit tree capable of bearing those fruits? Could the ultimate secret of the pirate world be connected to such a tree? Alan knew these questions demanded careful exploration and discovery, through which he might learn how to cultivate a world tree of his own, one that could support his inner domain. Drawing his scattered thoughts back, Alan swept his arm in a grand gesture. The angel ship shimmered with golden light, transforming into a jade-green dragon pearl that hovered quietly in his palm. Stowing the dragon pearl away, Alan focused his mind and opened a portal, stepping directly to the temple at the heart of the divine kingdom. Enel stared in astonishment at the two striking figures who had suddenly appeared before him, bewildered by their abrupt arrival. Suspicion flickered in his heart. Had these two, like himself, consumed one of those foul-tasting mystical fruits, allowing them to materialize without a sound in his domain? Yet when his eyes caught sight of the wings on their backs, a flash of loathing crossed his face. As a child, Enel had been tormented by the people of Burka for lacking wings. After consuming the Rumble fruit, one of the Logia-type devil fruits, he gained formidable power, and with it he destroyed his homeland. This experience had branded him with a deep-seated resentment, and as a result, Enel ruled over the winged people of Skypiea with an iron fist, extending his hatred to all who bore wings. Enel's voice rang with authority. "How dare you trespass in the realm of God? You are guilty and shall face divine punishment." Lightning crackled as Thor shot forth from his wrist, a bolt of thunder arcing straight toward Alan and Gilhara. It had to be. Said, this move, derived from Yoruba thunder god legends in Nigeria, harnessed the power of the rumble fruit to perfection. Enel, the so-called god, who ruled alone over Skypiea, was a man of formidable talent. Had he been nurtured earlier, he would certainly have become at least a crimson gold level powerhouse. Regrettably, Alan had overlooked this brilliant but fleeting genius from the original tale. Moreover, the rumble fruit was famed as the strongest offensive devil fruit, granting Enel a natural advantage far beyond that of ordinary people. And then there was that formidable network of the mind, capable of enveloping an entire nation. Its range far surpassed even what Gyra had achieved before breaking through to the black gold rank. Back then, Gyra's observation. Hockey was already top tier among those at the crimson gold level, which spoke volumes about Enel's natural talent and potential. A fleeting hint of regret crossed Alan's heart, though his hands never paused. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing something unseen, and with a look of reverence, proclaimed, "O holy light!" A pillar of pure white radiance descended from the heavens, bathing both Alan and Gyra in its luminous embrace. Gyra gazed curiously at the beams, savoring their warmth, a sensation as comforting and soothing as soaking in a hot spring. This technique, in fact, was inspired by the divine revelation he once mimicked as the observer in Under One Person. With the divine mask borrowing the powers of an angel, conjuring such radiant magic was effortless. Meanwhile, Enel's lightning was easily repelled by the white barrier, unable to inflict the slightest harm upon Alan and Gyra. Never having suffered defeat before, Enel reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Leaping from his divine throne, he roared furiously, "You insolent mortals! How dare you defy the judgment of God? Prepare to face my wrath." The truth behind Enel's agitation was that, after Alan unleashed his power, his angelic aura became even more sacred, commanding, radiant, and grand. He seemed every bit the god, and perhaps even more so than Enel himself. Standing before them, Enel, who had risen from humble origins, appeared more like a nouveau riche who had stumbled upon power overnight. It's all about comparison. When measured against Alan, Enel felt the crushing blow of inadequacy. Sighing softly as he noticed Enel's wounded expression, Alan remained utterly unmoved. From a standpoint of divine authority, both Alan and Enel saw each other. As heretics, Enel wielded dominion over the Sky Island, while Alan sought its faith. Their goals overlapped, yet neither could tolerate the other's existence. As Alan and Gyra stood calm and unflinching, Enel's resentment finally erupted. Ostracized since childhood for being different, and now faced with two strangers who regarded him with indifference, his fragile pride was trampled yet again. Enel simply lacked experience. He had suddenly gained overwhelming power, yet his mind and spirit hadn't grown to match it. No wonder, in the original tale, he was defeated by the Straw Hat crew, who were still new to their journey. Even with the protagonist's luck on his side, it was clear from his current state. When up against a truly seasoned fighter, Enel could never wield his strength to its fullest. All he could do was rely on the speed advantage granted by his rumble fruit to hold his own. Alan immediately turned to Jilhara and spoke with a voice full of earnest concern. "Did you see that? This is what happens when one spirit is not strong enough and blindly chases after power. Even the greatest talent cannot withstand such reckless squandering." Standing beside him, Jilhara nodded deeply, clearly moved by Alan's words. This was not an unfamiliar tale among them. Uva, Larn, and the others had long ago forced their strength to the Violet Lotus level by burning through their life energy, but in doing so, they lost the ability to grow stronger on their own. For 7 years, their power hadn't advanced a single step. If they wished to improve now, they could only rely on Alan to provide more life energy, forcibly pushing their abilities further. In the end, it was a losing bargain. With that same energy, Alan could nurture several other gifted warriors with potential to reach the Violet Lotus level, giving them a real chance at ascending to the Crimson Gold rank. Moreover, Uva and his companions had suffered wounds to their spirits. If they kept pushing this way, it would be nearly impossible for them to maintain their original state of mind. They would grow arrogant, disdainful of others, perhaps even losing themselves entirely, never to recover. This was exactly why Alan had stopped using life energy to hasten their growth. Besides, the Hunter Guild strength was already more than sufficient. There was no need to hastily create more Crimson Gold level experts. Standing across from Alan and Jilhara, Enel could hardly fail to hear the true meaning in Alan's words. He was clearly talking about Enel himself. Rage flared in Enel's heart. He shouted, "How dare you so brazenly ignore and criticize your god? I'll send you both to your deaths." As he spoke, Enel's arms transformed into crackling lightning. With a gesture, he summoned a torrent of thunderbolts from the sky, massive pillars of lightning crashing down in an attempt to obliterate Alan and Jilhara. "Divine Judgment," he thundered, a signature technique that Enel used often. Enhanced by his observation haki, he could target his enemies with even greater precision. Enel had long used this move to punish any who defied his rules on Skypiea, establishing his unquestionable authority. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Enel's lips. He was utterly merciless, even toward the beautiful and pure-hearted Jilhara, showing not a shred of restraint. In his eyes, any mortal who dared offend him deserved nothing less than death. There was never any reason to hold back. Enel's confidence in divine judgment bordered on arrogance. After all, the move had never failed him before. Against the people of Skypiea, it was always a single decisive strike. Never once had he needed to attack a second time. Watching Enel's desperate efforts, Alan felt his interest waning. In Alan's eyes, Enel's attacks were nothing more than a futile struggle, though Enel himself failed. To realize it, the gap between their strengths was clear as day. Having already analyzed and simulated every move Enel could make, Alan saw no further use for him. Even if they were to fight, it would offer Alan no challenge or enlightenment, more like playing with a child than a worthy opponent. He had to be careful not to strike too hard and spoil his own enjoyment of the battle. With his mind made up, Alan decided to act swiftly. He wanted to deal with Eneru as soon as possible so he could begin arranging his animals across Skypiea without delay. Once his decision was set, Alan tapped the tip of his foot lightly, vanishing from his original spot in an instant. Before Eneru could even react, a jet-black palm landed squarely atop his head. That cruel smile still lingering on his lips, Eneru slowly toppled to the ground. Right up to his death, Eneru remained oblivious to Alan's technique, his consciousness forever frozen at the very moment he tried to unleash his so-called divine judgment on Alan. At that same instant, the thunderous pillar of lightning that had been gathering power in the sky lost its source, flickering and fading away until it dissolved completely into the air. Jilhara, meanwhile, stared at Alan in awe as he withdrew his right hand. Now that she had reached the leveled strength of Eugen rank, she could truly grasp the terrifying might behind Alan's attack. Even her heightened senses had been utterly incapable of mounting any effective response. She couldn't help but murmur under her breath, "Is this the power of the dome rank? No wonder it's hailed as the strength of a demigod." Her eyes filled with excitement, she exclaimed, "Alan, you're so strong now. Doesn't that make you invincible?" Alan smiled and shook his head. "It's far too soon to call myself invincible. Atop the highest throne on the Red Continent, there's also a dome-rank powerhouse. What's more, there's always someone stronger out there. Who knows if there are other dome-level masters hidden somewhere in this world? Just look at us. One dome, one Eugen, and even within the Academy there are Scarlet Gold and a host of Violet and Azure talents. Our strength is truly formidable. But who knows about any of this? All the world ever sees is the power we choose to reveal. Likewise, how can we be sure others haven't done the same, hiding their true strength from the world?" In his heart, Alan added, "Just like the clown Buggy, who hides his strength while searching for treasure in the East Blue." Alan kept the matter of Buggy to himself. After giving Jilhara his words of caution, he spread his wings wide, grabbed her hand, and soared straight up into the clouds. Hovering high above Skypiea, Alan's radiant aura shone brilliantly. The dazzling golden light made the two of them look almost divine. Down below, the island's residents couldn't help but notice the figures gleaming in the sky like a pair of miniature suns, casting golden rays in every direction. That's where the god Alan resides. What on earth just happened up there? Well, look, are they Scypians too? Why are their wings so much bigger than ours? Such beautiful wings. Could ours ever grow to look like that? All across the Sky Island, people were abuzz with excitement. Their voices brimmed with curiosity, envy, and a touch of unease. While curiosity and envy were easy to understand, that undercurrent of worry was something else entirely. The people of Skypiea were not concerned about Enel anymore. Instead, they worried whether these two radiant angels would rule with even harsher punishments than Enel had. "People of Skypiea, the false god Enel has already been defeated by me. And now, I shall become the new god of Skypiea, continuing its rule. You may address me as Saint Michel. As for the one beside me, you may call her the Angel of Judgment. Obes." As Alan's voice echoed out, many residents of Skypiea dropped to their knees on the spot, praying to Alan's new persona, Saint Michel. A torrent of faith surged toward Alan, gathering around him and being stored within the dragon pearl, which had been transformed from the summoned vessel, the hidden dragon. After being modified with the divine mask, the hidden dragon could now store the power of belief, ready to unleash its might whenever Alan required. Yet in certain corners of Skypiea, some watched these so-called saintly figures in the sky with complex expressions. These observers were the Shandians of Cloud Hidden Village and Gonfall, the former god, lurking in the shadows. The old grudges between the Shandians and the original inhabitants of Skypiea made them deeply suspicious of Michelle, Alan, and Obes, Jilra, both winged beings. Yet, though they harbored resentment, their chances of returning to their homeland remained slim, even if Enel had been defeated. For the former god Gonfall, his deepest wish was to drive Enel away and restore the peaceful, happy life he once knew. Yet, he knew little of Michelle and Obes' true character, and worried they might repeat Enel's cruel tyranny. Lacking the strength to act, he could only sigh in silence. After all, he hadn't been able to defeat Enel. How could he hope to face the even more formidable Michelle? Though his power was limited, his experiences sailing with Pirate King Roger had broadened his horizons. Even among Roger's crew, few could radiate such an overwhelming, brilliant aura, clear proof of their extraordinary might. Despite some lingering doubts, Alan still managed to become the new deity of Skypiea, bringing the island under his domain. He rebuilt an island of the gods and a grand temple atop the White Sea. Surrounding this divine isle, he crafted 8 great islands, each positioned in one of the 8 directions, together forming a powerful protective array. These new islands provided more living space for both the Shandians and the original Skyfolk, greatly easing old tensions. Furthermore, with the Shandians' homeland no longer serving as the site of the temple, they could finally fulfill their dream of returning home. Thus, the two peoples of Skypiea learned to coexist in harmony, leaving behind their former deadly rivalry. Gonfall finally let out a sigh of relief. Judging from Michelle's action so far, he was certainly not a cruel and ruthless ruler, nothing like Enel's brutality. On the contrary, Michelle had deftly resolved the long-standing conflict between the original inhabitants of Skypiea and the Shandians, bringing peace and prosperity to the Sky Island. At the same time, Gonfall felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Michelle had actually conjured so many islands out of thin air. Could he truly be a god? He was also grateful that he hadn't rashly acted against Michelle and his companion. After creating the islands and building the Grand Temple, Michelle established a sanctuary on each island, naming them the Remedius Sanctuaries. Each of these sanctuaries was tended by missionaries who preached in the name of Michelle and his companion, and within the sanctuaries, the two of them were venerated. What's more, Michelle found a use for the Golden Bell of Shandora. After inscribing it with countless runes, the Golden Bell gained formidable defensive powers. It became part of a great formation designed by Michelle, Ellen, so that when attacked, the bell would manifest as a colossal shield of gold, capable of withstanding or even repelling enemy assaults. The bell's toll also soothed the mind, washing away restlessness and stirring deeper devotion among Michelle's followers. As a result, the Golden Bell's chime became the daily call to prayer, its rich tone cleansing the spirits of Skypiea's people and making their faith ever purer. A deep, resonant chime rang out, carrying across the vast White Sea. Even on Jaya Island, 10,000 meters below, the sound of the Golden Bell could be heard. Living alone on Jaya, Cricket was instantly moved to tears when the bell reached his ears. Overcome with emotion, he shouted, "The Golden Bell! The Golden Bell has rung! Skypiea is real. The city of gold, Shandora, is real. Our ancestors told the truth." He repeated these words over and over, almost incoherently, as if finally releasing the grievances his family had endured for generations and fulfilling their ancestral vow. From that day on, the Golden Bell rang every morning, its ancient and melodious sound echoing across the sky. As time passed, the people of Skypiea gradually came to accept these two powerful new gods, placing their faith in them. In this way, Ellen truly became the ruler of Skypiea, and his gaze soon shifted toward the Four Seas and the New World. Time flowed like water. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, the skies were clear and the sun shone gently, with fluffy white clouds drifting overhead as if smiling down on the sea below. The Going Merry sailed steadily across the calm ocean. Luffy feasted heartily on deck, breaking out in playful antics with the ship's doctor, Tony Chopper. Nico Robin sat quietly, absorbed in a book. Meanwhile, Nami stood with her climate baton in hand, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon, her brows sometimes knit in concern as she watched the sea. Usopp was gripping his slingshot, occasionally taking aim at the fish swimming beneath the surface, hoping to shoot some seafood aboard. Meanwhile, Sanji bustled back and forth between the kitchen and the deck, lavishing attention on the lovely Nami and Robin. He served tea, poured drinks, and prepared desserts, making poor Usopp feel utterly sidelined, a chef who wouldn't cook for him, leaving him to catch his own dinner. Roronoa Zoro, on the other hand, trained alone on deck, steadily lifting his dumbbells, building his strength. Since setting out to sea, Zoro had never missed a day of such rigorous exercise. This relentless discipline was the key to his rapid growth and power. If, in the original story, Luffy's repeated bursts of strength relied on his protagonist's aura and sacrificing his own lifespan, then Zoro's breakthroughs were the result of steady, daily training, a slow accumulation that led to explosive progress. If Luffy didn't have the protagonist's luck on his side, it was entirely possible that Zoro would someday surpass him in strength. Suddenly, Nami's expression grew tense. She instructed everyone to secure all loose items on the ship and to pay attention to the movement of the vessel. Although no one could tell what was happening on the seemingly calm sea, everyone instinctively chose to trust the ship's navigator. They immediately stopped what they were doing and began stowing away their belongings. Then Luffy, grinning as always, asked, "Nami, what's going on? What should we do?" Nami pondered for a moment before replying. "We should be near Jaya Island now. Jaya is shaped like a skull, and due to the powerful knock-up stream in these waters, half of the island was blasted into the sky 400 years ago, along with its native people, animals, and ancient ruins. The part that flew into the sky became the skull's head and face, while the part left behind on the ground is like the skull's jaw." Luffy exclaimed in awe. "Wow, that's amazing. Sounds like so much fun." Nami rolled her eyes and continued, "That's why there's a tremendous knock-up stream here. If we're not careful, we could be shot straight into the sky." Luffy, far from being frightened by Nami's warning, grew even more excited and said, "That sounds awesome. We could go to the sky. I wonder what fun things are up there. I have a pirate captain who never takes anything seriously. What am I supposed to do with him? Should I just leave him behind and sail on my own?" Nami's forehead throbbed with frustration, nearly unable to contain her exasperation at Luffy's inability to focus on what mattered. Thankfully, Robin spoke up at that moment. "Above Jaya Island lies Skypiea, an island in the sky with its own inhabitants. In fact, the half of Jaya that was blasted upward 400 years ago is still up there, and it's said to be the location of the legendary city of Gold, Shandora, as well as a piece of the ancient poneglyph." With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Nami and said, "Nami, you weren't paying attention in class. You know, it was mentioned back then that Visalia is also a sky island." "Oh, now I remember," Nami exclaimed in surprise. "This island is a nation devoted to meteorological research. Most of the island is made up of clouds, with only a small portion being solid land. Even the beds are fashioned from clouds. All the inhabitants are meteorological scientists. The weather on the island changes at a moment's notice. One moment it's stormy, the next it's bright and sunny, making it the perfect place to study the climate. Unlike the other sky islands, this one is actually in flight, with its direction and speed entirely at the mercy of the wind. The island scientists are true experts in their field, and they've even created unique weather tools, such as the wind knot." Prompted by Robin's reminder, Nami quickly recalled what she'd learned at the Deep Sea Academy. Because the island's meteorology was exactly the sort of thing that fascinated her, the details had left a strong impression, and the memories came flooding back. She couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the very skybound current that leads to the Sky Island." She then turned to Luffy and asked, "So, which way should we go?" Luffy fell silent, pressing his finger to the brim of his straw hat, deep in thought. The upward sea current is extremely dangerous. A single mistake could mean being dashed to pieces from a terrifying height. Even if the sea lay below, the force of the fall would be more than any of them could withstand. A heavy silence settled over the group. Robin was eager to reach the Sky Island to see the mysterious poneglyph, while Usopp, aware of the dangers, felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, none of them interrupted Luffy's deliberation. After all, Luffy was their captain, and no matter what he decided, they would trust and support him without reservation. This kind of trust and support is remarkably common among pirates, despite a world where betrayal and schemes are the norm. Every famous pirate, every renowned crew, shares this quality and sense of camaraderie. Perhaps that's one reason why so many people are drawn to the pirate's way of life. After all, who wouldn't want companions they could trust with their backs? Who wouldn't want to know their friends would support them, no matter what? Who wouldn't want to roam the world freely alongside such true friends? Dreams like these are what drive people like Luffy whose longing for the sea and for friends inspired him to set sail in the first place. People like him often achieve astonishing things, like Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who dreamed of a family, red-haired Shanks, who carried both his own and his captain's dreams, or even the cunning and ruthless Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, whose faith in those he recruits is absolute, never doubting the people he chooses, nor choosing those he cannot trust. In contrast, those who set sail merely in pursuit of wealth and other such things rarely accomplish anything significant. They spend their days mired in schemes and betrayal. It was just like the time when Alan first awakened in the world of pirates and encountered the Black Panther pirates. The captain, Black Panther, was constantly plotting against his own crew for the sake of his power and status. After obtaining a treasure map, he even went to fetch the treasure alone, only to meet his end at Alan's hands, ultimately paving the way for Alan's growth. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy suddenly broke into a wide grin, his innocent and pure smile lighting up his face. Raising a finger to the sky, he declared, "All right, let's go up. Yeah, let's head for Sky Island." Everyone burst into cheers. Even Usopp, who had just been trembling with fear, now joined in the celebration. Nami steered the Going Merry, first setting course for Mocktown. She knew that the Mont Blanc family resided here. Because their ancestor had been wronged and slandered, they had spent generations researching the rising currents of the sea. Nami resolved to find information about this stretch of ocean to ensure nothing would go wrong. She could not afford to betray the trust of her friends. Before long, the Going Merry arrived at the port of Gyre Island. After disembarking, they found Mont Blanc Cricket, who lived there. "You actually believe in Sky Island?" Cricket was visibly moved. Even though the golden bell had been ringing in the sky for a month, many people still refused to believe in the existence of Sky Island. Some even mocked him, claiming he had faked the bell's chimes to cover up his so-called lies, insisting this could not count as proof. Unless he could take others to see Sky Island with their own eyes, he was left cornered with nowhere to turn. After all, the rising sea currents were so dangerous that no one would risk their life for a mere rumor. Since their own reputation was not at stake, most people saw no reason to get involved. But now, to Cricket, Nami and the others were like a lifeline dangling over the edge of a cliff. He clung to the hope they brought, unwilling to let go. Eagerly, he shared the results of his research with Nami, giving her the confidence she needed to reach Sky Island. After careful calculations, Nami and her companions finally caught the rising current at just the right time and place, and the ship soared toward the sky. "You must succeed," Cricket called out from below, waving with tears in his eyes as he saw the Straw Hat crew off on their journey. Luffy clung to the railings, laughing loudly as they shot into the sky, relishing the rush of speed and excitement. "I'll help. Somebody help me." Usopp's terrified cries echoed through the heavens. He hugged a mast with both arms, tears and snot running down his face, unable to share in Luffy's thrill. At this moment, all he could feel was the overwhelming speed and dizzying height. There was not a trace of excitement in his heart. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates finally reached the White Sea, soaring 7,000 meters above the ground. Just one more ascent, and they would arrive at the White Sea, 10,000 meters in the sky, home to the legendary Sky Island. Guided by Nami's expert navigation, they soon found themselves before the fabled Gate of Heaven. "Wow!" the crew exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with awe. Before them, the enormous Gate of Heaven radiated a sacred light, blending with the sea of clouds all around. As the golden glow bathed their faces, it felt as if every trace of fatigue and worry melted away. Tony Chopper stretched out comfortably on the deck and sighed with delight. "Are we sure we're not already dead and in paradise?" Usopp, looking equally dazed, nodded in agreement. He didn't feel any pain, but he couldn't shake the suspicion that he might have died from fright. At that moment, two beautiful angels appeared, gliding gracefully from either side of the gate. With golden hair, radiant faces, fair skin, snowy wings, and elegant figures, they hovered before the Going Merry, wings fluttering gently in the air. Sanji's eyes seemed to pop with hearts, beating so loudly in his chest it was almost comical, and tears of emotion streamed shamelessly down his cheeks. A vein pulsed on Nami's forehead as she swung her fist, bringing Sanji down with a single blow to keep him from embarrassing the crew. Usopp, too, was utterly captivated by the angelic figures, staring at them in a trance. Chopper, wide-eyed with wonder, gasped, "Wow, angels! Are we really in heaven after all?" One of the angels spoke reverently. "Welcome, travelers from the Blue Sea. This is the Gate of Heaven. Beyond this gate lies the White Sea. Sky Island is there, in the White Sea," she continued. and at its very center is God's dwelling, Heaven's Island. Luffy cried out with delight. So if we go through here, we'll reach Sky Island? Please let us pass. The angel nodded kindly. The creature known as the Express Lobster will carry you swiftly through the gate of heaven to Sky Island, she explained. Then her expression grew serious. Sky Island welcomes visitors, but if you cause trouble here, you will face God's punishment. God's punishment? Usopp shivered at the words, glancing nervously up at the sky. Luffy, on the other hand, showed not a hint of fear. He had no intention of causing mischief. He was simply eager for adventure on Sky Island. So, following the guidance of the two angels, he and his crew climbed onto the back of the Express Lobster. Even the Going Merry was loaded onto its shell, and soon, the Straw Hat crew was whisked away to the white sea. In the distance, they saw 8 islands encircling a grand citadel, with Angel Island standing proudly at the center, surrounded by a majestic ring. Luffy burst out laughing, his voice echoing with excitement. This is amazing. What a beautiful and fascinating place. Luffy's innocent laughter echoed across the white sea as the Going Merry quickly came to a stop at Angel Beach, the very place where the Scipions once made their home. After disembarking, the Straw Hat crew strolled along the lovely avenue of Angel Island, making their way down Lovely Street. Sanji's eyes darted about discreetly, taking in the sight of the island's adorable and beautiful women as he diligently played the part of the cruise. Resident flirt, never missing a chance to sneak a glance. Fortunately, he limited himself to admiration. Had he gone any further, the locals would surely have chased him off as a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Luffy and Chopper, the lovable mascot of the crew, dashed excitedly through the streets, marveling at the many unique specialties of the Sky Island. There were tone dials, which could record and replay sounds, used for communication or entertainment. Light dials, capable of storing and emitting light for indoor illumination. Water dials, which could hold water and serve as firefighting tools, and many other such everyday items that made life easier. Some, like the impact dials, breath dials, and flame dials, even played important roles in battle. The island's unique customs and culture captivated everyone. Even Nami, who was usually careful with her money, couldn't resist buying a few souvenirs to keep as mementos. After wandering around for a good while, their excitement gradually settled, and the group found a shop where they enjoyed a hearty meal together. Once everyone was fed and content, Luffy finally brought up a question that had been puzzling him. Why are the wings on the Scipions so small? They're nothing like the two angel sisters at Heaven's Gate. The sharp-eyed among them immediately recognized this as an important point. The whole crew now noticed the difference between the Scipions and the two angels who guarded Heaven's Gate. Since none of them knew the answer, all eyes turned to the most knowledgeable among them, Nico Robin, hoping she could shed some light on the mystery. Seeing their eager faces, Robin blushed ever so slightly. If it were any other subject, she might have known the answer, but the books she'd read never explained why some Scipions had such large wings. In every account, the Scipions' wings were small. She'd always found it odd, but hadn't wanted to spoil anyone's fun by bringing it up. Sensing Robin's uncertainty, the crew tactfully turned their attention elsewhere, understanding that she, too, was in the dark. At that moment, the shopkeeper beside them chimed in enthusiastically. Ha ha ha, that's a recent development. You wouldn't know, since you've only just arrived on Sky Island. His words immediately caught the crew's attention, and they all looked at him with newfound interest. Unfazed by the attention, the shopkeeper began to explain. Just a month ago, 2 angels appeared on our island, Saint Michel and the Judgment Angel, Obes. They defeated the cruel old god and became our new deities. He went on to recount the days under Enel's rule, the arrival of Alan, and how he rose to become the island's current god. It was clear that the shopkeeper held deep respect and admiration for the new deities. His words were laced with praise. Luffy exclaimed in amazement, "Ha ha, that's incredible." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's face lit up with pride as he replied, "Of course. Saint Michel and the Judgment Angel Obes not only protect and bless us, but they also grant us their power. If you devote yourself to them with sincere faith, you'll receive the holy light and strength they bestow." In the beginning, there were only the clergy. But when one's faith is pure and unwavering, after much training and awakening, they can ascend to a higher level. According to their talents, they journey to the sanctuaries on one of the 8 islands to inherit new power and become even stronger. Men can choose to become holy knights, blue-fist apostles, exorcists, or avengers. Women can choose to become holy knights, inquisitors, priestesses, or temptresses. What you saw at Heaven's Gate were the female holy knights who have received this inheritance. What's more, since most of us Sky Islanders have wings, the inheritance strengthens them. Our wings become larger, just like those of true angels. Wow, wow, wow. That's amazing. I wish I had a holy knight as a companion. Luffy's lack of education left him with little more than excited exclamations to express his astonishment. Meanwhile, Nico Robin appeared lost in thought. Hearing talk of new gods and old gods immediately brought to mind the rise of demigods and true gods above the four emperors 7 years ago. After all, these matters were tied to the destruction of her homeland, O'Hara, making her particularly sensitive to anything concerning gods. But she also noticed something else. Sky Island had always been an isolated theocracy, rarely interacting with the outside world. Perhaps this system was a remnant from ancient times still preserved today. Turning her gaze toward the celestial dragons of the Red Line, who also claimed to be descendants of gods, she wondered if these so-called gods might actually have been real. Now, with the arrival of a mysterious saint and a judgment angel seeking to become gods and spread their faith, the pattern was repeating itself. Especially since, during her studies at Deep Sea Academy, Robin learned that the power of faith held extraordinary uses, though ordinary people could neither control nor harness it. But what about those who had surpassed Wu Jin and attained the level of demigods? Could they tap into the power of faith? Perhaps, she mused, collecting and utilizing the intangible force of faith was the key to breaking through and reaching the next realm. This, she realized, might explain why the world government so zealously elevated the celestial dragons, calling them descendants of gods, so that the great power within the Red Line could use faith to break through to the rank of demigod, and then, drawing on the strength of belief, ascend even further to become a true deity. That's why the 5 elders have always been left in charge of the world government. After all, gods cannot be too close to their followers. Otherwise, their authority would inevitably fade away. Moreover, with so many devil fruit users around, if a god were to appear frequently, people might start to see them as just another powerful devil fruit user, rather than a divine being. This would severely hinder the gathering of faith. In fact, this demigod is likely the world government's true trump card, which is why they have nothing to fear from the likes of the 4 emperors. After all, those emperors could hardly imagine the power of faith, and their personalities would never allow them to artificially elevate themselves to godhood. So, they're destined to be stuck at the pinnacle of the Wu Jin level, unable to break through. A flash of insight flickered in Nico Robin's eyes. She realized she might have uncovered the secret to becoming a demigod, and her curiosity about Saint Michel and the judgment angel Obes on Paradise Island only deepened. Only those who have walked far along the path of Wu Jin can wield the power of faith. Otherwise, it remains a distant dream, forever out of reach. Since these two have reached that stage, and can even use faith to enhance their followers, it means their strength has surpassed even the 4 emperors. Not even the demigod within the world government possesses such an ability. Who are these powerful beings, really? Could they, like the royal family of ancient Shalon, be remnants from a forgotten age? Robin. Hey, Robin. What are you thinking about? You're completely zoned out. For once, Luffy noticed Robin lost in thought. He waved his hands energetically in front of her face, trying to bring her back. Startled, Nico Robin snapped out of a reverie. Seeing everyone looking at her with curiosity, and catching a glimpse of concern in their eyes, she felt a warmth in her heart. Doing her best to appear calm, she said, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just suddenly reminded of O'Hara. If only O'Hara had had someone as powerful as Saint Michel back then, maybe it wouldn't have been destroyed." A look of sympathy crossed everyone's faces. The shopkeeper, who didn't know Robin's story, could only rub his hands awkwardly and apologize over and over. "I'm so sorry. It looks like I brought up some painful memories. Tell you what, to make it up to you, I'll bring out a special dish on the house, and I'll give you all a 20% discount. I hope it'll cheer you up." Robin managed a gentle smile. "Thank you, but really, there's no need. I'm all right." With a hearty wave, the shopkeeper declared, "As a shopkeeper, it's my duty to welcome guests with anticipation and send them off with satisfaction. Besides, you're rare visitors from the Blue Sea. Making you happy is what matters most." Before Robin could refuse, Nami's eyes lit up with a sparkle of berries, and she jumped in excitedly. "Thank you, boss." Nico Robin gave Nami, who was ever so greedy for money, a helpless glance and shook her head with a gentle laugh. She understood that Nami's obsession with treasure was more than simple avarice. It was also her way of shifting the conversation, so everyone could momentarily forget the sorrowful tales lingering in the air. Seeing Robin smile, the others finally felt a sense of relief settle in their hearts. Noticing this, Robin quietly swallowed the speculation she had been about to voice, choosing not To dampen the group's mood with her astonishing guess, she decided it was best to save such revelations for another time and let everyone simply enjoy their adventure here in peace. At the same time, she worried that anything she said might reach the ears of Michelle, the one suspected to be the mysterious saint of the dome, and that such words could bring unexpected trouble to their journey in the sky. While the Straw Hat crew ventured through the Sky Island, the calm of Dressrosa was suddenly shattered, and unseen currents began to surge beneath the surface. Over half a month ago, when Diamante returned to Dressrosa, he gave no sign of anything amiss. He easily smoothed over the events on Jaya Island, and no one even realized that Alan had set foot there on the very day the pirates of Mocktown were slaughtered. After that, Diamante made a discreet visit to Baby 5, who had long been cast aside by the Zerka army, and was now a marginal figure in the Don Quixote family. Years ago, because of Alan's teleportation, Zerka was captured by Sakazuki and sent to Impel Down. Although Doflamingo managed to pull some strings and get him released, Zerka still regarded it as a deep humiliation. Had he not managed to recruit some powerful new allies while aboard the Navy ship to make up for his blunder, the disgrace would have been even greater. So, ever since his return to Dressrosa, when faced with those who had once followed him, he was haunted by the feeling that he'd lost all his dignity. Especially with Baby 5, who, unable to refuse anyone's request, repeatedly recounted the whole embarrassing incident, making him the laughingstock among the four top executives he once so admired. After all, it was absurd. He hadn't even encountered the enemy before being handed straight to the Navy. His resentment towards Alan only deepened, and his dissatisfaction with Baby 5 grew ever more pronounced. Eventually, he found an excuse to drive her out of the Zerka army. In his eyes, the cruelest punishment for Baby 5 was to no longer be needed by anyone. He believed this would drain the will to live from that troublesome woman, leaving her a mere shell of herself. As a child, Baby 5 had been abandoned by her impoverished mother, and ever since, she desperately yearned to be needed. She simply couldn't refuse when someone asked for a favor, whether it was lending money, accepting a marriage proposal, or succumbing to a pushy salesperson, because in her heart, being needed justified anything. This led her to be frequently duped, amassing debts of up to 980 million berries and subscribing to as many as 50 different newspapers. She was so easily deceived that she repeatedly accepted marriage proposals from scoundrels, prompting Doflamingo to dispose of more than a few of her would-be fiancés. Clearly, Doflamingo valued this foolish girl, for she had been an integral part of the Don Quixote family since childhood, and was considered one of their core strengths. However, to spare Sekka's feelings, Baby 5 was given a leisurely position researching weapons, no longer allowed to participate in the Don Quixote family's core activities. So, despite being a devil fruit user, she was pushed to the margins. This time, Diamante's visit to Baby 5 was, of course, part of Alan's plan. When he first met Baby 5, how could he let such an opportunity slip by? Not only did he simulate the powers of the weapon fruit from her, but he also planted a fragment of his consciousness within her body, quietly turning her into his hidden agent, keeping a close eye on everything happening in Dressrosa. This was the secret hand Alan had left behind within Doflamingo's ranks. When Diamante saw Baby 5, a flicker of amazement flashed in his eyes. As one of the highest-ranking officers in the Don Quixote family, he had seen his share of beautiful women. But even so, he found himself captivated by the striking, sophisticated allure of the woman before him. Gone was the dark-haired maid assassin with her maid uniform, dangling cigarette, and brash self-proclamations. In her place stood a golden-haired beauty, wearing oval transparent glasses, a crisp white shirt, black skirt, and stockings, all covered by a flowing white lab coat. Her presence both elegant and intellectual, perfectly embodying the image of a refined scientist with a touch of mature charm. This look was actually designed by Alan, inspired by the Third Awakening machinist from his previous life's game, Dungeon and Fighter. With her mastery of the weapon fruit, Baby 5 had not only advanced far along the path of the Starsea Gunner, but had also researched many of the gunner skills from DNF. Thanks to Alan's guidance, she awakened her devil fruit powers a year ago, reaching the peak of the Violet Lotus rank, making her strength rival that of Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. If she advanced further, she would reach the Crimson Gold level, on par with the Navy's 3 admirals. All this was due to Alan's careful nurturing. It wasn't favoritism for Baby 5 out of personal feelings, but rather preparation for future journeys into worlds filled with advanced technology. With her weapon fruit powers, Baby 5 was the perfect research assistant. Her abilities matched perfectly with those of the mechanical school and the gunner skills from DNF, making this path uniquely suited to her talents. If she continued her research and development with dedication, there was a real chance Baby 5 could reach the heights of the Third Awakening Machinist, and even the Vault level, becoming a formidable force in Alan's arsenal. Lord Diamante, is there something you need from me? At this moment, Baby 5 was still unaware that Diamante had already become an ally. She was a bit curious as to why this top executive had suddenly come looking for her. Diamante snapped out of his daze at those words. He used his observation hockey to scan the surroundings, and confirming that no one else was around, slowly lifted his head. Baby 5, whose strength now surpassed Diamante's, frowned slightly at his cautious behavior. What was he so worried about? Could her secret have been exposed? Instinctively, she reached out and adjusted the frame of her glasses, choosing to quietly observe the situation as it unfolded. Having become the strongest person here, her power now on par with the young master himself, she felt a deep sense of confidence. She had no fear of her secrets coming to light. If the worst came to pass, she'd simply fight her way out. After all, it was the Don Quixote family who had abandoned her first. But then Diamante spoke. I was sent by Lord Alan to make contact with you. From now on, we'll be working closely together to help Lord Alan carry out his plans.